At this pace, in another 10 years of cultivation, I can reach the second layer of qi refining. The Chongqing Mountains were a gathering place for scattered cultivators in the state of Zhao. On this day atop a barren spirit peak, inside a cave dwelling a young man sat on a cushion, eyes tightly shut, wisps of spiritual energy swirling around him. He had long black hair, regular features, and eyebrows like swords. After an unknown amount of time, the young man opened his eyes and let out a deep sigh, as expected of a 5 elements waste spirit root, truly useless. The young man's name was Sheng, and he had transmigrated into this cultivation world a few years ago. There was a saying widely circulated in the cultivation world: cultivators with 5 element spiritual roots were forever fated to never reach foundation establishment, hence, they were called waste spiritual roots. When he discovered he had 5 element spiritual roots, his entire mindset collapsed. After all, Sheng was not like that certain Han who possessed a mysterious little green bottle. For mere 10 years, but a snap of the fingers. Sheng raised his chin high and spoke with indifference. Through a twist of fate, he discovered that he possessed the legendary Immortal Body. The so-called Immortal Body meant an endless lifespan, eternal life, without death. Dying of old age was completely impossible. The end of all cultivators was his starting point. Another day of the 9-to-5 grind right. Quitting time. He ceased cultivation, raised his hand, and a wine flask from the stone table flew into his grasp. He tilted his head back and drank. Not sour, not sweet, delicious. Drinking spirit wine, what a fine thing. He wiped his mouth, his face full of ease. The path of cultivation was too monotonous. Ever since he learned of his immortal body, he had arranged a daily schedule. Morning 9 to evening 5 for meditation and practicing Tao arts, 5 days on, 2 days off. Tonight shall I go listen to music at the pleasure house? Or go flirt with Chiu Xiang at Yihong Tower? Or perhaps, after a hearty drink, Sheng stroked his chin, lost in thought. Deep communication with beautiful women was his daily course. Eternal life is wonderful. Outside his cave, Sheng lay back on a lounge chair, crossed his legs, drank fine wine, bathed in the sunlight, utterly carefree. Brother Yang, 3 years no see, how have you been? A crisp and pleasant female voice came. Sheng looked up and saw a red-clad figure on a flying carpet descending steadily before him. This woman had a slender figure and a face of ethereal purity, truly a rare beauty. Su Qian. A fragrant breeze reached his nose. Sheng stood up, frowned slightly, and said flatly, "What's the matter?" Su Qian, his childhood sweetheart. Their relationship had been good in the past. "Can I come if there's nothing?" Su Qian said with a smile. She gave him a detailed once-over, furrowed her delicate brows, and said, "Brother Yang, 3 years have passed, and you're still stuck at the same level. Can't help it. After all, that's how waste spiritual roots are." Sheng shrugged his shoulders, his face completely unconcerned. Seeing his seemingly resigned attitude, Su Qian's frown deepened. She shook her head and said solemnly, "Brother Yang, have you forgotten the lofty vows you made when you first entered the cultivation world?" 5 years ago, they both entered the cultivation world. Sheng swore to achieve eternal life through the Tao, only to be brutally beaten by reality. 2 years of secluded meditation left him still lingering at the first layer of qi refining. Youthful ignorance. Don't take it seriously. Sheng waved his hand and said in a serious tone, "Brother Yang, you disappoint me greatly." After staring at him for a few seconds, Su Qian seemed quite sad. After parting ways with Sheng, she occasionally paid attention to his whereabouts. She found that not only was he unmotivated in meditation, but he also frequently visited brothels at night. He completely lacked the demeanor a cultivator should have. Su Qian never imagined that her childhood sweetheart would degenerate into this state, idling away his days like he was in retirement, no different from those cultivators whose lifespans were nearly spent and whose path to the Tao was hopeless. I didn't want to be like this either. Sheng spread his hands, looking helpless. Without the immortal body, do you think I would dare to act this way? He added inwardly. Sigh. Seeing this, Su Qian sighed deeply. Brother Yang, since you possess spiritual roots, that is a thread of hope given by heaven. Why do you abandon yourself like this? Talent is important, but it doesn't decide everything. Saying this, her beautiful eyes looked straight at Sheng, and she spoke sincerely. Brother Yang, we scattered cultivators are not like those from noble families or great sects. We should stick together. Let me give you one more chance. Come pledge allegiance to Xiaofeng Mountain. With me there, Brother Chen will look after you. The Brother Chen she referred to was Chun Guang of Xiaofeng Mountain, a cultivator at the 7th layer of qi refining, quite famous throughout the Chongqing Mountains. 3 years ago, Su Qian had encountered Chun Guang. The latter coveted her beauty, and Su Qian, having experienced the harshness of the cultivation world, also appreciated Chun Guang's strength, so the two became Tao companions. Afterwards, Su Qian recommended Yang Sheng to join Xiaofeng Mountain, but he naturally refused. It was at that time that the bond between the two childhood friends began to crack. Hearing this, Yang Sheng smiled faintly and said nothing. Seeing his expression, Su Qian said with some frustration, "Brother Yang, what use is pride? Why be so stubborn? Working under Brother Chun, there are many resource channels. Isn't that better than cultivating alone? You need not say more. My mind is made up." Yang Sheng's face was calm and unmoved. He had met that Chun Guang before. The man looked down his nose at everyone. During their first meeting, the man wore a completely condescending expression. He had no intention of doing so 3 years ago. Back then, Yang Sheng hadn't yet sensed his own immortal body, and now there was even less chance he would live under another's roof. "Yang Sheng, I've said all I can. You do as you see fit." Su Qian's eyelids drooped slightly. Her expression turned completely cold, and she stopped urging. She believed that before long Yang Sheng would deeply understand what regret meant. With that, she stepped onto her flying carpet and soared into the sky, leaving behind a swirl of fragrant wind. Sigh. Staring at Su Qian's retreating figure, Yang Sheng was silent for a long time, a myriad of emotions flooding his heart, thousands of words ultimately turning into a single sigh. He knew that after this parting, the bond between them would end here. In the end, they and I were never from the same world. Chun Guang, the 7th layer of Qi refining. Is that supposed to be impressive? At most 100 years, and he'll personally go offer incense at his grave. Soon he put it all out of his mind, lay back on the lounge chair, took a few sips of spirit wine, squinted his eyes, and wore an expression of complete comfort. He truly embodied the retirement-style cultivation to the fullest. Just then a fluctuation of spiritual energy came from somewhere, and Yang Sheng's eyes moved. He stood up and went to the cave's cultivation chamber. There was a small spirit field there, not large, about 1 square zhang, planted entirely with black herbs. Most of them had only just sprouted tender shoots, except for one herb that had grown a single flower with a pattern on it which was extremely conspicuous. The first pattern grass has matured. It seems the plan is feasible. Looking at this spirit herb, Yang Sheng beamed with joy. Pattern grass was a relatively common spirit herb in the cultivation world. It sprouts in 10 years, then grows a flower every 100 years, up to 9 flowers. 3 flowers or fewer were mostly useless, but 4 flowers were entirely different. In another 300 years, this pattern grass should grow 4 flowers, which can be used as the main ingredient for refining the foundation establishment pill. By then I will have almost reached the great perfection of Qi refining, and I will certainly have a use for it. Yang Sheng said to himself with anticipation. He was poor and a scattered cultivator, so he had to rely on himself. But if anyone else heard these words, they would surely call him a fool. 300 years. Do you understand what that means? Even a great perfection foundation establishment cultivator normally only lives a little over 200 years. By the time this pattern grass matures, his bones would already be cold. Seasons came and went, suns rose and moons set year after year. 9 years passed in a flash. Since that day she left, Su Qian had never returned. Yang Sheng was quite content with the tranquility. On ordinary days he strictly followed his schedule, devoting himself to cultivation from 9 to 5, occasionally spending the night with courtesans and traveling through mountains and waters every 2 days. A leisurely life indeed. But today was different. 9 years of bitter cultivation, all for this one moment. Inside the cave dwelling, Yang Sheng sat down heavily, a rare seriousness on his face. As soon as he woke up this morning, he noticed an abnormality within his body. The spiritual energy was unusually active and restless. Yang Sheng knew an opportunity for breakthrough had arrived. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and began operating the longevity art at full force. During the Qi refining stage, the cultivation process involved condensing 9 strands of primal spiritual energy, each corresponding to one of the 9 layers. Qi refining layer 2, breakthrough. Yang Sheng shouted. The spiritual energy inside him seemed ignited, surging wildly in his dantian, as if drawn by some invisible force, gradually converging together. The second strand of primal spiritual energy began to take shape. But at the final moment of condensation, the energy suddenly trembled violently, then dissipated. Damn it! Yang Sheng's face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Breakthrough failed. Spiritual energy backlash. Even breaking through to layer 2 fails. No wonder, with a 5-element mixed spiritual root. He wiped his mouth clean, looking speechless. The more mixed the spiritual root, the lower the efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy. At the final moment, due to insufficient energy supply, the breakthrough had failed. Still, it's not without gain. Soon Yang Sheng adjusted his mindset and resumed meditation. Failure once meant starting over. Moreover, this failure gave him valuable experience, laying a solid foundation for the next breakthrough. 1 year later. Qi refining layer 2, finally achieved. Huh. Feeling the new power, Yang Sheng laughed heartily, looking up to the sky. 15 years into cultivation today, he had finally broken through to Qi refining layer 2. Friend Yang, are you there? So it's friend Zhang. Stepping out of the cave, Yang Sheng cupped his hands in salute toward the white-robed man standing on a flying sword. Zhang Song had moved to Chongqing mountain range years ago and became his neighbor. Over time, they had exchanged much and were old acquaintances. Friend Yang has actually broken through. Congratulations. Zhang Song scrutinized him, eyes brightening, and said cheerfully, your breakthrough couldn't have come at a better time. Now I have more confidence. Confidence? What do you mean? Yang Sheng asked, puzzled. Why the trip to Chongqing Secret Realm, of course. Chongqing Secret Realm. Is it about to open? The Chongqing Secret Realm opens once every 20 years. You've been here over 10 years and don't know. Zhang Song was somewhat dumbfounded. He explained the Chongqing Secret Realm contains a vast amount of heavenly treasures and earthly rarities, many of which can be used as main ingredients for qi-gathering pills. If we get our hands on some, our cultivation will surely advance by leaps and bounds. Ahem. Thank you for telling me, friend. Yang Sheng's face reddened. He truly hadn't paid attention to such matters. No worries. Zhang Song waved his hand and said earnestly, I came precisely to invite you to come along. What do you think? Thank you for the invitation, but I'm not interested. Stroking his chin, Yang Sheng shook his head after a moment's thought. The opening of the Chongqing Secret Realm would surely be a grand gathering of all the loose cultivators in the Chongqing mountain range. By then, cultivators at the late qi refining stage like Chen Guang would be on the move. A mere qi refining layer 2 like him going there would be no different from cannon fodder. You don't need to say it. I know what you're worried about, Zhang Song chuckled. We don't have to venture deep into the secret realm, just scavenge along the fringe. If luck is on our side, we might still reap great rewards. Besides, I've invited several other fellow cultivators who our safety is guaranteed. You can rest assured. I appreciate your kindness, but... Yang Sheng remained unmoved. Seeing his firm stance, Zhang Song frowned briefly, then relaxed his brow. In Zhang Song's heart, Yang Sheng's low cultivation meant he carried little weight. He had originally thought that having an extra person for mutual help would be good, but he hadn't expected the other to refuse the offer. He nodded flatly. In that case, I'll take my leave. Turning away, Zhang Song's eyes were full of disdain. He hadn't expected Yang Sheng to be such a coward. Fortune lies in the midst of risk. We loose cultivators are not like those disciples of noble clans or sects who never lack resources. If we want to go further on the immortal path, how can we do so without taking risks? What can timidity accomplish? A few decades later, well, all turn into a pile of yellow earth anyway. Instead of regretting in old age, it's better to fight while young. Watching his departing back, Yang Sheng shook his head repeatedly. Zhang Song was merely at qi refining layer 4. He had no confidence at all in this trip to the Chongqing Secret Realm. Sure enough, a few days later, Zhang Song appeared before Yang Sheng once more. Now his face was lifeless, his breath faint like a candle flame in a storm about to be extinguished at any moment. That Mo Yunzi does whatever he pleases, cruel and merciless. He actually slaughtered us low-level loose cultivators wantonly. One day he'll be struck by heavenly retribution. Zhang Song gnashed his teeth in utter hatred. After venting for a long while, he placed his storage pouch in front of Yang Sheng, his eyes carrying a plea. Friend Yang, I still have a wife and a daughter in the mortal world. My daughter is only 15. After I'm gone, I cannot rest easy. I hope you can look after them when you have time. What's in this pouch is my payment. Looking at his neighbor who had been chatting and laughing just a few days ago, now telling his final wishes, Yang Sheng sighed inwardly. He nodded solemnly. How could I refuse a dying friend's entrustment? Thank you. Hearing this, Zhang Song revealed a relieved smile, then quickly conveyed some key information before collapsing straight down, his breath ceasing completely. He had long been at the end of his tether, only clinging to life by the obsession in his heart. Alas, with a long sigh, Yang Sheng simply buried Zhang Song's corpse. Holy shit, there are actually 10 spirit stones. Opening the storage pouch, Yang Sheng's eyes went wide. Not counting the patterned grass in his spiritual field, he had only 5 spirit stones in total. Good thing I didn't go along. Putting the spirit stones away, Yang Sheng looked at Zhang Song's grave mound, feeling immensely fortunate. The world of cultivation was fraught with danger. One wrong step, and both body and Tao perish. If he had also been blinded by greed and gone, his fate would most likely have been no better. Zhang Song's encounter truly served as a stark warning to Yang Sheng. I'm not some protagonist in a cultivation novel. Hiding low is the right choice. I must first visit the mortal realm. After a moment's thought, Yang Chen stepped onto his flying sword, leaving the Chongqing mountain range behind, heading for the location of Zhang Song's wife and daughter. Since he had made a promise, he had to see it through. When a hint of orange appeared on the horizon, Yang Chun arrived at Immortal City. There's almost no spiritual energy here. Standing at the city gate, he carefully sensed his surroundings and reached this conclusion. Without spiritual energy, a cultivator could not only fail to cultivate, but would also see their cultivation base regress over time. No wonder cultivators rarely appear in mortal cities. He shook his head and strode through the city gate. The Zhang family established by Zhang Song was a wealthy and influential clan renowned throughout the region. He easily learned their location. I am a friend of Zhang Song. I must see Lady Lu immediately. The guards, hearing their master's name, immediately perked up and went inside to report. Before long, in the Zhang family hall. I am Lu Zhangsong's wife. This is my daughter Zhang Jun. May I ask your name, young master, and what business you have at our humble abode? Sitting opposite Yang Chun, Lady Lu spoke cautiously. Behind her stood a lovely young girl staring at Yang Chun with wide, curious eyes. I am Yang Chun, a good friend of Taoist Zhang. Raising a fireball in his hand to prove his identity, Yang Chun produced a jade pendant and stated bluntly, "Your husband is dead." The faces of mother and daughter instantly turned pale, and Lady Liu's expression was one of utter despair. This jade pendant was the token of love between them, and Zhang Song had hardly ever parted with it. What are your plans for the future? Let me know once you've decided. As a good friend of Taoist Zhang, I will not stand idly by. With these words, Yang Chun turned and left the hall. The mother and daughter had just lost a loved one and needed time to grieve. The moment he stepped out of the gate, he heard sobbing from behind. I apologize for keeping the immortal waiting, sir. It was not until early the next morning that Lady Lu appeared, her eyes red-rimmed. It's no trouble. Have you made a decision? Looking at the tear stains on her face, Yang Chun sighed inwardly. Yes. Lady Lu nodded and said directly, my husband is gone. This vast Zhang estate is likely more than my daughter, and I can protect. This woman is not foolish. Yang Chun nodded inwardly at her words. So you plan to relocate? That seems like a wise decision. Well, I haven't thought about that yet. Then what do you intend to do? There's no hurry. Lady Lu stepped aside, revealing Zhang Jun behind her. What do you think of my daughter, Immortal? She asked with a smile. Yang Chun glanced at Zhang Jun, a delicate nose, willowy brows, a round, rosy-cheeked face, and did not hesitate to praise a beauty. In that case, could you take my daughter as your disciple? After all, she is of marriageable age. Lady Lu said with a bright smile. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jun lowered her head, her small hands tightly gripping the hem of her skirt, occasionally stealing a glance at Yang Chun. Her face flushed crimson, mingled with a trace of nervousness. The pillar of support has fallen, so let the daughter find another. Yang Chun gave her a long, hard look. It wasn't that he failed to understand her actions. This Lady Lu and her daughter were not only stunningly beautiful, but also immensely wealthy. It would be strange if no villains coveted them. Once news of Zhang Song's death spread, those bandits would surely swarm in and devour the mother and daughter whole. I appreciate your kind intentions, Lady Lu. Please say no more. Yang Chun refused sternly. To accept spirit stones and then sleep with the man's daughter. Was that something a decent person would do? Very well. The disappointment on Lady Liu's face was undisguised. Zhang Jun breathed a sigh of relief, yet also felt a pang of loss. After all, Yang Chun was not bad-looking, and years of cultivation had given him an ethereal, otherworldly aura. May I ask what Lady Lu has in mind? Yang Chun inquired again. Jenner, leave us for a moment. After a moment's thought, Lady Lu suddenly spoke. Yang Chun looked at her with a puzzled expression. After Zhang Jun had left, he said, Lady Lu, please speak frankly. Lady Lu hesitated, then gritted her teeth. She subtly pulled open the collar of her robe, thrusting out her full bosom, and stroked her hair, making a shocking statement. What do you think of me, Immortal? Seeing her amorous expression, her eyes as soft as water as she leaned forward with a somewhat coquettish posture, a fragrant breeze assailed his nostrils. Particularly struck by the glimpse of fair skin, Yang Chen's eyes widened, and he was momentarily speechless. Good heavens! Failing to offer her daughter, she decided to step up herself. If Zhang Song learned of this in the underworld, would he rise from the dead in anger? Ahem. Yang Chen coughed dryly, took 2 steps back, and said with righteous indignation, Madam, please show some restraint. To be fair, this Lady Lu was only in her 30s, still retaining her charm with curves in all the right places, the very image of a seductress. Yang Chun was somewhat tempted, but recalling Zhang Song's dying wish, he dismissed the thought. He was a man with principles. It was rash of me. Lady Liu's face turned ashen, and she collapsed into a chair, a hint of despair flickering in her eyes. Seeing her pitiful state, Yang Chun frowned. He had all the time in the world, but he did not wish to waste his energy on such trivial matters. Since you have not yet decided. Touching the storage pouch at his waist, a jade talisman appeared in his hand. Yang Chun explained, This is my spiritual energy talisman. If you or your descendants ever face difficulty, shatter it, and I will sense it. Thank you, Immortal. Lady Liu's eyes lit up and joy immediately spread across her face. She quickly rose, took the talisman, and treasured it, placing it inside her robe. She had feared Yang Chun would just leave. With this jade talisman, many things would be different. That settles it. I shall take my leave. With that, Yang Chun turned and departed. 10 spirit stones for one intervention on behalf of Lady Liu or her descendants valid in perpetuity. He felt he had done more than enough. Wow, an immortal. I saw an immortal. Summoning his flying sword amidst the exclamations of the mortals, Yang Chun rode the sword and soared into the sky. Mother, I want to cultivate immortality too. Inside the Zhang mansion, Zhang Zhan gazed at the direction Yang Chun had vanished, her eyes filled with longing. Alas, silly child, have you forgotten what your father said? Lady Liu gently stroked her head, her expression tender. She too looked toward where Yang Chun had disappeared, speaking with envy. Without a spiritual root, one cannot cultivate immortality. Mo Yunzi, I have no quarrel with you. Why must you be so ruthless? Just as he entered the Chongqing mountain range, a furious roar reached his ears. My! Yang Chun quickly descended upon hearing this, hiding behind a large boulder, peering out. Ahead, 2 streaks of light were entangled, one black and one green, locked in battle. The black figure was clearly superior, overwhelming the green one. Your storage pouch is quite nice. I've taken a liking to it. The black figure cackled, his strikes merciless as he enveloped his opponent with waves of black, demonic chi. Wait, if it's just the storage pouch, I'll give it to you. The green figure, soon beaten until he spat blood, shouted frantically in the face of Mo Yunzi's deadly attack. If you had offered it willingly earlier, I might have considered letting you live. But now, with a sinister laugh, Mo Yunzi unleashed a pillar of black light as thick as a bucket, which closed in on the green figure in an instant. Unable to withstand it, the latter screamed as his chest was pierced, and he fell dead on the spot. An ant at the mere 5th layer dares to resist. How utterly foolish. After collecting the storage pouch, Mo Yunzi scoffed disdainfully. Retreat. Yang Chun from behind the rocks swallowed hard as he watched. Murder and robbery were not uncommon in the cruel world of cultivation. He crept stealthily, trying to slip away unnoticed. Who's hiding there? Get out. Mo Yunzi suddenly turned, fixing his cold gaze on the large boulder. Damn it. Meeting those eerie purple-tinged eyes, Yang Chun froze, his heart sinking. Mo Yunzi was a notorious rogue cultivator in the area, infamous for murder and plunder. Yet this man was cunning, never targeting cultivators with powerful backgrounds, so no senior cultivator had ever bothered to deal with him. What to do? Yang Chen's thoughts raced. Mo Yunzi's cultivation was formidable, fleeing was out of the question and would only provoke him further. An ant at the 2nd layer of chi refinement. Just as he was pondering a countermeasure, Mo Yunzi had already arrived above the boulder, looking down at Yang Chun. Not even the lowest grade magical artifact. What a pauper. Scanning the ordinary flying sword Yang Chun was using, a cheap market stall item worth a single spirit stone, good for nothing but flight, with no combat capabilities. Mo Yunzi's eyes were filled with contempt. With that, he turned without a backward glance, vanishing into a wisp of black smoke. Phew. Only after he had gone did Yang Chun let out a long breath, his body relaxing, a look of relief washing over him. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow and said with immense pride, "Thank goodness I'm poor enough." Having lived 2 lives, he had been poor in both. At that moment, Yang Chun felt for the first time truly secure in his poverty. Even a simple outing can lead to witnessing a rogue cultivator's murder and robbery. This world is far too dangerous. Back in his cave dwelling, Yang Chen's face was grave as he murmured to himself, I will remain in seclusion until I reach the nascent soul stage before emerging. An encounter like the one with Mo Yunzi was something he never wished to face again. Having resolved to enter a long seclusion, Yang Sheng directly sealed the cave entrance with rocks and piled it with weeds, giving it an air of long abandonment. From this day forth, I shall not emerge until I break through to the nascent soul stage. Once everything was prepared, he returned to the meditation chamber, sat down cross-legged, calmed his mind, and devoted himself fully to cultivation. No matter what cataclysms occurred outside, Yang Sheng was determined not to leave seclusion until he reached the nascent soul stage. In the timeless river of cultivation, 15 years passed in a flash. Damn, I can't cultivate any further. Within the cave, Yang Sheng abruptly opened his eyes, a look of helplessness on his face. 15 years had left no trace upon his countenance. Instead, Yang Sheng's aura had grown even deeper. He had now broken through to the peak of the 3rd layer of chi refinement, just a step away from the middle stage. Yet this single step had stymied him for 3 whole years. The first 3 layers of the eternal life art correspond to the 3rd layer of qi refinement. To continue cultivating, I must obtain the subsequent techniques. Sheng stroked his chin, utterly speechless. He had longed to simply seclude himself until he reached the nascent soul stage. But while ideals were beautiful, reality had dealt him a brutal blow. The lack of a complete technique was a major problem, not to mention the issue of sparse spiritual energy. I must go out and find the technique. But before that, I need to enhance my combat power. Soon Sheng formulated a plan. A cultivator's prowess in battle aside from their own cultivation base relied solely on spiritual artifacts, pills, and Dao arts. The former 2 were out of the question for someone as destitute as him. As for Dao arts, I only know 3 basic ones: the low-level fireball art, water shield art, and windblade art. At this thought, Sheng could only gaze at the sky in despair. He had only stumbled into the cultivation world after accidentally discovering an abandoned cave dwelling of a rogue cultivator. That cultivator had clearly been a half-baked amateur, unlikely to have left behind anything valuable. They say mastering 1 skill surpasses dabbling in 100. So what if they're low-level Dao arts? Cultivated to their peak, they are no less formidable. Comforting himself with this thought, Sheng began to delve into the study of the low-level fireball art. Thus 5 years passed. Boom. Amidst a violent rumbling, the mountain rocks blasted apart, sending debris flying. As the dust cleared, a figure slowly emerged. The power is decent. Observing the destruction he had caused, Sheng nodded with satisfaction. For these 5 years he had done nothing but practice Dao arts. Appear. Aside from the varying power, with just a thought, a fireball materialized in Sheng's hand. It was virtually instantaneous. Excellent. Sheng was thoroughly pleased as the fireball dissipated. Through years of relentless optimization and study, the 3 low-level Dao arts had reached a state of perfection in his hands. However, spending 5 years mastering 3 low-level Dao arts was probably unprecedented and would likely remain unmatched. Whoosh. After a brief rest to regulate his breathing, Sheng stepped onto his flying sword, chose a direction, and soared through the air. The Chongqing mountain range was one of the gathering places for rogue cultivators in the Zhao kingdom, naturally home to a trading market. Half an hour later, a relatively flat area appeared before him. Here, numerous palaces, towers, and pavilions stood in close array. Many figures flitted to and fro, and occasionally a streak of obscure light shot past, drawing wary glances as passers-by hastily made way. Sheng's arrival was utterly unremarkable. At the 3rd layer of qi refinement, he was truly inconspicuous here. Chongqing Market. I've been cultivating for 35 years, and this is only my 2nd visit. After landing, Sheng gazed at the market before him and let out a sigh. He had come once before, just to see the world. The reason was simple: he was poor. Country bumpkin. A disdainful voice reached his ears. Sheng followed the sound and saw a dark-faced, burly man with thick eyebrows and a rugged appearance. Seeing Sheng's gaze, the latter grinned, crossed his arms, and taunted, "What? You look like you're not convinced." 4th layer of qi refinement. Briefly sensing the other's aura, Sheng remained silent and averted his gaze. "Tch, a coward." The dark-faced man curled his lips, seemingly bored, and turned to merge back into the crowd. "He'll remember you." Sheng cast him a deep glance. In his heart, he resolved to go to this man's grave in 100 years and beat gongs and drums for 3 days and nights. Come. Freshly forged top-grade flying swords, only 10 spirit stones each. Who has golden spear, never falls pills. Am buying in bulk. Don't hold back, you old patrons. I have high-grade Qingling grass trading for pills that enhance cultivation, barter only. Hey old pal, just a low-grade qi gathering pill, and you're selling it for 50 spirit stones. Are you buying or not? If you lower the price a bit, I'd definitely take it. Entering the market, Sheng's ears were filled with noise, various hawking cries, and haggling voices, a lively scene. Apart from the different items being traded, it was not much different from a mortal market. This is the place. After some inquiries, Sheng finally arrived before a 2-story pavilion. The Spirit Manual Pavilion was the best place to buy cultivation techniques in Chongqing Market. Honored guest, what do you require? The shopkeeper wore a professional smile. I'm just browsing. The pavilion displayed numerous techniques dazzling the eyes, and Sheng's attention was soon captured. There were the Qingyuan sword art, the Green Lotus sword art, the Western origin sword art, and so on. All were techniques of superior power, making him covetous, but alas, the prices were too high. Patting his lean storage pouch, he looked helpless. Shopkeeper, I'll take this eternal life art. Pulling out his only 15 spirit stones, Sheng waved his hand with an air of magnanimity. The eternal life art was one of the most widespread techniques in the cultivation world. Aside from allowing the practitioner to sit in meditation and cultivate, it had no special effects, hence its low price. Soon under the shopkeeper's gaze, as if looking at a simpleton, Sheng walked out of the shop. Good thing I had the 10 spirit stones left by Zhang Song, or I wouldn't even be able to afford this most basic technique. Once outside, Sheng sighed helplessly. Moreover, this eternal life art only had 9 layers corresponding to the 9 layers of qi refinement. He would still need to find another way to obtain the technique for foundation establishment. He stroked his chin and murmured, "This won't do. I need to find a way to earn spirit stones." With a plan in mind, Sheng began to wander and gather information within the market. Half an hour later, he walked out of the market looking disappointed. In the cultivation world, the wealthiest auxiliary professions are alchemists, followed closely by artifact refiners, then array masters, and finally talisman makers. Even to become a talisman maker, one needs a master to initiate them. At the very least, one needs a set of basic inheritance. All these things were tied to spirit stones. Oh well, they'll think about it when the opportunity arises. Cultivation was not easy, Sheng sighed. Moi. About a li away from Chongqing Market, Sheng sensed something, and his eyes flickered. He thought for a moment and changed direction. After taking a few steps, Sheng stopped, looking exasperated. No way. I'm this poor, and someone still has their eyes on me. He turned back and saw 2 figures, one tall and one short, sneaking behind him. Sensing his gaze, they stopped pretending and jumped out directly. Kid, hand over your storage pouch quickly, and well avoid any unpleasantness. The shorter one stepped forward and said with a grin. Do I look rich? Sheng asked, puzzled. How could you? Just looking at that broken sword at your waist tells us you're a pauper, the tall, lanky cultivator said expressionlessly. Sheng was momentarily speechless. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Hand over the storage pouch now, unless you want us to do it ourselves. As the short one spoke, he exchanged a glance with the tall one. The latter understood, and they immediately fanned out to surround Sheng. Sigh. Seeing this, Sheng let out a long sigh. He felt he had been low-key enough, but such was the cultivation world. Even if you didn't provoke others, they would still come to provoke you. You two really think you've got me? Sheng snorted coldly, sweeping his arm as a cyan wind blade shot from his hand, heading straight for the shorter cultivator. These two were of similar cultivation to him, at the 3rd layer of qi refinement. How could he possibly submit without a fight? Just a mere wind blade art. The latter scoffed disdainfully. Let me show you what real defense is. He formed hand seals, and a water blue ripple shield materialized in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the cyan wind blade sliced through the air. With a tearing sound like a knife through paper, the water blue barrier was instantly shredded. Under the shorter cultivator's horrified gaze, the wind blade slashed across his throat. The next moment, blood sprayed. Up. The short cultivator groaned in agony, clutching his neck as blood gushed forth, a ghastly sight. Thud. Soon he collapsed weakly to the ground, his eyes glazing over, already dead. Holy crap. That's strong. Sheng stood with his hands behind his back, expressionless, putting on an air of unfathomable profundity, while inwardly a stampede of 10,000 alpacas raced through his mind. Those 5 years of study were not wasted. Xiao San. The lanky cultivator's eyes were bloodshot. You villain. You killed my brother. Even if it costs me my life today, I'll drag you down to the underworld with me. Staring intently at Sheng, his eyes instantly turned red, as if they harbored an irreconcilable enmity. Sheng immediately became alert. Up. The lanky cultivator roared to the heavens, veins bulging on his forehead, his aura gradually turning savage, clearly ready to fight to the death. Sheng's expression grew serious, and he instantly conjured a water shield before him. Roar. Letting out a bellow filled with hatred and rage, the lanky cultivator moved. Villain, your life is mine. He took a powerful stride forward, and then turned and fled. Sheng, who had been braced for battle, was dumbstruck. Damn, where's your dignity? After recovering his senses, he was left utterly speechless. Meanwhile, while Sheng was still stunned, the other figure merged into the mountain forest and vanished completely. TCH. Lucky bamboo pole. Sheng curled his lip, his gaze falling on the short man's corpse. He didn't approach immediately, but first stopped about 5 meters away and sent a wind blade flying. Whoosh. Only after completely severing the neck did Sheng feel at ease. A qi refinement cultivator beheaded had no chance of survival. Well. 1, 2, 3. A total of 25 spirit stones. He stepped forward, picked up the storage pouch, and opened it. Sheng was pleasantly surprised. Apart from the spirit stones, there was a pile of bottles and jars containing pills of various effects, likely worth over 40 spirit stones in total. No wonder people love to kill and seize treasures. Spirit stones really do come fast this way. Pocketing the storage pouch, Sheng felt immensely satisfied. This incident almost tempted him to become a road bandit. I've got the technique. Time to go back and lie low. Dispelling his stray thoughts, Sheng whistled a cheerful tune and headed straight back to his cave dwelling. Seclusion. Returning to his cave dwelling, Sheng immediately entered seclusion, resolving to pay no heed to external affairs until he reached the 9th level of Qi refinement. First there was Mo Yunzi, then the unscrupulous brothers. Though he escaped both perils, they profoundly impressed upon him the dangers of the outside world. He even forsook his daily visits to the pleasure houses, fearing another Mo Yunzi might ambush him halfway. A man cannot always rely on such good fortune. Thus 20 years passed in the blink of an eye. One day the sun shone brightly, and the breeze was gentle. Damn it! I failed to break through again. Inside the cave, Sheng opened his eyes filled with helplessness. Compared to 20 years ago, his aura was now more than twice as powerful. It seems that just sitting here won't get me to the late Qi refinement stage. Sheng stroked his chin, lost in thought. The late Qi refinement stage meant the 7th to 9th layers. Due to his relentless cultivation day and night, his progress was noticeably faster than before when he kept regular hours. 3 years ago, he had already reached the peak of the 6th layer of Qi refinement. One more step would place him in the late stage. In the Chongqing Mountains, a late Qi refinement cultivator was considered a minor expert. Yet that single step which he attempted 5 times remained elusive. My spiritual root is too poor. In such a thin spiritual energy environment, without the aid of pills, a breakthrough is nearly impossible. The path of immortality grew more demanding of both the cultivator and external conditions as one advanced. Faced with this situation, even his immortality was useless. After all, if the fundamental conditions weren't met, more time would be futile. I must go out. After pondering for a long while, Sheng sighed helplessly and rose to his feet. If he could, he would have preferred to hide until the late nascent soul stage, then emerge to show off and do as he pleased. Just as he stood, Sheng's eyes flickered. He tapped his storage pouch, and a jade token appeared in his hand, covered in cracks like a spiderweb. The token is broken, it seems that descendant of the Liu family is in trouble, Sheng mused. Very well. I need to go out anyway, so I might as well get some fresh air in the mortal world. Outside the cave, the sunlight stung his eyes. Squinting, he took a moment to adjust before stepping onto his flying sword and soaring into the sky. 40 years later, Sheng arrived once more at Qingshui City. The city walls bore many marks of time. Let me check. The spiritual energy fluctuation is within the Zhang mansion. It seems they have been safe all these 40 years. After a brief assessment, Sheng understood and headed toward the Zhang mansion from memory. In no time, he reached his destination, momentarily stunned. 40 years had passed, and the once new grand mansion in Sheng's memory now bore the patina of age, exuding an antique charm. That was nothing unusual, but the sign had changed from Zhang mansion to Yang mansion. A coincidence, or? With a peculiar expression, Sheng strode inside. At that moment, in the Yang mansion's main hall, a shifty-eyed young man sat arrogantly in the seat of honor, looking at ease. Beside him stood an elderly woman, her face calm as still water, but her darting eyes betrayed her inner anxiety. Behind the old woman clung a teenage girl of 15 or 16, her face full of nervous fear. He'll wait 1 more hour. If the immortal you speak of doesn't show, don't blame me for turning hostile. The young man sneered. As he spoke, his lecherous gaze swept over the young girl, and he unconsciously licked his lips, a picture of depravity. The girl turned pale with terror, shrinking tightly behind the old woman. Liner, don't be afraid. Zhang Zhen gently stroked her granddaughter's back, offering comfort. The girl's name was Yang Minglin, her granddaughter. They had gone out shopping this morning when they ran into this man. Enamored by Yang Minglin's beauty, he had instantly conceived a wicked desire. But this man possessed extraordinary martial skills, and dozens of the Yang mansion's guards could not withstand him. In desperation, Zhang Zhen remembered the jade token left by her mother years ago. Hearing that she had an immortal's protection, the lecher grew wary and dared not act rashly. Thus the two sides remained deadlocked. Why has an immortal Yang arrived? Despite her words, Zhang Zhen was burning with anxiety. Half a day had passed, and the lecher was losing patience. What if he forces the issue? Tap tap. Just then soft footsteps echoed. They all looked up to see a handsome young man enter the hall. Immortal Yang. Recognizing the newcomer, Zhang Zhen's spirits lifted, and she hurried forward to greet him, beaming with joy. You are? Yang Sheng looked at her in confusion. Immortal Yang, this old woman is Zhang Zhen. So it's you. Yang Sheng was stunned for a moment before realization dawned. Time is a butcher's knife. Looking at the wrinkled, white-haired Zhang Zhen, so unlike the lovely young girl of yesteryear, Yang Sheng sighed inwardly. Staring blankly at the handsome youth before her, Zhang Zhen's heart was a turmoil of emotions. She never imagined that 40 years later her beauty had faded while the youth remained unchanged. The girl behind her peeked out, her clear eyes sparkling with curiosity as she studied Yang Sheng. Who is she? Yang Sheng turned his gaze to her, smiling. How reminiscent this was of 40 years ago. This is my granddaughter Yang Menglin. Zhang Jin stepped aside, revealing the girl behind her, and prompted, "Hurry and greet Immortal Yang." This humble girl Yang Menglin pays respects to Immortal Yang. The girl shyly performed a curtsy. Her lovely features rivaled those of a young Zhang Jun. Yang Sheng gave her a gentle smile, and she immediately blushed. He got to the point. What urgent matter do you have with me? Immortal Yang, it's like this. Zhang Jun shot a furious glare at the shifty-eyed young man and began recounting the events. In broad daylight, abducting a maiden. You have quite the nerve. Yang Sheng finished listening, fixed his eyes on the lecture, and smiled without warmth. Since Yang Sheng's arrival, the man had remained silent. Hearing this, he slowly rose, his small eyes calm and unafraid as he met Yang Sheng's gaze. This man's aura. I can't see through him. Could he be an expert? At this, Yang Sheng grew wary, taking a slight step back, his eyes cautious. The shifty-eyed young man moved, taking a step forward to face Yang Sheng, his expression unchanged. No way. Could this guy really be a late chi refinement expert? Yang Sheng's heart sank. The man was too composed, and composure often bespoke confidence. Should I run? Yang Sheng's eyes darted as he subtly mobilized his spiritual energy, ready to flee at the first sign of trouble. As for Zhang Jun and her granddaughter, no choice. In 100 years I will surely seek justice for them. He silently vowed. Just then the shifty-eyed man moved again, taking a second step. Yang Sheng maintained a facade of calm, but his spiritual energy churned wildly, concentrating in his legs. With a single thought, he could bolt away in an instant. Thump! The next moment, the shifty-eyed young man fell to his knees, straightened his shoulders, clasped his hands, and shouted respectfully at Yang Sheng. Your humble servant Lu Benwei pays respects to Senior Yang. The once arrogant lecher was now kneeling before them. Zhang Jun was dumbfounded while Yang Menglin's face lit up with admiration. Damn it all. This old hag actually managed to summon a cultivator and a 6th-layer chi refining powerhouse at that. Lu Benwei, doomed to fall here today. Lu Benwei's legs trembled, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He too was a cultivator, but merely at the 1st layer of chi refining, a novice. When he saw Yang Sheng stride into the hall, all the harsh words he had prepared were swallowed back down. The reason he had remained silent, his face stiff, was sheer terror. It took him a long while to regain strength in his legs. Yang Sheng fell silent. With his hands clasped behind his back and an expressionless face, he cursed inwardly. Damn. You scared me. Turns out he's just a poser. Lu Benwei, do you know your crime? Yang Sheng's gaze turned cold as he spoke calmly. I was wrong. This humble one admits his fault. Had I known she was your woman, Senior, I wouldn't have dared to overstep, even with a bear's heart and leopard's courage. Senior, please treat me like a passing breeze and let me go. Lu Benwei kowtowed repeatedly, his forehead thudding against the floor as he wailed pitifully. He had once been a nobody who stumbled upon a cultivation manual. He hadn't enjoyed his newfound freedom enough to die yet. Lu Benwei's words made Yang Menglin blush, but seeing him beg so pathetically, she couldn't help but feel pity and turned away. Immortal Yang. Zhang Jun looked at Yang Sheng. Having lived for decades, she wasn't as naive as Yang Menglin. She wished to have Lu Benwei bound and executed on the spot to eliminate the root of trouble. Yet she dared not act on her own. Follow me to the room. After scrutinizing Lu Benwei from head to toe, Yang Sheng's eyes flickered as he commanded. Lu Benwei was dumbfounded. Could this Senior be? What? Unwilling? Yang Sheng's face turned cold. No. Of course I'm willing. Lu Benwei's face alternated between pale and flushed as he replied helplessly. What was honor compared to his life? They then retreated to a secluded room. You? No need to say more, Senior. I understand. For some reason, Lu Benwei gritted his teeth, wearing an expression of utter resignation, as if bracing for the worst. You're quite perceptive, not bad. Yang Sheng was taken aback, nodding with a hint of approval. Then to his utter astonishment, Lu Benwei loosened his belt and stripped off his pants in a few swift, deft motions. Please be gentle, Senior. He patted his own buttocks, his expression one of shame and indignation. He had come to pluck a flower only to have his own flower plundered. Lu Benwei's heart was filled with sorrow. Yang Sheng fell silent. Get the hell out. Regaining his composure, his face darkened like the bottom of a pot as he lashed out with a kick. Lu Benwei was sent flying, his face colliding intimately with the wall, leaving him battered and bruised. Senior, what is this? He struggled to his feet, looking at Yang Sheng with a pitiful expression, his member swaying with his movements. Put your damn pants back on. Yang Sheng clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead as he growled. He felt as if his eyes were about to go blind. Yes, yes, yes. Sensing his fury, Lu Benwei shuddered, and without a word hastily pulled up his pants. What is your cultivation level? Yang Sheng asked coldly. Qi refining first layer. Lu Benwei answered promptly, his body slightly hunched, barely daring to breathe like a quail. You say you're at the first layer of Qi refining, yet I can't see through your cultivation. Well, it's nothing special. I just cultivated a certain Dao art. Lu Benwei paused, then replied honestly. Oh, let me see it. Intrigued, Yang Sheng extended his hand. Here it is. Seeing this, Lu Benwei quickly produced a jade slip from his storage pouch. Taking it, Yang Sheng pressed it to his forehead. It was a Dao art called the Qi concealment technique, which as its name implied allowed one to conceal one's spiritual energy aura. Unless the observer was a full major realm higher, it was difficult to discern the cultivator's exact level. This was why Yang Sheng had been unable to see through Lu Benwei's bluff earlier, nearly causing a blunder. Such an effect. He soon opened his eyes, his face brimming with delight. This item is destined for me. With that, he casually stored it in his own pouch, his expression utterly unperturbed. Lu Benwei was speechless, yet inwardly he breathed a long sigh of relief. So this senior was after this all along, and I thought. Recalling his earlier actions, Lu Benwei's expression turned extremely awkward. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Damn, I've lost so much face. You can get lost now. Overjoyed at such an unexpected gain from this trip, Yang Sheng waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing a fly. Yes, yes, yes. Lu Benwei felt as if he had been granted a pardon, and turned to leave. Come back. Senior, do you have something else to say? He had no choice but to stop and look back cautiously. Could this senior have changed his mind? Remember, if you ever harass Yang Menglin again, it'll break all 3 of your legs. Yang Sheng said coldly. Senior, rest assured, how would I dare? Lu Benwei thumped his chest loudly, his face solemn, as if he were about to swear an oath to the heavens. Good. Now get out of my sight. I'm gone. Relieved, Lu Benwei turned and bolted away, afraid Yang Sheng might suddenly change his mind. By the way, at that moment Yang Sheng spoke again. Lu Benwei dared not ignore him. He slammed on the brakes. Ryup. His crotch tore. Senior, is there anything else? He turned back, clutching his torn crotch, looking utterly crestfallen. Nothing. Just wanted to call you. Yang Sheng shrugged nonchalantly. Huh. Lu Benwei's face stiffened. Really nothing, he asked, hesitantly unsure. Still not leaving? I don't know if I have anything, but someone's definitely about to have a big problem. Yang Sheng's lips curled into a mocking smile. Damn it. Hearing this, Lu Benwei's composure nearly shattered. This devil. He couldn't stay a moment longer and turned to flee. Yet afraid Yang Sheng might call him back a 4th time, he hunched over, clutching his underwear, looking back every few steps with a tense expression. He looked utterly furtive. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was stealing dogs. Oomph. Watching him leave, Yang Sheng snorted coldly. Let that be a lesson for polluting my eyes. Lu Benwei is gone. You can rest assured he will never trouble you again. In the grand hall of the Yang Manor, Yang Sheng spoke, plainly to Zhang Zhen and her granddaughter. Thank you, Immortal Yang. Zhang Zhen was overwhelmed with gratitude, and made to kneel, pulling Yang Menglin down with her. Yang Sheng raised his hand gently to stop her, his expression solemn. There's no need for this. It is what I owe your father. Father. Hearing this term, Zhang Zhen felt a momentary daze. Zhang Song had passed away 40 years ago. His face in her memory was now nothing more than a blur. From now on you must tread carefully in life. Yang Sheng spoke indifferently. Having repaid the debt of gratitude, he would, barring unforeseen circumstances, have no further ties with Zhang Song's descendants. I understand. Zhang Zhen nodded, her gaze fixed on the young man before her, her emotions a tangled mess. She envied him, his carefree and graceful bearing, his unchanging countenance. She worried about the future of the Yang Manor after losing its protector. She reminisced about the fleeting flutter of her heart at their first meeting and the subsequent sting of rejection. Since matters have come to this, I shall take my leave. With a slight clasp of his hands, Yang Sheng turned to depart. Please wait, Immortal. At that moment, Yang Menglin suddenly ran up to him. Is something the matter? Meeting his gaze, the young girl's face was full of longing. She said, Great Immortal, I too wish to cultivate immortality. Would you be willing to take me as your disciple? Menglin, don't be impertinent. Startled, Zhang Zhen quickly explained, the child doesn't know any better. Please forgive her, Great Immortal. In response, Yang Sheng waved his hand gently. He looked at Yang Menglin and asked with a smile, Why do you say that all of a sudden? Because you are so powerful. With you here, that lecher wouldn't dare act recklessly. As she spoke, Yang Menglin's eyes were filled with determination. She clenched her small fists tightly and said, I want to be as formidable as you so I can protect grandmother well. Menglin. Hearing this, Zhang Zhun was nearly moved to tears. What a filial granddaughter. Seeing the sincerity in her eyes, Yang Sheng felt a flicker of admiration. I have no intention of taking on disciples, he said, shaking his head. Yang Minglin's face paled, and a profound sense of disappointment washed over her. However, Yang Sheng gently patted her head, his voice soft and tender. For your filial piety, I will grant you an opportunity. With that, he took a jade slip from his storage pouch and handed it to Yang Minglin, explaining, this is a cultivation method. Press it to your forehead to receive its knowledge. Whether you succeed in your cultivation will depend on your own destiny. Thank you, Great Immortal. Thank you, Great Immortal. Yang Minglin's face flushed red as she quickly accepted the jade slip, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. Haha, little girl, I hope that when we meet again in the future I can address you as a fellow Taoist. Summoning his flying sword, Yang Sheng laughed heartily as he soared into the sky, vanishing into the distance. Seeing this, Yang Minglin rushed out of the hall, waving her arms vigorously at the departing silhouette on the horizon, shouting with all her might, it's a promise. To break through to the late qi refining stage, I either need the aid of a mid-grade qi condensation pill or find a better secluded cave dwelling for cultivation. After leaving Qingshui City, Yang Sheng headed straight for the Chongqing mountain range. A mid-grade qi condensation pill costs no less than 100 spirit stones. It seems I'll have to find a new cave dwelling, he decided. The spiritual vein of the Chongqing mountain range was at its very center, with the concentration of spiritual energy decreasing layer by layer from the inside out. Thus, the closer one was to the center, the more powerful the cultivators stationed there. With my peak 6th layer cultivation, seizing a mid-range mountain peak shouldn't be too difficult. Yang Sheng's current cave dwelling was on the outermost edge of the Chongqing mountain range, where the spiritual energy was extremely thin. If it weren't necessary, he would have preferred not to relocate. Although the spiritual energy on the edge was sparse, no one caused trouble there. After all, who wouldn't want to occupy a superior cultivation peak? Edge. When Yang Sheng returned to his peak, he found a redrobed old woman standing before his cave dwelling. Are you Yang Sheng? The old woman asked, utterly astonished. Yang Sheng stepped forward, puzzled. Who are you? He had no recollection of this person. Could she be here to rob me? Yang Sheng thought, but he felt no tension as this woman was only at the 5th layer of qi refining. Yang Sheng, aren't you the same age as me? How can you still be so young? The old woman looked him over from head to toe, her eyes filled with disbelief. The same age? Yang Sheng's eyes flickered at the words. He looked at her attire, almost entirely red. Su Qian. Soon a long-forgotten name surfaced in Yang Sheng's mind. Time truly is a butcher's knife. Looking at the decrepit Su Qian before him, so different from the graceful figure in his memories, Yang Sheng felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. It was only now that he realized 50 years had passed since they had last parted ways. Cultivators too age only at a slower pace than mortals. At 70 years old, Su Qian was considered elderly among qi refining cultivators. Damn, why did I have to run into Su Qian here? My unchanging appearance is bound to be exposed. Yang Sheng frowned, feeling utterly exasperated. But soon his expression returned to normal. Yang Sheng. Yang Sheng's eyes darted and he asked with feigned curiosity, do you know my grandfather? This left Su Qian stunned. On second thought, he should be just like me, she mused. She soon understood. Looking at Yang Sheng, she showed a kind smile. Child, you look just like your grandfather. I look like myself. Yang Sheng was speechless. Where is your grandfather? Su Qian asked, her eyes full of concern. Hearing this, Yang Sheng was silent for a moment. Then a trace of sorrow flickered in his eyes as he said in a deep voice, a few years ago grandfather said he wanted to break through a bottleneck and went out to seek fortune. We haven't heard from him since. Is that so? Su Qian nodded, almost imperceptibly, a faint sadness seeping into her eyes. For a qi refining cultivator to be unheard of for years likely meant they had met with misfortune. Are you Aunt Su? My grandfather once mentioned you. Yang Sheng suddenly said, his voice soft and distant. Really? What did he say? Su Qian stepped forward, her expression becoming intensely agitated. He said you were his dearest friend and the one who made his heart flutter. Yang Sheng clasped his hands behind his back, his demeanor steady as he looked up to the sky, recounting the past as a farewell to bygone days. Hearing these words, Su Qian was frozen. Who knew how long passed before 2 clear streaks of tears traced down her cheeks? Thank you for telling me this. Wiping away her tears, Su Qian smiled gently. It's a pity your grandfather isn't here. If he were, I'd tell him that if I could live my life over, I would want to be by his side. As she said this, her expression was complex, tinged with nostalgia, melancholy, regret, and remorse. Why, oi? Yang Sheng asked in surprise. Child, let me tell you a story. Su Qian began to recount everything about her and Yang Sheng's childhood, how they entered the world of cultivation together, and how they eventually parted ways. Then about 10 years ago, when her appearance began to show her age, Chun Guang abandoned her. She spoke of her subsequent loneliness and regret. If I ever see grandfather again, I will relay your words to him. Yang Sheng listened in silence for a long time before speaking with a serious expression. Thank you. After saying this, Su Qian stepped onto her flying carpet and soared into the sky, disappearing into the distance. Yang Sheng watched her leave until she vanished over the horizon. Just like that scene 50 years ago, the same two people, the same mountain peak. Yet so much was profoundly different. Snapping back to the present, Yang Sheng stroked his chin and couldn't help but sigh. 50 years have passed. The seas have turned to mulberry fields, and everything has changed while people are no longer the same. The top priority is to find a better cave dwelling. After a moment of remembrance, Yang Sheng shook his head, casting aside thoughts of Su Qian. He mounted his flying sword and sped deeper into the evergreen mountain range. Mo Yunzi, you cannot escape today. Before he had flown far, a furious shout rang out ahead. Mo Yunzi. Yang Sheng's eyes flickered at the sound. He concealed his aura and stealthily approached the direction of the commotion. Soon 3 figures came into view before Yang Sheng, a male and a female cultivator standing side by side, each holding a 2-foot-wide luminous longsword. The 2 swords were nearly identical, differing only in color. Opposite them stood a sinister-looking man with graying hair and violeting eyes. This man was none other than Mo Yunzi. Compared to 40 years ago, aside from his hair turning white, time seemed to have left almost no trace upon him. The 2 sides were now locked in a standoff. Was this a kill for treasure or an act of vengeance? As before, Yang Sheng hid behind a large boulder, ready to watch the drama unfold. Are you the twin sword lovers? Mo Yunzi asked in surprise, glancing at the long swords in their hands. Giggle. Even the infamous Mo Yunzi knows our names. This slave feels deeply honored. The heavily made-up woman covered her mouth with a coquettish laugh. I don't recall ever provoking the 2 of you. Seeing this, Mo Yunzi's brow furrowed deeply. That doesn't matter. Mo Yunzi, you have committed heinous crimes, indiscriminately murdering countless fellow cultivators for years, causing unrest throughout the evergreen cultivation world. Today we too shall act in heaven's stead. The tall, thin male cultivator declared with righteous indignation. Indeed. Mo Yunzi, it's time you paid for your sinful deeds, the beautiful woman beside him echoed loudly. Hep. Mo Yunzi sneered disdainfully at their words. What a fine act in heaven's stead, what a fine sinful deeds. You merely covet the Foundation establishment legacy I just obtained. Not long ago, he had fortuitously discovered a Foundation establishment cultivator's cave dwelling and obtained its legacy. Unfortunately, someone else had discovered this as well. To prevent the news from leaking, Mo Yunzi pursued that person for 3 days and nights. The person ultimately escaped. Afterwards, perhaps out of revenge, that individual widely publicized in the cultivation world that Mo Yunzi had obtained the Foundation establishment legacy. Now the entire evergreen cultivation world was abuzz with this news. Such a thing happened. Yang Sheng looked at Mo Yunzi with a surprised expression. A Foundation establishment legacy was something scattered cultivators in the evergreen mountain range would risk their lives for. This Mo Yunzi kills and plunders endlessly and lives well, and now he even gets a Foundation establishment legacy. Could he be a child of destiny? Yang Sheng was speechless. Enough talk, watch my move. The male cultivator snorted coldly, raising the cyan longsword in his hand. With a sharp wave, the sword blazed with brilliant light, instantly shooting through the air straight for Mo Yunzi's head. You overestimate yourself. Mo Yunzi's expression turned icy cold. In decades of carefree indulgence, this was the first time he had been openly provoked. Facing the cyan sword, Mo Yunzi neither dodged nor evaded. As black demonic chi coiled around him, he waved his hand and struck out a palm. Bang! The 2 forces collided, and the cyan sword was sent flying over a dozen zhang away. Under the corrosion of the demonic chi, the sword's light dimmed considerably. The reputation of the demon-devouring hand is indeed well-deserved. The tall, thin male cultivator recalled his sword and examined it, his face paling with heartache. In just a single exchange, his spirit tool had been damaged. Hunger. No more probing. Let's attack with full force and destroy this fiend. He roared. Then, together with the beautiful woman, they launched their assault. Their cultivation bases erupted simultaneously, and 2 auras belonging to the late Chi refining stage swept outward. Demon, taste our swords, they shouted in unison. With a flash of light, the long swords in their hands drew close to each other and finally merged into a single massive sword of cyan and red. This was none other than the famed ultimate technique of the twin sword lovers' dual sword unity. They had unleashed their strongest move from the start, clearly intending to end the battle swiftly. A hint of gravity appeared on Mo Yunzi's face. He was at the 8th layer of chi refining, merely one layer higher than the duo. He had naturally heard of the renowned dual sword unity. Do you truly think I fear you? His expression darkened. His eyes shimmered with an eerie violet light, and his aura shifted dramatically as vast quantities of black, demonic chi emanated from him. Facing the twin sword lovers, Mo Yunzi dared not be careless and directly exerted all his power. Both palms shot out as black demonic chi surged wildly, rapidly coalescing into a half-hang-wide black palm print. Then Mo Yunzi thrust the palm print toward the incoming cyanide sword. The next moment, the two forces collided with a thunderous impact. Boom. Amidst a violent cacophony, the cyanide sword flew back, seemingly heavily damaged, splitting directly into two dull, lusterless long swords. What? The twin sword lovers were horrified. With their dual sword unity technique, they had slain many cultivators at the 8th layer of chi refining. Yet now Mo Yunzi had repelled them single-handedly. Cough, cough. Dry coughs came from within the black, demonic chi, which then dispersed to reveal Mo Yunzi. At this moment his face was pale, his hands trembled, and a trace of crimson flowed from the corner of his mouth, his aura feeble. He appeared heavily drained of vitality. Having directly withstood the dual sword unity, he was clearly in a bad state. This beast is injured. The twin sword lovers exchanged a glance upon seeing this. From the moment the fight began, there had been no turning back. Neither was indecisive. With tacit understanding, they decisively activated dual sword unity once more. Swish! The two swords, wreathed in light, barely merged into one entity, and once again streaked through the sky straight for Mo Yunzi. The sword's speed was as swift as lightning. Seeing this, Mo Yunzi no longer dared to withstand it hidden. Without hesitation, he twisted his body and dodged to the side. However, the cyanide sword seemed to have eyes, turning midair to stab directly at Mo Yunzi's brow. Damn it! His face changed drastically. With no time to think, he quickly raised both hands to block in front of him. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Upon collision, the shockwave swept outward, tearing up a layer of the ground near Mo Yunzi and filling the air with dust. Is he dead? Sheng stared intently at the scene. The twin sword lovers also held their breath, their eyes fixed ahead. Having unleashed two powerful attacks in succession, they too were heavily depleted. In a short time, they would likely be unable to activate dual sword unity again. Under the gaze of the three, the smoke cleared, revealing the scene within. Mo Yunzi was kneeling on one knee, panting heavily, his face stained with blood. His palms were covered in wounds, blood streaming down, a gruesome sight. His aura was even more unstable, on the verge of plummeting to its lowest point. To be honest, I only found one secret technique in that cave dwelling. If you truly want it, I'll give it to you. There's no need for killing. Suppressing his pain, Mo Yunzi looked up directly at the twin sword lovers and spoke helplessly. He had always acted domineeringly, viewing low-level cultivators as ants, never imagining he would one day have to humble himself. This man is actually seeking peace. The twin sword lovers were stunned. This beast is at the end of his rope. They exchanged glances, both seeing the unwavering intent to kill in the other's eyes. Strike while the iron is hot. Kill you and the things will still be ours. The next moment they moved again. Swish, swish. They manipulated their spirit swords, encircling Mo Yunzi from left and right. This Mo Yunzi is done for. Having watched the spectacle for so long, Sheng was filled with regret. What a pity, no mutual destruction. He sighed inwardly and was about to turn and leave. You leave me no choice. Faced with their relentless pursuit, Mo Yunzi suddenly stood up, his face twisted with ferocity. Oh, a twist. Sheng stopped and continued to observe from the shadows. Since you covet the foundation establishment inheritance I obtained, I shall demonstrate it to you myself. With a low growl, Mo Yunzi's aura abruptly turned eerie. Behold, this secret art is called soul-devouring flame. As he spoke, a black flame erupted from his body. With its emergence, Mo Yunzi's aura grew increasingly sinister. Illuminated by the flames, his blood-drenched face took on a terrifying aspect, like a demon from hell. Something was amiss. Sheng's eyes widened at the sight. He saw the vegetation around Mo Yunzi wither at a visible pace, touched by the black flames, quickly drying to ash. In mere breaths, it seemed a year had passed. The twin sword lovers, startled by the horrifying scene, halted midair, their faces filled with shock and uncertainty. With a sinister cackle, Mo Yunzi pushed off the ground, soaring rapidly to lunge at the nearest woman in red. Begone! She furrowed her brows, commanding her spiritual sword to slash at Mo Yunzi's neck. Yet he neither dodged nor blocked, charging forward, as if fearless of death. In an instant the sword reached him. A startling scene unfolded upon contact with the black flames, the sword's red glow extinguished, turning dull and plummeting. Holy crap! Hidden in the shadows, Sheng's eyes nearly popped out. The sword, radiant moments ago, was now covered in rust, aged and lifeless. It had become mere mortal iron. With her bonded artifact destroyed, the woman in red paled, spitting blood, her aura plummeting. She stumbled, nearly falling from the sky. Die! The frenzied Mo Yunzi reached her, engulfing her in black flames. She screamed in agony, heart-wrenching. Her fair, delicate face aged and yellowed rapidly, our wrinkles appeared within breaths, and her black hair faded wildly. The once beautiful woman transformed into a withered, old crone. Sheng winced, feeling her bone-deep pain. "Stay back," she cried in pain, retreating, her voice now ancient. "Haha." Mo Yunzi grinned with satisfaction, drawing closer, his black flames blazing like a demon lord descending. Soon, under the black flames, the woman in red collapsed from the sky, her face withered, as if she had died of old age. All this happened in mere breaths. When the male cultivator realized his beloved was already a dried corpse. Hunger. His eyes burned with fury. Staring at Mo Yunzi, his eyes bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead, he seemed mad. "Mo Yunzi, I will tear you apart 1,000 times." He roared with heart-wrenching hatred, his aura surging as he entered a berserk state. A cultivator burning their life force, known as berserking, greatly boosts combat power temporarily, but leaves them weakened, possibly regressing in realm or dying. Desperate. "Do you think I fear you?" Mo Yunzi sneered, charging fearlessly. From the moment he used the soul-devouring flame, he had staked everything. By now, Mo Yunzi's slightly gray hair had turned snow-white, his entire being exuding a decaying aura aged by over a decade. His meager remaining lifespan after this ordeal might only last days. Such was the price of the soul-devouring flame, burning one's own life to consume the enemy's years. A forbidden strike that wounds both sides. Mo Yunzi prepared to die. As his aura peaked, the gaunt male cultivator, holding a cyan spiritual sword, locked onto Mo Yunzi with murderous intent. "Fight on. Beat him to death." Hidden Sheng rejoiced, itching to leap out and cheer them on. But what followed caught him off guard. "I'm out." After his threat, the gaunt cultivator spun, stepping onto his flying sword and shooting away. In a blink, he was 100 meters off. Mo Yunzi stood dumbfounded. Sheng's smile froze. Damn it. Soon his face fell. By coincidence, the gaunt cultivator was heading straight for him. Flee. Too late. Recovering, Mo Yunzi sneered and shot after him, matching his speed, quickly closing in. Mo Yunzi. It was wrong to covet the inheritance, but you've killed my love, oh, let's call it even. The black flames near the gaunt man, desperate, begged. He matched the woman in red strength, and seeing her killed instantly, he was terrified. Heh, your partner walks the yellow springs alone, I'll send you to join her. Mo Yunzi's grin twisted as he sped up. Nearing the black flames, the gaunt man panicked. Then spotting Sheng nearby, his eyes lit up. Fellow cultivator, hold him off. He'll repay you greatly. Damn. Sheng, about to slip away, cursed aloud. With the soul-devouring flame, Mo Yunzi's demonic might sword nearly killing a late chi refining cultivator instantly. How could he dare? This man's intent was sinister. Sheng's gaze turned cold. He hurled a head-sized fireball at the gaunt cultivator. You dare? The latter paled, dodging as the fireball grazed him. But the delay let Missouri Yunzi close in, engulfing him in black flames like the woman before, reducing him to a dried corpse amid screams. Sheng shuddered. Time to bolt. He turned and fled without looking back. It's that brat. Mo Yunzi now noticed him. Seeing Mo Yunzi, and not bowing, but trying to escape. He grinned twistedly and gave chase. Deserves death. After sustaining the soul-devouring flame for so long, Mo Yunzi was spent near death, his mind affected. His speed was extraordinary, outpacing even the berserk gaunt man. Soon he caught up with Sheng. Mo Yunzi hovered, looking down, with malicious purple eyes cackling. Boy, witnessing my soul-devouring flame's power before death. You can die without regret. I bear you no grudge, do I? Sheng asked, puzzled. Kneel before me, or die. Mo Yunzi said with a sinister smile. After sizing him up, Sheng was speechless. He could tell that this man, already severely depleted of vitality, was now on the verge of complete exhaustion after using such a powerful secret technique. Once the technique ceased, sudden death was not impossible. In short, this man intended to drag someone down with him before his end, having no regard for honor or dignity. Damn, ambition truly ruins a man. Sheng regretted his decision. He had thought to play the role of the opportunistic observer, only to find that the prey was lethally poisonous. What to do? Staring intently at the black flames enveloping Mo Yunzi, his mind raced. Even a cultivator at the late Qi refining stage couldn't withstand it perishing in mere breaths. Sheng doubted he could endure long, yet escape was impossible. Lucky lad, come with me on this final journey. This is your honor. Mo Yunzi's lips twisted into a grotesque grin as he lunged forward, surrounded by black flames. Get away. Sheng propelled himself backward, simultaneously forming a green wind blade with a wave of his hand. Whoosh! The blade sliced through the air, instantly reaching Mo Yunzi. The latter ignored it completely, neither dodging nor blocking. Splat! Mo Yunzi's right arm burst apart, blood spraying across half his face, adding to his sinister and terrifying appearance. Is that all you've got? Mo Yunzi's contorted smile remained as his speed never faltered, reaching Sheng in an instant. Damn it! Sheng cursed inwardly. This bastard was utterly reckless, like a dead pig unafraid of scalding water. The eerie black flames were inches away. His expression turned grave as he instantly summoned a water shield. Hiss! A pale blue barrier appeared, successfully blocking the black flames, or so it seemed. Like fire-consuming paper, the blue shield shattered instantly. The flames splashed onto Sheng. He let out a blood-curdling howl, his face twisted in agony. Wah! Mo Yunzi's lips curled in triumphant laughter. His only pleasure in life was watching the agonized expressions of ants beneath him. It brought him immense joy. That's strange. Why does it feel warm? Sheng was baffled. He examined his hand, finding no change, which only deepened his confusion. He had already screamed in anticipation, yet felt no discomfort. Was it an illusion? Glancing around, Sheng confirmed the black flames had indeed touched him. Mo Yunzi stood 3 meters away, hands on his hips, laughing uproariously. Scream. Scream louder. It's music to my ears. Well, Sheng was at a loss for expression. Moi. Noticing his sudden silence, Mo Yunzi looked down in confusion. Their eyes met and silence fell. What's happening? Mo Yunzi grew even more bewildered. Could this brat endure so much? Not a single sound. You're just faking it. Soon Mo Yunzi sneered and stepped forward. The distance between them shrank. Like a ravenous maw, the black flames surged forward, completely engulfing Sheng. Let's see if you can hold out now. Mo Yunzi grinned, his eyes filled with cruel satisfaction. The sudden assault startled Sheng, but he quickly calmed down. Though perplexed, he couldn't help but look pleased. Surrounded by the black flames, it felt like soaking in a hot spring, warm and incredibly comfortable. Mo Yunzi's smile froze. Who am I? What am I doing? His mind went blank. This isn't right. How is this brat enjoying it? Never in his life had Mo Yunzi felt so dumbfounded. Was the problem with him or with me? He began to wonder if this was all an illusion. Not bad. Keep going. Sheng said, stroking his chin with admiration. Mo Yunzi was stunned. Staring at Sheng's youthful face, he slapped himself hard, feeling the searing pain, and fell silent. What was happening to this world? Mo Yunzi doubted his own existence. Was the secret technique I cultivated fake? But no, the tragic fate of the twin sword lovers was still fresh in his mind. This brat is uncanny. Mo Yunzi stared at Sheng with grave intensity. Perhaps because the technique had drained his vitality, the black flames weakened by 30%. Did you skip breakfast? That was pathetic. Sheng complained, looking displeased. How could he tolerate this? Mo Yunzi's face darkened like a bottomless pot. Fine. He laughed in fury. Brat, today I'll show you true agony. With that, Mo Yunzi gritted his teeth and fully activated the secret technique. Boom. Deep abyssal demonic flames erupted around him. Compared to before, the flames were darker and fiercer. Even the stones beneath his feet began to erode and deteriorate, a sight both shocking and horrifying. In response, his sparse black hair rapidly turned white, his skin sagged, and wrinkles covered his face. In moments, Mo Yunzi became a stooped, withered old man on the brink of death. Wrapped in the deep flames, Sheng felt nothing but a greater warmth. Moreover, the flames faded as quickly as they had come. Not only that, but Mo Yunzi was now completely spent, unable to even summon the earlier black flames. Exposed to sunlight once more, Sheng stepped forward with dissatisfaction and shouted, "That was weak. Do it again." He hadn't had his fill. Mo Yunzi looked up with difficulty. It seemed he lacked even the strength to speak. Thud. His lips moved, then his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed onto his back, staring wide-eyed into the void. Anyone versed in lip-reading would understand his final words. I love your mother. Boring. Sheng shrugged, then sent several wind blades to mutilate the corpse. Hope the storage pouch survived. After confirming the man was truly dead, he rubbed his hands together and eagerly approached. After some rummaging, he pulled out a palm-sized embroidered pouch. Holy crap! Jackpot! Opening it, Yang Sheng's eyes widened, and he grinned from ear to ear. The pouch contained a small pile of gleaming spirit stones, dozens of bottles of elixirs, and various trinkets. Rough calculations put the total value at no less than 1,500 spirit stones. This wasn't just Mo Yunzi's hoard. It included the belongings of the twin sword lovers. In the end, I was still the one who reaped the rewards. Too bad about those two spirit swords. The swords wielded by the twin sword lovers were extraordinarily capable of combining into a weapon rivaling a high-grade artifact. Time to leave. This place is too dangerous. Whistling a cheerful tune, Yang Sheng stepped onto his flying sword and soared into the horizon. Delightful. Back in his cave, dwelling, Yang Sheng plopped down and began meticulously counting his gains, a look of pure satisfaction on his face. 996 spirit stones, 10 bottles of chi replenishing pills, 3 bottles of rejuvenation elixirs. Besides these items, there were also a few jade slips, one of which contained a complete blueprint for forging spirit swords. The azure and crimson twin swords forged from materials of yin and yang attributes respectively. When a man and woman wield them together, the swords can merge, greatly amplifying their power. Forging materials. After reading the instructions, Yang Sheng lost all interest. The twin sword fusion was indeed formidable, capable of defeating foes of higher cultivation, but it required a Dao partner to accompany him. He'll find a chance to sell it. Shaking his head, Yang Sheng set the jade slip aside. The soul-slaying art, a demonic cultivation method. Once mastered, a single palm strike can disperse an opponent's spiritual energy, boasting immense power and a significant advantage in single combat. However, if the Dao heart is unstable, cultivation can easily lead to corrosion by demonic qi affecting the mind and turning one bloodthirsty. No wonder that Mo Yunzi seemed like a terminal lunatic. He must have primarily cultivated this soul-slaying art. Tossing the jade slip aside, Yang Sheng looked disgusted. Isn't a person's foundation their unique will? If even one's mind is affected, is that still the original self? He would never touch such cultivation methods. One left. His gaze fell upon the final jade slip, and Yang Sheng's eyes grew profound. Unlike the previous two, this jade slip was pitch black, exuding an ominous and eerie aura, as if a warning from its predecessor for the receiver to treat its contents with caution. Taking a deep breath, Yang Sheng picked up the black jade slip and pressed it to his brow. Rumble. A flood of scriptures surged into his mind. After a long while, Yang Sheng opened his eyes and murmured to himself, the soul-devouring secret art, a heaven-tier low-grade technique of the Wind and Rain Pavilion. It allows one to burn their own life essence to summon the soul-devouring annihilation flame, scorching an enemy's lifespan, an extreme life-for-life move. Damn, this technique is great. Yang Sheng's eyes lit up and joy spread across his face. Trade life for life. He lacked many things, but life was not one of them. This soul-devouring secret art was practically tailor-made for him. No wonder that Mo Yunzi died of old age, and no wonder I came out unscathed. The doubts Yang Sheng had earlier were now all cleared up. Possessing the longevity body with an infinite lifespan, there was no way Mo Yunzi could have burned him to death. That Mo Yunzi died too tragically. Thinking back, Yang Sheng almost felt sympathy for him. Good heavens, he intended to trade life for life, but his opponent had the longevity body. If Mo Yunzi learned this in the underworld, he'd probably be resurrected from sheer rage. Mo Yunzi, you're a true benefactor, delivering such a powerful secret art to me. One day I'll erect a tombstone for you. Yang Sheng stroked his chin, immensely pleased. Born of humble origins, he was scarce of techniques, and spells and combat had always been his weakness. Although Yang Sheng disliked conflict and intended to lie low forever, who could predict the future? One day he might be forced into a deadly tribulation with no way out. Thus Yang Sheng had been troubled for a long time. Now the soul-devouring secret art perfectly compensated for his lack of combat methods. Time to cultivate. After rejoicing for a long while, he calmed down slightly, closed his eyes, and began to comprehend the soul-devouring secret art. The technique was immensely powerful, but had severe side effects, making it easy to cultivate. A few days later. From now on, if anyone dares mess with me, I'll transform into a dark super scion and burn them to death. Gazing at his hands enveloped in black flames, Yang Sheng revealed a maniacal grin. Half an hour later, at Chongqing Market, Yang Sheng's figure appeared before the market. Compared to decades ago, he now walked with his chest out and his head high, exuding confidence. Even facing latest-stage chi refining cultivators, he remained unfazed. With the secret art mastered, and his cultivation at the peak of the 6th layer. Yang Sheng now had this confidence. "I'm invincible anyway, so do as you please." As for seizing a better cave dwelling now that his purse was full, he planned to break through to the 7th layer of Qi refining first. That would be safer. Soon Yang Sheng arrived at a lavishly decorated 2-story shop, the Spirit Herb Pavilion. Why lavish? Simple. The guards here were all latest-stage Qi refining cultivators. Even though Yang Sheng was oblivious to worldly affairs, he had heard of the Spirit Herb Pavilion's fame, rumored to be backed by various major cultivation sects. Inside, the first floor was filled with ordinary pills, such as those for restoring spiritual energy or healing wounds. Yang Sheng didn't spare them a glance and swaggered toward the stairs leading to the 2nd floor. A guard stood there. Without waiting for him to speak, Yang Sheng directly handed over 100 spirit stones. "Please, sir." The guard immediately broke into a smile and stepped aside. "Oomph." Yang Sheng let out a cold, displeased snort. In the past, when he came to broaden his horizons, this same guard had given him many scornful looks and blocked his way due to his low cultivation and poverty. Mortals think cultivators are ethereal and detached from worldly desires, but they don't know that cultivators are even more pragmatic. Yang Sheng sighed silently as he ascended the stairs. Compared to the 1st floor, the 2nd floor had far fewer goods, but of much higher quality. For instance, the explosive spirit pill could stimulate a cultivator's spiritual energy, boosting it by 30% for a short time, with only a brief period of weakness afterward. "Shopkeeper, I want top-grade Qi-gathering pills." Yang Sheng cut straight to the point. "Top-grade Qi-gathering pills, 150 spirit stones each. How many does the customer need?" The shopkeeper responded with a beaming smile. 150 spirit stones each. "With all due respect, that's outright robbery." Yang Sheng's face showed clear dissatisfaction as he spoke bluntly. Before coming, he had specifically inquired and learned that top-grade Qi-gathering pills usually cost 100 spirit stones each. This man was asking for a 50% markup. There was no way he would be cheated like that. The shopkeeper unfazed chuckled and said, "Special times call for special prices. I hope you can understand, fellow Taoist. Special times. What day is it today? Is it double 11? Because you're giving a 15% discount." Yang Sheng sneered. "Double 11? What the hell is that?" The shopkeeper was baffled but didn't dwell on it. He patiently explained, "It seems you've only recently emerged from seclusion and are unaware of the situation around here. Not long ago, a rogue cultivator of the demonic path appeared in the Chongqing mountain range. The renowned twin sword heroes and the soul-slaying hand, Mo, Yunzi, all fell to that person, drained of their vital essence, their deaths gruesome. Now the Chongqing rogue cultivator community is in a state of panic. Many cultivators are seeking protection or trying to enhance their strength, and some have even fled to other places. Haven't you noticed how much quieter the market is than usual? Many fellow Taoists, fearing that life-draining fiend, rarely even leave their cave dwellings." Oh. Hearing this, Yang Sheng finally realized that the market was indeed much less crowded today. But what was this life-draining fiend business? He was speechless inside. However, thinking back, Mo, Yunzi, and the others had all died from their lifespans being burned away, which looked very similar to having their vital essence drained. It was understandable that people would misunderstand. "In that case, give me 3. Yang Sheng waved his hand magnanimously. Generous, sir." The shopkeeper's smile brightened considerably. Soon the transaction was completed. Another greenhorn. Watching his retreating figure, the shopkeeper's smile faded. He took out a jade slip and sent a message. "I want half of what that person has. Remember, don't reveal your identity. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences." On the other side. After leaving the market, Yang Sheng strolled leisurely through the mountain forest, admiring the scenery while pondering 450 spirit stones. Enough to lure a big fish. This place is not bad. As he passed by a small river, Yang Sheng's eyes flickered. He stopped, sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes tightly, and assumed the posture of earnest cultivation. Is this kid thickhead? About 100 meters behind him, perched on the lush branch of a large tree, a masked man in black found this speechless. Who cultivates in the wild like this? Could it be a trap? The man in black eyed him suspiciously. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to observe a little longer. Time ticked by, yet Yang Sheng remained as still as Mount Tai. This brat is actually cultivating. Sensing the spiritual energy swirling around him, slowly drawn into his body, the man in black was utterly bewildered. Just then Yang Sheng opened his eyes. He slapped his storage pouch and retrieved a crystalline pill exuding a dense aura of spiritual energy. Then, under the watchful gaze of the man in black, Yang Sheng tilted his head back and swallowed it in one gulp. A high-grade Qi-gathering pill. This kid plans to break through here. The man in black was utterly astounded. Where did this arrogant second-generation heir come from, completely unaware of the dangers of the world, breaking through in the wild with no one to guard him? Wasn't this pure suicide? Whoosh. At that moment, the spiritual energy around Sheng suddenly boiled, surging from all directions toward his location, stirring up fierce gusts of wind. This was a precursor to a breakthrough. Hehehe. Naive and foolish boy, today your uncle will teach you a good lesson. Never let your guard down. Seeing this, the man in black was delighted. Once a breakthrough began, it could not be stopped, or it would trigger a backlash of spiritual energy, leading at best to severe injuries and a drop in cultivation level, at worst instant death. Lucky day, running into such a simpleton. A smug grin on his face, a dark gleam flashed in his hand, and a chilling dagger appeared. With a leap, he bounded forward, rapidly closing in on Sheng, aiming straight for his head. Confident he had Sheng under control, he acted without caution, not even bothering to conceal his killing intent. The fish had taken the bait. Feeling the icy, murderous aura behind him, Sheng curled his lips, slightly ready to unleash the devouring essence art. Swish! Suddenly, a beam of cyan light shot from the side, targeting the man in black. Startled, he twisted midair, raising his dagger to block in a hasty defense. Boom! A violent collision ensued. Amidst the explosion of spiritual energy, the man in black stumbled back repeatedly. Who goes there? He steadied himself, his eyes dark and murderous, glaring in that direction. The cyan light swirled in the air a few times before returning to a withered palm, the radiance dissipating to reveal a staff within. The Azure Mystic Staff. You are the Azure Mystic Elder. Staring at the uninvited guest, the man in black furrowed his brow and spat out the words coldly. The Azure Mystic Elder, a latest-stage chi refining cultivator, was well known in the Chongqing loose cultivator circle. You old relic, why aren't you holed up in your cave waiting for death? What are you doing out here? The man in black taunted. The Azure Mystic Elder had been famous for years, but had failed to break through to Foundation establishment, and his time was running short. Last night I observed the stars and felt a resonance. This young friend is fated to meet me, so I came to see him. The Azure Mystic Elder stroked his long beard, pointing at Sheng with a genial expression. Bullshit. Robbery is robbery. Don't dress it up so prettily. The man in black burst into curses. Clearly the near ambush had put him in a foul mood. You're asking for death. At such insults, the Azure Mystic Elder's expression instantly darkened. He raised his hand slightly. The Azure Mystic Staff gleamed, emitting a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy. Think I'm afraid of you? The man in black was not to be outdone, activating his own spiritual artifact poised for a fight. Fine. A mere chi refining 8th layer dares to act arrogant before me. It seems I've been idle too long, and no one remembers my might. The Azure Mystic Elder laughed in fury, his aura growing increasingly formidable. Stop your posturing, you old fossil. You've got one foot in the grave. How much vitality do you have left? If you're itching for an early reincarnation, I'll grant you that wish today. The man in black sneered dismissively. Despite his words, his eyes betrayed caution as he took 2 steps back, ready to flee at the first sign of trouble. After all, the Azure Mystic Elder was a master at the great perfection of chi refining, demanding respect. The Azure Mystic Elder fumed, his beard bristling, yet his expression wavered with hesitation. Indeed, as the man had said, his end was near, and his vitality was nearly depleted. The more he fought, the sooner he would die. Otherwise, given his usual temper, he would have attacked long ago instead of wasting words. Seeing this, the man in black felt greatly reassured. The Azure Mystic Elder, known for his domineering ways, was being so tolerant today. Clearly, he was truly on his last legs. Old thing, hurry back to your cave to live out your days and die of old age. Otherwise, you'll end up rotting in the wilderness. The man in black deliberately taunted. The Azure Mystic Elder's expression shifted, alternating between pale and flushed, clearly seething. After a moment of inner turmoil, his face inexplicably calmed. He turned and walked away without a word. He's leaving just like that. The man in black was taken aback. The Azure Mystic Elder seemed to have truly given up, not even looking back. TCH. The man in black grinned smugly. Old relic, no matter how fierce and overbearing you once were, now you're still bowing to me. After his moment of triumph, his gaze returned to Sheng. What a pity. Sensing the commotion behind him, Sheng sighed inwardly. The two hadn't ended up fighting after all. If one had died, it would have been great. If both had perished together, that would have been even better. Kid, surrender obediently, hand over your storage pouch, and I might spare your life. The man in black chuckled coldly, about to strike Sheng with his blade. Sheng smirked inwardly, ready to unleash his secret art. Just then, another unexpected turn occurred. From the bushes behind the man in black, a sharp cyan light shot out. At such close range the man couldn't react in time. His chest was easily pierced, and crimson blood gushed forth instantly, turning the scene gruesome. Who? Clutching his wound tightly, the man in black turned his head with difficulty, only to see an old man in a green robe slowly emerge. It was the Azure Mystic Elder. How is this possible? The thought flashed through his mind as he turned to flee without a second thought. Thinking of running now? Too late. The Azure Mystic Elder gave chase swiftly, his legs moving like the wind. Struck by the earlier blow, the man in black was gravely injured, his condition deteriorating rapidly. Within moments he was caught. Do you dare kill me? Do you know my identity? Facing the Azure Mystic Elder's murderous intent, he shouted desperately. With his life on the line, he had nothing left to lose. What identity? Aren't you just a dog of the Spirit Herb Pavilion? What feeling proud of being a dog? The Azure Mystic Elder sneered openly. Did you think your little schemes at the Spirit Herb Pavilion could fool me? Yeah. The man in black was momentarily speechless. Didn't you leave just now? He asked, his voice filled with resentment. Enough chatter. Die. Growing impatient, the Azure Mystic Elder struck, crushing the man's head with a single palm strike. Fool. Can't even see through my illusionary clone, yet you dare act so arrogantly. Glancing at the corpse, he scoffed disdainfully. Damn. Truly, the older the more cunning. This bastard was utterly devious. From the Azure Mystic Elder's departure to the man in black's death, a mere 5 seconds had passed. This sudden turn of events sent chills down Yang Sheng's spine. Enough. Stop pretending, boy. Do you think you can fool me? After finishing his search of the corpse, Qingxian Elder's murky gaze fell upon Yang Sheng, his voice cold. Yang Sheng remained silent, as if he hadn't heard. Do you take me for that fool? Qingxian Elder sneered coldly, speaking bluntly. You deliberately flaunted your wealth at the Spirit Herb Pavilion earlier, and now you're secluding yourself in this desolate wilderness. Aren't you just trying to bait someone? Forgive my bluntness, but I grew tired of such paltry tricks 50 years ago. His words dripped with disdain. Damn it. Could this old coot be holding a script or something? Yang Sheng grumbled inwardly. Since he had been seen, through continuing the act would be nothing but self-deception. He let out a long sigh, slowly rose to his feet, and then spat out a crystalline pill, a top-grade chi-gathering pill. He had merely pretended to consume it earlier to deceive the black-clad man. You're quite clever, boy. Had we met 20 years earlier, I might have taken you as my disciple. Qingxian Elder scrutinized Yang Sheng from head to toe, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Senior, your experience and insight are truly admirable. Yang Sheng praised sincerely. When it came to scheming against others, he had to admit he was no match for this old man before him. Changing the subject, Yang Sheng asked, May I ask what Senior intends to do? Hand over your storage pouch obediently, and he'll spare your life. Qingxian Elder said with a chuckle, hands clasped behind his back. Yang Sheng's face immediately showed reluctance. Well, I'm afraid I cannot comply. He was wary of this cunning old fox, and considered retreating, but that didn't mean he would let the other do as he pleased. Seeing this, Qingxian Elder narrowed his eyes. Anyone who baited a black-clad man and didn't flee was either a fool or truly capable, and he didn't think Yang Sheng was the former. Avoid conflict if possible. After a moment of deep thought, Qingxian Elder stroked his beard and said, How about this? He'll make a concession. Hand over the 3 top-grade chi-gathering pills you bought earlier, and he'll withdraw. Deal. You call that a concession? Yang Sheng looked baffled. Especially seeing Qingxian Elder's expression of him being very reasonable, he was momentarily at a loss for words. Could this man have cultivated a face-thickening art? His skin is unnaturally thick. What? Unwilling. Qingxian Elder raised an eyebrow and sneered. I've given you a graceful way out. Don't be ungrateful. Ungrateful? Yang Sheng's expression grew even more peculiar. He put on a look of sincere admiration, cupped his hands, and said, Senior's audacity is truly rare in this world. I bow to your skill. Fine. Qingxian Elder's face darkened as he said sinisterly, Since you want comply, I'll just take it myself. As he spoke, his aura shifted, and the formidable pressure of a chi-refining great perfection cultivator erupted. The force was so overwhelming that Yang Sheng's mind trembled, and he nearly lost his footing. Compared to his opponent, his cultivation was still far too low. Qingxian Elder began to chant under his breath as the Science Spirit artifact in his hand floated into the air, glowing brightly and expanding rapidly, dazzling to the eye. Go! He raised his hand and waved, and the Science Spirit staff twisted midair, shooting straight toward Yang Sheng. The latter, with a grave expression, dared not be careless and quickly conjured a water shield before him. With a tearing sound, the Qingxian staff, brimming with spiritual energy, pierced through the blue water shield in an instant. The sharp cyan light was mere inches away. Yang Sheng's expression shifted, and without hesitation, he activated the devouring origin art. With a roar, eerie black flames erupted. Crackling sounds followed as the Qingxian staff was engulfed. Its spiritual energy instantly ignited, burning fiercely as its light rapidly dimmed. Just like the twin blades of yin and yang before, the once glowing spirit staff withered in the blink of an eye. However, unlike the former Qingxian elder with his profound cultivation, sensed something amiss and quickly recalled the staff. At this moment, the Qingxian staff was scorched black on the surface, resembling a matchstick. More critically, its spiritual essence had been massively drained, emitting an aura weaker than even a low-grade magic tool. In an instant, a top-grade magic tool was nearly destroyed, little better than ordinary iron. This, after a thorough inspection, his face turned ashen. What use is this iron rod now? So powerful. In contrast, Yang Sheng was both shocked and delighted. With such strength, you can't be unknown. Who exactly are you? Tossing the iron rod aside in fury, Qingxian elder demanded harshly. I am who I am, Yang Sheng said, hands on his hips, speaking nonsense with a straight face. Damn it. Qingxian elder ground his teeth in anger, but dared not act rashly. He was truly frightened. A top-grade magic tool destroyed in an instant. Such a technique was unheard of. This man is sinister. Can't confront him, Heathen. Qingxian elder hesitated, slowly backing away, considering a temporary retreat. This old coot is about to run. Yang Sheng grew anxious. Not only had the other witnessed his devouring origin art, but more importantly, the man carried 2 treasure chests. His mind raced, and with a sudden idea, he turned pale, spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura weakening and his spirit flagging. My. Qingxian elder, who had been focused on fleeing, involuntarily stopped. Old age always makes one forgetful. He slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing. This kid is only at the 6th layer of qi refining. How could unleashing such an extraordinary secret art come without a cost? Observing Yang Sheng closely, Qingxian elder's eyes burned with greed. How could he not covet such a powerful art? Boy, you put on a good act. You almost scared me. Qingxian elder's gaze flickered as he approached with a cold smirk. You can try, Yang Sheng said, wiping the blood from his lips, meeting his eyes without fear. Is this kid bluffing? Or? Qingxian elder halted, staring hard at Yang Sheng, his expression wavering. Without a certain degree of certainty, he wasn't willing to risk his life. And so by the small river the two stood face to face, their expressions varied, neither daring to make the first move. The scene fell silent. Forget it. He'll settle accounts with this kid later. After an unknown stretch of time, Qingxian elder finally suppressed his killing intent and prepared to leave. The earlier incident had left a shadow on his mind, robbing him of his usual ruthlessness and decisiveness. This old coot is so cautious. Yang Sheng cursed inwardly. With a resolute heart, he deliberately agitated his internal energy, causing his qi to surge violently. Blood spurted from his mouth. Yang Sheng coughed up a large gush of blood, his face growing even paler, his aura plummeting as he nearly stumbled and fell. His expression changed and he turned to flee. This kid is done for. Qingxian elder's eyes lit up as he gave chase. With a significant gap in cultivation and Yang Sheng's weakened state, he was quickly caught up. Boy, you were putting on quite a show earlier. Why stop now? After overtaking Yang Sheng, Qingxian elder crossed his arms and taunted. Senior, we have no grievances. Why persist like this? Yang Sheng smiled bitterly. We indeed have no enmity. But I showed you mercy earlier and gave you a chance you didn't take. Don't blame me. With that, Qingxian elder lunged forward, extending a claw like an eagle's talon, a sinister grin on his face. Hand it over. In that instant, black flames suddenly erupted from Yang Sheng's body. With a scream the moment he touched the black flames, Qingxian elder let out a blood-curdling shriek. In just a second, the already ancient man was reduced to little more than a dried corpse. In his final moment before death, Qingxian elder struggled to lift his head, meeting Yang Sheng's gaze brimming with mockery. He roared in fury and grief. You tricked me. Thankfully, the soul-devouring flame didn't destroy the storage pouches or ID, be at a huge loss. Casting a wind blade to ensure the corpse wouldn't rise again, Yang Sheng swiftly approached the body of Elder Qingxian. After a quick rummage, he cheerfully pulled out 2 storage pouches. I've struck it rich. Opening the storage pouches, Yang Sheng's grin widened uncontrollably. Compared to Imo Yunzi and the others, Elder Qingchuan's belongings were far more substantial. Combined, the 2 pouches yielded over 2,000 spirit stones in ready currency. Including the various elixirs and manuals, the total value exceeded 3,000. This black-clad man turned out to be a dog of the Spirit Herb Pavilion. Truly a despicable organization. He had come this time to purchase qi-gathering pills, spending lavishly with the intention of fishing for leads, but never expected to hook a fish from the Spirit Herb Pavilion. That pavilion master is definitely suspicious. After finishing the looting, Yang Sheng pondered for a moment, then kicked Elder Qingquan's desiccated corpse toward the river while casting a fireball. The body was struck midair by the fireball, instantly cremated. A shower of ash scattered, merging into the river. No trace of the body remained. As for the black-clad man's corpse, Yang Sheng dismissed it with a glance. Since he hadn't killed that one, leaving the body might serve to confuse the enemy. Time to get out of here. With everything handled, Yang Sheng dusted himself off and soared into the sky on his flying sword. Qi Refinement Layer 7. Time to break through. Soon Yang Sheng returned to his cave dwelling and immediately began seclusion. After a brief moment of breath regulation, he took out a high-grade Qi-gathering pill and swallowed it in one gulp. Rumble. The elixir entered his body, instantly transforming into a vast surge of dense spiritual energy. Yang Sheng calmed his mind and frantically circulated the longevity art. His dantian, as if parched for too long, greedily devoured this spiritual energy. As the abundant spiritual energy flowed, the seventh strand of pure primordial spiritual energy began to take shape. The medicinal power was being consumed rapidly. When the seventh strand of primordial spiritual energy was half-formed, the medicinal power nearly ran dry. Good thing I came prepared. Without hesitation, Yang Sheng produced another high-grade Qi-gathering pill and shoved it into his mouth. With renewed momentum, the primordial spiritual energy continued to condense steadily. After an unknown stretch of time, Yang Sheng abruptly opened his eyes, a sharp beam of spiritual light shooting forth. His entire aura shifted, exuding the formidable presence of the late Qi refinement stage. Qi Refinement Layer 7. Success. Rubbing his chin, Yang Sheng's face was wreathed in smiles. At Layer 7, he was considered a minor expert in the Chongqing Rogue Cultivator world. But it took 3 high-grade Qi-gathering pills to break through to Layer 7. My 5 elements spiritual root truly is trash. A waste root indeed. Yang Sheng shook his head, sighing in exasperation. An ordinary Qi Refinement Layer 6 cultivator couldn't possibly squander so many spirit stones. Most would probably be stuck at the latest stage bottleneck for life. After a moment of reflection, Yang Sheng focused his mind, and several jade slips appeared in his hand. These were discovered in the storage pouches of Elder Qingxian and the black-clad man. Oh, after a careful examination, discarding the useless ones, he was left with 2 jade slips. The Qingyang bone-shifting art, consisting of 13 layers corresponding to the 10 layers of Qi refinement and the 3 stages of foundation establishment. Upon cultivation, it allows one to shift bones and alter appearance. This art is excellent. Yang Sheng was overjoyed. He had been worrying about the lack of a method to change his appearance. After all, if he kept his youthful face, it might attract unwanted attention from sharp-eyed observers and cause trouble. Mortal disguise techniques were nothing but self-deception before cultivators. Cultivators usually recognized each other by sensing their aura. Appearance was just a facade. Excellent. With this Qingyang bone-shifting art paired with the Qi concealment art, I can change my identity at will. In an instant, countless ideas flooded Yang Sheng's mind, his eyes gleaming with excitement. After his elation subsided, he immediately began to comprehend the art. Switching cultivation methods was far easier than starting anew. With his foundation at Qi Refinement Layer 7, the conversion of his power proceeded swiftly. A month later, inside the cave dwelling, Yang Sheng sat cross-legged, utterly still. Compared to a month ago, he seemed completely unchanged. But those with a keen sense of spiritual energy would notice that the Qi around him had all turned azure. This was the external manifestation of the art. If I go out and fight someone now, would they think I'm Elder Qingxian? Opening his eyes, Yang Sheng smiled faintly as he watched the azure spiritual energy rising and falling in his hand. With a thought, a series of crackling sounds echoed as the bones in his face began to shift slowly. He eventually transformed into a plain-looking young man. If anyone familiar with Elder Qingxian saw this, they would surely exclaim in shock. This was unmistakably a younger version of Elder Qingxian. He, conjuring a water mirror, Yang Sheng stroked his non-existent beard and cackled eerily. He looked like a miniature incarnation of Qingxian. As long as I don't flaunt this before a cultivator a full major realm above me, the chances of my identity being exposed are nearly zero. Striking a few poses, Yang Sheng smirked in satisfaction. After a long moment of delight, his gaze fell upon the other jade slip. It contained a secret technique called Spiritual Shadow Clone, which once cultivated could condense an illusory spiritual energy doppelganger. The doppelganger was controlled by the original body and had almost no combat power, useful only for confusing enemies. It's not hard to cultivate, and it might come in handy later. Recalling the fate of the black-clad man, Yang Sheng finally decided to cultivate it. After all, more skills never hurt. Half a month passed. Fellow Taoist, please. Pleased. Inside the cave, Yang Sheng sat facing himself, toasting each other. This spiritual shadow clone is identical in form and spirit to the summoner. Without a fight, it's hard to tell them apart, without careful observation. Gazing at his doppelganger across from him, Yang Sheng's eyes sparkled with wonder. But if the clone is destroyed, he'll have to condense a new one. That's a real hassle. He shook his head regretfully. Now that I've broken through to the late Qi refinement stage, the spiritual energy here is as thin as water to me. I need to find a better cultivation environment quickly. Yang Sheng's expression turned serious. Moreover, he had recently noticed that even the one-pattern grass was showing signs of stunted growth. Clearly, it was due to insufficient spiritual energy. Come to think of it, if every remote backwater could yield heavenly treasures, rare spirit herbs would be as common as weeds. I can't delay seizing a new cave dwelling any longer, but before that. Half a day later, a strikingly handsome young man stood before the cave. This face is decent, just a tiny bit less handsome than my past life self. Gazing at the unfamiliar reflection in the water mirror, Yang Sheng nodded in satisfaction. He had spent this half-day sculpting his face in the cave. After all, handsomeness is a lifelong pursuit, not to be taken lightly. After leaving his cave dwelling, Yang Sheng sped deep into the Chongqing mountain range, his aura at the 7th layer of Qi refining undisguised. Most cultivators he encountered along the way showed reverence and actively made way for him. The 7th layer of Qi refining was considered elite in the Chongqing mountain range. Seeing this, Yang Sheng gazed at the horizon, filled with emotion. Decades ago, when he was still a weakling at the 1st layer of Qi refining, he had to fly close to the ground while traveling. He feared angering any cultivator by flying over their cave dwelling. Now he had no such qualms. Damn, I really wish I could just hide until I reached the transformation deity stage, then fly over those major sects every day just to show off. Standing on his flying sword, Yang Sheng thought regretfully. Having been in the cultivation world for decades, he had a rough understanding of the current state of affairs. In the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation world, the Liu sect was the undisputed overlord, even possessing nascent soul cultivators. The entire Chongqing cultivation force was nothing but ants before them. They'll have to visit the Liu sect when I get the chance. Needless to say, the Liu sect's mountain gate must be located at the best spirit vein in the Zhao Kingdom. With these thoughts, Yang Sheng soon arrived at the central region of the Chongqing mountain range. The spiritual energy concentration here is at least 50% higher than the outer area. After sensing it carefully, he concluded with satisfaction. Which one should I take? Hovering in midair, Yang Sheng looked around, picking out a lucky target. The cultivators here were mostly at the 4th to 6th layers of Qi refining, the mid-stage of Qi refining. The outer area of the Chongqing mountain range was where early-stage Qi refining cultivators resided. In the depths, naturally no one was below the 7th layer of Qi refining. Yang Sheng had no intention of going deep. After all, why clash heat in with latest-stage cultivators when he could bully the weak in the central area? He wasn't afraid, but there was no need. At least until he reached the 9th layer of Qi refining, Yang Sheng had no plans to venture into the depths of the Chongqing mountain range. Stability was his highest principle. In flight, Yang Sheng caught a glimpse of a back figure. He'll take this one. He flew over without hesitation. May I ask what business the senior has? The man, sensing his approach, immediately showed a respectful expression. Kid, you're in luck. I've taken a liking to your cave dwelling. He'll give you an hour to pack up and get out. Yang Sheng said, hands on his hips without a hint of politeness. Wang Teng was stunned. Senior, are you serious? He asked, bewildered. Do you think I have the leisure to joke with you? Seeing his serious demeanor, Wang Teng's face darkened, and he cursed inwardly. Damn it. A latest-stage Qi refining cultivator like you should be looking for a better cave in the depths. Why come here? Suppressing his urge to curse, Wang Teng asked reluctantly, Senior, have I offended you in some way? No. Then why? Simple. Your back resembles that of one of my enemies. I find it displeasing, Yang Sheng said with utter seriousness. That fleeting glance had reminded him of Chun Guang, stirring up unpleasant memories. Wang Teng's face twitched. Despite the heat, he trembled with rage, his hands and feet icy cold. Can't you be human? In an instant, he cursed Yang Sheng's ancestors for 18 generations. I understand. Wang Teng's 1,000 words turned into a helpless sigh. There was no choice. With inferior cultivation, he had to bow his head. What was a cave dwelling compared to his life? Huh. Well done, Senior. I've long disliked this man too. Just then a rough voice came from the side. Yang Sheng looked over and saw a burly man with a dark face approaching them, his expression full of schadenfreude as he looked at Wang Teng. You. Wang Teng's face darkened instantly at the sight of the newcomer. There was clearly a rift between them. Who are you? Yang Sheng asked the burly man, puzzled. For some reason the man felt familiar. Heh, I am Hu Hansen, greetings senior. The burly man cupped his hands slightly and grinned. Hu Hansen. Hearing the name, Yang Sheng suddenly understood. Wasn't this the man who had called him a coward in the market 40 years ago? In an instant Yang Sheng's gaze toward him changed. He was generous in many ways, but his heart was small, and he held grudges. Hu Hansen is it? Where is your cave dwelling? Senior, my cave is nearby. Once you move in, you are welcome to visit often. Hu Hansen said cheerfully. No need. Let's go now? Yang Sheng said imperiously. Huh. Hu Hansen was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Since the senior wishes to grace my humble abode, how could I not welcome you? Senior, follow me. With that he turned and led the way. Yang Sheng followed unhurriedly. What was this man up to? Wang Tung watched utterly bewildered. After a moment's hesitation, he followed as well. Your cave is quite nice. Yang Sheng nodded in satisfaction as he surveyed the interior. The cave wasn't large, but it was small yet complete. It had an alchemy room, a forging room, a meditation chamber, a planting room, and everything else. Huh. I'm glad the senior is pleased. Hu Hansen said with some pride. This cave was the fruit of years of hard work. All right, you can leave now. From today, this cave is mine. Yang Sheng waved his hand, dismissively, acting as if he already owned the place. Hu Hansen's smile froze instantly. Senior, are you joking? What do you think? Yang Sheng's eyes turned cold, and he pressed down with an overwhelming aura. He looked ready to fight at the slightest disagreement. Seeing he was serious, Hu Hansen was furious. Didn't you just take Wang Tang's cave? Why are you after mine? I changed my mind. I don't want his cave anymore. Is there a problem? Yang Sheng crossed his arms and looked at him sideways. 40 years had passed, and this man had also cultivated to the peak of the 6th layer of qi refining, but it was useless. Hu Hansen was speechless. Fine. Senior, wait a moment. I'll go pack my things. After sulking for a long while, he sighed helplessly. Pack. Everything here is mine. What are you packing? Yang Sheng asked in confusion. At these words, Hu Hansen exploded, glaring at him with indignation. Senior, this is robbery. Just setting up this cave had cost him over 1,000 spirit stones, not to mention the immense effort. Nonsense. Can robbery make money this fast? Yang Sheng's lips curled into a smirk, his expression teasing his mood greatly improved. Serves you right for running your mouth back then. Hu Hansen was aggrieved, his chest hair trembling with rage. I understand. After fuming for a while, he finally relented. Spirit stones could be earned again, but life was irreplaceable. Though he was gnashing his teeth with hatred, he dared not act out. And so Hu Hansen slunk away. Good. Wang Tung, who had witnessed everything, breathed a sigh of relief. His cave was safe. But soon a strange expression crossed his face. This senior is far too whimsical. No wonder there are so many bandit cultivators in the cultivation world. Spirit stones come this fast. Pacing around the cave dwelling, taking in all the arrangements, Yang Sheng couldn't contain his delight. Hu Hansen had already set up the basic facilities such as an alchemy furnace, essentially transferring a fully furnished cave dwelling directly to him. How satisfying. Time to move. After rejoicing for a good while, Yang Sheng returned to his previous cave dwelling and packed up everything. What drew his attention most was naturally the patterned grass. As soon as he arrived at the new cave dwelling, Yang Sheng eagerly planted it. Indeed, the denser the spiritual energy, the faster spirit herbs grow. After observing for 2 days, he noticed that one patterned grass, which had stopped growing, showed signs of revival. At this rate, perhaps it won't take 300 years to evolve into a 4-patterned grass. Yang Sheng secretly looked forward to it. Senior, Wang Ting seeks an audience. A voice sounded from outside. It's you. What is it? Stepping out of the cave dwelling, Yang Sheng faced the young man with a calm expression. Nothing much. I've recently brewed some spiritual wine and hope you won't refuse it. Wang Tung presented a flask emitting spiritual energy, his face tinged with flattery. Yang Sheng shot him an unexpected glance. This man, impeccably dressed and with a serious demeanor, turned out to be a sycophant. Still, he liked it. Much obliged. Yang Sheng took the flask and nodded slightly. How satisfying it was to have high cultivation. Just standing there, all sorts of bootlickers came knocking on their own. As long as it didn't endanger his life, he would have to cultivate even harder in the future. He made a silent resolve. I'm glad you like it, senior. Wang Tung breathed a sigh of relief. His main fear was that Yang Sheng might take a dislike to his back or suddenly covet his cave dwelling, so he came early to curry favor and boost his standing. Sour, sweet, cool, and refreshing. Not bad. Back in the cave dwelling, Yang Sheng took a small sip of the spiritual wine, smacking his lips in appraisal. Time to cultivate. After half a day of leisure, Yang Sheng's expression turned serious as he began meditating. His experiences over the years had shown him the truth of the cultivation world. It was all about strength. And even if you stayed low-key and kept a low profile, there was no guarantee some deranged heretic cultivator wouldn't target you. Thus, it was essential to master formidable power. Having just moved to the new cave-dwelling, Sheng immediately went into seclusion. He decided to push straight through to the great perfection of qi refining. But as fate would have it, within a month a streak of spiritual light pierced the sky and flew into the cave. Sheng, who had been sitting in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes and reached out to grab it. The spiritual light dissipated, revealing a jade talisman inside. A sound transmission jade talisman. Could it be Wang Tong? Sheng was puzzled as he pressed the jade talisman to his forehead. A cold, overbearing voice echoed in his mind. I am Guang. I hear you've taken over fellow Taoist Hus cave dwelling. I hope you'll do me the favor and find another place. Was Hu Hansan connected to Guang? Sheng was taken aback. This Guang, just like decades ago, acts tyrannically and treats others like ants. Soon he sneered coldly. Did Guang think he could make him leave with just a single sentence? Did he think he was a Foundation establishment cultivator? Sheng's expression was disdainful as he tightened his grip. The jade talisman shattered with a crack, scattering into fragments. Guang, just show yourself, and it'll settle old and new scores. I'll make sure you never return. A cold gleam flashed in Sheng's eyes. Then, calming his mind, he continued his seclusion. A month later, two figures appeared outside the cave dwelling, standing midair atop flying swords. Senior Chen, it's here. Hu Hansen pointed downward, his voice filled with resentment. Compared to before, he now looked haggard, with a gaunt appearance and a noticeably thinner frame. Clearly, losing the cave dwelling had hit him hard. Guang, with graying hair, nodded slightly, then said coldly, is this person truly at the 7th layer? If you dare deceive me, you'll face the consequences. It's absolutely true. I wouldn't dare deceive you, Senior. Hu Hansen shuddered at the words and repeatedly patted his chest in assurance. Guang of Xiaofeng Mountain had been somewhat famous decades ago. Now at the 9th layer of qi refining, he was ruthless, killing anyone who dared offend him, earning a fearsome reputation. Good. Have that man come out to see me. Guang stood with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent, exuding an imposing air. Thief Senior Chun is here in person. Come out and greet him quickly. Hu Hansen stepped forward, channeling spiritual energy as he bellowed, his voice echoing through the sky and spreading for miles. The shout immediately drew attention, with many casting curious glances. But upon seeing Guang, their expressions shifted, and they dared not pry further. Are you not aware that disturbing someone in seclusion is a grave discourtesy? Soon Sheng emerged from the cave, dwelling, his cold gaze sweeping over the two. His focus lingered on the gaunt figure before Hu Hansan, a man with a stern face and a perpetual hint of arrogance in his brows. Guang, long time no see. Sheng spoke softly. Their last meeting had been decades ago. The ravages of time had left their marks on Guang's face, and his hair had turned as white as snow. Silence. How dare you speak the senior's name directly? Hu Hansan immediately shouted, acting the part of a loyal lackey. Who are you? Have we met before? Guang asked, surprised. Sheng was disguised, so he didn't recognize him. It's all in the past, not important. Sheng shook his head, feigning ignorance. So what brings you here today? Guang, wasting no time, got straight to the point. This is clearly fellow Taoist Hus cave dwelling, which he's managed for years. Is it not improper for you to forcefully occupy it? Oh, what do you suggest I do then? Sheng sneered inwardly. Having lived here for decades, he knew well the so-called simple customs of the evergreen cultivation world. Highway robbery and murder for treasure were commonplace. After all, most here were rogue cultivators, unbound by rules and starved for resources, leading to a constant stream of scheming cultivators. He felt no guilt robbing these rogue cultivators. Simple. Vacate this place within an hour, and this matter is settled. Guang's words were flat, yet carried an unmistakable tone of finality. Hearing this, Hu Hansan was displeased, but dared not speak up. Who do you think you are? Sheng said contemptuously. This man truly never changed. Decades later, he still spoke with that condescending air. How bold. Senior Chen mercifully gives you a chance, yet you dare refuse. Hu Hansen shouted harshly, though inwardly he was overjoyed. He had feared Sheng would back down and leave. This time he had paid a steep price to enlist Guang's help. How could he rest easy without avenging this humiliation? Oh, Guang narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. Anyone familiar with him would know that he was displeased. This man's aura is strange. I cannot see through him. Guang was secretly alarmed. Normally, in such a situation, he would turn and leave out of caution. However, he trusted Hu Hansan would not dare deceive him. A probe would reveal the truth. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Whoosh. Chen Guang moved. He raised a finger and pointed. A sharp orange light shot forth, tearing through the air, aimed directly at Yang Sheng's brow. Yang Sheng's mind was fixed on him. As soon as the man stirred, he reacted instantly. Yet the orange finger light was astonishingly fast, like a bolt of lightning arriving before him in the blink of an eye. Unable to dodge, Yang Sheng made a swift decision. With a thought, a water shield materialized in front of him. Crack! The two collided, and the water shield shattered. The orange light was thus delayed for a moment. Yang Sheng seized the chance to twist his body, barely evading the attack. This move instantly revealed his cultivation level. Merely at the 7th layer of Qi refining, yet you dare act arrogantly before me. It seems I, Chen Guang, have not killed enough. With that, he kicked off the ground, leaping into the air like a celestial hound descending upon its prey, targeting Yang Sheng below. Die! Surrounded by orange light, he thrust out a claw like an eagle's talon, a cruel grin spreading across his face. Well met. Yang Sheng let out a loud laugh at this. Black flames erupted from his body as he charged forward fearlessly. You overestimate yourself. Chen Guang sneered with disdain. The spiritual energy from his cultivation art was vicious and domineering. Without needing a spirit tool, even the mere emission of his energy made peers flee as if from a viper. This mere 7th layer Qi refining cultivator dared to charge at him, courting death. Bastard! You dared to rob my cave dwelling. Now you face retribution. Watching the two clash, Hu Hansan's face lit up with vindication. Ever since Yang Sheng had ransacked his cave dwelling, he had barely slept for half a month, consumed by rage. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, nearly driving him mad. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Hu Hansan traded an indenture contract for a chance to have Chen Guang act on his behalf at Xiaofeng Mountain. A blood-curdling shriek like a pig being slaughtered rang out. Hee hee. Hu Hansan laughed even more heartily. How is this possible? Chen Guang was horrified, unable to believe it. He had assumed the black flames on his opponent were merely the external manifestation of his cultivation art and had paid them no heed. But upon contact, he felt the forbidden, dreadful power within. He watched helplessly as his life force drained away his body, rapidly drying and yellowing. This power. You are the legendary essence-draining old monster. Chen Guang soon realized, a bitter smile on his face. His lifespan was already nearly depleted, and this burning had instantly drained him dry. How I hate this. A boundless regret and hatred surged within Chen Guang. He regretted agreeing to Hu Hansan's request, or he might have lived a few more years. He hated Yang Sheng for feigning weakness. I am a scion of the Weishui Chen clan. If you kill me, my clan will never let this go. Lifting his head with difficulty, Chen Guang glared venomously at Yang Sheng, speaking each word with venom. I'm so scared. Yang Sheng recoiled, a look of lingering fear on his face. Uffed. Chen Guang, enraged beyond measure, was so furious he spat blood. They'll be waiting for you down below. With a hateful glare, Chen Guang fell to the ground dead. What happened? Hu Hansan, watching from a distance, was dumbfounded. How had Chen Guang fallen in an instant? And that bastard was perfectly fine. It must be an illusion, Hu Hansan said calmly, trying to convince himself. Smack! He slapped himself hard. An illusion? This is damn well an illusion. Whoa! Feeling the burning pain on his cheek, Hu Hansan's face was expressionless, but his voice broke into sobs. After collecting Chen Guang's storage pouch, Yang Sheng turned his gaze to him. Danger! Sensing his look, Hu Hansan's face drained of color. He shivered all over his legs, trembling uncontrollably. Oh, isn't this Brother Hu? What's wrong? Having an epileptic fit just seconds later. Yang Sheng smirked, glancing at his wildly shaking legs like a newborn fawn's. Hu Hansan, pay respects to Senior Yang. Hu Hansan immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle, clasping his hands, forcing a smile uglier than tears. My. Yang Sheng cupped his ear, feigning surprise. Who was it just now shouting and calling me a thief? What? Such a thing happened. Which damn dog-hearted fool dared to insult Senior? Whoever it is, Hu Hansan will not let him off. Hu Hansan declared with righteous indignation, his face not reddening nor his heart racing. What a thick-skinned fellow. Even Yang Sheng was taken aback. Stop pretending. Tell me truthfully, what is your relationship with Chen Guang? My patience is limited, you'd better not fool me. His face turned cold, his voice sinister. I have no relation with Chen. That old villain, Hu Hansan said with a bitter smile. Understanding Yang Sheng's meaning, he quickly pulled a contract from his sleeve and explained, this is the payment for hiring him. A slave contract. Taking it, Yang Sheng was greatly surprised. In the cultivation world, slave contracts were rare. After all, they required a cultivator to willingly become a subordinate to be at another's command. The subject of this contract was Hu Hansan himself, who clearly he had written it with his own hand. How much do you hate me? Yang Sheng looked at Hu Hansen, a strange expression on his face. To be willing to become a slave for revenge. What deep hatred was this? How could that be? My admiration for senior flows like the Milky Way, endless and boundless. Hu Hansen's face twitched, then he began to spout nonsense with a straight face. Is that so? Yang Sheng blinked, unfolded the contract, and smiled. Then sign it now. Hu Hansen was instantly stunned. What? Unwilling. Yang Sheng eyed him sideways. Thud. Hu Hansen fell to his knees, wailing and begging for mercy. Senior, please let me go. I swear I'll never appear before you again. Yang Sheng's face turned cold, his voice icy. You should thank this slave contract or else. With that, he flicked a fireball, striking Chen Guang's corpse nearby. Boom. The fireball exploded, flames surging out. In an instant, Chen Guang's body was reduced to ashes. A gentle breeze blew, scattering them into nothingness. Utterly annihilated. Hu Hansen nearly wet himself in terror. He immediately signed the contract, knocking his forehead hard against the ground, forcing a smile. Your humble servant, Hu Hansen greets master. The renowned Chen Guang was dead, and Hu Hansen was forced into servitude. The outcome of this battle spread like wildfire, soon reaching every corner of the evergreen cultivation world. Yang Sheng's name instantly rose to prominence. That very day, many cultivators came to visit, each with their own motives. Some sought to curry favor, while others merely wished to establish an acquaintance. For a time, Yang Sheng's cave dwelling was bustling with a constant stream of visitors. After all, in the cultivation world, strength always reigns supreme. Little Black, go to Chen Guang's cave dwelling and bring me everything inside. If you miss even a single hair, I'll break all 3 of your legs. After dealing with the visitors, Yang Sheng turned and instructed Hu Hansen. Chen Guang's storage pouch was already his, and his cave dwelling was sure to hold many valuables. How could he let that slip away? Yes, master. At the address, Hu Hansen felt a pang of helplessness, yet on the surface he had to remain respectful. Who told him he was so dark? Damn it. I just fought back reluctantly, so how did I become famous all of a sudden? After dismissing Hu Hansen, Yang Sheng stroked his chin, a trace of worry flickering in his eyes. As the saying goes, fame is as dangerous for a man as fattening is for a pig. He had only wanted to be a quiet, harmless slacker. But after this battle, he had likely caught the attention of the top cultivators in the evergreen cultivation world. From now on, keeping a low profile would be impossible. It seems he'll have to find a chance to switch identities again. After much deliberation, Yang Sheng finally decided to ignore it for now. After all, switching identities was something he was well versed in. Speaking of which, Chen Guang was way too poor. Opening the storage pouch, Yang Sheng immediately complained. Compared to Qing Xian, old man Chen Guang's storage pouch could only be described as shabby. The total value of the miraculous pills, spiritual herbs, and other items inside didn't exceed 1,000 spirit stones. It was utterly beneath his status as a Qi refinement 9th layer cultivator. However, one jade slip caught his attention. Etch. Pressing it to his forehead, Yang Sheng's eyes flickered. This was a cultivation method called the Jingyuan art, originating from the Chun family of Weishui. This technique offered no bonuses to cultivation speed. After practicing it once, spiritual energy became overbearing and sharp, capable of suppressing an opponent's energy, granting unmatched combat prowess and a significant advantage in unknown battles. It was a pure combat technique. The Chun family had become renowned in the cultivation world precisely because of this art. The Qingyang bone-transforming art is quite mediocre, with nothing remarkable besides its bone-shifting ability. In terms of combat power, the only thing I have that's truly impressive is the Devouring Essence secret art. But that art is almost invincible in close combat. Once the enemy keeps their distance, it becomes quite limited. Soon Yang Sheng made a decision. He would primarily cultivate the Jingyuan art. He acted without hesitation and began to switch his cultivation method. With prior experience, his spiritual energy conversion was swift. 3 days later, Yang Sheng sat cross-legged on the ground. At a certain moment, he opened his eyes and a beam of orange divine light shot forth, instantly illuminating the entire secluded chamber. With a puff, the light struck the ceiling, sending a spray of stone chips flying. Just a wisp of spiritual energy released, and it has such power. This Jingyuan art is truly formidable. No wonder it's a secret technique from a cultivation family. Seeing this, Yang Sheng nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, he was primarily cultivating the Jingyuan art, while retaining just a sliver of skill in the Qingyang bone-transforming art, enough for him to alter his appearance. But that Weishui Chen family. After his elation, Yang Sheng sank into contemplation. Having killed Chen Guang and now practicing his family's inherited technique, without permission, the conflict between them would likely be impossible to resolve. Little Black, how much do you know about the Weishui Chen family? Summoning Hu Hansen, Yang Sheng questioned him directly. Reporting to master the Chun family of Weishui is extremely powerful, with a foundation establishment cultivator overseeing them. They are a true first-grade cultivation family. Speaking of this, Hu Hansen became somewhat agitated. His initial decision to become Chun Guang's servant had been largely influenced by the man's background. A first-grade faction. Yang Sheng raised an eyebrow. He was no longer the novice he had been decades ago, having thoroughly understood the basic common sense of the cultivation world. In the cultivation world, a faction needed at least one foundation establishment cultivator to be ranked as first grade. By the same logic, a second-grade faction required a golden core true person, and a third grade required a nascent soul true lord. The Liu sect was the only third-grade hegemon within the Zhao kingdom, wielding immense prestige and influence that radiated across several neighboring states. Forgive this servant for being bold, master, but since you killed Chun Guang, the Chen family will not let this rest. This servant believes you should quickly find a remote place to lie low until the storm passes. Hu Hansen spoke earnestly, a note of urgency in his voice. He had been looking for an opportunity these past few days to bring this up to Yang Sheng. After all, as Yang Sheng's servant, even his life was no longer his own. If Yang Sheng fell into danger, he would undoubtedly be the first to suffer. Panicking like this, what kind of manner is that? Yang Sheng's expression turned cold. Seeing this, Hu Hansen immediately shivered and fell silent. The tragic fate of Chun Guang just a few days ago was still vivid in his mind. He harbored both hatred and fear for Yang Sheng. It's just a mere Weishui Chen family. What are you afraid of? Yang Sheng stroked his chin, speaking nonchalantly. Hu Hansen's eyes lit up at these words. Could it be that this big shot also had a formidable background? He secretly began to hope. If that were the case, being his servant wouldn't be such a disgrace. They'll give you 1 month to master these 2 techniques. After careful deliberation, Yang Sheng finally took out 2 jade slips and said in an unquestioning tone, "If you fail to satisfy me in 1 month, you can end your own life." Yes. Hu Hansen took them utterly bewildered and replied respectfully. Half a month later, "Master, how do I look like this?" A dark-faced burly man with an unfamiliar face appeared before Yang Sheng, flexing his muscles. The man had well-proportioned features and a muscular build, and his dark skin, far from detracting from his appearance, added a rugged handsomeness. Compared to him, Yang Sheng looked like a fair-skinned pretty boy. Yang Sheng was speechless. The unfamiliar-looking man before him was actually Hu Hansen. Earlier, he had taught this man the Qingyang bone-transforming art and the qi-concealing technique, intending for him to change his appearance and aura to carry out the next plan. But he never expected. It's passable. It's just missing a little embellishment. After a moment of silence, Yang Sheng spoke slowly. "Please enlighten me, master." Hu Hansen asked in surprise. With a series of swift movements, Yang Sheng raised his hand and tapped randomly across the man's face. Soon Hu Hansen's once smooth face was covered in dense, startling spots. Hu Yingjun had instantly become Hu Pockmark. What the hell? Can't you be a decent human being? Staring at the pockmarked face in the water mirror, Hu Hansen clenched his teeth, cursing inwardly. Now it's perfect. Yang Sheng stroked his chin, looking thoroughly pleased. "Master, Seeing Hu Hansen about to speak, he immediately cut him off. "You have 66 pockmarks on your face. If I find even one missing, you'll break all 3 of your legs." Yang Sheng said expressionlessly. "Hurry up and pack up the cave dwelling. We're moving." With that, he turned and left the cave. Everyone loves beauty, but Yang Sheng was simply displeased. How could a mere servant be more handsome than his master? Under the cover of night, the two, now disguised, slipped away silently. Scram. This cave is your black grandpa's now. A day later, dozens of miles away, Hu Hansen wore a sour expression, his words utterly rude. The cultivator, here merely at the 4th layer of chi refining, dared not utter a single word of protest and slunk away in disgrace. Soon after, a strikingly handsome young man descended from the sky, treading upon the air. "Master." Hu Hansen immediately changed his demeanor. Yang Sheng gave a slight nod. "Though the spiritual energy here is thin, it's better than nothing." After sensing it carefully, a trace of helplessness flickered across his brow. Knowing that the Chun family had a foundation establishment cultivator as their pillar, how could he dare to remain in his original spot? Thus, after imparting a cultivation technique to Hu Hansen, the two changed their appearances and immediately relocated their cave dwelling. I thought you weren't afraid of the Chun family," Hu Hansen muttered inwardly. Though his outward demeanor was one of utmost respect, Hu Hansen's heart was grumbling. Still, these two techniques are genuinely good. Unless a foundation establishment cultivator stands before me, no one will recognize me as your grandpa Hu. He gloated secretly. "From today onward, you will go out daily to gather information. The moment anything involves the Chun family, report to me immediately. Apart from that, unless it's important, don't bother me." Having given his orders, Sheng moved, entering the cave dwelling. Remember, you are now Xiao Haizi, not Hu Hansan. Don't slip up. With this final warning, he sat down cross-legged, calming his mind to begin seclusion. That murderous fiend is in seclusion. Your grandpa who is finally free. Hu Hansan muttered under his breath. Your grandpa who is back. His expression relaxed, hands on his hips, an air of leisure about him. Having spent this time with Sheng, he felt utterly ill at ease. What did you say? Have you forgotten my words already? An icy voice suddenly exploded by his ear. Hu Hansan immediately shuddered all over. One loud slap. Do it yourself, Sheng said coldly. Damn it. Hu Hansan wore an expression of utter exasperation. Bound by the contract, Sheng's words were his law. He could not disobey. Gritting his teeth, Hu Hansan gave himself a fierce slap on the verge of tears. Master, I am not Hu Hansan, but Xiao Haizi. I know I was wrong. Good that you understand. Remember, next time you'll receive 666 pockmarks. A month later, an orange streak of light shot across the sky, landing on a mountaintop, revealing a middle-aged man. He wore a Confucian crown and a luxurious long robe, exuding an extraordinary aura. Already fled. Oomph. You got lucky, brat. Scanning the abandoned cave dwelling, Chen Wenshu let out a cold snort. Daring to kill a member of my Chen family, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, you won't find peace. As he spoke, he produced a sound transmission jade talisman. And so the Weishui Chen family issued a bounty against Sheng. Master, you've been put on the Chun family's wanted list. News of this soon reached Hu Hansan's ears. He scrambled to report, his face etched with worry. Oh, I see. Sheng nodded calmly, his demeanor unruffled. Few knew his true appearance. Even if he stood before a Chun family foundation establishment cultivator now, it would be a question whether the other could recognize him. Thus Sheng felt not a single ripple of concern and was even slightly amused. Seemingly infected by his calm, Hu Hansan quickly regained his composure. Is there something else? Seeing him lingering, Sheng asked, puzzled. Hu Hansan was taken aback. Master, the evergreen secret realm, which opens once every 20 years, is about to appear. Do you have no plans for it? Not interested. Sheng waved his hand dismissively. Hu Hansan was stunned. The evergreen secret realm was a grand event for cultivators in the surrounding area. It contained a wealth of spiritual herbs crucial for qi refining cultivators to advance. How could this man have no interest? Master, this humble servant. I wish. He hesitated, his words stammering. If Sheng had no intention of going, he dared not venture there on his own. The evergreen secret realm holds great opportunities, but it is also fraught with peril. Have you thought this through? Sheng cast him a faint glance. Of course. Hu Hansan clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. Very well, then do as you wish. He knew Hu Hansan was no longer young. If things continued as they were, he would likely end his days in obscurity. It was better to take a gamble and fight for that sliver of a chance. Thank you, Master, for your permission. Hu Hansan immediately knelt. But Master, are you truly not going? The secret realm is good, but too dangerous. I won't join the fray. You go on your own. This servant takes his leave. Once outside the cave, a flicker of disdain crossed Hu Hansan's heart. This man is incredibly powerful, yet absurdly timid. If mere meditation could break through to foundation establishment, there would be far more such cultivators. How naive. Having the longevity body is truly a blessing. Inside the cave, Sheng drank a flask of spiritual wine, savoring it with great contentment. Otherwise, he too would have to contend with fate every day like countless other cultivators. After lazing about for half a day, Sheng entered seclusion once more. A month passed. Master, I have returned. Hu Hansan appeared again. He was now grievously wounded, yet his expression was one of exhilaration, clearly having gained something. Congratulations. Sheng gave a slight nod, offering no further words. This left Hu Hansan completely baffled. Master, here are the gains from this servant's journey. Please take a look. After a moment's hesitation, he finally gritted his teeth and brought out several spiritual herbs, his face a picture of pain. These herbs shimmered with a crystalline light visible even in broad daylight, and were clearly extraordinary. This fellow is quite shrewd. Seeing this, Sheng cast him an appraising glance. Keep them for yourself, he said with a shake of his head. After all, Hu Hansan had risked his life to obtain these herbs. Sheng felt it would be wrong to confiscate them. More importantly, did he lack such paltry scraps? Master. Hu Hansan's eyes widened in disbelief. He's not taking them. That's not right. With this man's nature of plucking feathers from a passing goose, how could he pass up this opportunity? Could this be a test of my loyalty? Yes. If I were to believe this, I'd likely be done for. Damn it. In an instant, countless thoughts raced through Hu Hansan's mind. The next moment, he straightened his back and said with righteous indignation, Master, this servant specially prepared these for you. Please do not refuse. Otherwise, how could it do justice to my unwavering loyalty? Has this man become addicted to playing the dog? Yang Sheng was dumbfounded. Catching the cautious look in the other's eyes, he quickly understood. So with a cold expression, he said, "Disappear from my sight within 3 breaths or face the consequences." At these words, Hu Hansan's face changed, and without hesitation, he turned and fled. He didn't confiscate them. Outside, staring at the spiritual plants in his hands, Hu Hansan felt a sense of unreality. This was something he had never expected. I never expected the master to be so benevolent. I was measuring the gentleman's heart with my own mean measure. Hu Hansan was suddenly moved, his fists clenched, the rims of his eyes reddening. At this moment, Yang Sheng's image soared to an unprecedented height in his heart. So just because I didn't extort protection money from you, am supposed to be the object of your gratitude and admiration. Sensing all this from within the cave, Yang Sheng was speechless. This man's mind has been completely enslaved. There's no saving him. Spring passed, and autumn arrived amid the chirping of insects and rustling of grass. A decade slipped by swiftly. On this day, the claim that the 5 elements waste spirit root cannot achieve foundation establishment is widely circulated in the cultivation world. It's not without reason. Inside the cave-dwelling, Yang Sheng opened his eyes. After a careful self-examination, he muttered in dismay. For 10 whole years he had sat in meditation and cultivation day and night, only to barely reach the peak of the 7th layer of qi refinement. The inefficiency was staggering. As the saying goes, if one cannot reach foundation establishment before 60, there is no hope for the path of immortality. And I am already over 80. Without a longevity body, I likely have no choice but to idle my life away. Yang Sheng sighed with deep emotion. Master Little Black begs an audience. At that moment, Hu Hansan's voice came from outside. Not seeing anyone. Master, I have an important matter to report. Hu Hansan's words were laced with urgency. Get in here. After a moment looking at the Hu Hansan before him, Yang Sheng said expressionlessly, I told you, unless it's a matter of utmost importance, if you dare disturb my cultivation, I'll break 3 of your legs. How could this servant dare forget master's words? Hu Hansan thumped his chest loudly. Get to the point. You have 3 seconds. Yang Sheng said coldly. Upon seeing this, Hu Hansan quickly explained, Master might not know, but for some reason the Evergreen Secret Realm has produced many heavenly treasures this year. Some of those spiritual herbs are even greatly beneficial for breaking through to foundation establishment. Oh. Upon hearing this, Yang Sheng was quite surprised. Qi refinement and foundation establishment were 2 entirely different realms. The value of the corresponding heavenly treasures was naturally worlds apart. His eyes flickered for a moment, then Yang Sheng asked, What's the current situation outside? Master, the Evergreen Secret Realm is a chance for us rogue cultivators of the Evergreen Mountain Range. In the past, those aristocratic families and sects of the surrounding area looked down on it, but now things are completely different. Hu Hansan said in a deep voice, now that spiritual herbs aiding foundation establishment have appeared, they absolutely won't sit still. A foundation establishment cultivator is considered a pillar even in a second-tier force, and for a first-tier force their existence is absolutely indispensable. I see. Yang Sheng nodded slightly and fell into silence. The so-called Evergreen Cultivation world was essentially a gathering place for rogue cultivators that didn't even have a foundation establishment cultivator, or at least he had never heard of one. Without organization or discipline, to put it bluntly, they were just a rabble. Facing those first-tier or even second-tier cultivation forces, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The Evergreen Cultivation world was about to undergo a massive upheaval. The final result would likely be a melee among several foundation establishment cultivators, falling into a stalemate until a golden core true person from some second-tier force appeared, exuding an overwhelming aura, and all the cultivators would submit in awe. In an instant, Yang Sheng could even picture the scene. Pack your bags, prepare to move. He immediately stood up and stated firmly. Yang Sheng no longer wished to stay in this place of trouble. A fight among a group of foundation establishment cultivators, and even the possible appearance of a golden core true person. The mere thought of it was terrifying. Hu Hansan was stunned upon hearing this. He had never expected Yang Sheng to make such a resolute decision without the slightest hesitation. How did this coward manage to cultivate to the late stage of qi refinement? Hu Hansan grumbled inwardly. In his eyes, Yang Sheng stayed, cooped up, all day, never taking risks, as if he were recovering from childbirth. 10 years had passed, and he too had broken through to the 7th layer of qi refinement, but compared to Yang Sheng, his effort was 10 times greater. The heavens are unjust. Hu Hansan looked up at the sky in despair. What are you standing there for? Can't understand human speech. Yang Sheng raised an eyebrow and said coldly, or do you think you don't have enough pockmarks on your face? Yes, yes, yes. Hu Hansan's face changed color, and he immediately turned into a laborer diligently starting to pack things without any delay. To this day, he still had 60 pockmarks left on his face. Previously, due to good behavior, he was allowed to have 6 removed. Oomph. With a cold snort, Sheng turned and walked out of the cave dwelling. Before leaving, he needed to prepare for his subsequent cultivation. It would be best to pull off one more job. Half an hour later at Evergreen Market. Indeed, even the atmosphere is different. Walking down the street brushing past the coming and going crowd, Sheng muttered to himself. The vast majority of cultivators looked grim or anxious. Compared to the previous incident with the essence-absorbing old demon, this was far more serious. Clearly, many people had already sensed the coming storm. After strolling around, Sheng noticed that the prices of various healing pills had skyrocketed by several tenths, and the price of magical artifacts had doubled. It was a full-blown pre-war state. The coming situation would be utterly chaotic, and there would always be those who fish in troubled waters. Either clinging to hope or for other reasons they were unwilling to leave the Evergreen Mountain Range. Leaving is the wise choice. Shaking his head, Sheng suppressed his aura and headed straight for the Spirit Herb Pavilion. After flaunting his wealth, he went straight to the second floor. I want the top-grade chi-gathering pills. They'll take as many as you have. As before, Sheng spoke, generously putting on a show of being extremely wealthy. Afraid that others wouldn't know he was rich. The shopkeeper here was the same one from before who immediately came forward to greet him with a beaming smile. You are most generous, esteemed customer. As he spoke, he took out an exquisite wooden box and placed it before Sheng, saying, This is the last of our top-grade chi-gathering pills. 200 spirit stones each. 5 in a box, 1,000 spirit stones. So expensive. Sheng's eyes widened immediately. It's not expensive. You must be aware of the current situation in the Evergreen Mountain Range, sir. The shopkeeper said with a smile, These top-grade chi-gathering pills are in short supply every day. This is the last box. The next shipment won't arrive for at least 3 days. You should think it over carefully, sir. He had an air of take it or leave it. Sheng was speechless. Because what the other party said was the truth, he had no grounds to argue. He'll buy it. After struggling for a long time, Sheng said through gritted teeth, putting on a pained expression like he'd been fleeced. You are most generous, sir. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up and his smile grew even brighter. One hand paid the money, the other delivered the goods. Carefully storing the box as if it were a treasure, Sheng cautiously left. A chi refinement 6th layer cultivator carrying so many spirit stones. Could he be the young master of some clan? The shopkeeper secretly speculated as he watched Sheng's departing figure. At that moment, Sheng was disguised, and with his chi concealment art, the shopkeeper didn't connect him to any particular person. Who cares who he is? If I kill him, who would know? As he spoke, the shopkeeper took out a jade talisman to transmit a message, but then thinking of something, he paused. That waste Wang Xian not only failed last time, but also lost his life. I'd better handle this myself this time. Perfectly after this job, if I don't have to split the spoils, I should have enough resources for foundation establishment. Thinking this, he put away the jade talisman and quietly slipped out the back door. A pair of cold, sinister eyes fixed on Sheng, slowly following him. He was long accustomed to this kind of thing, executing it with practiced ease. After this fishing trip, I can make my escape. Leaving the market, Sheng shoved his hands into his pockets and strolled leisurely through the wilderness, as if taking a casual walk. He deliberately suppressed his aura, outwardly appearing to be at the 6th layer of chi refining. Wasn't this all just bait? Is this brat really so carefree? Could he be the scion of some faction protected in secret? The steward of the Spirit Herb Pavilion, tailing him covertly, grew suspicious. No other aura exists. His eyes darted with suspicion as he quickly scanned the surroundings, finding nothing amiss. Could it be that the other party was a foundation establishment master, hence beyond my detection? At this thought, Lin Chong felt a twinge of hesitation. Primarily, Sheng's demeanor was too calm and nonchalant, leading him to mistakenly believe a master accompanied him in the shadows, granting the young man such audacity. In a sense, his guess wasn't entirely wrong. Let's observe a bit longer. Lin Chong's eyes flickered with thought, and he made up his mind. Having come this far, returning empty-handed was a bitter pill to swallow. Why hasn't anyone shown up? Have the fish grown wise? Or did that incident with the black-robed man tip off the Spirit Herb Pavilion? Sheng muttered inwardly as he finally sensed every stir in the wind around him. They'll fish a bit longer if no one takes the bait. I'm gone. He resolved silently. Thus half an hour passed. Even at his slow pace, he had now reached 100 li beyond Evergreen Market. If they want strike, even in such a secluded spot, there's truly no fish on the line. Sheng sighed in resignation. Time to bolt. He summoned his flying sword, leaped onto it. and as spiritual light flickered, he was about to soar into the sky. Whoosh! Just then a sharp crimson beam shot from the side and rear, tearing through the air with a piercing screech. Damn! Sensing the fierce aura rapidly closing in from behind, Yang Sheng's expression shifted. Without hesitation, he channeled his spiritual energy, and a water shield materialized in an instant. Bang! The two collided with a dull thud. He successfully blocked the assault, but the powerful recoil sent Yang Sheng hurtling backward through the air, stopping only after 100 zhang. Who goes there? He steadied himself, casting a cold glare toward that direction with a grave expression. From that single strike, he deduced the attacker's strength was no less than that of Elder Qing Xian or Chen Guang. Thankfully, I cultivated the true origin art, granting me formidable spiritual power that amplifies my techniques, otherwise I'd never have blocked that. A trace of cold sweat beaded on Yang Sheng's forehead as he silently thanked his luck. The same basic water shield technique, when fueled by different core cultivation methods, yielded vastly different results. He's unharmed. Lin Chong was even more astonished. His sneak attack had previously one-shot many latest-stage Qi refining cultivators. No, this kid has concealed his cultivation. He's at the 7th layer of Qi refining. To elude my perception, he must practice a technique for masking his aura. Lin Chong scrutinized Yang Sheng, his gaze flickering with unknown thoughts. What is the meaning of this, sir? Yang Sheng asked coldly, though inwardly he was exasperated. This fish was a bit too big. He wasn't about to capsize in a ditch, was he? Heh! This mountain was raised by me, these trees were planted by me. Passing through here, fellow Taoist, you ought to pay your respects. Lin Chong replied with a genial smile, putting on an air of easygoingness. If he weren't masked without a dagger in hand, and his voice deliberately hoarse, Yang Sheng might have believed him. To dress up murder and robbery so eloquently. Today I've truly learned something new. He sneered. Since you understand, I won't waste words. Leave your storage pouch, and you may depart unharmed. Lin Chong remained unruffled, his eyes still brimming with amusement. Are you so certain you have me cornered? Yang Sheng said coldly. Lin Chong's brow furrowed slightly at this. From the earlier probe, he had discerned the extraordinary nature of Yang Sheng's cultivation method. Coupled with the young man's lavish spending, he was likely the scion of some cultivation faction. Against those with such backgrounds, and without revealing his own identity, Lin Chong usually preferred not to act. After all, murder for treasure was a far cry from simple robbery. Don't push me. If we truly come to blows and I accidentally kill you, that would be most unpleasant. Lin Chong advised patiently, adopting the manner of one who had your best interests at heart. You're brimming with confidence, aren't you? Yang Sheng found this amusing. Chen Guang's arrogance and Mo Yunzi's overbearing tyranny paled in comparison to this man. Since you refuse, I'll just have to take it myself. Shaking his head, Lin Chong's gaze turned icy. Perhaps out of caution, he did not advance personally. He formed hand seals, and the dagger before him blazed with crimson light, swelling violently until it transformed into a half-sanglong greatsword of flame. Go! Lin Chong raised his hand in a gesture, and the crimson greatsword twisted midair, trailing a long tail of fire as it sped straight for Yang Sheng's head. Think I'm afraid of you? After a moment's consideration, Yang Sheng's body shimmered with orange light that coalesced rapidly, forming an orange fireball that met the crimson greatsword. Boom! The collision erupted with a violent explosion that resounded through the clouds, startling flocks of birds from the forests within a leash radius. Now the orange fireball had vanished, and the crimson greatsword, dimmed by a third, flew back. It was nearly a draw. This overbearing spiritual energy. It's the true origin art. Retrieving his sword, Lin Chong sensed it, briefly frowning as he said, Are you a disciple of the Chun family from Weishui? Is the true origin art really that famous? Hearing this, Yang Sheng's eyes darted, and he planted his hands on his hips, shouting, Since you know, hand over your storage pouch obediently, and this young master will let bygones be bygones. Otherwise I'll call my 7 aunts and 3 grandmothers to come and beat you so badly your own mother won't recognize you. Why not borrow a tiger's skin to flaunt? Damn! Lin Chong's face darkened. He stood there, his expression shifting between uncertainty and deep conflict. As the steward of the Spirit Herb Pavilion, his information channels were far superior to most. At that moment, Lin Chong knew one thing. The Chen family had already sent people to the Evergreen Mountain Range, and they were currently stationed in the market. He had even met them this morning. Damn, I was just bluffing. Is this guy really that easily spooked? Yang Sheng was speechless. He hadn't used the soul-devouring secret art earlier for fear of scaring the fish away. By now, the notorious Yang Sheng, the essence-devouring fiend, had made quite a name for himself in the Evergreen Mountain Range. After all, his battle with Chen Guang had been witnessed by many eyes. The might of the soul-devouring secret art was both known and feared among cultivators. You're lucky. After hesitating for a long while, Lin Chong snorted coldly and turned to leave. He lacked full confidence in subduing Yang Sheng, so he chose not to force a confrontation. Seeing this, Yang Sheng grew anxious and stepped forward, cursing, You attempt robbery and then act as if nothing happened. Since when is the world so lenient? Do you really think this young master doesn't know who you are, you dog of the spirit, her pavilion? Hearing this midair, Lin Chong stumbled, nearly losing control of his flight. Fine. He turned back, laughing in fury, his eyes cold and murderous. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Foolish brat, I intended to spare you for the sake of your Qin family lineage, yet you insist on courting death. Lin Chong's voice was icy like the biting winter wind. With his identity exposed, there was no way he could leave unscathed today. You're the one who's going to die. Yang Sheng grinned, his aura reined in to the extreme, poised to strike, an unprecedented killing intent flashing in his eyes. Recalling the words of Elder Qingxian, that day, he suspected the mysterious figure from before was likely connected to this man. The price of elixirs had been exorbitantly inflated, and he had been tailed twice in succession. Even with his easygoing nature, Yang Sheng was thoroughly displeased. Brat, you won't leave here safely today. Drawing a deep breath, Lin Chong forced himself to calm down, his cold, sinister eyes fixed on Yang Sheng as he uttered threats. This lad, merely at the 7th layer of qi refinement, was so audacious. Was it a bluff, or did he possess some formidable trump card? Uncertain, Lin Chong refrained from rash action. Please just kill me. Yang Sheng stood with hands on his hips, a look of utter resignation on his face. You insolent whelp. Seeing this, Lin Chong nearly burst with rage. In all his years, he had never heard such a contemptible request. Unbearable. Die. Lin Chong soared into the air, raising his blazing greatsword to cleave Yang Sheng's head, murderous intent blazing in his eyes. Perfect. Yang Sheng's eyes lit up. Before the enemy even drew near, waves of scorching heat assailed his senses. But when it came to close combat, he feared no one among the qi refinement stage. Why was the brat getting excited? Observing him, Lin Chong felt a foreboding chill. Something was amiss. Naturally suspicious, he abruptly halted his charge midair, his cold eyes scrutinizing Yang Sheng as if to see through his very soul. They were now less than 10 zhang apart. Yang Sheng was dumbfounded. The devouring origin art had a combustion range of merely 3 zhang, a significant flaw. Weren't you trying to kill me? Is that all you've got? He thrust a hand into his waistband and raised his middle finger, launching into a taunt. This wretched brat. Veins bulged on Lin Chong's forehead, clearly livid. Boy, do you think I'd fall for that so easily? Yet the angrier he grew, the calmer he became, holding back and beginning to probe for information. That sly old fox. Yang Sheng cursed inwardly. No choice. Since the enemy wouldn't strike, he had to take the initiative. The next moment, Yang Sheng moved. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he shot forth like an arrow from a bow, rapidly closing the distance. Lin Chong's expression shifted. Without a second thought, he channeled his spiritual energy, drifting backward in a blur. The gap between them widened again. Would Yang Sheng let him go so easily? He stepped onto his flying sword and gave chase. This brat is definitely up to something. Seeing his aggressive stance, Lin Chong grew even more wary. Lin Chong formed hand seals, a crimson radiance flaring around him as a cloud of red mist coalesced beneath his feet, carrying him swiftly into the distance. His cultivation was far deeper than Yang Sheng's, and his flight speed far greater. The distance grew. Damn, what a coward. Watching Lin Chong recede, Yang Sheng felt helpless. Fishing up an old fox, what rotten luck. The man was already suspicious and had no intention of fighting, fleeing faster than he could pursue. Yang Sheng could only stare in frustration. Time to scram. He shook his head, abandoning the plan, and turned to leave. But before long, he sensed a tail behind him. Looking back, it was Lin Chong. Hasn't the old bastard given up? Yang Sheng's mind stirred. He approached again, but as soon as Lin Chong saw him coming, he immediately retreated. Yang Sheng's mouth twitched. What a waste of time. Bored, he stepped onto his flying sword and soared off without a backward glance. Lin Chong promptly gave chase again. Half an hour later, above a patch of forest, a red and a white figure stood facing each other in midair, their eyes locked. Yang Sheng fell silent. Lin Chong said nothing. The scene grew eerily quiet. To an outsider, it might seem like old friends reunited, lost for words, their thousand unspoken sentiments exchanged through a tender gaze. Is there something seriously wrong with your head? After an unknown stretch of time, Yang Sheng pointed at his own head, looking at Lin Chong with feigned concern. The old bastard neither attacked nor left, but followed him like a stubborn piece of taffy, impossible to shake off. Whenever he drew near, the man fled. It was the ultimate game of cat and mouse. Oomph. Lin Chong snorted coldly, saying nothing. 9 times out of 10 the brat had some powerful ace up his sleeve. But it likely had a range limitation, or else he wouldn't keep trying to get close. Lin Chong hadn't been idly wasting time with this prolonged chase. His mind clear, he quickly pieced together the information. Brat, I told you. You won't leave here safely today. Having figured it out, Lin Chong smirked smugly. The lad was merely at the 7th layer of chi refinement while he was at the great perfection. Advantage was his. As long as he kept his distance, he could wear the brat down to death. With that, he wielded his blazing greatsword, launching ranged attacks at Yang Sheng. This old bastard. The latter frowned. Without hesitation, he raised a shield to block. Unlike the earlier surprise attack this time, he was prepared. The collision left Yang Sheng with only numb arms. Unscathed. Is that all? How boring. Yang Sheng taunted. Lin Chong ignored him, expressionless, channeling more spiritual energy for an unending barrage. Thus above the forest a series of explosions rang out like firecrackers. The old fox is trying to wear me down. Yang Sheng soon caught on to his strategy. Damn. He had to admit the old bastard was cautious and clever. He was thoroughly disgusted by both the earlier game of tag and this war of attrition. Since you want to play, you'll see it through. Yang Sheng's temper flared. After robbing Mo Yunzi and his crew, he had no shortage of spirit recovery pills. With a clatter, he slapped his storage pouch, and a cascade of bottles and jars spewed forth, filled with pills radiating spiritual energy. About 100 pills, all for restoring spiritual energy, now piled before Yang Sheng like a street vendor's wares. Lin Chong paused mid-motion. Could this little thief be a peddler carrying so many recovery pills? A quick scan left his face ashen. Don't worry, these are the few recovery pills I have left, Yang Sheng said with feigned kindness. That detestable little thief. Lin Chong ground his teeth in fury, his face dark as water. He checked his own storage pouch and fell silent. It held many valuables, but only a couple dozen recovery pills. That was no small amount, but compared to Yang Sheng's stash it was paltry. Damn. Lin Chong seethed with hatred and regret. Before this operation, he had never imagined that personally dealing with a junior at the chi refinement stage would devolve into a protracted battle. This old man has reached the peak of chi refinement. I am at the 7th layer. Endurance is clearly my advantage. Gazing at the pile of spirit-replenishing pills before him, Yang Sheng brimmed with confidence and immediately raised a protective barrier. It was sheer mockery. Lin Chong's face darkened further, his expression shifting between fury and grim calculation. After glancing at his storage pouch, he ultimately abandoned the fight. Thief, you're lucky to escape with your life today. He spat the words with venomous resentment, hurled a final threat, and strode away without looking back. To provoke him for half an hour, and then simply walk off. Yang Sheng watched him depart, unflinching, and instantly bristled with indignation. His tongue lashed out sharp, an unrestrained dog thief. You claimed earlier that I'd never leave this place unscathed, so why scuttle off like a turtle hiding its head? Do you treat your own words as mere wind? Lin Chong sneered, inwardly feigning deafness, and even quickened his pace. Decades of life had honed him into a master of composure. No petty insults could rattle his spirit. Huh. Suddenly something familiar flickered in that retreating silhouette. A spark ignited in Yang Sheng's mind. He shouted aloud, dog thief. Dare you lay hands on a Chun family disciple? You may dodge the first day, but can you evade the 15th? Do you truly believe I don't know who you are? You, fat shopkeeper of Lingyao Pavilion. Midair. Lin Chong froze abruptly. Could this youth actually know his true identity? His face twisted in stunned disbelief, then hardened. No, this was likely a bluff. Lin Chong's mind raced, sifting through countless possibilities in an instant. Then, treading upon crimson clouds, he shot forward once more, choosing utter dismissal. The classic no silver buried here. That split-second hesitation lit a fire in Yang Sheng's eyes. He was certain now. Don't pretend, you fat wretch. Just look at how your blubber bulges beneath that scarlet robe. Even it cannot conceal your girth. And those yellowed, rotting teeth, revolting enough to make one vomit. Especially those lecherous little eyes, sly as a weasel's. Did you really think lowering your voice to a eunuch's whisper would fool me? Yang Sheng surged forward, unleashing a torrent of scathing barbs. No mercy, no restraint. At the sound, Lin Chong's rage erupted so violently, he nearly ascended on the spot. Filthy whelp. He whirled about, bloodshot eyes, blazing features contorted into a ravenous, murderous snarl, killing intent thick as storm clouds. Lin Chong knew his identity was fully exposed. No one could describe him so precisely without knowing the truth. You forced my hand. He growled low, his aura erupting like a maelstrom. His chi now brushed the threshold of Foundation establishment. Yang Sheng's pupils contracted sharply. He stepped back instinctively. Clearly this was no longer a test. It was real. Even if you're a young master of the Qin family, I will kill you today. Veins throbbed across Lin Chong's forehead, his face a mask of savage fury. In an eye blink, he became a vortex of spiritual energy. The surrounding heavens convulsed, drawing torrents of qi toward him, whipping up gales. He had long dreaded using this technique. Powerful though it was, it exacted a terrible toll on his very life force. Die. Flooded with overwhelming spiritual energy, the flaming greatsword in Lin Chong's grasp swelled. Within moments it towered 3 zhang high, wreathed in roaring fire, a pillar of incandescent flame piercing the sky. Within several zhang of him, grasses and trees burst into ash with soft, sickening pops. Damn it. No way to withstand that heat. Even from dozens of zhang away, Yang Sheng felt searing heat wash over him like a physical blow. Without hesitation, he mounted his flying sword and fled. His opponent's power had surged, undoubtedly via forbidden art, but such strength could not last. No need to die pointlessly. He. Running now? Too late. Watching Yang Sheng's back recede, Lin Chong's lips curled in cruel delight as he hefted the blazing greatsword and gave chase. Speed had never been Yang Sheng's strength, and now amplified by secret art, Lin Chong outstripped him utterly. The distance between them shrank with terrifying speed. Qin family thief, die? Lin Chong's face flushed with triumph as he brought the sword down with brutal force. The flaming blade loomed mere inches away, no time left. He had no choice. Only one path remained: all-out defiance. Jaw clenched, Yang Sheng's body flared with intense orange light. Dare you harm a Qin family disciple? You seek death. A crystalline, icy voice cut through the air. Simultaneously, a chaotic yin-yang radiance tore across the void, a lightning bolt cleaving the heavens, slamming directly into the flaming greatsword. Boom. Upon impact, searing light exploded outward. The greatsword shattered like rotten cloth, flung dozens of zhang into the distance before crashing to earth. Its blade splintered with a cacophony of cracks, disintegrating into jagged fragments. But the assault wasn't over. The black and white radiance wheeled midair and locked onto Lin Chong. Thwip! Too slow to react, Lin Chong's chest was pierced clean through, spraying crimson mist. Yet the radiance showed no sign of weakening, finally settling gently into a slender, flawless palm. Lin Chong clutched his wound, agony twisting his features. The supreme tier artifact, the Yinyang Rui ruler. You are Qin Qingxue, the Qin family's current peerless prodigy. With great effort, he lifted his gaze toward her, voice trembling, before collapsing, limbs slack, eyes wide open in frozen disbelief. All this unfolded within the span of mere breaths. What? Her? Yang Sheng snapped back to awareness, heart pounding, as he beheld her elegant figure in the distance. Qin Qingxue. The name was unforgettable. When he'd sent Hu Han-san to gather intelligence on the Qin family, her name had surfaced again and again. Born with a singular heaven-grade spirit root, she began cultivation at age 3, and by 20 had reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. Foundation establishment was inevitable. Even golden core cultivation lay within her future grasp. Regarded as the greatest prodigy in the Qin family's entire history, she enjoyed unparalleled favor from its elder generation. Her Yinyang Rui ruler, forged by the entire clan, was a bloodline artifact of supreme rarity. Artifacts ranked above spirit tools. So this is a supreme tier artifact. Truly inspiring. Yang Sheng stole a glance at the scorched, broken remnants of the great sword, and shuddered inwardly. To date, this was his first encounter with a true artifact. Are you unharmed? A fragrant breeze heralded her arrival. Qin Qingxue stood before him, her eyes shimmering with quiet curiosity. Her gaze held the brilliance of stars, lashes long as painted brushes, brows delicate as willow leaves, skin luminous as fresh snow. Her raven hair cascaded past her waist. A vision of transcendent beauty. Many thanks, senior madam, for your timely intervention. Yang Sheng exhaled softly, then bowed deeply. His gratitude sincere, his tone reverent. Had she not arrived, he'd likely be bleeding, or worse. A trivial matter. Qin Qingxue waved lightly, studying him intently before asking, what is your name? I do not recall having met you. I am Qin Sheng, a distant branch clan disciple, modest in talent, and lately traveling abroad. It is quite natural you've never seen me. From what he knew of the Qin family's present generation, hundreds of disciples cultivated at the qi refinement stage, many frequently journeying far afield. For her to remember them all would be astonishing. Modest talent. At your age, reaching latest stage qi refinement places you among the upper echelon of our younger generation in cultivation speed alone. Senior madam misunderstands. I once consumed a youth-preserving pill by chance. Though I appear youthful, I am in truth 90 years old. Yang Sheng spoke with effortless calm. Truthfully too. He was 90. Not a single year falsified. A youthfulness preservation pill. Where did you obtain it? Do you still have any on you? Chun Qingsu's eyes immediately sparkled as she stepped forward, firing off a string of questions. Gazing at her starry eyes, Yang Sheng found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, no matter the woman, they all care deeply about their appearance. To be honest, miss, I accidentally ingested it. Before that I had no idea it was a youthfulness preservation pill. He shrugged, wearing a look of helplessness. As far as Yang Sheng knew, in the current cultivation world, youthfulness preservation pills were nearly unseen. The reason was simple. One of the main ingredients for refining them had become extinct. Is that so? Chun Qingsu's face fell with undisguised disappointment. She then asked, could you describe the appearance of that pill, eh? This woman really has too many questions. Yang Sheng grumbled inwardly. That's easy, he said with a straight face, casually tossing out a few descriptions. As for the actual color, size, and such of the youthfulness preservation pill, he had never seen one and didn't care. Chun Sheng, thank you. After hearing him out, Chun Qingxue nodded slightly, her expression eager. If you ever get news of a youthfulness preservation pill, you must tell me. With that, she handed him a sound transmission jade slip. Of course. Yang Sheng nodded, taking it casually, his face practically screaming insincerity. Consider this storage pouch as an advance reward. Chun Qingxue raised her hand, and Lin Chong's storage pouch flew into her grasp. Without a second glance, she placed it before Yang Sheng. Thank you, miss. If I ever obtain a youthfulness preservation pill, even if I must brave fire and water, I will deliver it to your hands. Yang Sheng's face instantly turned solemn, his words brimming with righteousness. The instant shift was truly a case of instant deliciousness. It's good that you have the heart. Chun Qingxue smiled softly, her radiance in that moment enchanting and breathtakingly beautiful. Miss, you are truly a peerless beauty, an overwhelming sight to behold. In high spirits, Yang Sheng offered a small flattery. Young master, your handsome visage is also a rarity I have seldom seen in my life. Chun Qingxue covered her red lips with a light laugh, her amusement evident. Mutual flattery. Heh. If I revealed my true face, it would dazzle you. Seeing this, Yang Sheng remained reserved on the surface, but inwardly, he was brimming with cockiness. By the way, Qin Sheng, did you have a grudge with this man? After the pleasantries, Chun Qingxue pointed at Lin Chong's corpse, puzzled. It's not really a grudge, Yang Sheng shook his head, explaining. I was buying breakthrough pills at the market earlier, and this man simply targeted me. I see. Cultivation is brutal, and contending with fate is arduous. Some rogue cultivators stop at nothing for resources. As they say, you know a person's face, but not their heart. Chun Sheng, you must be cautious in the future, and always remember the principle of not flaunting your wealth. Chun Qingxue warned with a serious expression. Little did she know the man standing before her was one of the Chun family's most wanted fugitives. Yang Sheng's face twisted with a strange expression at her words. This woman had jumped to conclusions from the start, treating him as a Chun family member. First she helped him kill an enemy, then gifted him a generous package. It left him feeling awkward. I shall bear your words in mind. Yang Sheng quickly regained his composure, giving a slight bow. Chun Qingxue nodded, then asked, what are your plans next? Why not come with me to Evergreen Market? With Uncle Wen there, no one dares bully a Chun family disciple. Her words carried an air of authority, making Yang Sheng realize that this Uncle Wen was undoubtedly formidable. A foundation establishment cultivator, no less. He shook his head firmly. No, I plan to find a place to go into seclusion and break through my cultivation as soon as possible. In that case, wouldn't the market be better? There's a dedicated Chun family outpost there with guaranteed abundant spiritual energy. Miss, you also know how chaotic this place will become with the Evergreen Secret Realm approaching. My time is short. I just want to find a peaceful place to live out my days without getting entangled in such troubles. Yang Sheng sighed to the heavens, hands clasped behind his back, wearing an expression of one who had seen through the vicissitudes of the world. In truth, upon learning of the Chun Family Foundation establishment cultivator's whereabouts, he was itching to flee at top speed. Chun Qingxue fell silent for a moment, gazing at him for a few breaths, then let out a faint sigh. If that's the case, then suit yourself. Thinking that Yang Sheng's end was near, and this might be their last meeting, she felt a touch of melancholy. But that was all. They were merely passing acquaintances. Chun Sheng, take care. With that, she turned lightly, leaped, and stepped onto a streak of black and white divine light, vanishing swiftly beyond the horizon. This woman is adorably naive. Watching her retreating figure, Yang Sheng stroked his chin, muttering in speechless admiration. She hadn't even questioned his identity. Compared to a wily old fox like Lin Chong, she was nothing but an innocent little lamb. If Chun Qingxue weren't so exceptionally talented and protected by a top-grade magic treasure, she'd probably have been devoured long ago, ending up in a miserable state. After muttering a few sighs, Sheng cast the matter aside. His eyes full of anticipation, he took out a storage pouch and opened it. Holy shit. In an instant, Sheng's eyes bulged, his expression utterly exaggerated. 1, 2, 3. Just spirit stones alone, over 6,000. This old fat pig really had plenty of grease, and he was ruthless too. It took him a good while to recover from his shock, a hint of ruefulness in his voice. Who knew how many cultivators this man had ambushed to amass such resources? Apart from the spirit stones, there were also a large number of spiritual herbs and pills. The resources in this storage pouch exceeded even the combined haul from Mo Yunzi and the others. Jackpot. I wonder if Chen Qingxue will regret this when she finds out. Stowing away his loot, Sheng beamed with satisfaction. Clearly that proud noble daughter had looked down on Lin Chang's storage pouch, not even bothering to check its contents, and it had all fallen into his lap. This trip has been very fruitful. I shouldn't lack cultivation resources until foundation establishment. This place isn't safe to linger. Time to scram. He stepped onto his flying sword, whistling a cheerful tune as he soared into the sky. An hour later. Master, everything has been packed. As soon as Sheng appeared, Hu Hansen immediately bowed. He was carrying large bags and small bundles, drawing the eye. The most conspicuous sight was the several storage pouches hanging from his waist, swaying with every movement. With that look, are you afraid no one will rob you? Seeing this, Sheng's face darkened instantly. This? Hu Hansen looked himself over and couldn't help but show a hint of embarrassment. You're right, master. With that, he began to tidy himself up. A quarter of an hour later, 2 streaks of light flew away from the mountaintop, heading toward the outskirts of the evergreen mountain range. Master, what are your plans next? Hu Hansen asked curiously. At this moment, his figure was bloated, far exceeding even Lin Chang's, yet he piloted a slender flying sword, looking utterly mismatched. Next? Why so many questions? Just follow me. Sheng said flatly, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon, a trace of nostalgia surfacing. After decades apart, I wonder how the Yang family is faring now. In the coming period, the cultivation world would not be peaceful. He planned to head to Qingyo City, his hometown, to take a look and lie low for a few decades. The blood-burning art, burning one's own essence, blood and vital energy, greatly enhances spiritual power, multiplying combat strength. While traveling, Sheng examined Lin Chang's storage pouch. It contained many valuable items, but only this jade slip of a cultivation art caught his attention. Is this the secret technique that Fatty Lin used before his death? Truly formidable. After reading the content, he was both shocked and delighted. This was yet another powerful, life-draining secret technique similar to a cultivator's berserk state, but the spiritual power enhancement far exceeded the latter, at least tripling it. It just cost a lot of life. This is perfect for me, Sheng said with a delighted expression. Little Black, don't disturb me unless it's extremely important. Otherwise I'll break your 3 legs. He leaped onto Hu Hansen's flying sword, closed his eyes, and immediately began to comprehend the art. Master, someone is being robbed ahead to the side. After an unknown amount of time, Hu Hansen's voice rang out. Didn't I tell you before, when encountering such things, just go around, eh? Are you deaf? Sheng opened his eyes, a cold glint in them. Hu Hansen shuddered, shrinking his neck and speaking weakly. But those 2 are only at the 6th level of qi refining. What? Hearing this, Sheng stood up abruptly, speaking with righteous indignation. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, someone dares to commit such a despicable act. Eliminating demons and upholding the Tao is the duty of us cultivators. If I turn a blind eye, it will surely harm my Tao heart. With that, he kicked off and charged towards the side, unable to hide his excitement. Hu Hansen was speechless, but followed. Not far ahead, 2 groups were locked in battle. 2 men surrounded a woman. I am from the He family of East Stone Valley. How dare you harbor ill intentions? The woman in a blue-edged skirt shouted sternly. He family. So what? If we kill you here, who would know? The thin bamboo-like male cultivator cackled. Fighting and killing is not good. How about this, miss, if you willingly offer your storage pouch and accompany us for a few days, we'll spare your life. What do you say? The other short, stout cultivator smiled, his small eyes scanning the woman's, curves revealing a lecherous gaze. You dare? My He family is a foundation establishment clan. They will never forgive you. The woman in blue spoke harshly. Under my family's pursuit, you will face certain death. Despite her words, her face was pale, and the hand holding her sword trembled slightly, clearly disturbed. Heh, I don't know if we'll die, but today you will definitely die. The thin cultivator sneered coldly. With a glance at the short, stout cultivator, they silently coordinated and attacked the woman in blue together. Both were a level higher in cultivation than her. Fighting one was already difficult for her, let alone both at once. The woman in blue was filled with despair. Just then she caught sight of Yang Sheng approaching in her peripheral vision. Her eyes lit up, and she cried out, "Fellow Taoist, please help. I am He Bingyu of the He family. I will surely repay you generously." Who? The two brothers immediately halted their attack, scanning in that direction with wary eyes. "How dare you rob under my very nose? You have some nerve." Looking down at the two from the air, Yang Sheng clasped his hands behind his back, his face full of righteousness. "Who do you think you are? Do you want to play the hero?" The short, stout cultivator sneered disdainfully. "Shut up." After sensing Yang Sheng's latest stage, Qi refining cultivation, the thin cultivator's expression changed drastically, and he harshly scolded his companion. Then turning to Yang Sheng with a flattering smile, he cupped his hands and said, "Senior, this woman is from the He family of East Stone Valley. Her pouch must be well stocked. How about we split it evenly?" His tone was conciliatory. "Oh." Hearing this, Yang Sheng looked at the woman and blew a hint of surprise in his eyes. The He family of East Stone Valley was a genuine first-rank cultivation force, well known in the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation world, rivaling the Chun family of Weishui. "Senior, I am willing to offer my storage pouch. Please spare my life." Seeing this, He Bingyu thought he was tempted and spoke urgently. Compared to the two cultivators, she preferred to compromise with Yang Sheng. Mainly the lecherous gaze of the short, stout man made her extremely uncomfortable. The two brothers' expressions darkened instantly, their eyes fixed on Yang Sheng. Among those present, he had the highest cultivation and his stance was crucial. "No need." Yang Sheng shook his head. He Bingyi's expression stiffened. "Hep." The thin cultivator chuckled, "Senior is wise. This woman is merely trying to sow discord between us, deserving death." In the next moment, Yang Sheng's aura suddenly changed. A vast amount of spiritual energy crazily gathered around him, stirring up a storm of qi that was shocking to behold. In terms of pure momentum, he was already comparable to an ordinary qi refining great circle cultivator. The hearts of He Bingyu and the two men trembled. "Die!" Amid their shock, Yang Sheng moved. With a swift flick of his sleeve, a 3-hang-long cyan wind blade shot out. In the blink of an eye, it tore through the air and closed in on the short, stout cultivator, whose face changed drastically. Not good. Even before the wind blade arrived, the sharp wind force struck, making his cheeks ache. The speed of the wind blade was too fast to dodge. Golden light shield rise. Without a second thought, the short, stout cultivator swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a golden arc-shaped shield before him. Crack! The cyan wind blade struck the golden shield, shattering it effortlessly. Undiminished, it swept across the short, stout cultivator's neck and fiercely slashed into the large rock behind him. A deafening roar followed as the large rock exploded into pieces, dust and smoke billowing. A spurt of blood shot out. The short, stout cultivator clutched his neck tightly, his eyes filled with terror. There a thin line of blood was clearly visible. Soon, with a look of despair, his head separated from his neck with a crack, falling to the ground and rolling away. Thud! The headless corpse collapsed into a pool of blood, a dull sound echoing. "This?" He Bingyu and the other man finally snapped out of their shock, left utterly stunned. "That was excellent." Yang Sheng nodded in satisfaction, clapping his hands. Activating the blood-burning art had elevated his spiritual power to nearly match a qi-refining great circle cultivator. Thus, the basic wind blade art in his hands was equally formidable enough to instantly kill a mid-stage qi-refining cultivator. "Senior, why are you doing this?" The thin cultivator trembled, speaking shakily, utterly terrified. He was nearly scared out of his wits. This man was becoming more and more fearsome. Hu Hansen, who had just arrived, was also stunned. "No reason, I just don't like the look of you." Saying this casually, Yang Sheng struck again, killing him easily. Rubbing his hands together, he approached the two corpses excitedly, swiftly retrieving their storage pouches with practiced ease. "Thank you for your help, Senior." He Bingyu stepped forward, cupping her hands gratefully. "I will never forget this kindness." "It's nothing." Putting away the spoils, Yang Sheng waved his hand and said with righteous indignation, "Punishing evil and upholding justice is our bounden duty." Is that so?" Hearing this, He Bingyi's expression was slightly odd. "Senior, why are your looting movements so practiced?" She muttered inwardly. "Senior, you must come visit East Stone Valley sometime." After saying this, He Bingyu joined the duo until they reached the edge of the evergreen mountain range, where she proposed parting ways. "All right." Yang Sheng offered her a gentle smile. Gazing at his handsome face, a faint blush crept across He Bingyi's cheeks. This senior was not only young and handsome, but also incredibly formidable. Could he be the scion of some major power? She speculated inwardly. "It's a deal." Slightly shy, she uttered the words with lingering reluctance, then turned and rode her artifact into the distant sky. "Master this woman." Silence. Hu Hansen barely spoke before Yang Sheng cut him off with a cold tone. Damn. His face stiffened, and he gave himself a sharp slap. Before setting out, Sheng had strictly instructed that after leaving the Evergreen Mountain Range, Hu Hansan must address him as Young Master. Young Master, that woman is interested in you. From my years of experience in the pleasure quarters, her figure and face are both top-notch. After sulking for a while, Hu Hansan grinned lewdly, a look any man would recognize. Little Hu. Hearing this, Sheng let out a long sigh, his expression turning solemn. As a steadfast seeker of the Tao, you must understand one truth. Women only hinder our cultivation speed, understand? Hu Hansan blinked dumbfounded. You sneak out one night every month. Do you think I don't know where you go? Day in day out your mind is filled with nothing but women. Such a degenerate with a Tao heart so unsteady, how can you ever attain immortality? Sheng's gaze was stern, his tone one of utter disappointment. They'll be damned if I believe that. Hu Hansan's face darkened. Do you think I don't know about your little escapades? 3 times a week, 5 times a month, always with a new twist. Compared to you, my visits to the pleasure quarters are nothing. 1,000 curses raged in his heart. Young Master, since you're not interested in women, why did you favor that one earlier? Hu Hansan grumbled, utterly baffled. Haven't I told you? It's our duty to punish evil and uphold justice. Sheng said without hesitation. They'll be damned if I believe that. Hu Hansan's face grew even darker. After all these years, he had come to understand Sheng's character. Cowardly, cautious, and greedy. He never did anything without purpose. If he claimed to act for justice, Hu Hansan would sooner believe a pig could climb a tree. I have my reasons. No more questions. Seeing his expression, Sheng said flatly. Thus, despite his burning curiosity, Hu Hansan had to drop the matter. Azurok City was a small border town in the Zhao Kingdom. Nearby lay a vast grassland where many azure oxen grazed, forming the city's livelihood. That was also the origin of the city's name. On this day, a long queue snaked before the city gate, bustling with activity. Azurok City. After decades, I have finally returned. In the line, Sheng gazed at the renovated gate, filled with emotion. 90 years ago, he had transmigrated here as a fetus. 75 years ago, he stumbled upon a rogue cultivator's cave and officially entered the world of cultivation. This kid's moaning and groaning since dawn. What a pity, such a handsome face, but his mind's not right. Hearing his words, the nearby crowd saw a lad of 15 or 16 sighing like an old man, and they looked at him as if he were a fool. Overhearing the whispers, Hu Hansan's face twitched, and he barely held back his laughter. He clenched his jaw and fists to keep from bursting out. But queuing with a bunch of mortals to enter the city soon soured Hu Hansan's mood. Young Master, why not just fly in? He leaned in and whispered, isn't this a waste of time? Sheng frowned, turned to him, and said softly, are you tired? An inexplicable chill crept over him. No. Hu Hansan's face stiffened, and he quickly corrected himself. This immersion in the mundane world is delightful. Mingling among the mortal dust, I can feel my Tao heart being purified, advancing rapidly to a higher level. Even the bottleneck in my cultivation has loosened. Young Master is truly extraordinary. Your servant admires you. By the end, his face was full of sincere admiration, without a hint of pretense. Are these two out of their minds? The onlookers began pointing at them. Tao heart. Cultivation. Where did these charlatans come from? Could they be planning to make a name for themselves by dealing with the recent fox spirit incidents? Just some con artists. Some sneered disdainfully. Sheng remained unmoved, but Hu Hansan was fuming. However, since the former said nothing, he dared not cause trouble. Soon it was their turn. After paying the toll, Sheng entered Azurok City. So much has changed. Walking along the streets, brushing past people, he looked around, sometimes stopping with a sigh, sometimes wearing a wistful expression. 75 years had passed, and most of the buildings he remembered were gone, lost to time. Hu Hansan followed silently behind, rarely refraining from disturbing him. Mostly out of fear of getting beaten. When they passed a tall red building, Sheng stopped. It was a 3-story pavilion called the Joyful Pavilion, a place of leisure. Watching the constant stream of customers coming and going, Sheng stroked his chin and remarked wryly, indeed, no matter how times change, places of romance and pleasure endure. After walking nearly the whole city, this was the only building that looked familiar. Then, following his memory, Sheng arrived at the Yang Mansion in the northern part of the city. Before the Vermilion Gate, 2 marble lions stood with bared fangs and claws, exuding grandeur. I never thought that after decades the Yang Mansion would still be thriving. Gazing at the residence before him, Sheng's tone was calm, without joy or sorrow. His father had been the head of the Yang family at the time, and his mother was a maidservant who died after giving birth to him. As an illegitimate child, he was treated coldly in the Yang Mansion, enduring many scornful looks. Especially the bullying from his legitimate cousin. Without the wisdom from his past life, Sheng might not have survived to adulthood. Thus, he held no affection for the Yang mansion, and a thorn remained deep in his heart. But after decades, those people were surely gone. No matter. All things in the world follow the cycle of cause and effect. Let your descendants repay what was done back then. After a moment's thought, Sheng strode toward the Yang mansion. Until this karmic debt was settled, his thoughts would not be at peace. Sheng swaggered toward the gates of the Yang mansion, with Hu Hansan trailing closely behind. They entered the estate without any hindrance. To save time, Sheng and his companion had cast an invisibility spell early on. It was not easy to deceive cultivators, but ordinary people could hardly detect them. Compared to before, this mansion is even more splendid. Once inside, Sheng looked around. The dilapidated walls he remembered were now completely renovated, and some abandoned rooms had vanished. Master, do we really need to be this cautious? They're just a few mortals. Hu Hansan muttered behind him. Sheng said nothing but cast a faint glance at him. A sudden chill emanated. Hu Hansan shuddered all over. His face tensed, and he spoke in a grave tone. Master, I have heard that there are many martial arts experts in the mortal world with extraordinary skills. Some of our peers, through carelessness, have fallen victim to their hands. That you, Master, are so cautious truly resonates with me. By the end, his face was full of admiration, and he prostrated himself. Ignoring him, Sheng followed his memories to the backyard. Hu Hansan cautiously trailed behind, not daring to utter a single word. Compared to decades ago, little had changed here. A room stood with a well in the corner. This room? Staring at the house before him, Sheng was astonished. Once an illegitimate son, he had been neglected and assigned to this utility room since childhood. Though traces of renovation remained, Sheng recognized it at once. This was the very room he had lived in as a child. He never imagined that after so many years this utility room still existed. With a complex heart, Sheng stepped inside. Against one wall stood a dressing mirror with a rouge box before it. The room contained a bed, chairs, and other furniture, all in a pink hue. Clearly a maiden's chamber. Who lived here now? As he pondered, a sound reached his ears. He stepped outside and saw a petite figure entering the courtyard. She carried a large wooden bucket half her height, dragging it to the well. Her small face was flushed red, and she panted with every step, clearly struggling. The moment he saw this young girl, Sheng's eyes flickered. Hello. He approached her, dispelled his invisibility, and greeted her with a smile. Aunt. The girl was startled. Who are you trying to scare in broad daylight? She puffed out her cheeks, hands on her hips, glaring at Sheng with displeasure. Her face was delicate and round, and this expression only added to her charm. Sorry. Sheng smiled gently, and said amiably, may I ask your name? Xiao Qiao won't tell you. The girl turned her head away, looking haughty. You just told me, didn't you? Sheng was amused. Hu Hansan also couldn't help but chuckle. Cute little Xiao Qiao, do you know Qiao? Sheng asked, beaming. Cute. You have good taste. Zayakayo's face lit up with joy. She tilted her head, thought for a moment, and shook her head. Qiao. I don't know her. There's no one by that name in the mansion. Who are you anyway? I've never seen you here before. Are you new? Xiao widened her eyes, full of confusion. Who I am isn't important. What matters is that I am a friend of Qiao. Sheng's expression turned slightly serious. Are you sure you don't know Qiao? This young girl bore a striking resemblance to his former maidservant. There must be some connection. I already said I don't know her. You're so strange. Xiao shook her head firmly. Her eyes darted around, scanning the two men, then suddenly realizing something, her face turned pale. You're thieves. She instinctively stepped back, her voice trembling. What thief would come in broad daylight? Sheng chuckled. That's true. Xiao paused, then nodded. But the next moment her face turned even paler, and she shrank into a corner, trembling. You're lechers. Why would you think that? Sheng was speechless. Because ever since you came, that dark, pockmarked brute has been leering at me with a nasty grin. Sob. It's terrifying. Pointing at Hu Hansan, Xiao stammered, covering her face with her hands, her voice choked with tears. Hu Hansan, who had been enjoying the show, froze mid-smile. Indeed, at this moment Xiao was huddled in the corner, sobbing, while Sheng and his companion stood not far away, almost surrounding her. If an outsider saw this, it would surely breed misunderstandings. This is the Yang mansion, after all. And in broad daylight, who would dare? Sheng sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. This girl's mind was far too quick. Huh. Xiao was momentarily stunned. All right. She straightened up, dusted herself off, put her hands on her hips, and glared at Hu Hansan, chin raised. This is the Yang mansion, you dark, pockmarked brute. Wipe that lecherous look off your face. You make me sick. Otherwise, one shout from me, and 10 servants will come to beat you up, or even the Yang bully. She stopped abruptly, quickly covering her mouth, then cautiously glanced around before letting out a long breath. If the young master of Yang is displeased, you'll be in big trouble. Having been cursed at twice in a row, Hu Hansan was fuming, but under Yang Sheng's cold gaze, he dared not retaliate. He could only squat aside, nursing his anger. Rest assured we are good people, Yang Sheng said softly. To be honest, with his face it sounded almost like a philanderer's line. Oomph. Yang Xiaokao's cheeks flushed slightly. She snorted and muttered, "That's what all bad people say." Yang Sheng was at a loss for words. "Are you sure you don't remember Yang Qiao? I mean, is there no one by that name among your elders?" He looked at her puzzled. "Elders?" Yang Xiaoqiao blinked in surprise. "Oh." After a moment, she clapped her hand to her head, even more astonished. "My great-grandmother's name is Yang Qiao." "Is that who you mean?" "Exactly." Yang Sheng's eyes lit up, and he nodded, his heart filled with emotion. Years ago, he had picked up a young maidservant on the roadside, and now her great-granddaughter, so similar in face, stood before him. For a moment, he felt as if he had returned to decades past. "You say you're a friend of my great-grandmother?" Yang Xiaoqiao looked bewildered. "Well, in a sense, yes." Yang Sheng pondered, and then nodded slightly. "But my great-grandmother passed away 20 years ago. You probably weren't even born then, were you?" Yang Xiaoqiao looked at him as if he were an idiot. Yang Sheng was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. "I am no ordinary person." Yang Xiaoqiao blinked. Finally, she nodded in agreement. "Oh." Yang Sheng was momentarily taken aback. Could this girl see through his identity as a cultivator? Then Yang Xiaoqiao looked at him, pointed to her own head, and for some reason showed a look of sympathy. "I can tell you're not ordinary. You're a bit off up here." Yang Sheng's face darkened. Hu Hansan nearly burst out laughing. "They'll come clean. I'm actually a cultivator," Yang Sheng said expressionlessly as he raised his hand and condensed a fireball. Yang Xiaokao's eyes went wide, and her mouth dropped open big enough to fit a goose egg. "A mere little girl dares to look down on me." Yang Sheng sneered inwardly. "Big brother, that's an amazing trick. You must make a lot of money performing on the streets, right?" Yang Xiaoqiao clasped her hands before her chest, her eyes sparkling like stars, and said, "Can you teach me?" Yang Sheng nearly blacked out upon hearing this. Hu Hansan couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. It wasn't until a cold glare swept over him that he stopped laughing and stood to the side with a serious expression. "I am an immortal cultivator and an old friend of your great-grandmother," Yang Sheng said, utterly helpless. As he spoke, he levitated into the air, floating half a foot off the ground. "You?" This time Yang Xiaoqiao was completely stunned. "An immortal?" She swallowed nervously. "May I ask the honored immortal's name?" Yang Xiaoqiao smoothed her clothes, her small face tense with anxiety. "Yang Sheng." "You're Yang Sheng." Yang Xiaoqiao was suddenly doubtful, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "Is there a problem?" Yang Sheng frowned. Yang Xiaoqiao didn't answer. After a moment's thought, she said bluntly, "Please follow me, honored immortal." The three then entered the house. Yang Xiaoqiao dragged a trunk out from under the bed, took out a painting, and showed it to them. "This?" Yang Sheng was stunned. It was a portrait, and the person in it was unmistakably his true self, with a line of small characters beside it. "Forever, our young master Yang Sheng. My great-grandmother left this behind." Yang Xiaoqiao explained, then looked at Yang Sheng in confusion. "Honored immortal, are you truly young master Yang Sheng?" He was currently disguised completely different from the person in the painting. After a long silence, Yang Sheng nodded, his face shifting as he revealed his true appearance. "Wow." Yang Xiaoqiao watched in amazement. "I want to learn, honored immortal. Can you teach me?" she said, mustering her courage. "Sure, as long as you can master it." Yang Sheng looked at her with a warm, gentle smile. In his past life, he had endured countless scorn, and throughout the entire Yang estate, only his personal maid Yang Qiao had stayed by his side. "Yang Xiaoqiao, I told you to fetch water, and you haven't moved a muscle. Do you even want to eat?" At that moment, a harsh shout came from outside. Hearing the voice, Yang Xiaoqiao instinctively trembled, fear spreading across her small face. "Don't be nervous," Yang Sheng said softly, gently stroking her head. Perhaps comforted by his words, she calmed down considerably. "Little Qiao isn't scared at all," she muttered under her breath, puffing out her cheeks. "Yang Xiao. Huh, who are you two?" When they stepped outside, a young servant in blue was already in the courtyard, eyeing Yang Sheng and the others with suspicion. "Who is he?" Yang Sheng asked. "He's Wangsen, a servant of young Master Yang. He's a real bootlicker, so the young master thinks highly of him." Yang Xiaoqiao covered her mouth and muttered resentfully. When Wangsen first came to the Yang estate, he bowed and scraped to everyone. Ever since the young master favored him, he's acted superior to all the other servants, throwing his weight around. Her tone was laced with anger, clearly showing she had often been bullied by him. Yang Sheng nodded slightly. You wench daring to bring men into your room. Don't you understand you belong to young Master Yang? At that moment Wang Xin stepped forward and said harshly, if young Master Yang Song finds out not just you, but he'll be punished too. Yang Xiaoqiao bit her lip tightly and said nothing though a hint of stubbornness gleamed in her eyes. Throughout the Yang estate, she was considered quite a beauty. A year ago she had been hinted that if she entered the young master's chambers, she would become the head maid. This was a dream for many servant girls in the household. Coming from commoner families, being favored by the young master meant a life of wealth and luxury, even if only as a concubine. But Yang Xiaoqiao was different. She loathed Yang Song from the bottom of her heart. He did nothing all day but bully others, a complete and utter wastrel. Slap him. Yang Sheng's gaze turned cold. Hu Hanxin grinned ferociously and stepped forward. You dare to lay a hand on me. This is the Yang estate. Believe me if I shout you won't leave here in one piece. Wang Xin crossed his arms and sneered, utterly unafraid. No need for you to shout. I'll do it for you. Hu Hanxin cackled, sending a massive slap flying through the air. This man actually dared to strike. Wang San was both shocked and furious. He tried to dodge, but how could an ordinary mortal match Hu Hanxin's speed? The next moment, a blood-curdling scream pierced the sky, instantly alerting the entire Yang estate. Soon in the main hall, Yang Sheng sat in the seat of honor, legs crossed, looking completely at ease, with Hu Hanxin standing guard beside him. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was the master of the house. Below, a group of Yang family members knelt in unison. Moments earlier, the estate had been in chaos, with Yang Sheng surrounded by a host of menacing guards. Then he had casually displayed a bit of magic, and this was the result. May we ask what the honored immortal's commands are for visiting our humble home? A portly middle-aged man cautiously raised his head and said with utmost deference, Honored immortal, just say the word. If I can be of any help, I won't hesitate. Looking at the trembling crowd below who barely dared to breathe, Yang Sheng suddenly found it all rather tedious. An immortal cultivator like me coming to bother these powerless mortals. Isn't it beneath my dignity? He stroked his chin, lost in thought. Since he didn't speak, no one dared to break the silence. For a moment, the hall was eerily quiet. The Yang family members grew increasingly uneasy. As he scanned their faces, some tense, some fearful, some hopeful, some awed. Especially the middle-aged man who had spoken, the current head of the Yang family, who looked like a fawning lapdog. Yang Sheng sighed inwardly and suddenly lost all desire for revenge. Oh well, revenge begets revenge. Oh, when will it end? The original culprits are long dead and gone. Let the past be past. The moment this thought arose, Yang Sheng felt a sudden clarity in his mind, and the spiritual energy within him began to stir. Boom! A wave of spiritual energy erupted from him. Chi refining 8th layer achieved. What the hell? Even that works. Hu Hanxin's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Are you Yang Zhongtian? Yang Sheng's gaze fell upon the middle-aged man as he spoke indifferently. Indeed I am. Yang Zhongtian replied with deference. I hear your precious son is a dissolute wastrel, even forcing the maidservants to warm his bed. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Yang Sheng's countenance turned slightly cold. Before arriving, Yang Xiaoqiao had explained everything. Yang Zhongtian was taken aback at the words. A young man behind him, his expression shifting urgently, said, Esteemed immortal, do not be swayed by this woman's slander. He cast a glance at Yang Xiaoqiao beside Yang Sheng, his gaze icy and laced with threat. The latter shrank her neck in response. She looked at Yang Sheng beside her, then mustered her courage and shot back a defiant glare. This wretched wench. Yang Song's face darkened instantly as he cursed inwardly. How could his petty actions escape Yang Sheng's notice? A faint smile curled at Yang Sheng's lips as he said, You mean Yang Xiaoqiao is slandering you? Indeed. I implore the esteemed immortal to see through this matter with clear judgment. Yang Song declared with a righteous air. Quite the convincing act. Yang Sheng sneered inwardly, his gaze shifting to another person. At that moment, Wang Xin knelt on the ground, his forehead pressed against the floor, drenched in cold sweat and trembling all over. As if sensing his gaze, he shivered even more violently. Wang Xin, what do you know? Speak up, Yang Sheng said with a slight smile. Yang Song's expression darkened as he also spoke coldly. Wang Xin, don't overthink it. Just answer the esteemed immortal's questions honestly. This. Wang San's expression was agonizingly conflicted, and he was instantly at a loss. At this moment, he knew that he would inevitably offend someone today. On one side was the ethereal, lofty immortal, on the other the young master, who provided his livelihood. Soon Wang San made his choice. Esteemed immortal, forgive this humble one's ignorance. I do not understand your meaning. His gaze flickered as he spoke timidly, clearly feeling guilty. How dare you? Hu Hansan was about to reprimand him, but was stopped by Yang Sheng with a wave of his hand. Yang Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly and said calmly, It's fine. Let me ask you first, with so many men in the mansion, why is Yang Xiaoqiao the one fetching water every day? This. Wang San's expression froze while Yang Song and the others remained silent. He knew that if he answered poorly, his future would be grim. Wang San's mind raced. Soon his eyes darted and he said with a fawning smile, "Esteemed immortal may not know, but this was my way of testing Yang Xiaoqiao." Testing it. I recall the young master once casually mentioned that Yang Xiaoqiao was diligent and capable, and he intended to appoint her as head maidservant. So on my own initiative, I made her fetch water daily, toil her body, and torment her spirit, so that she might be worthy of the position in the future. If this displeases the esteemed immortal, I willingly accept punishment. He put on a sincere look of admitting fault. Outrageous. Everything within the mansion is arranged properly. How dare you alter it on your own? I'll settle accounts with you later. Yang Song's voice was harsh, but inwardly he was overjoyed. This Wang San was clever, able to spin things so beautifully, it wasn't a waste to keep him. The other servants upon hearing this were all envious of Yang Xiaoqiao, especially a few maidservants whose gazes held barely concealed jealousy. You? Yang Xiaoqiao pointed at Wang San, so angry she couldn't speak. The truth was that she had refused to share Yang Song's bed, so Wang San, at Yang Song's behest, had constantly tormented her, forcing her to do all the dirty hard labor every day. Only Yang Zongshan's gaze swept over them, remaining silent. Old and shrewd as he was, how could he be unaware of his own son's character? He saw through the scheme at a glance. You're quite clever, and you have a silver tongue. Yang Sheng appraised Wang San with a look of amusement. The esteemed immortal flatters me. The latter rubbed his head and let out an awkward laugh. Wang San after this go receive 30 lashes. At that moment Yang Song said coldly, then turned to Yang Xiaoqiao with a voice full of feigned apology. This wretch acted on his own, causing you suffering, Xiaoqiao. He thumped his chest and declared loudly, I swear from this day forward this will never happen again. Oomph. Seeing his shamelessness, Yang Xiaoqiao let out a cold snort and turned her head away as if he didn't exist. This scene immediately displeased some. Yang Xiaoqiao, the young master, has personally apologized, and this is your attitude. Who do you think you are? Exactly. Do you really think you're some princess? Something born of a mother, but with no upbringing. A chorus of sneers and taunts echoed through the hall. Yang Xiaoqiao's face was full of grievance, tears threatening to spill from her eyes. Enough. A sharp shout rang out. Yang Zhongtian swept his cold gaze around the hall, and the numerous servants immediately fell silent, with those who had mocked her bowing their heads deeply. These fools. Couldn't they see that this immortal was favoring Yang Xiaoqiao? Yang Zhongtian cursed inwardly. If not for his son's safety, he would have gladly offered Wang San and the others as sacrifices. Esteemed immortal, my discipline has been lax. I beg your forgiveness for this spectacle. Yang Zhongtian bowed deeply to Yang Sheng with a wry smile. No matter. Yang Sheng patted Yang Xiaoqiao's head to comfort her, then waved his hand dismissively, and said, since this was all a misunderstanding, let it rest here. Wasn't this immortal too easily fooled? Yang Zhongtian was momentarily dumbfounded. Yang Song breathed a sigh of relief, while Wang San wore an expression of someone who had narrowly escaped disaster. Young master, did you really believe that Wang San's words? Outside the hall, Hu Hansan asked in astonishment. Without waiting for Yang Sheng's reply, he added bluntly, your subordinate suggests we give him a thorough beating, and he'll surely confess the truth. Are you teaching me how to do things? Yang Sheng shot him a sidelong glance. How could that be? The young master's actions are always decisive and wise without flaw. My admiration for you flows like the endless Yangtze River. Hu Hansan said with a straight face. Having served Yang Sheng for over a decade, his flattery skills had improved daily. Elsewhere. Xiao Sen, you did well just now. Yang Song patted Wang San's shoulder, his expression one of great satisfaction. It's my honor to serve the young master. Wang San's face was full of flattery. Rest assured. From now on, as long as I, Yang Song, have a bite to eat, there will always be a bowl of soup for you. Thank you, young master. Wang San's eyes lit up, his face beaming. Wasn't this what he had been waiting for? If only everyone in the mansion were like you. Yang Song let out a long sigh, then said indignantly, that wretch Yang Xiaoqiao. It's her honor that I, the young master, took a fancy to her. Not only does she refuse my favor, but she dares to speak ill of me before the immortal, making me lose all face. Wang San's eyes flickered at this, and he suddenly spoke in a low voice. Young master, immortals usually don't stay long in the mortal world. Once he leaves, then. As he trailed off, his eyes turned vicious, the implication clear. You're right. Yang Song nodded in agreement, sneering coldly. Let that wench have her moment of glory for a few days. Immortal Lord, do you not believe, Xiaoqiao? Upon returning to the room, Yang Xiaoqiao spoke cautiously. How could I? Then you. Rest assured I will see justice done for you. Yang Sheng chuckled softly, then asked directly, what are your plans from now on? I wish to cultivate immortality, she said, her face full of anticipation. You have no spiritual root, you cannot cultivate immortality. Yang Sheng shook his head. I see. Yang Xiaoqiao's expression fell into deep disappointment. I won't stay here long. Tell me whatever is on your mind. Yang Xiaoqiao hesitated, her face twisted with inner conflict. I can give you a sum of money to start anew far away. Yang Sheng said bluntly. After all, mortal silver meant nothing to him. Yang Xiaoqiao fell silent. If she could not cultivate immortality, she did not wish to leave Qingyo City, for it was where she was born and raised. But staying here once Yang Sheng left, Yang Song would surely not let her off easily. Perhaps seeing through her worries, Yang Sheng smiled gently and said softly, do not worry. Even after I leave, no one in this young mansion will dare to bully you. Immortal Lord, why are you so kind to me? Yang Xiaoqiao suddenly asked, her big eyes fixed on him. Because your great-grandmother was the most adorable little maidservant in my heart. Yang Sheng said with a smile. Then, could I be your maidservant? Yang Xiaoqiao clutched the hem of her skirt tightly, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. No. Why? You have no spiritual root. Staying by my side would only waste your years. Without a spiritual root, is it truly impossible to cultivate immortality? Yang Xiaoqiao persisted. Yes, Yang Sheng nodded slowly. There was no point in lying now. Very well. Yang Xiaoqiao drooped her head, her expression utterly dejected. Yang Sheng sighed, inwardly patted her head, and said, from now on, just stay put in the Yang mansion. As the young master wishes. Yang Xiaoqiao nodded emphatically. Hearing the words, young master, Yang Sheng felt a sudden daze. For an instant he felt as though he had returned decades ago. The same place, a strikingly similar young face, before him the same address. Yet so many things had changed. How time flies. Yang Sheng was lost in a sea of emotion. Snore. Just as he was reminiscing, the sound of snoring came from across the room. Looking up, he found Yang Xiaoqiao had fallen asleep. Poor child. Seeing her weary face and scarred little hands, Yang Sheng's heart ached. What is that young master Yang up to? Stepping softly outside, Yang Sheng asked calmly. Young master, he just left the gate. He's likely heading to Yihong Pavilion to listen to tunes. Hu Hansen, who had been waiting outside, bowed in reply. Anything else? Wang San's clumsy tricks could never fool him. Just moments ago, Yang Sheng had sent Hu Hansen to keep an eye on Yang Song. Heh, young master, just as you expected, that scoundrel plans to trouble the girl once you're gone. Hu Hansen chuckled. Is that so? Yang Sheng's gaze turned icy, his voice chilling. Follow him and break all four of his limbs. On it. Hu Hansen grinned broadly. Ever since arriving in this mortal city, he had been simmering with frustration and was itching for an outlet. Do I need to tell you how to do it? No need for that, young master. I understand perfectly. Hu Hansen thumped his chest and turned to leave. Wait. Yang Sheng suddenly spoke again. Add one more limb. What did that mean? Did Yang Song have 5 limbs? Hu Hansen was utterly baffled. It was only when Yang Sheng's gaze drifted to his crotch that Hu Hansen shuddered, instantly comprehending, and felt a chill below. He straightened up and declared solemnly, yes, young master. Offend anyone but never this ruthless man. Hu Hansen's heart trembled. A quarter of an hour later at Yihong Pavilion. Oh, if it isn't young master Yang, welcome, welcome. As Yang Song arrived, the madam greeted him with a beaming smile. Where is Chuanxiang? Yang Song got straight to the point. Chuanxiang was the top courtesan of Yihong Pavilion. She's here, always awaiting your visit. The madam said with a flattering smile. Excellent. Yang Song's face was full of smug pride. In Qingyo City, his status as the young master of the Yang family allowed him to act with impunity. Everywhere he went, people greeted him with smiles. Thinking of this, his resentment toward Yang Xiaoqiao grew. Once that immortal left, he would make that girl suffer terribly. A torrent of dark thoughts flooded his mind. Madam, I'm taking Chuanxiang for myself today. Just then a burly man strode through the door, his voice booming like a bell. Kind sir, first come, first served. Chuanxiang has already been chosen by young Master Yang. The madam said, her smile unwavering. Who is this young Master Yang? Is he famous? The burly man sneered and said bluntly, or are you afraid I can't pay? With that, he pulled a banknote from his pocket, clearly marked with the sum of 1,000 taels. The madam's eyes went wide. The sound of swallowing saliva echoed around them. 1,000 taels could support a family of 4 for a lifetime with plenty to spare. I am Yang Song of the Yang Mansion. May I ask what business you are in, my friend? Yang Song was initially displeased, but seeing the man's generosity, he suppressed his anger and cupped his hands. None of your damn business. The burly man gave him a dismissive glance and said flatly, Yang Song's expression darkened. How dare you? Wang Xin jumped out at that moment, playing the perfect lackey. Who do you think you are barking at me? With that, the burly man raised his leg and kicked. Up. Wang Xin flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground, his eyes rolling back as he foamed at the mouth, completely unconscious. The madam was stunned. The other patrons were also dumbfounded. These were people from the Yang mansion. You dare to harm someone from the Yang mansion? Yang Song's face twisted with rage. In all his life, he had never seen anyone more arrogant than himself. Accustomed to throwing his weight around, he could hardly tolerate this. Stepping back, Yang Song growled, "Break his arms and legs. He'll take full responsibility." At his command, the guards behind him drew their blades and rushed forward with practiced ease, their faces vicious. Bullying with numbers. Do you really think I'm afraid? The burly man sneered. Fearless, he charged forward, felling 2 guards with a single punch and kick. Despite being surrounded and attacked by the remaining guards, he remained unscathed, his skills extraordinary. Soon, all the fierce guards lay on the ground, wailing in pain. How is this possible? Yang Song swallowed hard, his face a mask of disbelief. The onlookers were equally stunned. Your turn. The burly man fixed his gaze on Yang Song, cackling. You wouldn't dare? I am the young master of the Yang mansion. Yang Song's face paled as he blustered. Young master of the Yang mansion. Huh. Even if you were the father of the young master, it wouldn't matter. The burly man lunged forward, appearing before him in an instant, and delivered a vicious kick to his groin. Up. The next moment, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Soon news of Yang Song's beating spread like wildfire throughout Qingyo City. Patriarch Young Master Yang was beaten at Yihong Pavilion, his limbs broken, and upon hearing this, Yang Zhongtian nearly dropped dead on the spot. And what? Staring intently at his subordinate, his eyes bloodshot, his voice like the bitter winter wind cutting to the bone. Young Master. His manhood was severed, and he remains unconscious. PFT. Yang Zhongtian spat out a mouthful of blood, rolled his eyes back, and passed out on the spot. Young Master, that Yang Song was beaten. Within the courtyard, Yang Sheng was leisurely sipping tea when Xiao Qiao suddenly rushed in to report. Oh, he nodded nonchalantly. Young Master, Yang Song's limbs are all broken. He'll spend the rest of his life in bed. Xiao Qiao patted her small chest, panting heavily, her voice urgent, but her expression faintly excited. Oh, is that so? Yang Sheng remained unruffled. Dealing with a mere mortal was a trivial task for Hu Han-san. Young Master, aren't you surprised at all? Xiao Qiao's expression turned peculiar. What's there to be surprised about? That Yang Song relying on his status to throw his weight around a spoiled brat who's offended countless people. Isn't it normal for him to get beaten? Yang Sheng remarked with surprise. Xiao Qiao was momentarily speechless. She rolled her eyes and muttered, Young Master, did you have someone do it? You can mess with your food, but don't mess with your words. Yang Sheng shook his head slightly. After all, he was the notorious ancient freak of the evergreen cultivation world, known for his life-draining arts. If word got out that he bullied mortals, how disgraceful would that be? The calmer he appeared, the more Xiao Qiao grew suspicious. Was it that big, dark, pockmarked fellow? She looked around. Little girl, my name is Hu Hansen, not big, dark, pockmarked fellow. At that moment, Hu Hansen stepped out of the house with a dark face glaring at her. Huh, could it be that the young master really didn't order it? Seeing him, Xiao Qiao muttered to herself. Elsewhere. Who did this? Yang Zongshan's tone was as calm as still water, his expression blank. Those familiar with him knew he was on the verge of eruption. Your subordinate is conducting a thorough investigation. The man before him kept his head deeply bowed. The young master was beaten, crippled in broad daylight. And you still haven't figured out who the culprit is, eh? Yang Zongshan's eyelids drooped slightly, his voice extremely low. Thump. The subordinate immediately knelt prostrate, trembling as he said, reporting to the patriarch that scoundrel is skilled in martial arts, adept at Qinggong, and exceptionally cunning. He vanished after committing the crime. I've ordered the brothers to search the entire city, and with the city Lord Zhao's consent sealed the gates. Not even a fly can escape. At most 3. No, at most 1 day, I will bring this man before you. Very well, I'll give you an extended deadline. Within 3 days I want him alive, or his corpse. 3 days later, in the Yang residence's main hall. A bunch of useless dogs, worthless trash. Yang Zhongtian pointed ahead and cursed loudly, his face livid, his usual reserve and subtlety vanished without a trace. Before him, a group of armed guards kept their heads deeply bowed, silent. Over these 3 days, they had nearly turned the entire Qingyo city upside down. With the city sealed, permitting entry only, they had stirred up panic, thrown everything into chaos, and drawn widespread complaints. Yet they hadn't found even a trace of the culprit, losing all face. In Qingyo City, the Yang family wielded immense power, but they couldn't blot out the sky with one hand. By now they had no choice but to reopen the city gates. After all 3 consecutive days of sealing had already displeased City Lord Zhao. How has that esteemed immortal been lately? After a long tirade, Yang Zhongtian finally plopped down into a chair and asked. He's been staying in Yang Ziakao's residence drinking tea and idling all day. A nearby servant immediately replied. And his servant? The same. Yang Zhongtian frowned at this. He had suspected Yang Sheng's involvement in this incident. But under the covert watch of his men, they found Yang Sheng had stayed in the courtyard all these days, never venturing out, lacking the opportunity to act. Could it be an old enemy? At this thought, Yang Zongshan's expression darkened. His son was crippled, yet he didn't even know who the culprit was. With his mortal mindset, he could hardly fathom the true methods of cultivators. Patriarch Yang. Just then Yang Sheng walked in with Yang Xiaoqiao, and Hu Hansen following closely behind. The esteemed immortal. Seeing him, Yang Zhongtian immediately composed his expression, forced a smile, and rose to greet him. May I ask what business the esteemed immortal has? I will be leaving soon, so there are some words I wish to share with the patriarch. I had intended to speak 2 days ago, but that incident occurred. Please accept my condolences, Patriarch Yang. Yang Sheng gave a slight bow, his expression sincere. Hu Hansen watched in speechless exasperation. I apologize for troubling the esteemed immortal. Yang Zhongtian responded with a bitter smile. Esteemed immortal, is my son truly beyond saving? He asked, still unwilling to give up. He had asked this question countless times over the past 3 days. Patriarch Yang, do you think him deceiving you? Yang Sheng frowned and said bluntly, Patriarch Yang, forgive my frankness. Your son's condition can indeed be cured, but it requires extremely rare celestial treasures that even I cannot easily obtain. Even if I had them, I wouldn't part with them casually, understand? He spoke with a straight face, spouting nonsense. Injuries like broken tendons, shattered bones, or crushed vitals. Once a mortal suffers them without a cultivator's aid, they are almost lifelong afflictions. Yet for a cultivator, nurturing with spiritual energy for 10 days to half a month could restore them fully. The two were incomparable. I understand. Yang Zhongtian slumped into his chair, his expression deeply dejected. He had only this one son, now so utterly ruined. Patriarch Yang, if you had known this would happen, why did you let it come to this? You should know your son's character. Carrying on like this was bound to lead to disaster. It's already fortunate he escaped with his life this time. Yang Sheng stated, flatly speaking, without reservation. The attending maids and servants broke out in cold sweat upon hearing this. The esteemed immortal's lesson is well taken. I was too indulgent with that brat. Yang Zhongtian was deeply displeased, but dared not show it. Deep down he knew Yang Sheng had a point. Patriarch Yang Xiaoqiao is my junior. After I leave, I hope you will look after her well. After the pleasantries, Yang Sheng stepped aside, revealing Yang Xiaoqiao behind him, and spoke directly. Since it is the esteemed immortal's request, I dare not refuse. Yang Zhongtian was not surprised, and replied with a slight bow. Yet what truly went on in his mind was anyone's guess. Yang Sheng was not naive enough to think his words had been heeded. He raised his hand slightly, and a cultivation manual materialized out of thin air, astonishing the Yang household servants. This is a cultivation manual. If anyone in your Yang family possesses spiritual roots, they may use it to enter the cultivation world in the future, Yang Sheng declared. Thank you, esteemed immortal, for bestowing this method. Yang Zongshan's eyes widened, and he was instantly ecstatic, even casting aside the grief over his crippled son. A son could be replaced, but this opportunity for cultivation once missed would be lost forever. Don't get too excited just yet. If any harm comes to Yang Xiaoqiao, I will slaughter your entire Yang clan. Yang Sheng said coldly. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized something was off. Wasn't he himself a member of the Yang family? Slaughter himself. With that, Yang Sheng waved his hand lightly, and a long sword from a nearby guard's waist suddenly flew out, landing steadily in his grasp. A vivid flame erupted, and under the scorching heat, the long sword quickly melted into a pool of molten iron. Gulp. The Yang household servants turned pale, swallowing hard. Rest assured, esteemed immortal, from this day forward, I will treat Yang Xiaoqiao as my own daughter. Yang Zongshan's face paled as he repeatedly patted his chest in assurance, stopping just short of swearing to the heavens. Very well. Yang Sheng nodded lightly. He believed that with this combination of authority and benevolence, the Yang family would never dare to slight Yang Xiaoqiao. Young master. A quarter of an hour later, at the Yang residence's main gate, Yang Xiaoqiao gazed at Yang Sheng with tearful eyes, her face full of reluctance. Yang Sheng sighed inwardly. Without a word, he ruffled her hair, then turned and walked away. Yang Xiaoqiao wept even harder. Hearing the sobs behind him, Yang Sheng remained impassive and left without looking back. With Yang Song crippled, the karmic ties between him and the Yang family from years past were finally settled. Securing Yang Xiaokao's standing was his way of repaying the companionship Yang Qiao had once shown him. From now on, the Yang family had nothing more to do with him. With many worldly affairs settled, Yang Sheng wandered through Qingyo City for a while before deciding to find a safe place to lie low and cultivate. Please, honored guests, stay your steps. Just as he reached the city gate, a young servant in blue robes blocked his path. My master invites you. The servant bowed deeply, presenting a letter. Who is your master? Yang Sheng asked directly without even glancing at the letter. Zhao Tian, the city lord. The servant replied honestly. Since he wishes to see me, why doesn't he come himself? Yang Sheng said indifferently. A city lord might be a great figure in the eyes of mortals, but he remained unmoved. My master said that you would understand after reading the letter. The blue-robed servant showed no surprise, maintaining his humble posture almost bent at a 90-degree angle. Oh, intrigued, Yang Sheng reached out and took the letter. A fox spirit causing trouble. After reading, he stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and then nodded lightly. Lead the way. Before long, guided by the blue-robed servant, they arrived at the city lord's mansion hall. Two esteemed immortals grace my humble abode. What an honor. A middle-aged man appeared to welcome them, his face beaming with a warm smile. I am Zhao Tian, the city lord of this place. As he introduced himself, Zhao Tian discreetly sized up the two before him. May I ask the names of the two immortals? As the city's lord, how could any breeze or rustling leaf within the city escape his notice? The news of immortals appearing at the Yang residence had reached his ears despite Yang Zongshan's efforts to conceal it. I am Yang Sheng, and this is Xiao Haizi. After a brief introduction, Yang Sheng cut to the chase. City Lord Zhao, let's skip the pleasantries and get straight to business. Haha, Immortal Yang is straightforward. Zhao Tian laughed heartily. With a glance, he dismissed the servants and guards from the hall. Esteemed Immortal, as this matter is of great importance and cannot be leaked, I dared not invite you in person. Please forgive me. Zhao Tian bowed deeply to Yang Sheng. No matter. Yang Sheng waved his hand, curious. What exactly is this fox spirit trouble you speak of? Zhao Tian wasted no words. Esteemed Immortal, at some unknown time a fox spirit infiltrated Qingyo City, specifically feeding on human vitality. How long has this been going on? About 3 months. After hearing this, Yang Sheng asked in puzzlement, in all this time you haven't tried any measures? To be honest, I've offered a reward for this matter, but the only ones attracted were charlatans. They fled before even catching a glimpse of the fox spirit. Later I issued strict orders to weed out time wasters, but after that not a single person came forward to take on the task. Zhao Tian sighed deeply. How do you know it's a fox spirit? Did someone see it with their own eyes? Yang Sheng asked again. Of course. Zhao Tian affirmed with certainty. What are the exact casualties? To be honest, no one has died yet. But those drained of their vitality by the fox spirit can barely get out of bed and cannot take care of themselves for nearly half a month. Zhao Tian's expression turned grave. Because of this, the transient population in Qingyo City had noticeably declined. As the city lord, how could he not be anxious? I see. Yang Sheng's eyes flickered. The fact that no one had been killed suggested the fox spirit possessed a certain level of intelligence. However, relying solely on Zhao Tian's account might not be enough to judge. After a moment's thought, he asked, are there any victims available? Yes. Zhao Tian's eyes lit up. He had feared the other might leave after hearing the story. Please follow me, Immortal. Under the curious gazes of many servants, Yang Sheng and his companion followed Zhao Tian into a room. This is my son who was unfortunately attacked by the fox spirit 3 days ago. Pointing at the young man on the bed, Zhao Tian's brows were etched with distress. The youth had dark circles under his eyes, parched lips, and a lethargic look as if he hadn't slept for days. Good heavens. His kidney essence was completely drained. Yang Sheng was speechless. The young man's condition was a textbook case of overindulgence. Father. Hearing the commotion, the youth opened his eyes and spoke weakly. These are two immortals. Show some respect. Zhao Tian quickly instructed him. The immortal has many questions about the fox spirit. Answer truthfully. The young man thought to himself, probably another pair of frauds. He sized up Yang Sheng, and finding him even younger than himself, felt somewhat dismissive. I understand, he nodded weakly. Where were you attacked by the fox spirit? Yang Sheng got straight to the point. Well, the youth fell silent. After hesitating for a moment, he finally said, the House of Joyful Melodies. No sooner had he spoken than he noticed the slight twitch at the corner of Zhao Tian's mouth. Father, you know I have no special hobbies. I just enjoy listening to music. Miss Yahi at the House of Joyful Melodies is famed far and wide for her skill on the flute. The youth quickly explained. Listening to music. I won't even bother to call you out on that. Zhao Tian shot him a fierce glare, then turned to Yang Sheng with a wry smile. Forgive my son's impropriety, Immortal. No harm done. It's only natural. Yang Sheng waved dismissively, then looked at the youth. Go on. 3 days ago, as usual, I was playing the flute with Miss Yahi in her room when suddenly a pink mist arose. We both grew dizzy and disoriented. Just before I lost consciousness, I saw a fox's tail. When I woke up, I was like this. The youth's face was full of helplessness. Now, not only could he no longer enjoy the pleasures of the entertainment house, but even squatting to relieve himself was a struggle. And Miss Yahi, how is she after this? Yang Sheng blinked, curious. Strangely enough, Miss Yahi seemed perfectly fine, and even her memory of that night was hazy. Zhao Tian interjected in a deep voice. Oh, Yang Sheng's eyes flickered. As the city lord, Zhao Tian had likely already investigated this thoroughly. Could it be an illusion? Yang Sheng speculated inwardly. I beg the Immortal to take action and rid the people of this demon. This kindness and virtue I shall never forget. Zhao Tian suddenly knelt, his words sincere and pleading. His speech was grand and righteous, tugging at the heartstrings. Any cultivator with a shred of righteousness would likely find it hard to refuse. I'll do my best. Stroking his chin and pondering for a moment, Yang Sheng nodded. Hu Hansen, standing nearby, was surprised. He knew that his master was not exactly a paragon of virtue. In truth, Yang Sheng was quite intrigued by the origin of this fox spirit. Most importantly, he concluded that the fox spirit's cultivation must be low, otherwise why would it bother preying on mortals when it could drain a cultivator instead? Thank you, Immortal. Zhao Tian was overjoyed. What do you need, Immortal? I will spare no effort to provide it. He wore a serious expression, clearly eager. For months, the fox spirit had been his greatest worry. When I need something, I'll contact you. Yang Sheng said flatly, then turned and left. Young master, what do we do next? Are we really going to investigate this so-called fox spirit? Once outside, Hu Hansen asked. He was not particularly enthusiastic about dealing with the fox spirit. In Hu Hansen's eyes, what did the lives of a few mortals matter to him? Besides, the fox spirit hadn't gone on a killing spree. Of course. Yang Sheng nodded. After a moment's thought, he added, let's go check out the House of Joyful Melodies first. Hu Hansen's eyes lit up. Wise decision, young master. When it came to this, he was wide awake. The Yihong Pavilion, as the most renowned establishment of romance and revelry in Qingyo City, bustled with ceaseless activity each day. On this particular day, the master and his servant arrived. Young master, why are we dressed like this? Hu Hansen examined himself, a note of puzzlement in his voice. At this moment, he appeared as a robust young man, tall and sturdy, exuding a fierce aura, though his face was rather dark. Compared to his usual self, Yang Sheng had also undergone a dramatic transformation. Beneath his azure robe, the contours of his muscles were clearly defined, his spirit and vitality utterly renewed. The former pale-faced youth had become a vigorous lad. Don't you think this guise will better attract the fox spirit? Yang Sheng said with a faint smile. Fox spirits consume human vitality. They would surely not target the elderly, weak, or infirm. Instead, youths at the peak of their vigor are their primary prey. Wise as always, young master. Hu Hansen, suddenly enlightened, habitually flattered him. Dear patrons, is this your first visit? Their extraordinary bearing caught the madam's eye the moment they entered, and she personally stepped forward to greet them. Summon the most talented singers and dancers you have. Yang Sheng lifted his chin high, speaking boldly and grandly. As he spoke, he tossed out a 500-tael banknote, perfectly embodying the image of a nouveau riche. The madam hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing the banknote, her face broke into a beaming smile. Right away. Soon, amidst a flurry of envious and complex gazes, Yang Sheng and his servant ascended to the grand VIP suite on the 3rd floor. What would you like to dine on, honored guest? A plate of spiced beans, 2 plates of beef jerky, and 2 jugs of wine. Yang Sheng replied after a moment's thought. The ladies will arrive shortly. Please wait a moment. With that, the madam withdrew. Soon a waiter entered with dishes. This place is decent. Seated by the window, Yang Sheng enjoyed an unobstructed view of the scenery commanding nearly half of Qingyo City. He chewed on beef jerky, looking utterly at ease. Compared to the cultivation world, the mortal realm was far more peaceful and stable, devoid of so much killing and scheming, at least as far as he was concerned. This humble one, Xia, He Chiu Ju Dong Yue, greets the young master. Before long, 3 women in heavy makeup and bright attire glided in and curtsied. A faint scent of rouge filled the entire suite. The 3 women were lovely, rare beauties, but Yang Sheng, having seen countless stunning female cultivators, felt no stir in his heart. What instruments do you play? He asked curiously. I am skilled at playing the flute. I know a little about the pipa. I am willing to play the eru for you, young master. The 3 women answered in turn. The pipa? Very well, let's start with you. Hearing this evoked some memories from his past life, so he spoke. Then I shall humbly perform. Qiu bowed shyly and began to play. After a melodious tune, Yang Sheng found it somewhat uninteresting. It lacked the grandeur he imagined, where the thick strings roared like a pelting rain, the thin strings whispered like secret confidences. Xiahe, you're next. When her performance ended, Yang Sheng arranged. Soon night fell. Thank you, young master. Having received their tips, the three women beamed and bowed out. Young master, I. At this moment, Hu Hansen stepped forward, scratching his head and stammering hesitantly. Seeing his expression, Yang Sheng could easily guess his thoughts. No rush, sit down and have some tea with me first. Yang Sheng gazed at the night view outside, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Hu Hansen's face stiffened. What? Not willing? Yang Sheng shot him a sidelong glance. How could that be? It's my honor to have tea with you, young master. Hu Hansen forced a smile. Then Yang Sheng leisurely sipped his tea, admiring Qingyo City's nightscape. Across from him, Hu Hansen sat with a sullen face, silent, but cursing inwardly. Who comes to a brothel to listen to music all day and drink tea at midnight? His body was here, but his mind had long wandered elsewhere. Enough. Do as you please from now on. After a quarter of an hour, seeing him nearly bursting with frustration, Yang Sheng chuckled inwardly and waved his hand. Thank you, young master. Hu Hansen immediately perked up, beaming. Remember, you have a quick temper. No matter what happens, don't cause any fatalities. Yang Sheng suddenly spoke in a calm tone. Hu Hansen, who had reached the door, turned back, thumping his chest with a resounding sound, and said with pride, Rest assured, young master. I have ample experience in this matter. Such blunders won't happen. With that, he slipped out of the room with a lecherous grin, his haste evident. Did that bastard misunderstand me? Yang Sheng watched him, utterly speechless. He shook his head, casting aside these distractions. It appeared 3 days ago that fox spirit shouldn't leave so easily. Yang Sheng stroked his chin, lost in thought. The cultivation world was currently unstable, and he had no desire to wade into troubled waters, so he felt no urgency to leave the mortal realm. Moreover, the fox spirit's emergence was no coincidence. The place of its origin must be a location rich in spiritual energy. After taking over that place, I can lie low in peace for a considerable time. The pattern grass will also have a stable location for long-term cultivation. Yang Sheng murmured to himself. He wasn't here to capture the fox spirit out of sheer idleness. Since there's nothing to do, he'll stay here for a few days. With that thought, Yang Sheng collapsed onto the bed, closed his eyes tightly, and drifted into sleep. The next morning, a ray of sunlight streamed in. It's been decades since I last slept. This feeling is quite novel. Opening his eyes, Yang Sheng stretched and sighed softly. Young master. Opening the door, he saw Hu Hansen waiting outside, looking full of energy. Nothing happened last night, he said. Nothing. Just a sore back. Hu Hansen grinned. I wasn't asking about that. Yang Sheng rolled his eyes. Dear guest, were you satisfied yesterday? When the two arrived in the main hall, the madam immediately approached with a smile. Just average. Hu Hansen smacked his lips, adjusted his belt, and wore a nonchalant expression. With his pants fastened, he certainly talked tough, huh? Yang Sheng glanced at him, feeling exasperated. Bring out all your famous dishes. He waved his hand grandly. Very well, very well. Please wait a moment, honored guest. The madam's face crinkled into a smile like a blooming chrysanthemum. His lavish spending drew the frequent attention of onlookers. Yang Sheng, pretending not to notice, strode to a seat by the window, sipping osmanthus wine with a leisurely air. Hu Hansen followed closely behind. Whose young master is this? Many guests present secretly speculated about his identity. Are there any here skilled in chess, calligraphy, painting, or music? Summon them all for me. After a hearty meal, Yang Sheng said to the madam. Soon several women entered the suite, playing chess with him, composing poetry, and sketching each other's portraits. Night fell quietly. The women, having received generous tips, joyfully took their leave. Young master, I have an urgent matter. I'll take my leave first. Hu Hansen went off to engage in his nightly exertions, and Yang Sheng couldn't be bothered with him. Thus 3 days passed. Has that fox spirit left? By the window, Yang Sheng stroked his chin, his brow slightly furrowed. He had played the part of a wealthy young master here for 4 days, yet he hadn't seen a trace of the fox spirit, not even a single strand of its fur. Instead, throughout Qingyo City, rumors of his legend had been spreading these past few days. Generous with his spending, fond of the arts, and equally talented and handsome, he was known as the literary and romantic young lord, becoming the dream lover of many women. Very well. He'll stay 2 more days. If nothing happens, he'll leave. Yang Sheng shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his expression. 2 days passed swiftly. Oh well, tonight, I shall listen to a tune in the pleasure house, and tomorrow I'll ride the wind with my sword. Gazing at the bright moon outside the window, Yang Sheng raised his cup and recited a poem. He no longer wished to waste time. Moreover, staying here too long would inevitably arouse suspicion. "Young master, may I enter?" A soft knock came from outside. "Enter." With a creak, the door swung open, and a woman of striking beauty stepped in gracefully. Her raven hair cascaded to her waist, her face was lightly powdered, and a faint smile played upon her rosy lips. She exuded the quiet charm of a genteel maiden possessing a unique allure. This woman was known by the alias Mingzhu. Yang Sheng's reason for choosing her was simple. She was pleasing to the eye. Moi. As he turned and looked at Mingzhu, a flicker of movement stirred in his eyes. "Young master Yang, what is it?" Mingzhu twirled a strand of hair between her fingers and spoke softly, an intangible enchantment radiating from her. Even with Yang Sheng's composure, he felt a surge of restlessness rising within him. "There's something wrong with this woman." Yang Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly. "It's nothing. I am honored that you have come to keep me company," he said with a light chuckle. "Young master Yang, you flatter me. It is I who should feel honored that you have taken a liking to me." Mingzhu covered her mouth with a delicate laugh, her voice as crisp and melodious as an oriole's song. "Ha! Lady Mingzhu, with your beauty, sweet voice, and clever tongue, staying here is truly a waste of your talents." Yang Sheng burst into hearty laughter. "Young master Yang, you praise me too highly." Mingzhu blinked, her expression dimming with melancholy as she murmured, "I am but a woman with no talent or skill, merely wasting away my days here." Her eyelashes trembled, her countenance marked with a touch of loss, a pitiable sight that could soften any heart. What man could resist being moved by such a vision? What a vixen! Yang Sheng silently praised her in his heart. "My lady, please." He extended his hand with a smile, his meaning unmistakable. Yet Mingzhu gently pushed his hand away, her voice coquettish and her eyes reproachful. "Why is the young master so impatient?" She produced a flask of wine from her bosom, placed it on the table, and said with a smile, "How could we let this moment pass without fine wine?" As she spoke, she poured a cup for Yang Sheng. The rich fragrance of osmanthus wine instantly filled the entire room. Good heavens, a single gulp of this brew would knock even a burly man senseless on the spot. Yang Sheng looked at the cup before him, speechless. Did she think he wouldn't notice the other substances mixed into the wine? What a sly fox, knowing to knock a man out first. A flicker of thought passed through his eyes, and Yang Sheng let out a hearty laugh. "I never expected Lady Mingzhu to be so refined. Very well, I was being too boorish." With that, he raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. "The young master is so gallant." Seeing this, Mingzhu's eyes curved into crescent moons of delight. Lady Mingzhu, this wine has quite a kick." Soon Yang Sheng shook his head vigorously, his voice thick and slurred, clearly feigning intoxication. "Of course. This is my finest osmanthus brew, aged for 10 years. How does the young master find it? Does it suit your taste?" Mingzhu's smile did not waver. "Not bad. Just a bit heady." He slurred his words, then slumped onto the table, feigning unconsciousness. These humans are so foolish. They fall for the bait with the slightest temptation." Mingzhu suddenly giggled, her voice transforming into the innocent, childish tone of a little girl. She spun around, and with a flash of pink light, she revealed the form of a 7 or 8-year-old child. The little girl was exquisitely delicate, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, utterly adorable, except for the furry tail that protruded conspicuously behind her. "Big fool." She approached Yang Sheng, pulling an exaggerated face, her eyes sparkling with cunning and mischief. "This human is tall and strong and young too. I can drain a bit more from him." As she spoke, she parted her cherry-like lips, ready to inhale his essence. Suddenly, a hand shot out and clamped firmly around her fair neck. Another hand shoved a mantu into her mouth, stuffing it tightly. MMPH. The little girl's eyes went wide as she stared ahead, her expression filled with utter disbelief. "A little fox spirit like you, and you thought you could drain my essence?" Hoisting her up with one hand, Yang Sheng pinched her chin with the other, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. "Uft." Spitting out the mantu, the little girl stared in disbelief, her voice still childishly soft. "Impossible. You definitely drank my poison wine." "That stuff? You call that poison wine?" A trace of disdain flickered across Yang Sheng's face. He was a cultivator. How could mere mortal drugs bring him down? With a single rotation of his spiritual energy, any poison would be forced to yield. "How did you figure it out?" she asked, bewildered. "Bold demon, the moment you stepped in, I knew you weren't human." Yang Sheng spoke with righteous indignation, though his heart was leaping with joy. He had planned for a night of romance and pleasure before departing tomorrow. And now this fox spirit had delivered herself right to him. "You're a cultivator." The little girl quickly caught on and began to struggle violently, only to find Yang Sheng's grip as unyielding as a divine arm. A high-level cultivator. Her small face turned pale and her eyes brimmed with tears. Trembling, she pleaded, "Please don't kill Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu has never harmed anyone." "It's true. Sob. She stared at him with her large bright eyes begging while tears streamed down her cheeks, a picture of pitiful vulnerability. A sight that would leave men silent and women in tears. You say you've never harmed anyone. Those people you left bedridden for half a month might beg to differ. Sheng couldn't help but laugh at this. I only temporarily absorbed a bit of their essence. They'll recover fully after resting for half a month. Xiaoyu wiped away her tears, speaking with aggrieved innocence. A bit. You have the nerve to say that. Sheng shot her a glare. Boo-hoo. Xiaoyu immediately shrank her neck, her face etched with fear, tears welling up in her eyes. Sheng was at a loss for words, a headache beginning to form. This little fox spirit wasn't lying. She had indeed never killed anyone, and she exercised considerable restraint. For instance, the flute enthusiast from the city lord's manor. Sheng had examined his condition and confirmed that after a few more days of rest, he would be back on his feet as good as new. And that was precisely why he was troubled. How should he deal with this fox spirit? Sheng found himself in a dilemma. If she were a ruthless demon who treated human life like grass, he would have simply killed her without a second thought, clean and efficient. But now, he'll spare you on one condition: you must swear never to actively harm mortals again. Sheng said coldly after a moment of deliberation. He was not a bloodthirsty man. Xiaoyu's eyes darted at his words, and she immediately replied in her childish voice, Xiaoyu promises she will never again. Slap. He delivered a sharp smack to her bottom, his expression turning icy. Do you take me for a fool? Swear it on your Dao heart. Boo-hoo. A searing pain shot through her rear, and Xiaoyu immediately began to cry from the sting, no longer daring to play any tricks. Sobbing, she whimpered, Boo-hoo. Yes, Xiaoyu, swear that I will never actively harm mortals again. May my Dao heart shatter, may I perish, and be annihilated, may I fall into eternal damnation if I break this oath. Boo-hoo. Good. Seeing this, Sheng's expression softened, and he nodded with satisfaction. In the cultivation world, one of the most feared calamities was the invasion of inner demons. Having sworn on her Dao heart, this little fox spirit would inevitably face inner demon tribulations in her future cultivation if she ever violated her oath, leading to utter ruin. Oh, and there's something I need to ask you. He set her down, a genial smile spreading across his face. Seated before Xiaoyu, he looked like a kind and approachable older brother from next door. It's a trivial matter, there's no need to be nervous. Noticing Xiaoyu's unease, Sheng spoke with a benevolent expression, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor, prompting Xiaoyu to roll her eyes. With such meager cultivation, why aren't you diligently cultivating in your cave dwelling instead of coming out to cause harm? Sheng inquired, puzzled. This Xiaoyu was merely a first-rank demon beast equivalent to a Qi refinement third-layer cultivator. You think I wanted this? It's because my cave was taken by someone else. Mentioning this, Xiaoyu clenched her small fists, her eyes blazing with fury. Her childish tone, however, lacked any intimidation and was instead oddly endearing. Sheng chuckled inwardly and asked who. Could it be another cultivator? No, it's a big, stupid bear. Xiaoyu's eyes blazed as she ground her teeth. It was clear she harbored deep hatred for the bear in question. Half a day later, Sheng appeared before the gates of Qingyo City. Behind him, besides Hu Hansen, was Xiaoyu, now in the guise of an ordinary little girl. Thank you, Immortal Yang, for slaying the fox demon, ridding the people of a scourge, and restoring peace to our land. Lord Zhao Tian bowed deeply, expressing his sincere gratitude and offering a large amount of gold. Oomph. Xiaoyu snorted coldly at this, turning her head away with a look of great displeasure. Zhao Tian was puzzled, but refrained from asking further. He was likely unaware that the fox demon he spoke of was the very little girl before him. Otherwise, he would have been terrified. No matter. Eliminating evil for the people is our duty. Sheng clasped his hands behind his back, not even glancing at the gold embodying the image of a transcendent master indifferent to fame and fortune. This caused Hu Hansen standing by to roll his eyes. The immortal is truly a celestial being of noble character and integrity. I am an all, Zhao Tian declared with utmost reverence. For such grace, the entire city of Qingyo will be eternally grateful. Enough. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. After some pleasantries, Sheng stated directly. Then, under a multitude of gazes filled with worship, envy, or respect, he turned and departed. Farewell, immortal. Behind him, farewell cries rang to the heavens. From that day on, a statue bearing Sheng's likeness stood in the bustling heart of Qingyo City. Honorable immortal, where would you like to go? The carriage driver asked obsequiously. Red Maple City. An hour later, they were on an official road through the fields. Your cave is near Red Maple City, so how did you end up in Qingyo City? In the carriage, Sheng looked surprised. From what I know, Red Maple City is relatively prosperous with a population more than double that of Qingyo City. Wouldn't that be better for you? Because there are cultivators in Red Maple City. Nie Xiaoyu said meekly. She huddled in a corner, her hands tucked in, and muttered, "It's not that little Jade is scared." This amused Yang Sheng and Hu Hansan. Unexpected that Red Maple City has cultivators. Yang Sheng stroked his chin, lost in thought. That's right, Red Maple City. His eyes suddenly flickered. Yang Sheng just remembered that decades ago the Su family to which Su Qian belonged had moved from Qingyo City to Red Maple City for some reason. Could it be? How many cultivators are there in Red Maple City, and what are their names? Yang Sheng asked. As far as little Jade knows, only one. I think his surname was Su or something. Nie Xiaoyu tilted her head, thinking, no way. Hearing that surname, Yang Sheng was speechless. Would he meet an old acquaintance on this trip? Thinking of that graceful figure in his memories, his heart grew complicated. Half a day later, under the scorching sun, the carriage arrived before a city. Compared to Qingyo City, this one was more bustling, with a surging crowd at the city gate. A dense, lively sea of people. Young master, are we entering another city? Seeing this, Hu Hansan's face immediately fell. If you're unwilling, you can stand there and wait until I'm done. Pointing at a large stone by the gate, Yang Sheng said flatly. How could that be? Following the young master's every step and carrying out your will is my lifelong pursuit. He said it with utter seriousness. Nie Xiaoyu wanted to laugh, but dared not, covering her mouth tightly, her face flushed red. After all, Hu Hansan's cultivation could easily crush her. Soon the carriage entered Red Maple City. After some inquiries, Yang Sheng arrived before a luxurious mansion. The sight before him stunned him. At this moment, 2 white paper lanterns hung before the Su family's main gate. According to folk custom, this signaled a funeral. Someone in the Su family has passed away. Frowning, Yang Sheng strode forward quickly. Young sir, can't you see the situation? The Su family is not receiving any guests at the moment. The guard said sternly, pointing to the white lanterns above, his meaning clear. Yang Sheng stopped and cupped his hands, asking, May I ask which elder has passed away? The guard hesitated, then seeing his politeness replied, I suppose it's no harm in telling you. It's the matriarch, Su Qian. Hearing that name, Yang Sheng fell silent. I am an old friend of your matriarch. I must go inside. Young sir, you can misspeak about food, but not about this. The guard said harshly, don't make such jokes. He then signaled to a companion, ready to drive him away. With a poof, of vibrant flame appeared, blazing fiercely above Yang Sheng's palm. An immortal. The 2 guards' expressions changed drastically. One of them, quick to react, scrambled into the mansion. Yang Sheng stood still, waiting. May I ask what brings the immortal to our humble abode, oi? Soon a large crowd rushed out. A steady middle-aged man bowed and asked cautiously. Yang Sheng said directly, I heard an old friend has passed away, so I've come to see her off. I see. The immortal has such a kind heart. Our matriarch would surely be comforted in the underworld. The man sighed in relief, bowed deeply, and welcomed him warmly. Clearly he was well aware of Su Qian's identity as a cultivator. Please follow me, immortal. Soon, led by the man, Yang Sheng arrived at a side hall. The hall was set up as a mourning hall, adorned with wreaths and white cloth hanging from the beams. Walk. In the center lay a red-lacquered coffin surrounded by weeping men, women, young and old. Standing outside the hall, Yang Sheng's gaze fell on the coffin. An ordinary coffin could not obstruct his perception. He saw clearly within. Inside lay an old woman with a peaceful expression. From her features, Yang Sheng could discern the youthful beauty she once possessed. It was none other than his childhood sweetheart, Su Qian. Yang Sheng stood there like a statue. He opened his mouth, but for a long time no words came. I never thought our next meeting would be separated by the veil of life and death. 1,000 words finally condensed into a single long sigh. 3 days later, at a suburban location. Before a freshly built grave mound, Yang Sheng held incense sticks in both hands, bowing with a mournful expression. Not far behind him, Nie Xiaoyu and the others stood in silence. So this man too can know sorrow. Hu Hansan marveled inwardly. Since he began following Yang Sheng, he had rarely seen him without a cheerful smile or a leisurely demeanor. Over a decade had passed, yet this was the first time he witnessed such an expression on Yang Sheng's face. Fellow Taoists, Su, may your journey be peaceful. After the grief subsided, Yang Sheng quickly regained his composure, cupped his hands slightly, and spoke solemnly. He turned around, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Hu Hansan and the other. Years from now will I likely bid them farewell in the same manner. Yang Sheng sighed inwardly, and as a result his look toward Hu Hansan softened by a fraction, leaving the latter utterly perplexed. Young master, what are your plans next? Hu Hansan, feeling uneasy under the scrutiny, steeled himself and stepped forward to ask. What else could there be? Of course, to visit the new cave dwelling. Yang Sheng smiled faintly. An hour later the trio arrived before a hill of modest height. This is it. That big dumb bear must be hiding on this mountain. Nie Xiaoyu clenched her tiny fists, her expression tinged with excitement. Since being driven down the mountain she had thought of nothing but revenge, yet her strength was insufficient. This place is indeed fine. Yang Sheng sensed the surroundings, faintly glanced around, and nodded with satisfaction. Compared to 100 paces away, the vegetation here was lush and abundant. The reason was simple: spiritual energy existed in the air here. Even the periphery is shrouded in spiritual energy, though faint it's clear that a spirit vein flows beneath this hill. Yang Sheng couldn't help but feel exhilarated. This remote, inconspicuous location with a spirit vein could serve as a long-term residence, greatly aiding his future path of concealment. Let's go. Let's confront that bear demon. He waved his arm and strode forward swiftly, barely containing his eagerness. Soon the trio reached the hilltop. There lay a cave about 10 feet in diameter from which a faint demonic aura emanated. Clearly, it was the bear demon's lair. Big dumb bear, your fox grandmother has arrived. Why not come out and greet me? Nie Xiaoyu stepped forward, hands on her hips, and shouted with an air of authority. Were it not for her childish lisping tone, she might have carried it off. Nie Xiaoyu, how old are you? Yang Sheng asked curiously, and Hu Hansan also showed interest. Nie Xiaoyu, with one hand on her hip and the other patting her small chest, looked smug. I've just turned 18 this year. Impressive, isn't it? Glancing at her childlike frame, Yang Sheng fell silent, while Hu Hansan's expression carried a hint of sympathy. The atmosphere suddenly grew awkward. What do you mean by that? Nie Xiaoyu was displeased, glaring at them with puffed cheeks. I'm from the Azure Fox clan. I can live at least 200 years. Don't judge me by my current appearance. In a few decades, it'll leave you both stunned. With that, she crossed her arms, turned her head away with a haughty air. You can live 200 years. How amazing. Yang Sheng widened his eyes, clapping theatrically with an exaggerated expression. Truly impressive. Hu Hansan, on the other hand, felt genuine envy. The greatest difference between cultivators and demon beasts lay in their lifespans. Compared to cultivators, demon beasts of the same rank generally enjoyed significantly longer lives. Nie Xiaoyu beamed with pride, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Which bastard has the audacity to disturb your bear grandfather's cultivation? At that moment, a muffled roar rang out. The trio turned to see a massive creature emerge from the cave with a thunderous rumble. It was a giant black bear, nearly 10 feet tall, its fur jet black and gleaming, its eyes like brass bells. Its basin-sized claws glinted ominously in the sunlight, clearly razor-sharp. The oppressive presence was overwhelming. So it's you, little vixen? Spotting Nie Xiaoyu, the bear let out a lecherous chuckle, his expression crude. What? Have you finally come to your senses and decided to be your bear grandfather's wife? Pock. Nie Xiaoyu retched with undisguised disgust. She straightened her back, lifted her chin high, and spoke without mercy. I, Nie Xiaoyu, would rather die, jump off this cliff, and smash into pulp than let a wretch like you touch a single hair on me. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink. The bear flew into a rage, snarling coldly. Do you think you escaped last time because of your own skill? Today your bear grandfather will show you, little vixen, what true bear dominance means. With a sinister laugh, his aura exploded violently, bearing down on Nie Xiaoyu. Compared to her, this bear demon was at the mid-first rank, far stronger. Nie Xiaoyu's face paled, and she scurried behind Yang Sheng, clutching his sleeve, peeking out to make faces at the bear. Etch. The bear finally noticed Yang Sheng and the other. So that's why you're so bold, you little vixen. You've brought backup. He scanned the pair with disdain. My. Yang Sheng frowned slightly. It wasn't afraid of seeing him. Did this bear demon possess some formidable trump card? With this thought, he took a step back, his eyes fixed on the opponent. Hu Hansan too looked around warily, suspecting an ambush nearby. Just then the bear moved. He kicked off the ground, launching his massive frame into the air, leaving 2 deep paw prints behind. Midair, the bear grinned savagely, his black, demonic aura surging like a demon descending from the heavens, an awe-inspiring presence. Then he landed steadily 10 feet from Yang Sheng. Just as Yang Sheng anticipated a lethal strike, your humble Sheng pays respects to the 2 grandfathers. The bear suddenly pressed his forehead to the ground, prostrating on all fours before Yang Sheng, and Hu Hansan shouting loudly. His voice echoed through the sky, vigorous and resonant, startling flocks of birds from the nearby woods. Yang Sheng fell silent. Hu Hansan was dumbfounded. Nie Xiaoyu stood agape. Damn it. That little fox actually brought 2 latest-stage chi refining cultivators, scared the bear grandfather to death. The bear remained prostrate, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Will my illustrious reputation be ruined today? His heart churned with anxiety. Who's your grandfather? After a long stunned pause, Sheng managed to regain his composure, speechless. Why, it's you, grandfather, of course. The bear Sharpie quickly discerned Sheng as the leader and crawled forward to lick his shoes, fawning obsequiously. A total sycophant. No, a sycophantic bear. Get lost. I don't have a bear grandson like you. At that moment, goosebumps erupted all over Sheng's body. He kicked out. With an oof, the bear was sent flying 10 feet but quickly rolled over, clutching his rear, and returned before Sheng, paws clasped in a fist salute, speaking solemnly. Your humble Sheng greets you, master. Since when did I become your master? Sheng's expression twisted in bewilderment. Master, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I was overwhelmed by your domineering aura. Surely you will one day ascend to the pinnacle of immortality and live forever. To follow a figure like you, I would die without regret. The bear's countenance was immensely solemn. Holy crap! Hu Hansen felt a jolt of alarm. This bear's sycophantic skill is so profound. He's a formidable rival. This fellow's face was so thick it was terrifying. Sheng was instantly dumbfounded. This brute's lack of integrity was something he had rarely seen in his life. TCH. Nies Xiaoyu curled her lips in disdain and amiably raised her middle finger. Enough. Get the hell up. Sheng was speechless as he looked at the big black bear lying on the ground, acting like a fawning pug. Yes, master. Xiongda immediately rolled over and stood up. At that moment, a cold gaze fell upon him, and Xiongda instantly looked up alertly. He saw another tall, dark-faced man staring at him, his eyes filled with obvious hostility. This human was not to be trifled with. Xiongda's heart trembled with fear, and he shrank his neck. Young master, with your wisdom and heroic bearing, having a bear by your side is beneath your dignity. Hu Hansen stepped forward and said with an extremely serious expression. My. Sheng was taken aback by this remark. So this one was a kindred spirit. Meanwhile, Xiongda quickly caught on, sizing up Hu Hansen with a wary look. The man and the bear locked eyes, and sparks seemed to fly in the air. You want to recognize me as your master? Sheng asked in surprise, looking at the big black bear before him. Of course. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I was captivated by your kingly aura. Stop. Seeing that he was about to launch into a torrent of words, Sheng quickly cut him off. Who taught this fellow to be such a flatterer? Sheng studied Xiongda with a peculiar expression. I have no intention of accepting you as a servant, he said after a moment of thought. Master. Seeing this, Xiongda let out a heart-wrenching wail. His small eyes stared at Sheng pitifully, on the verge of tears. It wasn't truly submissive, it was mainly afraid of being killed by the cultivator before it. You have a rough exterior, but your mind is not simple. Sheng couldn't help but laugh. How could he not know what the bear was thinking? Swear a Dao oath not to harm mortals, and you may go. Sheng waved his hand. This unruly bear was so well-behaved and sensible that he had no desire to kill it. Xiongda was stunned upon hearing this. Was it so easy to let him go? What? Don't want to leave? Then stay here forever. Sheng raised an eyebrow, and his peaceful aura suddenly shifted, becoming fiercely sharp. I Xiongda swear by my Dao heart that I will never harm mortals, or may I be struck by heavenly lightning and die a miserable death. Xiongda's expression changed, and he immediately swore a solemn oath to the heavens, afraid of speaking too slowly. Get lost now. Sheng waved his hand impatiently. Then I won't disturb you, senior. With that, Xiongda turned and bolted away, vanishing in a flash as if fleeing from some primordial beast. Nies Xiaoyu pouted slightly, looking a bit disappointed. She had hoped Sheng would fight and teach the big bear a lesson. Hu Hansen, however, breathed a slight sigh of relief. Xiongda was exceptionally skilled at flattery, and their brief interaction had already put great pressure on him. Little Blackie cleaned this bear cave before nightfall. Remember, if there's even a trace of stench, your pockmarks will at least double. Sheng withdrew his gaze, looked at the cave before him, and ordered calmly. Damn. Hu Hansen's brow twitched at the words, and without another word he hurried into the bear cave. His pockmarks already covered most of his face. If they doubled, wouldn't he truly become a pockmarked face? Thus Hu Hansen worked with great vigor. Young master, it's all cleaned up. In less than an hour he appeared, looking exhausted. Good job. Sheng entered, looked around, and found everything in order, quite similar to his previous cave dwelling. He patted Hu Hansen on the shoulder and nodded with satisfaction. It's my honor to work for you, young master. Hu Hansen wiped his sweat and replied habitually. Not far away, Nies Xiaoyu looked at them, seeming to want to say something, but hesitating. Why haven't you left yet? Sheng looked at her, puzzled. Well, I want to stay here. After hesitating for a moment, Nies Xiaoyu stepped forward and mustered the courage to say. Her gaze was evasive, and she looked quite shy. Sheng fell silent upon hearing this. Well, He scanned Xiaoyu from head to toe, then spread his hands, and said regretfully, "I'm afraid that won't work. Though you're an adult, I'm not interested in little brats. You letcher, what are you thinking? I just want a place to cultivate in peace." Xiaoyu was so furious, she flailed her arms, nearly lunging at him. "Is that so?" Sheng suddenly understood. "Don't you have a family?" he asked in confusion. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's face darkened with sorrow. "Forget it, pretend I didn't say anything." Seeing this, Sheng quickly waved his hand and changed the subject. This mountain was neither too big nor too small. Accommodating one more fox shouldn't be a problem. He stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and nodded slowly. "Do as you please." Then his tone turned slightly cold. "You can dig a cave for yourself nearby, but this cave dwelling is my private property. If you trespass, don't blame me for being ruthless. You don't need to tell me that. Oh, I understand." Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, and she nodded her head like a pecking chick. She was still aware of some taboos among cultivators. "Good." Sheng nodded slightly, then thought of something, and said solemnly, "I allow you to stay, but you'll have to take care of your own daily needs." "Hey, I'm a fairy maiden. Do fairies need such things?" Xiaoyu was immediately embarrassed, her fair face flushing red. "That's best." Sheng nodded lightly. "I'm leaving." Xiaoyu snorted and turned to leave. "By the way," at that moment Sheng suddenly turned serious and said in a deep voice, "Let me make it clear first, I have a bit of a cleanliness obsession. If I find even a single speck of fox droppings on the mountain, you bastard." At these words, Xiaoyu clenched her teeth, nearly fainting on the spot. "Who cares about you?" Despite the hot weather, she trembled with rage, shot Sheng a vicious glare, and turned away without looking back. Why is a girl so hot-tempered? Sheng sighed deeply. Truly a man of character, this young master. Hu Hansen, standing by, had a strange expression and secretly gave him a thumbs up. Finally, a cave dwelling that offers lasting peace. In the herb chamber, gazing at the rows of patterned grasses before him, Sheng let out a long breath. Next, he would devote himself entirely to cultivation undistracted. In the timeless realm of cultivation, 8 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. Young Master Hu Hansen requests an audience. That day, a low voice echoed before the meditation chamber. "Xiao Haizi, didn't I tell you not to disturb me unless it was something truly important?" Soon Sheng appeared with a cold expression. "You?" The moment he saw Hu Hansen's appearance, his face froze in astonishment. At this moment, Hu Hansen's temples were streaked with white, deep wrinkles marked his forehead, and his entire being exuded an aura of decrepitude. For a while, Sheng fell silent. Compared to mortals, cultivators aged slowly, but that did not mean they were immune to aging. Once a cultivator's appearance began to show age, it signaled that their lifespan was nearing its end. Death was not far off. This old servant fears he can no longer serve the young master. Hu Hansen bowed slightly, speaking frankly. Compared to 8 years ago, his voice had grown noticeably hoarser. He was already 90 years old. Over the past 8 years, Hu Hansen had managed to break through to the 8th layer of qi refining. But it was of little use. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he would soon follow the fate of most qi refining cultivators, dying of old age. Sheng listened and nodded silently. This old servant wishes to venture out in search of a fortuitous opportunity. I hope the young master will grant permission. Hu Hansen clasped his hands and spoke solemnly. Even knowing the odds were slim, he refused to sit idly and await death. Sheng sighed inwardly and nodded gently. "You may go." "Thank you, young master, for your kindness." Hu Hansen bowed deeply. With that, he turned to leave. "Wait." Stepping forward to stop him, Sheng produced a storage pouch and placed it in his hand, sighing. "After all these years as master and servant, consider these provisions for your journey." Decades of companionship had long since transcended the ordinary bond between master and servant. Hu Hansen looked puzzled. Opening the pouch, he found it contained a full 1,000 spirit stones. For a moment, Hu Hansen's eyes grew moist. Without a word, he bowed deeply, once more, all gratitude conveyed in silence. Go on." Taking a step back, Sheng waved his hand and said with a smile, "If you can defy fate and change your destiny, I will release you from your servant contract." "Thank you for your great kindness, master." Watching Hu Hansen depart, Sheng was filled with emotion. Time is relentless in cultivation, and time shows no mercy. Before the seclusion, the man's youthful face was still vivid in his mind, as if it were only yesterday. Yet in the blink of an eye, Hu Hansen had reached his twilight years. After standing there for a long time, he returned to his cave dwelling to continue his cultivation. Seasons passed year after year, and another 2 years went by. That day, inside the cave dwelling, Sheng sat cross-legged on a stone bed, his aura fluctuating erratically. As time wore on, the energy around him began to surge violently and restlessly. Now, at a certain moment, Sheng's eyes snapped open. He took out 3 high-grade kigathering pills and swallowed them all at once. The medicinal pills entered his stomach, instantly transforming into a great mass of spiritual energy that frantically converged toward his dantian. The 9th layer of chi refining breakthrough. He roared softly, channeling the true essence art with all his might, refining the spiritual energy at a furious pace. Before long, the 9th thread of primal chi gradually took shape. With Yang Sheng at its center, a surge of even greater power swept outward. The 9th layer of chi refining achieved. With my 5-element spiritual root, after 100 years of cultivation, I have finally reached the pinnacle of the chi refining stage. Yang Sheng could hardly contain his joy. If others heard this, they would likely be spitting blood in disbelief. Chi refining cultivators only lived slightly longer than mortals. Reaching 100 years of age was already considered a blessing from the heavens. Moreover, it was often said that failing to establish a foundation before 60 meant there was little hope left. Next, I must prepare for foundation establishment. Yang Sheng stroked his chin, lost in thought. Foundation establishment was arguably the first major hurdle on the path to immortality. Throughout history, it had eliminated nearly 90% of chi refining cultivators, not counting those who perished in accidents. The difficulty was unimaginable. The hardship of cultivation was no mere empty talk. If I calculate the time, in another 100 years, the first 4 patterned grass will mature. It can replace one of the main ingredients for refining the foundation establishment pill. But that is far from enough. The mere thought of foundation establishment made Yang Sheng's head throb. He came from humble origins and had received no insights on breaking through to foundation establishment. Even with his eternal life physique, he dared not act recklessly. After all, he had heard of cases where cultivators died from chi backlash after failing to break through. Whether it's the foundation establishment pill formula or the breakthrough itself, I have to go out. Yang Sheng stood up reluctantly. If it weren't necessary, he would rather avoid dealing with other cultivators, as they were far from endearing. Uncle Yang, are you there? At that moment, a melodious young girl's voice came from outside. It's Xiaoyu. Stepping outside and seeing who it was, Yang Sheng smiled gently. 10 years had passed, and the little fox spirit had grown much more, becoming radiant and enchanting like a captivating siren. Just standing there, she exuded an invisible allure. Uncle Yang, third uncle who? He's on his last legs. Xiaoyu wiped the tears from her eyes, her face etched with sorrow. After so many years together, the bond between the two humans and the fox spirit had grown close. He's back. Yang Sheng was taken aback. Soon they arrived at a nearby thatched cottage. Stepping inside and looking at the faint figure on the bed, Yang Sheng was momentarily stunned. Old Hu. In just 2 years, he almost failed to recognize the man before him as Hu Hansan. Master. Hearing the commotion, Hu Hansan turned his head slightly, revealing a ghastly smile. At this moment, his face was covered in wrinkles, his hair stark white, and his body was emaciated, skin and bones like a dried corpse. At death's door, didn't even begin to describe his state. How did you end up like this? Yang Sheng stepped forward, asking in shock. Bad luck. I was targeted by a disciple of the demonic sect. That scoundrel died by my hand, but I ended up like this. Hu Hansen rasped. In those few words, Yang Sheng could imagine the perilous situation. It's good that you're back. After all, this is your home. After a long silence, he said this. Home. Hu Hansan's murky eyes widened, shifting from initial confusion to a gradual brightness. His mind began to wander. Parents who died young, a tragic childhood, becoming an orphan, alone and helpless, stumbling upon a celestial opportunity, entering the world of cultivation, killing for treasures, scheming and plotting. For the man he used to be, the word home was utterly foreign. Yes, this is my home. With that, Hu Hansan wore a serene smile as he slipped into eternal slumber. Half an hour later. Fellow Taoist, who may your journey be peaceful. Before the newly built grave, Yang Sheng lit incense and candles, bowing toward the heavens. Third uncle, who may your journey be peaceful. Beside him, Xiaoyu, her eyes red, did the same. How arduous it is to contend with heaven. How arduous. As the incense and candles burned out, Yang Sheng clasped his hands behind his back, overcome with emotion. Xiaoyu stood in a daze before the grave, clearly still recovering from her grief. Don't dwell on it. He patted her head and comforted her softly. Birth, aging, sickness, death, and the 6 paths of reincarnation are the natural order of heaven. But no sooner had the words left his mouth than Yang Sheng realized something was off. Then what am I? Standing outside the 6 paths. Shaking his head to dispel these distractions, Yang Sheng looked at Xiaoyu and said, I need to go to East Stone Valley. Please look after the cave dwelling for me. Uncle Yang, don't leave me. To his surprise, Xiaoyu rushed forward, hugging him tightly, her eyes brimming with tears. Seeing this, Yang Sheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But he knew that Nie Xiaoyu at 28 years old was equivalent to a human child of about 10. Don't worry, Uncle Yang won't leave you. He spoke softly. Really? You promise never to leave, okay? Nie Xiaoyu stared at him with her big sparkling eyes, her expression expectant. Yang Sheng chuckled softly and nodded solemnly. Of course. Your Uncle Yang's word is as good as gold. A promise that can't be broken. After all, in a few decades the girl would grow up and become accustomed to partings and deaths, so he needn't worry too much. Yet years later, when Yang Sheng recalled the words he spoke today, he would regret them bitterly. The kingdoms of Zhao and Qi shared a border, and the cultivation worlds of these two nations were dominated by the Falling Feather sect and the Netherworld sect respectively. At the intersection of their borders lay a steep, uninhabited valley region. One day an orange streak of light shot across the sky and landed before the valley. So quiet. Did I get the wrong place? Yang Sheng surveyed his surroundings, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. Rustle, rustle. Just as he was lost in confusion, the sound of rippling water reached his ears. Yang Sheng immediately became alert and turned his gaze toward the source. A boulder at the mouth of the valley suddenly began to warp as if a heavy object had been dropped into a lake, sending out a series of ripples. Following this, a man in a green robe stepped out. His face was expressionless at first, but upon meeting Yang Sheng's gaze it instantly became wary. Then with a push of his legs and a flash of spiritual light, he stepped onto a gourd and flew to the horizon. This is a concealment grand formation. Staring at the now empty valley, Yang Sheng suddenly understood. He walked over to the large boulder at the valley's entrance, reached out, and infused a thread of spiritual energy into it. In an instant the world shifted. When he came to his senses, Yang Sheng found himself standing on a rustic path. The path, paved with blue stone slabs, extended to the end of his sight, where a vast complex of palaces and towers stood. As expected of a first-grade cultivation clan, such extravagance. Yang Sheng sighed in admiration. The spiritual energy here is so dense, more than double that of my humble cave dwelling. And this is just the outer area? Feeling it carefully, Yang Sheng grew envious. He stepped onto his flying sword and arrived before the buildings. Genuine pure origin pills from the medicine Immortal sect, 1 pill for only 50 spirit stones. Come one, come all, don't miss this opportunity. A low-grade demon beast, the fire-tailed spirit fox, personally trained by an esteemed master of the beast-taming sect, utterly obedient, and at your command for just 500 spirit stones. A superior-grade magical artifact, the Taya sword, forged by a grandmaster of the spirit treasure school. With this sword drawn, who dares to contend? Price at sacrifice, 700 spirit stones. Compared to the marketplace of the Evergreen Mountain Range, this place was far more bustling. It even sold spirit beasts. The cultivators coming to trade were also of a much higher caliber. With a casual glance, he spotted several cultivators at the great perfection of the Qi refining stage. The trace of pride he had felt after his own breakthrough instantly dissipated. Walking along the street, surveying the various stalls, a glint of inspiration lit up Yang Sheng's eyes. He swept his gaze back and forth over the stalls, observing carefully. Looks like I'm not the protagonist of a novel. Treasure hunting is a bust. Soon Yang Sheng shrugged and shook his head helplessly. Giving up on the idea, he entered an elaborately decorated shop. Shopkeeper, do you sell foundation establishment pills here? Entering the shop, Yang Sheng got straight to the point. But the moment the words left his mouth, he could clearly feel several gazes directed at him, as if looking at an imbecile. The shopkeeper's expression also turned peculiar. Yang Sheng's expression stiffened. Was my question really that stupid? He muttered inwardly. I presume this fellow cultivator has only recently emerged from seclusion. The shopkeeper hesitated, his tone deliberately tactful. After all, someone who could casually ask for a foundation establishment pill couldn't be of low cultivation. Just say I'm a country bumpkin. Yang Sheng nodded speechlessly. This foundation establishment pill is of utmost importance. Not to mention that I don't have any here. Even if I did, I wouldn't dare to sell it openly. The shopkeeper shook his head. Why is that? Yang Sheng's eyes widened in surprise. Fellow cultivator, this East Stone Valley is the territory of the He family. The shopkeeper said meaningfully. Yang Sheng quickly understood. The He family was a first-grade cultivation clan, and foundation establishment cultivators were the pillars of their family. If a foundation establishment pill truly appeared, how could the He family not seize it for themselves? Thank you for the clarification, shopkeeper. Yang Sheng cupped his hands respectfully. Think nothing of it. A small matter, the shopkeeper said with a hearty laugh. Might I be so bold as to ask, do you have a foundation establishment pill formula for sale? I knew you would ask that. Hearing this, the shopkeeper's eyes lit up, and he swiftly produced a palm-sized box from his sleeve with practiced ease. The foundation establishment pill formula, 500 spirit stones. He held up, 5 fingers beaming. Damn, Sheng cursed inwardly. This man smiled like a crafty old fox. Years of instinct and experience told him there was room for negotiation. Shopkeeper, a mere formula is worth 500 spirit stones. Sheng said unhurriedly. Then what price does the fellow cultivator deem fair? 200 spirit stones, and not a single one more. After a moment's hesitation, Sheng finally named his price. Deal. The shopkeeper immediately agreed. He even placed the small box directly into Sheng's hands, as if afraid he might change his mind. Damn. Sheng's face darkened. How could he not know he had been taken advantage of? But haggling further would make him seem too petty. Reluctantly, he pulled out 200 spirit stones, wishing the fellow cultivator a swift success in foundation establishment. The shopkeeper took the stones and said with a grin. On the market, the foundation establishment pill formula was only worth about 100 spirit stones. With this single transaction, he had effectively made a clean profit of 100 spirit stones. Tell me, shopkeeper, this formula isn't faulty, is it? Sheng said with a dark expression. The fellow cultivator need not worry about that. Just find any stall selling formulas outside and compare them. You'll know the truth. The shopkeeper said with unwavering confidence. Hearing this, Sheng was completely speechless. So he had been a complete sucker. But it was only 200 spirit stones, and he soon recovered his composure. Well, then I shall take my leave. With a slight bow, Sheng turned and walked away. The main ingredients for refining the foundation establishment pill are all controlled by the major cultivation powers. What good is having the formula? Watching his retreating figure, the shopkeeper shook his head. For a mortal to climb the social ladder and become a noble was incredibly difficult. For cultivators to ascend to a higher realm was even harder than reaching the heavens. Foundation establishment pill, main ingredient azure origin fruit, auxiliary ingredient purple silvergrass catalyst. Wait, after reading the formula, Sheng fell into thought. The main ingredient azure origin fruit was the most difficult to obtain. It was precisely the appearance of the azure origin fruit in the evergreen secret realm that had once drawn the covetous gazes of the surrounding first-grade cultivation forces. To this day, Sheng had vaguely heard that the evergreen secret realm was now jointly controlled by several cultivation forces. The many rogue cultivators of the evergreen mountain range could only fume in silence. Fortunately, spiritual herbs like purple silvergrass aren't too rare. Sheng let out a long sigh of relief. He didn't have the azure origin fruit, but he could substitute it with 4 pattern grass. But even so, I still need to learn the art of alchemy. Thinking of this, Sheng's head began to ache. From the words of that shrewd shopkeeper, he had come to a clear understanding of the preciousness of the foundation establishment pill. Even if he gathered all the materials, Sheng wouldn't let anyone else refine the pill. He couldn't trust them. Every alchemist's emergence is the result of a massive investment of resources. I need to find a way to earn more spirit stones. Rubbing his chin, Sheng thought to himself. All my possessions combined are worth about 10,000 spirit stones. After a careful inventory, Sheng arrived at this figure. 10,000 spirit stones was an absolute fortune for a chi refining cultivator. Yet this was far from sufficient to forge an alchemist. How can I earn a steady stream of spirit stones? With this thought in mind, Sheng began weaving through the marketplace. After witnessing transaction after transaction, a decision quickly crystallized within him. Given my current situation, crafting and selling spirit talismans is an excellent choice. A glint of brilliance flashed in Sheng's eyes. In the cultivation world, the 4 major auxiliary professions were alchemist, array master, artifact refiner, and talisman scribe. Among them, array masters were the rarest, for setting formations demanded not only vast resources, but also exceptional comprehension from the practitioner. Next came the alchemist, reputed to be the most resource-intensive profession in the cultivation world. Yet once established, the returns were both substantial and sustainable. Artifact refiners were no more numerous than array masters, as they required specific inherited techniques to even begin, making them inaccessible to most. Finally, the talisman scribe seemed less prestigious and far more common. It was not as costly as alchemy, required no special inheritance, and demanded little in terms of talent or comprehension. Almost anyone could dabble in it. After all, drawing a spirit talisman was simple. Follow the prescribed patterns, inscribe them onto special talisman paper with one's own spiritual energy, and it was done. However, drawing talismans heavily impacted the scribe's cultivation. After each talisman, they had to readjust their state before attempting another. This consumed vast amounts of time. Yet for cultivators, time was the scarcest resource. Moreover, unlike the lucrative trade in pills and artifacts, talismans could only be sold cheaply in large volumes. Once one began drawing talismans, they had to persist for a long time. Otherwise, it would only lead to losses. This was a heavy burden on the talisman scribe. In essence, the talisman scribe was a thankless profession trading time and life for a pittance of spirit stones. Time. Is that really so valuable? Yang Sheng chuckled lightly and strode directly toward a roadside general store. The shop sold a wide array of items: spirit pills, herbs, secret manuals, magical artifacts, cave-dwelling fixtures, and more. Shopkeeper, give me 10 bundles of talisman paper, 1 talisman brush, and 1 bottle of spirit ink. He stepped forward and spoke with grand generosity. Right away. Soon money changed hands and goods were exchanged. Yang Sheng left in high spirits. What a pity. Such a young lad, and he chooses to learn talisman drawing of all things. The shopkeeper shook his head as he watched him leave. Another young man led astray. In the cultivation world, talisman scribes were almost always those past their prime with no hope of advancing to higher realms. It could even be called a retirement profession. Half an hour later, Tin Li outside East Stone Valley caught 2 more small fry. Sensing the followers behind him, Yang Sheng shook his head helplessly. Why are there always people waiting for a stroke of luck no matter where I go? He turned around and calmly faced the 2 men. Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over your storage pouch. This young master is in a good mood today and might spare your life. One of them, a scar-faced man, hoisted a large cleaver and cackled menacingly. The other, a middle-aged man, remained expressionless as if unconcerned. In truth, his entire being, spirit, energy, and mind, was locked onto Yang Sheng. The moment the latter made a move, he would act instantly. Boom. Yang Sheng couldn't be bothered to speak to such people. He directly revealed his cultivation base, his entire aura shifting dramatically. Chi refining 9th layer. The scar-faced man shuddered violently, nearly dropping his blade. The middle-aged man beside him remained impassive, but upon closer inspection his face had turned pale with fear. Swish. Without hesitation, the 2 turned and fled. They split up, showing considerable experience. Seeing this, Yang Sheng immediately gave chase to the scar-faced man. Senior, I'm dirt poor, what's the point of chasing me? The latter, terrified out of his wits, yelled frantically. To prove his poverty, he even opened his storage pouch a crack for Yang Sheng to see. Die. Yang Sheng's face was cold. In a few breaths, he caught up and struck out fiercely with a palm. This man was merely a chi refining 6th layer. How could he withstand such an attack? He died on the spot. Habitually snatching the storage pouch from the corpse, Yang Sheng's gaze fell upon the other man. By now the man had already fled over 100 zhang away. Oomph. Yang Sheng snorted coldly and instantly activated the blood-burn art. His aura surged, approaching that of a Foundation establishment cultivator. He soared into the air on his sword, shooting forward in an instant, leaving a residual image in his wake. The next moment he stood before the middle-aged man. Senior, I was blind. Please spare me. I will remember this kindness forever. The middle-aged man had no choice but to stop cupping his hands and salute. Not flustered at all. You have some nerve, Yang Sheng remarked, somewhat surprised. Not at all. I suffered from a strange illness as a child, leaving me permanently unable to change my expression. The middle-aged man said, his face unchanged. In truth, he had already begun to tremble. Sensing this, Yang Sheng was momentarily speechless. A flicker of sympathy arose in his heart. In your next life, be reborn as a decent, upright person. The next moment, Yang Sheng's gaze turned icy, and he struck without mercy. Had he not been so powerful, he might have perished here today. Until the moment of his death, the middle-aged man's expression remained as steady as a mountain, though his trousers were soaked. Tisk, and I thought he was someone special. Yang Sheng curled his lip and reached out, snatching the storage pouch from the man's waist. About 800 spirit stones, not bad. After a quick tally, he looked satisfied. In less than 15 minutes, he had gained 800 spirit stones. It was exhilarating. Maybe I should just make a living by fishing for fools. After all, these people aren't innocent. Killing them carries no burden. A bold thought suddenly sprang into Yang Sheng's mind. No better to stay cautious. Immortal anyway, they can do as they please. Soon he shook his head and dismissed the idea. One often stumbles by the riverside. What if one day he capsizes in a ditch? There would be no regrets then. Half a day later, Red Maple City appeared before Yang Sheng's eyes. Drawing talismans requires. As soon as he returned to his cave dwelling, he began secluding himself to draw talismans. He spread out a sheet of talisman paper, dipped his brush in spirit ink, and began inscribing. Halfway through, the talisman paper suddenly ignited without a flame. His first attempt had failed. Yang Sheng's expression did not change. He took out a new sheet and started over. Soon he failed again. His face remained calm as he began anew. Compared to alchemy or artifact refining, drawing talismans was somewhat easier, but that didn't mean one could master it casually. Thus, a month later. Success. Looking at the spirit talisman shimmering with spiritual light before him, Yang Sheng's face lit up with excitement. He held the talisman, examining it closely, almost reluctant to put it down. After all, this was the first spirit talisman he had ever personally crafted. It was a basic fireball talisman, essentially the basic fireball technique inscribed on a paper. With a single thought from the holder, the fireball technique could be unleashed. Let's continue. Stowing the talisman away, Sheng was brimming with exhilaration. With the experience of his first success, subsequent attempts became much easier. Before long, he had successfully drawn a second basic fireball talisman, then a third, a fourth. From the day he succeeded, Sheng had been drawing spirit talismans day and night. When his condition waned, he would pause to recover. When his talisman paper and spiritual ink were exhausted, he would journey to East Stone Valley for supplies. Thus a year passed in the blink of an eye. Within the cave dwelling upon the stone table, a thick stack of spirit talismans had accumulated. After a year's labor, a total of 250 basic fireball spirit talismans. Having finished the tally, Sheng let out a long breath. Though weariness wreathed his brows, it could not conceal his exhilaration. Over this past year, his technique in drawing spirit talismans had grown increasingly adept, progressing from 1 talisman every 3 days to 3 per day, a remarkable advancement. Yet only he could truly comprehend the hardships endured. Sigh. Even in cultivation, one must work like a beast. The path of immortality was not easy, Sheng lamented. To produce this batch of spirit talismans, he had spent an entire year living by an arduous schedule. Stowing the talismans away, he fell backward, sprawling onto the ground, and drifted into a deep slumber. He did not stir until the following morning. With these spirit talismans, I can set up a stall at East Stone Valley. Stepping out of his secluded chamber, a flicker of anticipation stirred within him. My. As he emerged, his eyes caught movement. At that moment, Xiaoyu stood beneath a large tree not far away, accompanied by an unfamiliar woman. The moment he laid eyes on this woman, Sheng's gaze sharpened. She possessed a voluptuous figure, delicate features, and an intoxicating allure that stirred the blood, but that was not what mattered. The crucial point was her aura, obscure and profound, unmistakably indicating a superior realm. Damn. A foundation establishment cultivator, why would she come to such a remote place? Sheng cursed inwardly, his mind racing for a strategy. Should he surrender outright, flee on sight, or fight to the death? Uncle Yang. Xiaoyu spotted him, her large eyes lighting up. Uncle Yang, come quickly. This is Aunt Ling, Nieling Shuang from my clan. She trotted over, took Sheng's hand, and led him to the alluring woman, introducing him with a smile. Aunt Ling, this is Uncle Yang Sheng, who has taken care of me all these years. In the next instant, Sheng and the seductive woman locked eyes, each sizing up the other. Yet upon meeting her limpid, water-soft eyes, a wave of heat surged through Sheng's body, stirring an almost irresistible urge. Startled, he quickly held his breath and steadied his mind, restoring clarity. So she's from the Azure Fox clan. No wonder her charm is so overwhelming, even someone as seasoned as I nearly succumbed. Sheng's expression turned grave, and he involuntarily stepped back, a cautious wariness settling in. Nieling Shuang chuckled, covering her mouth. Her eyes sparkled as she appraised Sheng, a liquid radiance in her gaze that seemed to speak, ensnaring all who looked into them. Damn, who could withstand this? Sensing the intensifying allure radiating from her, a cold sweat began to bead on Sheng's forehead. This vixen. Forced to, he clenched his teeth and averted his gaze with difficulty, barely saving himself from embarrassment. Aunt Ling, what are you doing? Xiaoyu was instantly displeased. She stepped between them, glaring at Nieling Shuang with puffed cheeks like an angry little chick. Nothing much. Just having a little joke with this fellow cultivator. Nieling Shuang smiled bewitchingly, tossing a flirtatious glance at Sheng. Handsome young sir, you don't mind, do you? Ahem. Sheng coughed dryly, waving a hand magnanimously. Well, of course not. After all, this vixen was at least a second-tier demon beast comparable to a human foundation establishment cultivator. How could he dare to mind? You see, he doesn't mind at all. Nieling Shuang said with a smile, smoothing her hair. Oomph. Xiaoyu snorted in displeasure, muttering under her breath. We agreed you wouldn't seduce Uncle Yang. What's this? Nieling Shuang leaned in, a mischievous glint in her eyes, and whispered in her ear. Could it be that Aunt Ling teasing your little man has made you jealous? You? What nonsense are you talking about? At these words, Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson, her small hands waving frantically in denial. Giggle. Yuer is so adorable. This only made Nieling Shuang laugh harder, her body swaying in a way that captivated the eye. Truly irresistible. Watching from the side, Sheng clicked his tongue in amazement, feeling his mouth go dry. Not only was her figure enchanting, but every word and gesture seemed to exude an intangible charm, and innate allure and lethality to any male. To avoid further embarrassment, Yang Sheng took a deep breath and turned away, clasping his hands behind his back as he gazed at the clouds on the distant horizon, feigning profundity like a sage who had attained the Tao. I must find time to visit a pleasure house and hear a tune to dispel the stagnant qi within me, he thought to himself. I'm ignoring you. Nie Xiaoyu's face burned even redder, and she turned away with a huff. All right, Aunt Ling was wrong. Nieling Shuang set her gaze sweeping between the two, the amusement in her eyes deepening. This sent Nie Xiaoyu's blush to her ears. She crouched aside, covering her face, and fell silent. Seeing this, Nieling Shuang stopped teasing her. She approached Yang Sheng, her expression turning serious for the first time. Fellow Taoist Yang, thank you for taking care of Yuer all these years. No trouble at all. This little girl and I share a bit of fate, and it was merely a simple gesture. Yang Sheng replied without turning, waving his hand dismissively. Regardless, I must properly express my gratitude. I told you there's no need. Fellow Taoist, could you turn around and speak? Looking at his profile, Nieling Shuang blinked, somewhat exasperated. Well, Yang Sheng hesitated. After a moment's thought, he stroked his chin and said in a low voice, to be honest, I have social anxiety. I dare not meet a stranger's eyes. In truth, he feared he wouldn't hold up. Nieling Shuang couldn't hold back her laughter, her eyes crinkling like crescent moons. All right, I've restrained my aura now, fellow Taoist Yang, you need not be so cautious. She found it amusing. Yang Sheng remained unmoved. Somewhat resigned, but unconcerned, Nieling Shuang's expression grew serious as she stepped forward. To be frank, I plan to take Yuer away from here. Whoosh. Yang Sheng spun around sharply, his eyes fixed on her, awaiting her explanation. Yuer is a lost bloodline of our Azure Fox clan. Our clan is sparse in numbers, so I hope you understand. Nieling Shuang smoothed her hair as she spoke slowly. Moreover, Yuer's inherited memories are incomplete. She must return to the clan to receive the full inheritance. Only then can she unleash the bloodline power of the Azure Fox clan. This is for her own good. After hearing this, Yang Sheng's lips moved as if to utter words of refusal, but he could not speak for a long time. Nieling Shuang's reasoning was sound, and he had no grounds to object. Besides, she was at least a second-tier demon beast. Xiaoyu, is this your own decision? After a moment of contemplation, Yang Sheng turned to Nie Xiaoyu. At this, she stood up and nodded silently to him. Why would one willingly remain adrift when kin could be reunited? Yang Sheng understood her thoughts instantly. Very well. Being with your clan is a good thing. He approached Nie Xiaoyu, ruffling her small head which barely reached his chest, and said gently, after you leave here you must listen to Aunt Ling, understand? Got it. As he spoke, Yang Sheng glanced at Nieling Shuang. This woman was a bit of a flirt, but her nature was not bad. Hearing these words like a father's final instructions, Nie Xiaoyu nodded heavily, her eyes reddening. Goodbye, Uncle Yang. Soon they began their farewells. Aboard a pink cloud, Nie Xiaoyu waved at him, her small face etched with reluctance, two faint tear streaks marking her cheeks. Farewell, until we meet again. Yang Sheng smiled at her. Fellow Taoist Yang, come visit us when you have time. At that moment, Nieling Shuang suddenly threw him a flirtatious glance, her voice soft as water, stirring the soul. Aunt Ling. Nie Xiaoyu's cheeks puffed up instantly, her expression one of indignation. Huh. The former let out a carefree laugh. A temptress indeed. Yang Sheng sighed inwardly. Speaking of which, will Xiaoyu turn out like this in the future? Watching the pink cloud grow distant, the thought struck him, and his face twisted into a most amusing expression. Old who has passed away, and Yuer has left. Gazing at the desolate mountaintop, Yang Sheng couldn't help but feel a pang of loss. Yet he was no longer the naive youth he once was, and soon composed himself. After setting up some basic restrictions in front of the cave dwelling, and making a few disguises, Yang Sheng leaped into the air, riding his sword on the wind. Transforming into a streak of orange light, he quickly vanished beyond the horizon. The sun blazed overhead, the sky clear of clouds. At high noon, Yang Sheng arrived once again at the East Stone Valley. No matter when I come, this place remains the same. Watching the stream of cultivators coming and going, surrounded by endless shouts and haggling, Yang Sheng felt a faint stir of emotion. He strode straight through the bustling trading square, took a series of twists and turns, and finally arrived at a lavishly decorated hall. On the horizontal plaque above the hall's entrance was imprinted a large character for he. Beside it stood a half-man-high stone stele engraved with several clear lines of small text. For all cultivators passing through, a one-time entry fee of 1 spirit stone. For those setting up stalls, the fee is 10 spirit stones per day. Every night at midnight, an enforcement team patrols. Those who remain within the valley pay 1 spirit stone per day. For those opening shops, the specific rental price is negotiable. Looking at this stele, Yang Sheng felt a pang of envy. This he family relying solely on the East Stone Valley likely collected no less than 1,000 spirit stones daily in fees alone. But soon he regained his composure and stepped into the hall. The East Stone Valley was established by the He family, and they were solely responsible for maintaining order here. Such profits were only fitting. "Excuse me, are there any vacant shops? I'm interested in renting one." Inside, an old man with a wispy mustache sat behind the counter dozing off. Yang Sheng approached and spoke in a low voice. The other showed no reaction. "I'd like to rent a shop." Yang Sheng furrowed his brow slightly, raising his voice a little. Still no response. This old codger. Yang Sheng's brows shot up, irritation flaring within him. If the man were truly asleep, that would be one thing. But from his perception, this old man wasn't asleep at all. He was deliberately ignoring him. Bang! Yang Sheng reached out and pounded the counter hard. The sound was deafening, echoing through the hall. "Who?" The old man jolted awake, startled. "How dare you?" He glared at Yang Sheng with furious eyes and said coldly, "Are you blind? Can't you see him in cultivation?" "Oh, well, my apologies then." Yang Sheng replied, expressionless. Seeing this, the old man grew even more incensed and said with a frosty face, "Out with it." "I already told you," Yang Sheng said flatly. "I didn't hear a thing." The old man sneered. This old fool merely at the 4th layer of chi refining, yet so arrogant. Yang Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly, then relaxed as he said softly, "I want to rent a shop." Young man coming to my He family to rent a shop with such an attitude. The old man leaned back, looking at him askance, and said unhurriedly, "You disturbed my cultivation just now. What do you have to say for yourself?" This old codger just wouldn't let it go. Yang Sheng felt rage boiling within him. "You weren't moving at all, so I thought something was wrong. I was anxious and acted a bit rashly. Please forgive me," he said with a light smile, his eyelids slightly lowered. If this weren't the East Stone Valley, Yang Sheng would have already blasted a fireball right in his face. "Is that so? With that attitude, it's hard for me to do anything for you." The old man tapped his fingers rhythmically on the counter, wearing a clearly displeased expression. "So that's how it is." Yang Sheng understood the man's intent all too well. This fellow had deliberately pretended to sleep and caused trouble just for this moment. In plain terms, it was extortion. The thought made Yang Sheng's displeasure grow. "My earlier actions were my fault." After a moment's thought, he took out a small pouch and placed it before the man, saying with a broad smile, "Please don't take it to heart, fellow Taoist. As the saying goes, a lack of forbearance in small matters leads to ruin. Since you're so sincere, I'll let bygones be bygones." Picking up the pouch and glancing at it discreetly, he Donglin nodded slightly, putting on an air of magnanimity. "Any requirements for the shop?" He lifted his chin slightly, a hint of pride in his demeanor. Even though he Donglin was only at the 4th layer of chi refining backed by the He family, even a chi refining Great Circle cultivator had to tread carefully in the East Stone Valley. It doesn't need to be too big, 1 floor is enough. As for the location, preferably in the bustling center. Yang Sheng thought for a moment and replied, "Fill in your basic information here. Remember, it's best not to write anything false or you'll bear all the consequences yourself." He Donglin said, sternly handing over a piece of paper. Taking it, Yang Sheng saw that it was indeed basic information: birthplace, age, cultivation level, and so on. If the He family really wanted to verify these details, they could. So Yang Sheng casually made up an age and quickly filled it out. Glancing at the loose cultivator column, He Donglin's eyes held a trace of disdain. He took out a book, flipped through it, and said casually, "There happens to be a shop vacant. It's not in the very center of the bustling area, but not far off either. What do you think?" "Fine." Yang Sheng examined it and found the conditions mostly matched his expectations, so he nodded. 800 spirit stones per year. Once the contract is signed and the stones paid, there will be no refunds. And it must be rented for at least 3 years. If you wish to terminate early, you must pay a penalty of 1,000 spirit stones. He Donglin closed the book and produced a contract, speaking matter-of-factly. "So expensive." Yang Sheng frowned deeply. "Hep." He Donglin chuckled, placing the contract before him without another word, his attitude clearly saying take it or leave it. This old codger took the money but didn't do a proper job. Scanning the contract, Yang Sheng's expression darkened. He hadn't come unprepared. He had never heard of any shop in the East Stone Valley requiring a minimum 3-year rental. Clearly this old man was trying to cheat him. A cold, murderous intent flared in Yang Sheng's eyes. "What? Thinking of starting something?" He Donglin sneered, leaning back. He took a sip of tea and said slowly, "Young man, don't be so hot-headed. After all, my He family's back mountain already has too many loose cultivator slaves to feed." At the end, the corner of his mouth curled up, wearing an expression of him looking out for you. Yang Sheng fell silent. "You are really something." Giving him a deep look, Yang Sheng's face was calm as still water as he turned and left. TCH. A mere loose cultivator comes begging to our he family and still dares to be so arrogant. Preposterous. Watching his departing figure, He Donglin's face was full of contempt. Stroking his beard, he muttered with utter confidence, "It won't be long before this brat comes crawling back with another offering of spirit stones. Ha. Even if he doesn't, it's no matter. My he family shops are in high demand, we won't miss him. This position is really sweet. All the effort I put into getting it wasn't wasted." He finished with a smug, self-satisfied air. That insatiable old wretch. As he exited the grand hall, Yang Sheng's eyes turned icy cold, a murderous intent he had never felt before surging within him. He could see it clearly now. That man was far from satisfied, still waiting for him to continue offering tribute. Otherwise, the matter of leasing the shop would surely not end well. I wonder where fellow Taoist he is now. After pondering for a long while, Yang Sheng had no choice but to take out a sound transmission jade talisman and infuse a message into it. Before long, the transmission talisman flickered with a soft glow. Yang Sheng sent his spiritual sense into it, and his eyes flickered with surprise. Fellow Taoist, He Bingyu happens to be within the valley. As a member of the He family, perhaps she could help with this matter. With this thought, Yang Sheng oriented himself and headed toward the inn within the valley. Soon he arrived at the inn and rented a temporary private room. He sat down sipping tea and waited patiently. "Brother Yang, it's been years. I trust you've been well." About a quarter of an hour later, a figure in a blue dress entered the room. Upon seeing Yang Sheng, her eyes lit up. "Fellow Taoist, you still favor blue." Rising to his feet, he looked her over and found her unchanged, clad in her usual blue dress. Yang Sheng spoke with a chuckle. "Do you like it, eh?" Hearing this, He Bingyu swayed her waist, twirling gracefully on the spot, and gazed at Yang Sheng with a smile, her eyes holding a hint of anticipation. "Of course. Am utterly captivated." Yang Sheng nodded, stroking his chin, and wore an expression of profound admiration. "Brother Yang, you still have such a way with words." He Bingyu covered her mouth with a delicate laugh, like a lotus emerging from clear water, pure and beautiful. "Just speaking the truth." She scrutinized him carefully from head to toe, her smile radiant. "After all these years, Brother Yang's charm remains undiminished. I find myself quite taken with you." Could it be that he has fallen for me?" Yang Sheng replied with a playful grin. "Who knows," she said, her tone laden with meaning. "To be honest, I came seeking your assistance with a matter." After exchanging pleasantries, Yang Sheng's expression turned serious as he cut straight to the point. He Bingyu felt a flicker of disappointment, but she quickly composed herself and spoke earnestly. "Fellow Taoist, you saved my life. If you have any trouble, speak freely. As long as I can help, I will not refuse." Yang Sheng chuckled softly at this. Had he not saved this woman back then precisely for a moment like this? "I am already at the 9th layer of qi condensation, preparing for foundation establishment." Brother Yang, so young and already at the 9th layer of qi condensation. I am truly envious. 11 years had passed, and she had only reached the 7th layer. "Fellow Taoist, do you have any way to procure a foundation establishment pill?" Yang Sheng inquired further. Hearing this, He Bingyi's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Seeing this, Yang Sheng quickly added, to avoid any misunderstanding, "Fellow Taoist, rest assured, I am willing to purchase it with spirit stones." "Brother Yang, you misunderstand." He Bingyu shook her head with a wry smile and explained, "The foundation establishment pill is exceedingly rare. Even I cannot obtain it easily." Yang Sheng's eyes flickered with curiosity at her words. "I wonder, fellow Taoist, you are." "Umph." He Bingyu seemed slightly proud. With one hand on her chest and the other on her hip, she winked at Yang Sheng and said cheerfully, "Your humble servant is none other than the second miss of the He family." Yang Sheng was astonished. The He family was a genuine first-tier cultivation clan with over a dozen foundation establishment cultivators, an exceedingly formidable force. As the second miss of the He family, her status was indeed extraordinary. Recovering his composure, he smiled with a hint of relief. "It seems my efforts back then were not in vain." Brother Yang is as witty and charming as ever." He Bingyu gently brushed her hair and chuckled softly. "If even the second miss of the He family has no way, I suppose I must give up." Yang Sheng sighed and shook his head. He had only asked casually, knowing how rare ready-made foundation establishment pills were, so he felt little disappointment. What surprised him slightly was He Bingyi's identity. "As things stand, I can hardly obtain a finished foundation establishment pill, but I might be able to get 1 or 2 portions of its main ingredient, the azure spirit fruit." At that moment, He Bingyu spoke softly, her clear eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. "Oh." Hearing this, Yang Sheng's eyes widened slightly, and he immediately straightened up. "State your conditions, fellow Taoist, and I will meet them." After a moment of silence, He Bingyu seemed to have made up her mind, a faint blush coloring her smooth cheeks. Gazing out the window, she twirled a strand of hair around her slender finger and spoke softly. My father is the current patriarch of the He family. He once promised that when I marry, my dowry would include at least 2 azure spirit fruits. Yang Sheng was frozen. How could he miss the implication in her words? But at that moment, he didn't know how to respond. The atmosphere suddenly grew awkward. The private room fell into a deathly silence broken only by occasional shouts from outside. A light laugh shattered the stillness. He Bingyu laughed heartily, her eyes fixed on Yang Sheng as she teased, Brother Yang, you didn't take me seriously, did you? Yang Sheng clutched his chest and took a step back, his expression exaggerated. Damn. I almost fell for it. Giggle. Brother Yang is truly amusing. He Bingyi's smile grew even brighter, but a trace of bitterness rose in her heart. Seeing Yang Sheng's prolonged silence earlier, she had clearly understood his feelings. To ease the awkwardness, she had no choice but to put on an act. Brother Yang, I'm afraid I can't help with this matter. I feel deeply ashamed. She spoke with a hint of apology. Missy, why say that? I was merely asking out of curiosity. Yang Sheng smiled lightly and waved his hand dismissively. Actually, I planned to open a shop within the valley. He then recounted everything that had happened in the He family hall. Such a thing happened. After hearing the story, He Bingyu was filled with righteous indignation. She said coldly, Brother Yang, rest assured, I will see justice done for you. A short while later in the He family hall. Oh, isn't this the young lad from earlier? Seeing the face before him, He Donglin crossed his legs, sipped his tea leisurely, and drawled, What? Have you thought it over? Yes, I've thought it over. Yang Sheng nodded gently. He Donglin smiled slightly unsurprised. He had seen many troublemakers like Yang Sheng who lacked any background. So what if he bullied them? In the end, didn't they all compromise and obediently offer red envelopes? Good that you've thought it through. You wandering cultivators come to our He family to beg for alms, so you must have the awareness of a beggar. He spoke with a smug, condescending tone. In He Donglin's eyes, wandering cultivators who came to East Stone Valley to lease shops were merely feeding off the He family's prosperity and should be grateful. Aren't you afraid of getting yourself killed out there? Yang Sheng couldn't help but laugh in anger, reminded of certain blessings from his past life. Kid, just for that remark, I have 100 ways to deal with you right here. Do you believe me? He Donglin's face darkened, his voice turning frigid. Just you? Indeed. Just me wearing the robes of the He family. He Donglin tugged at his collar, his expression arrogant. How dare you? He Donglin, who gave you the audacity to treat our He family's guest like this? At that moment, a cold rebuke echoed from outside the hall. Second miss. Hearing this voice, He Donglin's face drastically changed, instantly donning a fawning expression as he stepped forward to greet her. The swiftness of his transformation left Yang Sheng, standing nearby, utterly dumbfounded. He Donglin, considering your advanced age and years of dedicated service to the clan, you were specially permitted to manage the myriad commercial affairs of East Stone Valley. Yet you abused your authority, deliberately harassing visitors and tarnishing the He family's reputation. What punishment do you deserve? Upon entering the great hall, He Bingyu fixed a frosty gaze upon him. Second miss, I am wronged. The latter, his face blanched with terror, immediately cried out loudly. Second miss, over these years, I have faithfully submitted spirit stones every month, not a single one short. I have devoted myself wholly to the clan. Enough. He Bingyu cut him off coldly, her countenance icy as she stated bluntly, Fellow Taoist, Yang has already told me of your previous deeds. This? He Donglin's heart sank at her words. Damn it. This man actually has connections with the second miss. Why didn't you say so earlier? I would have let you cut right to the front. Regretfully, he rolled his eyes and put on a pitiful air. Second miss, you mustn't take the word of an outsider at face value. At this moment, admitting guilt was out of the question. Are you questioning my judgment? He Bingyi's eyes narrowed slightly as she spoke calmly, her demeanor imposing without anger. The authority befitting the He family's second miss involuntarily radiated from her. This humble one would not dare. He Donglin's heart trembled violently. Bowing his head deeply, he dared not meet her gaze, though his voice remained steady. Second miss, this humble one only sought to profit the clan. I refuse to be unjustly slandered by an outsider. I beseech second miss to investigate with discernment. Repeating outsider with every breath, this man was indeed a wily old fox, his words so venomous. Yang Sheng, standing by, silently sneered. An ordinary He family high-ranking member upon hearing this would likely have shown leniency. After all, between an outsider and a clan member, the bias would naturally favor their own. Unexpectedly, He Bingyu flew into a rage. He Donglin, do you truly believe my father is so senile as to be ignorant of your clandestine activities all these years? With that, she produced a ledger from her storage pouch and hurled it viciously into his face. Take a good look at yourself. Picking up the ledger, Donglin's face turned ashen, drained of all color. It recorded in glaring detail the glorious deeds he had committed daily since assuming his post. For instance, extorting rogue cultivators or covertly lining his own pockets through his authority. Arbitrarily raising the annual rent for shops within the valley and pocketing the surplus. Even coercing female cultivators into illicit arrangements. Such heinous acts brought disgrace upon the He family. In short, the evidence was irrefutable. Had he not refrained from provoking the signs of aristocratic or sect families, the He family would have dealt with him long ago. Considering your advanced age and timely submission of rent, I had intended to show leniency. Yet you show no remorse. According to clan law, 90% of your private assets shall be confiscated. Bingious voice was chilling, brooking no dissent. A new batch of lawbreakers has just arrived at the rear mountain. You shall go there to manage them. Second miss, this old servant admits his fault. I confess. At these words, Donglin let out a mournful wail, falling to his knees repeatedly, his pleas for mercy unending. Having most of his spirit stones confiscated was one thing. Being sent to manage the rear mountain was worse than death. The He family's rear mountain was a vast expanse of rich metal or mines where spiritual energy was scarce and cultivation difficult. Moreover, numerous slaves captured by the He family labored there, and riots frequently erupted. The He family members sent to manage them naturally bore the brunt, with deaths being a common occurrence. For a He family member, being exiled to the rear mountain was only marginally better than being expelled from the clan. The old wretch wailed and pleaded, his face a picture of intense regret and agony. Clearly the rear mountain was no pleasant place. Witnessing this, Sheng felt a wave of satisfaction. Fellow Taoist Yang. No, young master Yang, this old servant knows his wrongs. I beg you to overlook past grievances. This kindness and virtue I shall never forget. Seeing Bingious' icy expression unmoved, Donglin immediately turned to kowtow before Sheng, his eyes filled with desperate supplication. I am but an outsider. How could I presume to meddle in the He family's internal affairs? Am I right? Sheng shrugged, spreading his hands with a slight smirk. The latter, despairing, collapsed to the ground, his expression vacant. Drag him out at once. Bingyu waved her hand impatiently. Soon two He family cultivators appeared and hauled Donglin away. I must apologize for this spectacle, Brother Yang. Having dealt with the matter, Bingyu turned around, a hint of embarrassment on her face. After all, such affairs were hardly commendable. No matter. Sheng waved a dismissive hand, shifting the topic with a light jest. But your performance just now, miss, he has truly broadened my horizons. Brother Yang, you have such a wicked heart. Bingyu shot him a reproachful glance. You're only realizing that now? Huh? Sheng laughed heartily, his mood greatly improved. Brother Yang, there are few vacant shops in the valley at present. Which one catches your eye? After some casual chatter, they returned to business. They'll take this one. After a moment's deliberation, Sheng made his choice. It was the very shop Donglin had recommended. This shop is modest, but its location is quite close to the trading square. The annual rent is 500 spirit stones. What do you think, Brother Yang? After a few glances, Bingyu spoke casually. Good heavens, that old bastard was truly despicable. Hearing this figure, Sheng couldn't help but curse inwardly. Perhaps Bingyu had lowered the price out of consideration for him. Yet compared to the price Donglin had quoted, the latter was still a full 60% higher. It was clear just how black-hearted that man was. Soon Sheng signed a contract. Brother Yang, if you ever decide you no longer wish to rent, just let me know. Scanning the contract's contents, Bingyu said with a smile. The contract stipulated that Sheng must rent for at least a year, or else be in breach. You have my thanks, fellow Taoist. Sheng felt a warmth in his heart, and solemnly clasped his fists, saying, Thank you for your assistance, Miss He. This meant that if business was poor, he could withdraw at any time without penalty. Brother Yang, why must you be so courteous? Bingious' expression turned serious. Compared to your life-saving grace, these trifles are hardly worth mentioning. Brother Yang, do keep in touch when you have time. After a moment bidding her farewell, Sheng stowed the contract and left the great hall. Reflecting on the day's events, he looked up at the azure sky and could not help but sigh. No matter which world you're in, having connections makes everything easier. After renting a shop, Sheng returned to his cave in Hongfeng City to tidy up before settling down in Dongshi Valley. However, as expected, the entire day passed by in silence, with not a single customer visiting. Sheng was unbothered, sitting inside the shop, continuing to draw the basic fireball talismans, completely oblivious to the outside world. Soon the second day arrived, and just like the previous day, there were no customers. He understood that one couldn't rush success. He remained as steady as a mountain, methodically drawing more talismans. Days and nights passed, and in the blink of an eye half a month had gone by. Shopkeeper, how much for your basic fireball talisman? On this day, the shop finally welcomed its first customer. This esteemed guest, our basic fireball talisman is 1 spirit stone each, or 4 for 5. Sheng immediately displayed a warm smile and stepped forward to greet. Oh, the customer was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. In terms of basic fireball talismans, the common wholesale price was generally 9 spirit stones for 10. Sheng selling 10 for 8 spirit stones was almost at cost price. Shopkeeper, I must speak plainly. There's no problem with your goods, is there? Casting a scrutinizing glance at the talismans in the shop, the person's expression was doubtful. Sheng was not angered. Instead, he chuckled and confidently stated, if you don't believe me, feel free to test a few on the spot, no charge. Since that's the case, allow me to demonstrate. The person nodded and immediately picked up a few talismans to activate. Before long, fist-sized fireballs appeared, radiating high temperatures within the shop. Had it not been for the spirit paper everywhere, a fire might have erupted. Not bad. Pack me 50 of these. The person nodded in satisfaction and took out a spirit stone pouch. Safe travels, esteemed guest. After the transaction, Sheng smiled as he saw the customer out. The first transaction perfectly accomplished. Weighing the spirit stone pouch in his hand, Sheng looked quite pleased. In fact, he did not make a profit from this transaction. Considering the rent, he was actually at a loss. However, in business, reputation is paramount. Once reputation is established, wealth will naturally flow. After the first customer left, it took another 5 days before the second one arrived. Your talismans are indeed cheap, but unfortunately, they are only basic fireball talismans. The second customer walked around the shop and left with a disappointed expression. This served as a wake-up call for Sheng. I have about 300 basic fireball talismans in stock, and they are mainly useful for early-stage chi refining practitioners. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. Lower-tier cultivators have limited spiritual power. Once exhausted, they are hardly better than ordinary people. At such times, the utility of talismans becomes evident. Compared to the expensive spirit recovery pills, talismans are more affordable, making them the choice of many wandering cultivators. However, talismans also vary in quality, and for latest-stage chi refining practitioners, basic talismans are of limited use. I need to learn how to create some advanced talismans. With this thought, Sheng closed the shop and went to the largest grocery store in the valley, Baoshan Pavilion. Here there were miraculous pills, magical tools, talismans, and even spirit beasts. They sold almost everything, and the power behind them was extremely mysterious and formidable. Even the He family had to show them some respect. Shopkeeper, I want talisman blueprints, at least intermediate ones. Sheng stated directly. Talisman blueprints. You've come to the right place. The shopkeeper beamed and led Sheng to a section on the second floor, pointing at a row of shelves while introducing them. If it's about talisman blueprints in the entire Zhao Kingdom, our Baoshan Pavilion dares to say we are second, and no one would claim the first. He wore a proud expression. Sheng secretly rolled his eyes. He stepped forward to select carefully. Revitalization talisman can heal all ordinary external wounds without leaving scars, and is greatly beneficial for internal injuries. Golden Light Talisman summons a layer of golden light shield that is difficult for mid-stage chi refining practitioners to break through without using full strength. Before long, he made his decision. These two will do. The Revitalization Talisman is considered excellent among intermediate talismans, and the Golden Light Talisman is also good. The total is 2,000 spirit stones. Deal. This price was not cheap, but Sheng was already mentally prepared, so he did not haggle. After all, purchasing them meant he would grasp the drawing methods for 2 types of talismans. Generous. The shopkeeper smiled slightly, then changed the subject, saying, I hope this may be a bold question, but are you a talisman master, esteemed guest? Of course. Sheng nodded lightly. A talisman master is not a rare talent. There's no need to be secretive. In that case, you should understand the rules of the talisman trade. He spoke with a slightly serious tone. Naturally. Sheng nodded at the words and raised his hand to the sky, solemnly declaring, I swear by my Tao heart that I will never disclose the blueprints for the Golden Light Talisman and Revitalization Talisman to anyone who otherwise may my life be forfeit, and I shall perish on the spot. The shopkeeper smiled in satisfaction. After the transaction was completed, he clasped his fists and congratulated, wishing you prosperous business, friend. Thank you for your kind words. Returning the gesture, Sheng collected the blueprints and left in a hurry. Baoshan Pavilion really knows how to do business. Back at his own shop, Sheng took out the 2 blueprints to examine, feeling slightly emotional. Previously, he had bought the blueprint for the basic fireball technique at a street stall without being asked to swear against sharing. Presumably, in the eyes of that stall owner, such basic talisman blueprints were considered common goods. The Revitalization Talisman and Golden Light Talisman, however, belong to the intermediate talisman category, with a broader range of potential users. Generally speaking, after purchasing and swearing, he only held the rights to draw and sell, with no core blueprint transfer rights. This way, Baoshan Pavilion could continue to sell the core blueprints, reaping significant profits. After all, I have an infinite lifespan, the oath has little impact on me. If the need for spirit stones arises in the future, he could also sell these blueprints to acquire a large number of spirit stones. Yang Sheng thought to himself, feeling quite pleased. Perhaps the shopkeeper never anticipated that he possessed the body of eternal life with boundless lifespan, allowing him to take advantage of loopholes. There are still plenty of advanced talisman blueprints in the shop. Once I have the money, I'll acquire them all. An idea suddenly struck him, causing Yang Sheng to chuckle. Once this bold thought emerged, it became uncontrollable. Why not transform into a seller of talisman blueprints? Wouldn't that be more profitable than selling talismans? He stroked his chin, falling into deep contemplation. According to estimates, selling talismans in Dongshi Valley after deducting rent and other costs would yield at most 1,000 spirit stones a year. If he worked hard for decades to draw talismans, he would probably find it difficult to achieve his goal. Moreover, who knows what unexpected events might occur along the way. In contrast, selling core talisman blueprints is practically a no-cost venture. Moreover, each transaction could yield hundreds or even thousands of spirit stones. The profits are staggering. As time passed, Yang Sheng's eyes gradually brightened. This method is feasible. At a certain moment, he suddenly struck his thigh, filled with excitement. Time flew by, and half a year passed. During this period, Yang Sheng successfully crafted golden light talismans and healing talismans, enriching his shop's inventory. As his prices were relatively low, he attracted a steady stream of customers each day, leading to thriving business. Throughout the entire East Stone Valley, many who set up stalls or sold talismans were forced to change trades or even go bankrupt. Quite a few harbored deep resentment toward him. Yang Sheng paid no heed to this at all. In business, how could one avoid making enemies? If one acted timidly, nothing would ever be accomplished. Moreover, as he remained within East Stone Valley, these people could do nothing to him. A few troublemakers came to his shop to cause a scene, but he easily dealt with them. For the few who were particularly infuriated, Yang Sheng directly sought out Yu to ensure they would never set foot in East Stone Valley again. One day, as the sun barely peeked over the horizon, Yang Sheng opened for business as usual. "Shopkeeper, good morning." A young man with an honest face had been waiting outside early. Upon seeing him, the young man stepped forward, cupped his hands in greeting. "Little Wang, you're here. Come on in." Yang Sheng gave him a slight smile. This man named Wang Ji was a rogue cultivator of mediocre talent. At over 40 years old, he was only at the third level of qi refining, an utterly insignificant existence in the world of cultivation. A few months ago, the shop's business was booming and he couldn't handle it alone, so he hired the man as a shop assistant, paying him 10 spirit stones each month. Wang Ji was deeply grateful for this. Thus, he waited outside the shop every day in advance, worked diligently without any slack, and earned Yang Sheng's full satisfaction. "I crafted a new batch of talismans yesterday. Go sort them out." Lying back in his armchair, Yang Sheng casually instructed. "Yes." Upon hearing this, Wang Ji immediately straightened his back and entered work mode. Before long, the previously chaotic shop was tidied up neatly. "Shopkeeper Yang, how should this talisman be priced?" Holding an unfamiliar green talisman, Wang Ji proactively approached to ask. Yang Sheng nodded inwardly. This man appeared simple, but acted cleverly, taking initiative in many matters. "This is a wind sprint talisman. Once activated, it can increase speed by 30% for a short time. Retail price is 4 spirit stones or 38 for 10. If a customer asks, you can introduce it just like that," he stated calmly. "This humble one will remember." Wang Ji nodded emphatically. "Starting next month, I'll raise your salary by 2 spirit stones each month." After some thought, Yang Sheng said, "Just that." "Thank you, Shopkeeper Yang." The former, upon hearing this, became as excited as if injected with adrenaline. His face flushed with joy as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Go on." Yang Sheng gave a slight nod. "Isn't it just 2 spirit stones? Why get so excited?" Watching the energetic Wang Ji in the shop, Yang Sheng muttered under his breath. Yet the next moment, he couldn't help recalling his past life when he learned his boss had given him a 500 raise and danced around in sheer ecstasy. Life isn't easy, and neither is cultivation. Yang Sheng felt both speechless and deeply reflective. Soon a customer entered. Yang Sheng remained unmoved, reclining in his armchair, leisurely sipping tea. Esteemed guest, what do you need? Wang Ji immediately put on a professional smile and stepped forward to greet him. 3 months had passed since he started working at the shop, and he was now well-versed in many tasks. Your talismans are of good quality and reasonably priced. They'll come again. Soon the customer looked satisfied and was seen off by Wang Ji. Then a second customer arrived, and Wang Ji was still full of vigor as he went to greet him. Then a third. A fourth. It was only when he couldn't handle it alone that Yang Sheng lazily got up and personally attended to the customers. Night fell quietly. Young man, well done. You've worked hard. Before closing, Yang Sheng patted Wang Ji on the shoulder with a smile. No hardship at all. It's all thanks to your care, shopkeeper Yang. The latter scratched his head and chuckled. Clearly he was still excited about the pay raise. Yang Sheng's expression turned strange. Having the man exhaust himself daily attending to customers for just 12 spirit stones a month, yet he worked with relish and even felt grateful. No wonder everyone hates capitalists, yet everyone wants to become one. The feeling of being wealthy is truly wonderful. Watching Wang Ji leave, he couldn't help but sigh. After closing up, Yang Sheng began to settle the accounts. Over the past half-year, the shop has been bustling. Excluding the cost of talisman blueprints, the profit barely exceeds 500 spirit stones. After calculating, he frowned. Half a year had passed, and he hadn't even recouped his initial investment. This was even with the shop's thriving business. The low profit is mainly because I sell cheaply, but if I raise prices, I'd lose my competitive edge. Alas, a talisman master is indeed a thankless profession. After much deliberation, Yang Sheng finally reached this conclusion, looking utterly speechless. If even he was in this situation, one could only imagine how miserable other talisman masters were. There was no help for it. The talisman business worked like this. To earn spirit stones, one had to engage in large-scale sales year-round with small profits, but quick turnover. But how could ordinary cultivators spare so much time and energy for such things? This can't go on. Although I don't mind, over time it will inevitably arouse suspicion. As a chi refining cultivator running a shop here for decades, anyone would notice something amiss. Though Yang Sheng could disguise himself and conceal his aura, yet in East Stone Valley Foundation establishment, cultivators occasionally appeared. If he were caught face-to-face, even his secrets would be laid bare, leaving him unable to explain and causing major problems. Stability was paramount. After careful consideration, he finally made up his mind. I need to find a way to sell core talisman blueprints. In professional terms, it's about fleecing the treasure pavilion. Stroking his chin, Yang Sheng's eyes flickered thoughtfully. This matter was not to be exposed, or he would be hunted to death by the treasure pavilion. Counting the days, the underground trading market near Feather Sun City will open in 3 days. He'll have to make a trip then, he murmured to himself. Having stayed here for half a year, he hadn't been completely oblivious to the outside world and had gathered much information. Just then the storage pouch at his waist suddenly flickered with a faint light. Yang Sheng frowned and took out a sound transmission talisman from it. Brother Yang, have you considered the matter from last time? A coquettish female voice emerged from within, full of temptation and stirring the heart. It is fellow Taoist Zicha. Upon hearing this voice, Yang Sheng muttered to himself. She was a cultivator of the demonic sect, receiving guests in her shop within the valley akin to a courtesan in the mortal world. Over the past half-year, Yang Sheng had occasionally provided her with aid, thus forging a connection between them. A few days ago, she invited him to explore a certain senior's cave dwelling. I appreciate your concern, but I have no leisure for it. My apologies. Without a second thought, Yang Sheng flatly refused. Who did he think he was? A man who would rather hole up at home than venture out, even at the cost of his life. Let alone the fact that unknown cave dwellings were often fraught with perilous restrictions. One misstep could lead to disaster. Fellow Taoist, won't you reconsider? That senior was at the foundation establishment stage. Perhaps there are spiritual treasures hidden within. No need. Yang Sheng's tone was resolute. Since that is the case, this humble woman shall not disturb you any longer. After a moment of silence, a reluctant voice came from the other side. Yang Sheng's eyes flickered at these words. There are many experts in East Stone Valley. Why is she so fixated on me? There must be something fishy. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. Now he was no longer the greenhorn he once was, and soon sensed something amiss. Their connection was merely a fleeting affair tainted with the stench of money. Could she possibly have developed feelings for him? No matter the scheme, as long as I stay away, that woman can do nothing to me. Shaking his head, Yang Sheng dismissed the thought. 3 days later. Closed for business today. I take the day off. Pay as usual. Early in the morning, Wang Ji was waiting outside the shop, as always, and Yang Sheng said this to him before turning and leaving a bewildered Wang Ji behind. Arriving at a secluded corner, Yang Sheng soon changed his appearance and swaggered out of the market district, drawing no attention. Leaving East Stone Valley, Yang Sheng flew straight toward a destination on his sword. Half an hour later, a vast mortal city appeared before him. Preferring a low profile, he cast an invisibility spell and stepped into Yuyang City in just a few strides. Spring Full Tower, the largest tavern in Yuyang City, bustled with endless patrons every day, alive with clamor. After some inquiries, Yang Sheng arrived there. Who would have thought cultivators hold a trading fair here? If not for Lady He, I would never have known of this place. With a few sighs, Yang Sheng strode inside. The location of this trading fair was told to him by He Bingyu. After all, given its secrecy, most of the items traded here had dubious origins, and not everyone was qualified to know of it. Esteemed guest, how many in your party? A waiter approached, his face beaming with a warm smile. Just me. A pot of osmanthus wine and some simple appetizers. Right away. Please wait a moment. Going to the second floor, Yang Sheng found a seat by the window and sat down. The trading fair wouldn't start until evening, so he was in no rush. This mortal wine has its own unique charm. He sipped his drink while admiring the scenery outside. Time passed swiftly, and gradually an orange hue tinged the sky. Time to go. Calculating the time, Yang Sheng tossed down a silver piece, rose, descended the stairs, and headed straight for the backyard. This area is private and not open to guests. Please forgive us. Two burly guards stood watch, one of them speaking in a deep voice. Whoosh. Without a word, Yang Sheng raised his hand, and a ball of flame materialized out of thin air. Esteemed immortal, please come inside. The two guards immediately bowed, their demeanor respectful, and stepped aside. Passing through the back gate, Yang Sheng donned a cloak to conceal his face and entered a dilapidated thatched hut. Then, following a dark staircase, he descended underground. After a few steps, the view ahead opened up, and a bright flame came into sight. Illuminated by the firelight, Yang Sheng found himself in an underground chamber. At its center stood a square platform surrounded by dozens of chairs. At that moment, several chairs were already occupied. When Yang Sheng appeared, probing gazes immediately shot toward him. Unable to discern his aura, these gazes quickly withdrew. When some looked at him again, a hint of wariness flickered in their eyes. Unfazed, Yang Sheng found a seat and sat down, waiting in silence. Soon more people arrived, one after another. The hour has come. When about 15 people were present, a masked figure stepped onto the square platform. He swept his gaze over the crowd and said in a hoarse voice, "Since you've all come here, I trust you know the rules. I won't waste words. Now let the trading fair officially begin." With that, he pointed to the nearest person and said, "Let's start with this fellow Taoist. I need 10 stalks of green thunder bamboo. Does anyone have them?" This man didn't dally. He rose immediately, cupped his hands toward the crowd, and said, "They'll trade with spirit pills, herbs, spirit stones, and more." Dead silence ensued. "If no one has them in stock, accurate information will do." Still no one responded. After a moment, the man shook his head in disappointment and sat back down. The man beside him in a green robe stood up and said in a deep voice, "I urgently need blood refining mushroom. If anyone can provide it besides equivalent spirit pills, herbs, or cultivation techniques, I will also owe them a favor." Blood refining mushroom. That herb is potent, but also highly toxic. What do you need it for, fellow Taoist? Immediately someone exclaimed. But as soon as the words left his mouth, the speaker realized his mistake. Inquiring about another's purpose was a major taboo at such fairs. He said earnestly, "I spoke rashly in haste. Please forgive me, fellow Taoist." The man in the green robe paused for a moment before speaking slowly. "There's no need to hide it. My Tao partner was attacked by scoundrels from the Dark Blood sect some days ago and poisoned with blood venom. I need the blood refining mushroom to fight poison with poison." He summarized succinctly. The Dark Blood sect. Isn't that a sect from the Qi kingdom? How did its members end up in our Zhao kingdom? Who knows? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Blood refining mushroom. I happen to have one. A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Is that true? The man in the green robe was overjoyed. He extended his hand toward the speaker and said politely, "Fellow Taoist, let's speak in private." With that, the two headed toward a side chamber. Witnessing this, Yang Sheng roughly understood the trading process. After they left, the fair proceeded in an orderly manner. "I need a cultivation technique, preferably a health-nurturing one that can at least reach the foundation establishment stage. Does anyone have a green origin fruit? I'm willing to pay a high price." I stumbled upon a fragment of a treasure map. After appraisal, it's related to the 5 elements true man from 500 years ago. Soon it was Yang Sheng's turn. "I have a core blueprint for intermediate talismans here. Interested fellow Taoists can come and negotiate the price." He stood up and said this. At these words, the entire hall fell silent. Did I say something extraordinary? Sensing the surprised gazes around him, Yang Sheng felt speechless. Fellow Taoist, forgive my bluntness, but do you truly possess a core blueprint for intermediate talismans? Soon a woman with a melodious voice spoke up first. Of course. Sheng nodded and said calmly, do you think I came all this way to jest with you? Seeing his confidence, those present grew even more astonished. Core blueprints for talismans were almost entirely monopolized by the Precious Pavilion. To purchase such blueprints, one had to bleed their coffers at the Precious Pavilion. Only a handful of basic blueprints circulated in the cultivation world, becoming commonplace. Could this man be an insider from the Precious Pavilion? At that moment, many eyes gleamed with curiosity as they secretly speculated about Sheng's origins. Please follow me, fellow Taoist. The woman in green spoke again, turning and walking toward a secret chamber. Sheng followed closely behind. Upon entering the secret chamber, the surroundings fell into utter silence. The room was small, no more than 5 or 6 square meters, sparsely furnished with a table at the center upon which sat a solitary candle. May I inspect the goods? They sat facing each other, and the woman in green cut straight to the point, her voice as crisp and melodious as an oriole's. A fragrant aroma wafted over, compelling Sheng to steal a few more glances at her. Yet the woman wore a veil that seemed to possess the power to block prying eyes, making it impossible to discern her features. Without wasting words, he immediately produced a golden scroll and placed it before her. This is an intermediate spirit talisman, the Golden Light Shield. The woman in green leaned forward, slightly examining it closely before exclaiming in astonishment, how did you come by this, fellow Taoist? Hep. Sheng merely chuckled in response, saying nothing. I spoke out of turn. Please forgive me, fellow Taoist. The woman in green said, her tone tinged with embarrassment. She brushed a strand of hair from her face and said, name your price, fellow Taoist. 500 spirit stones. Sheng pondered for a moment, then raised 5 fingers. At the Baoxian Pavilion, intermediate talisman blueprints typically sold for 1,000 spirit stones. Since the buyer also bore some risk, purchasing from him, offering a 50% discount was entirely reasonable. Must I swear an oath? The woman in green blinked. What do you think? Sheng replied nonchalantly. What if I refuse to swear? Her clear eyes locked onto Sheng, her voice still enchanting. Frowning slightly, Sheng then relaxed and said with a grin, if you want swear, then 15,000 spirit stones. Hearing this figure, the woman's delicate brows knitted. Her beautiful eyes seemed to speak as she looked at Sheng and said playfully, can't you offer a discount, sir? I'm afraid not. Sheng remained unmoved, speaking calmly. You must know how much profit lies within this. 15,000 is already a bargain. Once she purchased the Golden Light Shield blueprint, she would effectively own the rights to distribute it and could resell it to others, recouping her investment in no time. This might cause the talisman to become commonplace and its price to plummet, but before that happened, she was certain to make a fortune. The woman in green hesitated for a moment, then said helplessly, you are indeed a knowledgeable man, fellow Taoist. But I don't have that many spirit stones on me. Could I offset some with pills? Of course. Before long, Sheng appeared once again in the main hall, thoroughly satisfied. Curious gazes converged upon him. All right, this trading session is concluded. If there is no further business, please depart swiftly. About another quarter of an hour later, the masked man announced in a loud voice. As his words faded, a rumbling sound echoed from all around. Immediately, numerous tunnels materialized. With about a dozen exits, everyone present entered one of them. This measure was established to ensure that those leaving would emerge at different locations, thus preventing any unpleasant incidents. That man actually sold an intermediate talisman blueprint. He must be quite wealthy. After the others departed, only the masked man remained in the hall. He gazed at the tunnel Sheng had taken, lost in thought. He fully understood the value of an intermediate talisman blueprint. He came here to sell it, so it's likely obtained through dubious means. If I kill him, no one will probably know. Murmuring to himself, a glint of murder flashed across the masked man's eyes. The trading meet was hosted by him, and he rarely inquired about the identities or backgrounds of the attendees. Each session concluded within half an hour, and everyone went their separate ways. Thus, if someone suddenly vanished, it would hardly arouse suspicion. This fat sheep couldn't be let go, and that woman in green as well. He had no interest in mere paupers. Having made his decision, the masked man growled, "Second brother, it's time to move. After this job, we'll never have to guard this wretched place again." As his words fell, the shadow beside him twisted, and a man in black gradually materialized. The two of them moved, diving into one of the tunnels. It was unmistakably the one Sheng had taken. Meanwhile, 5 li outside Yiyang City, in a rocky pit among the mountains. I ended up right at the city outskirts. This mechanism is quite ingenious. The rock exploded and Sheng emerged, gazing up at the bright moon with wonder. Today's trip was well worth it. Patting the storage pouch at his waist, Sheng couldn't contain his joy. Just by selling the Golden Light Shield blueprint, he had earned roughly 15,000 spirit stones, equivalent to 15 years of profit from his shop in East Stone Valley. Indeed, no matter the world, if you want to amass wealth quickly, you still have to dabble in shady dealings. Sighing softly, Sheng hummed a cheerful tune and soared away on his sword. No way. Am I really so unlucky that I get tailed every time I go out? A quarter of an hour later, his expression shifted. He halted mid-flight, turned around, and said coldly, "What coward skulks in the shadows following me?" Heh, keen perception, fellow Taoist. A light laugh echoed through the night. Soon a masked man appeared floating on a long spear. "You?" Sheng recognized the newcomer and said coldly, "As the host of the meet, you stoop to such deeds. Aren't you afraid of ruining your reputation if word gets out?" "No matter. The word won't spread anyway." Hearing this, the masked man smiled faintly, his killing intent unconcealed. With that, he brandished his spear and closed in rapidly, the tip glowing with a fierce blue light aimed straight at Sheng's brow, intent on a quick kill. "You really think you've got me?" Sheng's face turned cold. Though his opponent was of equal cultivation, he showed no fear and charged forward. The distance between them shrank in an instant as blue and orange spiritual forces clashed violently. In that instant, the masked man's expression flickered. He retreated dozens of zhang through the air before barely regaining his balance. That overbearing aura, the Jingyuan art of the Qin family of Weishui. He looked up, astonishment in his eyes. "You do have some insight," Sheng said flatly. "So you're from the Qin family. I've never killed a scion of a noble clan in all my years. Today will be a fine experience." The masked man licked his lips, his eyes icy, his killing intent undiminished. "You?" Sheng's face was contemptuous. Whoosh. Just then a streak of dark light shot through the air, swift as lightning, closing in on his neck in the blink of an eye. Sheng was horrified and without hesitation activated the Golden Light Shield talisman. Yet before the dark light, the Golden Light Shield was as fragile as paper shattering on contact. Fortunately, it managed to hold for a single breath. Seizing the opportunity, Sheng twisted his neck sharply, evading the fatal blow. "You dodged that. Excellent reflexes." From the woods on the other side, a man in black leaped out, cackling. Scanning the two of them, Sheng's expression remained calm and unruffled. He touched the bloody gash on his neck, his eyelids drooping slightly, and spoke slowly. "Truth be told, I really don't enjoy killing." Boom. As he spoke, Sheng's aura underwent a drastic transformation. A potent surge of spiritual energy swept outward, pushing him to the brink of foundation establishment. The blood ignition art activate. This. The two masked men were shaken to the core. Whoosh. The next moment, Sheng moved. He swept his arm, unleashing a razor-sharp wind blade that tore through the air with a piercing screech, instantly closing in on the black-clad figure. "Umph. A mere parlor trick." The latter snorted coldly, forming hand seals with practiced ease. In a flash, a jet of ink-black radiance shot forth, meeting the wind blade heat. Rumble. The collision produced a series of muffled explosions. The shockwaves were fiercely sharp, reducing the surrounding flora to scattered debris. "You do have some skill." "Huh." The black-clad figure stumbled backward repeatedly, but his voice trailed off inexplicably. "As expected of a scion from a noble clan, your strength is not to be underestimated." The masked man beside him narrowed his eyes, his expression turning grave. "Second brother, let's join forces and eliminate this brat," he declared. Yet he received no response. "Second brother." The masked man turned his head to find second brother frozen in place, eyes wide and unblinking. A spot of crimson marked his brow, from which thin rivulets of blood trickled. Thud. Moments later, the black-clad second brother toppled backward, his breath ceasing entirely. "Second brother." The masked man was struck with sheer terror, his face paling as disbelief flooded his gaze. His opponent, who shared his cultivation level, had been obliterated in a single exchange. Not far off, a faint sliver of silvery light flew back into Sheng's hand, a needle as fine as a strand of hair. Heh, those 5,000 spirit stones were well spent. He toyed with the needle, a look of satisfaction on his face. This needle, named the Cloud-Piercing Needle, was a top-grade magical artifact. Its offensive power was average, but once activated it moved almost silently. It had cost him a full 5,000 spirit stones, a price approaching that of some mediocre Dharma treasures. A perfect tool for a sneak attack. Sheng praised it endlessly. "Your turn." He lifted his head, his countenance turning icy as he fixed his murderous gaze on the masked man. Seeing this, the latter shot him a venomous glare before turning and fleeing through the air on his long spear. Trying to run. Sheng's eyes turned cold. He kicked off the ground and gave chase. With the blood ignition art active, his cultivation was nearly on par with a foundation establishment cultivator. With his spiritual power fully unleashed, he covered 100 meters in the blink of an eye. In less than 10 breaths, he had caught up to the masked man. Name your terms. What must you do for you to stop? Hovering midair, the masked man fell silent for a moment, then faced Sheng, bowing his head slightly, as a note of supplication crept into his voice. Take your own life right here, and it'll stop. Sheng channeled his spiritual energy, his expression impassive. Are you truly set on going to extremes? The masked man was incensed, his voice sharp and fierce. Don't push me. As he spoke, his eyes darted rapidly, scanning the surroundings in wary vigilance. Clearly the death of second brother had thoroughly shaken him. I am pushing you. Sheng sneered, secretly urging the cloud-piercing needle toward his foe. The masked man had been on guard for this. He did not hesitate. Producing a palm-sized cyan shield, he frantically poured spiritual energy into it. The shield shimmered with light, expanding rapidly until it enveloped him in its protective embrace. Ding! A crisp metallic clash rang out. The silvery light rebounded, landing back into a waiting palm. Though the cloud-piercing needle is formidable, its effectiveness plummets once the enemy is on guard. Sheng shook his head in resignation. The masked man let out a long sigh of relief, his confidence instantly restored. Your strength is indeed formidable. I admit I misjudged you this time. He shifted his tone, speaking bluntly. Your magical artifact is powerful, but it's not enough to breach my azure light shield. To be frank, coveting your storage pouch was my mistake. But you've already slain my brother, so that should settle the score. If you walk away now, I'll call it even. What do you say? Call it even. Take your own life here, and we'll call it even. At these words, Sheng laughed coldly. Had he not reacted swiftly, his head would have been severed. Are you truly bent on mutual destruction? The masked man's face darkened as he hissed. Mutual destruction? With you? Sheng's expression was disdainful. Boom. In the next instant, his aura shifted once more, becoming eerily strange. What is this? Watching clusters of ink-black flames erupt from Sheng, the masked man's expression grew solemn and wary. In truth, he longed to flee, but exposing his back made him fear a sudden needle strike, leaving him no choice but to stay. Die! Sheng lunged forward, murderous intent blazing. Bathed in the dark flames, his pale visage resembled a demonic sovereign from the underworld, eerie and sinister. Do you truly think I fear you? Knowing there was no easy escape today, the masked man's eyes turned vicious. His aura surged relentlessly as he entered a berserk state. He raised his long spear high and charged, heat and ready to fight to the death. Yet the moment he touched the ink-black flames, a blood-curdling scream tore from his lips. He aged rapidly. In just a few breaths, his raven-black hair turned a faint snowy white. Do not engage, Heaton. Terrified and panicked, the masked man scrambled backward in wild retreat. You will die today? I swear it. Sheng's expression was merciless as he pursued, relentlessly intensifying his fiery assault. You fiendish heretic. I regret this so much. Soon after, the masked man shot him a look of venomous hatred before plummeting from the sky, his body withered like a mummy. A ghastly sight. Heh, whatever serves my purpose is the righteous path. With a contemptuous smirk, Sheng stepped forward and retrieved the man's storage pouch. Jackpot. A quarter of an hour later, after tallying the contents of both storage pouches, he found over 10,000 spirit stones. In total, a brilliant smile spreading across his face. Killing for treasure certainly yields quick profits. No wonder so many unscrupulous souls engage in such deeds. Shaking his head with a hint of reflection, Sheng mounted his flying sword and rode the wind away. Good morning, shopkeeper. Returning to East Stone Valley, Sheng opened his doors for business as usual at daybreak. He gave a slight nod to Wang Ji, then reclined in his armchair with a look of leisurely contentment. The previous day's venture had earned him a substantial fortune. In comparison, the shop's daily revenue was negligible. Yet Sheng had no intention of shutting down. Selling talisman blueprints brings good profits, but it's not something to do often. I must take it slow. He took a light sip of spirit tea, resting his chin in his hand as he pondered. The depths of the treasure pavilion were treacherous, not something he could provoke in his current state. My purse is full now. It's time to put alchemy on the agenda. With this thought, Sheng made up his mind. Xiao Wang, starting next month, will open for 4 days and close for 3. He lifted his head and spoke thus. Wang Ji, who was tidying up the shop, heard this, and his expression shifted abruptly. He hurriedly asked, Shopkeeper Yang, are the earnings poor? In East Stone Valley, compared to other positions, this job wasn't too taxing and offered decent pay. He didn't want to lose it. Why do you need to meddle so much? Sheng cast him a sidelong glance and said slowly, I naturally have matters to attend to. This? Wang Ji's face flickered with uncertainty, looking as though he wanted to speak, but held back. Rest assured. Seeing this, Sheng gave a slight smile, fully aware of what the other was thinking. So he said calmly, your monthly salary remains unchanged. Thank you, shopkeeper. Wang Ji was overwhelmed with gratitude, bowing deeply at the waist. Was there a more benevolent employer under heaven? Sheng waved his hand, dismissively, looking unconcerned. 12 spirit stones a month, a little over 100 a year. To him it was but a drizzle. As for Wang Ji, he appeared invigorated, brimming with enthusiasm. A month later, in the shop's rear courtyard, Sheng sat on a meditation cushion, eyes shut, hands forming seals as wisps of flame rose and fell. Before him stood a face-sized three-legged cauldron steaming with heat. Rised. After an unknown stretch of time, Sheng seized his seals and struck the cauldron with a swift palm, sending the lid flying to reveal several pills within. 3 of them were pitch black, faintly exuding a burnt odor. At least not everything is wasted. Sheng's gaze fixed directly on the soul azure pill. Average spiritual energy, but the color is still vibrant. He picked it up and examined it closely, a weary face lighting up with unmistakable excitement. For the past month, he had been alchemizing almost non-stop, and finally today, he had succeeded in refining a pill. Though it's just the most basic healing pill, at least, I've entered the path of alchemy. Gazing at this healing pill, Sheng felt a surge of emotion and a sense of achievement. They say with ample resources one can usually enter the Tao of alchemy within half a year. Am I considered gifted? He couldn't help but feel a bit smug. But recalling the expenses of this period, Sheng's brow furrowed. In just over a month, I've spent about 12,000 spirit stones. After a careful tally, he shook his head and sighed. The Tao of alchemy truly isn't for ordinary folks. Once I'm a bit more familiar, I can refine higher-grade pills. Stowing away the pills, Sheng stroked his chin in contemplation for a moment, then stood up, kneaded his aching shoulders, and murmured to himself, that's enough for today. The next day, bright and early. Good morning, shopkeeper. As usual, Wang Ji came to clock in and greet him. Sheng nodded out of habit. Speak your mind. Seeing him standing at the door with a hesitant look different from usual, Sheng frowned. Shopkeeper, I have some business today, so. After a long hesitation, Wang Ji spoke with an apologetic tone. Oh, that's fine. Hearing this, Sheng waved his hand nonchalantly. Go ahead and attend to your affairs. But next time it's best to let me know a day in advance. Thank you, shopkeeper Yang. Wang Ji cupped his hands in a sincere bow of gratitude. Was there a more agreeable employer under heaven? With that, he turned to leave, but after a few steps he stopped. Shopkeeper Yang, I'm actually planning to explore a certain cave dwelling with some fellow cultivators. Would you be interested? Turning back, Wang Ji spoke with kind intent. Hearing this, Sheng's brow furrowed. With whom are you going? He asked instead of answering. Fairy Zika. At the mention of this name, Wang Ji touched his head, looking sheepish. It was clear he had feelings for her. Sheng, however, frowned even deeper. You mean Zika from the Pleasure Pavilion? The Pleasure Pavilion was the valley's establishment of carnal pleasures. After all, cultivators were still human with certain needs. That's right. Wang Ji nodded. Then, as if recalling something, he quickly added, fellow Taoist Zika sells her art, but not her body. Please don't look down on her, shopkeeper. Is that so? How was it that he remembered sharing a night of pleasure with her? The price was a bit steep, but her skills were truly excellent. Sheng was momentarily speechless. He noticed Wang Ji's eyes filled with admiration, utterly spellbound. He opened his mouth, but ultimately held back his words. Sheng believed that one day the other would see through Zika's true nature. I have things to do, so I won't be going. Shaking his head, Sheng flatly refused. He had heard countless tales of people dying while exploring so-called cave dwellings and had no interest whatsoever. In that case, he'll take my leave. Seeing this, Wang Ji didn't insist and departed with a cupped fist salute. Poor lad. Watching his retreating figure, Sheng's gaze was filled with pity, as if he could see a green hat hovering over Wang Ji's head. That demoness Zika. Her heart is crooked. Sheng raised an eyebrow and murmured softly, a wave of disgust rising within him toward that woman. He knew she hailed from a demonic sect and had taken up the trade of pleasure due to her unique cultivation art. That alone was tolerable, but pretending to be innocent while deceiving others was truly repulsive. Wasn't this just bullying an honest man? Gazing in the direction Wang Ji had departed, Sheng felt exasperated. Forget it. It's none of my business. He'll focus on alchemy today. Soon he shook his head and hung up the closed sign. Without Wang Ji as his helper, and with earnings so meager, Sheng couldn't be bothered to run the shop. First, he'll buy a batch of herbs for refining spirit restoration pills. Shutting the shop door, he headed straight for the trading square. At the Eastern Stone Valley, a branch of the Spirit Herb Pavilion. Fellow Taoist Yang has arrived. The shopkeeper's oily face immediately broke into a warm smile as he spotted the visitor brimming with enthusiasm. After all, this was a major client. I need a batch of spirit restoration pill ingredients. Yang Sheng glanced at him somewhat speechless. This man, much like Lin Chong from Evergreen Market, was so corpulent, he resembled a walking mountain of flesh. A pair of thin mustaches beneath his nose added a touch of absurdity. How many portions does fellow Taoist Yang require? I can give you a discount on my authority. The plump shopkeeper said cheerfully. Let's start with 100 portions. After a moment's thought, Yang Sheng replied. Spirit restoration pills were considered first-grade elixirs. Given his current skill level, succeeding once out of 100 attempts at refining them would be considered good fortune. Certainly. The plump shopkeeper immediately signaled to an attendant nearby. The latter understood and began packing the herbs. Spirit restoration pill ingredients cost 8 spirit stones per portion on the market. But since you're taking 100, I'll give you a discount, 750 spirit stones. How does that sound? Deal. Yang Sheng nodded in satisfaction. At this price, the other party was barely making a profit. It was practically a favor. May I be so bold as to ask, is fellow Taoist Yang an alchemist? After the transaction was settled, the plump shopkeeper suddenly inquired. Barely dabbling, I wouldn't call myself an alchemist. Yang Sheng shook his head. I recall that last time you visited, you purchased ingredients for healing pills, but now it's spirit restoration pills. It seems you've made progress during this time. The man stroked his thin mustache, chuckling. You have a good memory. Yang Sheng glanced at him in surprise, then nodded and admitted frankly, indeed. I've successfully refined healing pills. Oh, it's only been a month. With your talent, you're sure to become a grandmaster of alchemy in the future. The plump shopkeeper praised him, even cupping his hands in salute. I wish you a bright future. Speak plainly, shopkeeper. No need for such roundabout talk. Yang Sheng remained expressionless, speaking calmly. Ahem. The plump shopkeeper coughed dryly, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his face. Very well, I'll get straight to the point. If fellow Taoist Yang manages to refine any pills, you're welcome to sell them here. I'll offer you a fair price. He said seriously. The Spirit Herb Pavilion always treated promising alchemists well. This? Yang Sheng pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly, agreed. Take care, and do visit us often. After a brief chat, the plump shopkeeper saw him off as he left the Spirit Herb Pavilion. Once I advance further on the path of alchemy, maybe I can switch careers and earn spirit stones by refining pills. Walking through the market streets, scanning the stalls, a thought sprang into Yang Sheng's mind. Drawing and selling talismans was nothing but hard-earned toil. How could it compare to the comfortable life of an alchemist? Take spirit restoration pills, for instance. They retailed for 5 spirit stones each. With ingredient costs at 8 spirit stones per batch, a skilled alchemist could produce multiple pills at once, doubling the profit. Returning to his shop, he bolted the door and headed straight to the backyard to begin refining spirit restoration pills. Bang, bang, bang. Unsurprisingly, the first batch failed, the ingredients wasted, and the subsequent attempts followed suit. Day turned to night, the sun set, and the moon rose. Soon it was noon the next day, with the sun hanging high in the sky. Failure is the mother of success. Yang Sheng rubbed his temples, exhausted, yet his eyes gleamed with determination. At that moment, the inner walls of his cauldron were coated in a sticky, pungent mess. But compared to a month ago, this was already an improvement. Back then, during his initial attempts at alchemy, he had lost control of the heat, causing the cauldron to explode, destroying both the ingredients and the vessel. He had been forced to spend another 1,000 spirit stones on a new cauldron, a loss that pained him for some time. Practice makes perfect indeed. Raising his hand to form a seal, he conjured a stream of clear water to clean the cauldron. After a brief rest to regulate his breathing, he resumed refining spirit restoration pills. Thus 3 days passed. One morning at dawn. Shopkeeper, good morning. A knock came from outside. Yang Sheng stopped his alchemy and opened the door to find Wang Ji. Looks like you had a good haul. Seeing his smug expression, Yang Sheng smiled slightly. Not bad. Wang Ji grinned, revealing 2 rows of yellowed teeth, clearly in high spirits. Good to see you're safe. Yang Sheng nodded. Shopkeeper, look at you. It was just a cave dwelling. What could go wrong? Having worked together for over half a year, the two had a decent rapport, and Wang Ji occasionally joked around. All right. I know you're capable. Now get in here and tidy up the shop. Coming. With his helper back and feeling mentally drained from days of continuous alchemy, Yang Sheng decided to reopen the shop for a while to unwind. A month passed uneventfully. Shopkeeper Fairy Zicha sought me out yesterday. She said she'd found another ancient cave dwelling and invited me to explore it tomorrow. One day Wang Ji walked into the shop with a grin. Yang Sheng, who was leisurely sipping tea, frowned slightly and asked directly, "How did you meet her?" "Why do you ask?" Wang Ji looked puzzled, then his eyes widened slightly, a nostalgic emotional expression crossing his face. "It was a stormy night. I was being targeted and trapped in danger. In that critical moment, she descended like a celestial maiden." "Enough. I don't need to hear the details." Yang Sheng quickly waved his hand to stop him from continuing. Mainly, he couldn't bear the man's overly sentimental expression. "Shopkeeper, I won't be coming in tomorrow. I'm off now." At dusk, Wang Ji said cheerfully and left. That demoness Zi Cha. Why would she who feigns innocence actively befriend such a penniless nobody? Watching his retreating figure, Yang Sheng was puzzled. Not that he looked down on Wang Ji, of course. Though he had only had 2 deep interactions with Zi Cha, Yang Sheng could tell she was the type of woman who would do almost anything for spirit stones. It was unlikely she would associate with someone as unremarkable and without connections as Wang Ji. There's something off about this woman. Stroking his chin, Yang Sheng's mind churned with thoughts. Oh well, it's none of my business anyway. Soon he shook his head, casting aside these distractions. Alchemy is what truly matters. Closing the shop door, Yang Sheng returned to the backyard, sat down, and continued familiarizing himself with the process of refining spirit restoration pills. "Shopkeeper, I've broken through to the 5th layer of qi refining." 3 days later, Wang Ji arrived at the shop, exclaiming with exuberance, "Oh, congratulations." At this, Yang Sheng, reclining on a bamboo chair, gave a slight nod, his tone as placid as still water. "Shopkeeper, you're being too indifferent." Wang Ji's smile instantly froze, leaving him rather disheartened. "Then what do you expect?" Yang Sheng cast him a sidelong glance, sipping his tea leisurely, and drawled, "Should I set off firecrackers in front of the shop for 3 days, then announce it to the entire East Stone Valley in celebration?" "Then forget it." The latter gave an awkward chuckle. "I recall you only broke through to the 4th layer of qi refining 2 months ago. It seems your journey yielded a considerable harvest." Surveying him from head to toe, Yang Sheng remarked with slight surprise, In that cave dwelling, I was fortunate to obtain 2 medium-grade qi-gathering pills, which allowed me to break through in one fell swoop." Rubbing the back of his head, Wang Ji chuckled sheepishly. "If you'll pardon my frankness, with such a low cultivation, why did that demoness Zi Cha ask you to join her?" Yang Sheng, his face full of confusion, spoke bluntly. "Correction, it's Fairy Zi Cha." Wang Ji immediately showed displeasure, then puffed out his chest and retorted, "Shopkeeper, my cultivation may not be high, but I do have strength." "Oh yes. Yang Sheng responded with a perfunctory air. "This fellow has no secret arts, no magical treasures, and a low cultivation. What strength could he possibly have? So what exactly did you do at that cave dwelling?" Yang Sheng leaned back and glanced at him. "I guarded Fairy Zi Cha." Wang Ji immediately raised his chin with an air of pride. "Isn't that just being a burden?" Yang Sheng was speechless. "Have you ever considered why that demoness Zi Cha is so good to you?" he asked, puzzled. "Shopkeeper, let me correct you again. It's Fairy Zi Cha," Wang Ji said with utmost seriousness. "That's not important. You should understand that no one would be kind to you for no reason." "Of course I know that. Actually, I was puzzled at first until later I finally figured it out." "Oh, figured out what?" Yang Sheng sat up slightly, his eyes full of curiosity. "Fairy Zi Cha. She must have taken a liking to me." Wang Ji, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed into the distance, his expression as deep as the sea, as if looking at the one in his heart. "This man is beyond saving." Yang Sheng rubbed his forehead in exasperation. "One of humanity's 3 great illusions. She likes me." At this moment, he was certain that Zi Cha could never have any interest in Wang Ji. There must be something fishy going on. But this man is destitute and has no background. What could be worth her scheming? Looking at Wang Ji, who was now trapped in the web of love, Yang Sheng was filled with confusion. "Get back to work now. Don't you want your salary anymore?" After pondering for a long time without reaching any conclusion, he shouted at the daydreaming Wang Ji. "Right away." The latter snapped back to reality, his face showing embarrassment. "Forget it. As long as it doesn't affect me, it's fine." Watching his busy figure, Yang Sheng thought for a moment and finally shook his head. A month passed quietly. During this time, Yang Sheng stayed in the shop refining pills, and his skill improved. Consuming vast resources, he successfully concocted a spirit-replenishing pill, which brought him great joy for a long time. As for Wang Ji, he frequently visited the pleasure pavilion, occasionally appearing absent-minded, even murmuring the name Zir while working, which made Yang Sheng shake his head in dismay. "Shopkeeper, Yang Zir has discovered another cave dwelling and invited me to go with her tomorrow." One day, Wang Ji came to Yang Sheng, his face beaming with excitement, flaunting like a peacock. Another cave dwelling so soon. Is she treating it like a dungeon run? Hearing this, Yang Sheng rolled his eyes inwardly. I see. He responded with exasperation. Spit it out if you have something to say, don't hold it in. Seeing Wang Ji's hesitant expression, Yang Sheng said flatly. To be honest, shopkeeper, when I chat with Zier, she occasionally brings you up. Learning of your profound cultivation, she holds you in high esteem. Wang Ji said seriously, and this cave dwelling is likely left by a Foundation establishment cultivator. Zier specifically asked me to invite you to explore it together. Oh. After hearing him out, Yang Sheng's eyes flickered. That demoness Zi Cha had invited him before, but he had refused. Now she's trying again. Could that woman's target be me? Yang Sheng's thoughts raced, and connecting the previous events, he quickly arrived at this realization, his heart jolting with alarm. The demoness Zi Cha is a woman who only values spirit stones, as she's unlikely to take a liking to a pauper like Wang Ji. Why did she choose him? And every time he visits the pleasure pavilion, he spends lavishly, easily, leaving an impression of a nouveau riche. Good heavens. Unable to approach me directly, she's working through someone close to me. Yang Sheng was both alarmed and impressed. An ordinary person faced with this situation might indeed be tempted. That woman has a deep, scheming mind. At this moment, he guessed that Zi Cha was almost certainly up to no good. I have matters to attend to. Rubbing his chin, Yang Sheng said. If he went along on this trip, he might well fall into her trap. Confident in his formidable strength, nearly invincible below the Foundation establishment stage, he still wouldn't take unnecessary risks. Shopkeeper, aren't you interested in Foundation establishment? Wang Ji frowned and asked bluntly. In the cultivation world, which Qi refining cultivator doesn't aspire to Foundation establishment? Yang Sheng shook his head and said firmly, exploring unknown cave dwellings is quite dangerous. I won't join in the excitement. Hearing this, Wang Ji felt a surge of disdain. Rewards always come with risks. Wanting to raise one's cultivation safely and comfortably. Where in the world is there such a cheap deal? What use is a moment of safety? Decades later, you'll still turn into a handful of dirt, leaving only regrets. This shopkeeper, Yang, though mild-tempered and highly skilled, is too hesitant and will never achieve great things. He gave his assessment inwardly. In that case, he'll say no more. Wang Ji's expression showed slight regret, and he turned to leave. Wait. Seeing this, Yang Sheng called him back. Have you changed your mind, shopkeeper? Wang Ji looked at him expectantly. After all, Fairy Zi Cha had specifically named him, and he cared deeply about this matter. No. Yang Sheng shook his head. He paused and said meaningfully. Xiao Wang, you can know a person's face, but not their heart. Don't let your emotions cloud your judgment. If I were you, I wouldn't go. Shopkeeper, what do you mean by that? At these words, Wang Ji's expression shifted. Zier kindly invited you to explore the ancient cave dwelling and share the spoils. Not only do you refuse her kindness, but you also doubt her motives. Were all her previous actions just a pretense? His face was full of displeasure, and his tone turned unusually cold. Shopkeeper Yang, though I respect you, you cannot casually disparage Zier. Oomph. With that, Wang Ji snorted coldly and stormed off. Watching his departing back, Yang Sheng fell silent. This Wang Ji has already been shaped by that demoness. After a long while, he shook his head in speechless disbelief. Wang Ji departed, vanishing without a trace for half a month. That Ziyu is indeed suspicious. On this day within the shop, Yang Sheng lay as usual on his old armchair. Having been missing for so long, the other party's situation was likely dire, perhaps even cold in the grave. Alas, good words are wasted on those bent on death. He shook his head, his expression tinged with melancholy. Sometimes it's hard to be a good person. After a moment of silent mourning for Wang, Yang Sheng quickly put the matter behind him, sipping tea with a leisurely air. As the shopkeeper, he had warned the other party before, but not only did the latter spurn his advice, he grew resentful instead. Regarding this matter, his conscience was clear. This shop is a bit messy, I need to find another person. Glancing around, he noticed dust had gathered in some corners, and Yang Sheng mused thus. 2 days later, a recruitment notice appeared on the bulletin board of East Stone Valley, hiring one shop assistant for a talisman specialty store responsible for receiving guests and maintaining the store's image. Monthly salary, 12 spirit stones. Work 4 days, rest 3. No experience required. Location is. No way. 12 spirit stones a month. What? Work 4 days, rest 3. No, I must find a way for my boss to see this. Could this be a charitable shopkeeper descended from the heavens, eh? As soon as this notice was posted, it caused quite a stir within the valley, becoming the main topic among a group of low-level cultivators. That very day, over a dozen people came to apply. You look honest enough, you're hired. After conducting interviews, Yang Sheng finally selected a dark-skinned, simple-looking middle-aged man. The others were deeply disappointed with two female cultivators staring pitifully at Yang Sheng, their expressions full of grievance. My decision is made, you should leave now. At this, Yang Sheng waved his hand dismissively and stated bluntly, come in the morning to tidy the shop, and then. After the others left, Yang Sheng detailed the specific tasks to the honest middle-aged man. Shopkeeper, I understand everything. Having heard him out, the middle-aged man clasped his fists lightly, exuding confidence. That's good. The next day, the shop reopened. For the previous half-month, having lost Wang Ji as a laborer, Yang Sheng had no heart to manage the business. Having worked as a shop assistant before, the honest man required little oversight. Within half a day, he was familiar with all procedures, actively receiving guests and helping them select various talismans. Seeing this, Yang Sheng was relieved. Each day, he either lounged on his cool chair sipping tea and slacking off, or refined pills in the backyard. Seasons passed, flowers bloomed and withered. In the blink of an eye, 5 years went by. On this day in the backyard, Yang Sheng sat cross-legged before a triangular alchemy furnace beneath which a blazing fire roared. Rise! At a certain moment, he abruptly opened his eyes and struck the furnace. With a clatter, the lid floated into the air as a surge of green mist emerged, accompanied by a refreshing fragrance. 3 finished pills, 1 slightly flawed, barely a success. Excellent. Craning his neck to peer into the furnace, Yang Sheng's face broke into a delighted smile. 5 years of effort were not in vain. He threw his head back and laughed heartily. From a batch of qi restoration pill ingredients, refining 3.5 pills at once was already considered a significant achievement in the path of alchemy. With my current skill, refining the foundation establishment pill should be no problem. At this thought, Yang Sheng's spirit soared. But this path of alchemy is indeed a money pit. After his elation subsided, he patted his purse, sighing with emotion. Over these 5 years, Yang Sheng had spent nearly 100,000 spirit stones, a considerable fortune even for a golden core cultivator. This vast sum of spirit stones had almost entirely come from his reselling of core talisman blueprints from the precious Xian Pavilion. The trend is hot now, and fleecing the precious Xian Pavilion has been satisfying, but I can't continue, or I'll end up in the crematorium. Yang Sheng shook his head regretfully. Over the years, as he continuously resold talisman blueprints, a large number of mid- and high-level talisman designs leaked, severely damaging the precious Xian Pavilion's profits and even alarming a golden core cultivator. Yang Sheng had no idea of the capabilities or methods of a golden core cultivator, nor did he wish to experience them firsthand. Moreover, 2 days ago, the precious Xian Pavilion had specifically sent people to invite all talisman masters in the valley for a visit. Since the leaked talisman blueprints were almost all ones Yang Sheng had purchased, he became the prime suspect. On the spot, Yang Sheng pointed to the heavens and swore several life-forfeiting oaths before clearing himself of suspicion. From now on, he'll earn spirit stones through alchemy. After careful consideration, Yang Sheng made up his mind. He no longer wished to continue the grueling profession of a talisman master. Shopkeeper Zhao, give me the ingredients for qi restoration pills, rejuvenation pills, and so on. Arriving at the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, Yang Sheng stated directly. I expected fellow Taoist Yang would come, so I've already packed them in advance. Shopkeeper Zhao said with a chuckle, his expression amiable. Over these 5 years, Yang Sheng had been a frequent customer, and the two had grown quite familiar. Wait, Shopkeeper Zhao, this price seems off. When settling the bill, Yang Sheng suddenly frowned, deeply displeased. Is it because I come too often? Fellow Taoist Yang, don't you know my character by now? Seeing this, Shopkeeper Zhao gave a bitter smile and took the initiative to explain, fellow Taoist Yang, the price of spirit fruit has recently risen by 30% across the board. I'm not trying to cheat you. After speaking, he added earnestly, if you don't believe me, feel free to ask at any stall outside and see if what I say is true. I see. Upon hearing this, Yang Sheng's brow relaxed and he nodded slightly. Clearly, there was no need for the other party to lie, as such a matter could easily be verified with a simple inquiry. My apologies. I was hasty, he said with a hint of apology. Calculated this way, the price Shopkeeper Zhao offered was already quite reasonable. No harm done, fellow Taoist Yang's reaction is only natural. Shopkeeper Zhao said cheerfully, showing no offense. Yang Sheng was not only a major customer, but also an alchemist. For him, there was no better partner. This fat man knew how to handle things. Seeing this, Yang Sheng nodded to himself. Over the years, he had dealt with Shopkeeper Zhao many times, and had roughly discerned the other's character. Compared to Lin Chong in Evergreen Market, this Shopkeeper Zhao was more trustworthy. Has anything significant happened in the cultivation world recently? Putting away the medicinal herbs, Yang Sheng made casual conversation. This Shopkeeper Zhao had a wide network of information, and Yang Sheng had heard many strange tales from him. For instance, about some noble family's eldest daughter falling in love with a mortal. Nothing. Shopkeeper, Zhao shook his head bluntly. But soon recalling something, he spoke up to warn. However, I've heard that outside East Stone Valley some bandits have been taking advantage of chaos, and traces of a neighboring country's demonic sect can be faintly seen on them. If you plan to leave the valley soon, you should be careful, he said with good intent. Oh. Yang Sheng was slightly surprised for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. Thank you for telling me, fellow Taoist. He'll be cautious. Don't come tomorrow. I'm going to close the shop. Early the next morning, as the honest middle-aged man arrived to clock in, Yang Sheng said directly. The former was instantly stunned. Boss, is it because the profits are poor? After snapping back to reality, he couldn't help but grow anxious and immediately said, if that's the case, I can work a few more days each month without a raise in my monthly salary. Working for Yang Sheng was far more relaxed than elsewhere, and the spirit stones were more generous. Back when he was selected, he had been the envy of countless low-level rogue cultivators. It's not a revenue issue. Yang Sheng was speechless at this. In any case, I have more important matters to attend to and no time to run this shop any longer. All right then. Seeing his firm tone, the honest middle-aged man looked disappointed and fell silent. You've worked for me for 5 years and your performance has been decent. I wish you well in finding a better next employer. After a moment's thought, Yang Sheng tossed him a pouch of spirit stones. 50 spirit stones. The latter took it and glanced inside, immediately shocked. Nearly half a year's worth of spirit stone income. Thank you, Manager Yang. He was moved, bowing deeply. Go on. Yang Sheng nodded slightly. Boss, may we meet again by fate. The honest middle-aged man, reluctant, turned and left. Yang Sheng watched him depart, his expression unreadable. Having lived for over 100 years, he had long grown accustomed to partings. As for the reason he had given the man a sum of spirit stones, it was quite simple. In his past life as a corporate drone, Yang Sheng deeply understood the hardships of the working class. The next day, news of the charitable boss closing his shop spread throughout East Stone Valley. Some felt regret, others sorrow, and a few secretly gloated. After all, the charitable boss' generous benefits for his staff had made many shop owners lose face, breeding hidden resentment. Some talisman masters immediately opened their own shops to sell talismans. Without Yang Sheng's affordable store, they could also earn some spirit stones. But all of this was no longer Yang Sheng's concern. Alchemy. Shutting the shop door tightly, Yang Sheng went to the backyard, summoned his cauldron, and sat down. Puffed. Forming hand seals of flame materialized out of thin air, and the cauldron heated up quickly. When the time was right, he took out various spiritual herbs, tossed them in, and refined them patiently. Half an hour later, as a fragrant aroma wafted over, the first batch of pills was successfully refined. 4 rejuvenation pills. After deducting costs, that's nearly 20 spirit stones in profit. Yang Sheng smiled, placed the 4 pills into a jade bottle, took a brief rest to regulate his breathing, and began alchemy once more. Soon a month passed. Finally finished. In the backyard, Yang Sheng looked exhausted, but his eyes gleamed with excitement. By now, all the medicinal herbs he had bought earlier had been refined into pills. Isn't this faster money than selling talismans? After a careful tally, Yang Sheng beamed with joy. These pills could bring him over 2,000 spirit stones in profit, something he had never dared to imagine before. Becoming an alchemist is difficult, but once achieved, the benefits are plentiful. After resting for a while, Yang opened the door and left the shop. Walking along the street, Yang Sheng soon sensed something unusual. He noticed that the cultivators passing by mostly wore gloomy expressions, moved with haste, and seemed burdened with worries. This was a stark contrast to a month ago. Could something have happened in this month? Yang Sheng speculated silently. Lost in thought, he arrived at the Spirit Herb Pavilion. Brother Yang, you're here? Welcome. Manager Zhao, a very composed man who rarely showed emotion, immediately broke into a smile upon seeing him. This drew sidelong glances from many passers-by. Manager Zhao, these are the pills I've refined recently. Take a look and see what you think. Without preamble, Yang Sheng got straight to the point. Of course. Manager Zhao took them with a chuckle. Oh. After examining them, he remarked with slight surprise, most of these pills are of excellent quality. Brother Yang's skill is remarkable. I admire it. Hep. Yang Sheng just smiled faintly in response. After all, this was a technique honed with over 100,000 spirit stones. How could it lack skill? 2,800 spirit stones in total. What do you think, Brother Yang? After some thought, Manager Zhao named a price. Oh. Hearing this number, Yang Sheng was taken aback. This price far exceeded his expectations. It seems Brother Yang has been oblivious to the world outside. Seeing his reaction, Manager Zhao gave a knowing smile. Please enlighten me, Manager. Yang Sheng cupped his hand slightly. Just so I have something to tell you, Brother Yang. Please follow me. With that, Manager Zhao glanced around cautiously, then turned and walked deeper into the pavilion. Manager, is something major about to happen? This was the first time Sheng had seen him so wary. Once inside, he asked curiously, Brother Yang, do you know that recently more and more rogue cultivators have been appearing outside East Stone Valley? Everyone in the valley is on edge and many are planning to leave. Manager Zhao said gravely. This? Sheng frowned, stroking his chin as he thought. The He family couldn't be turning a blind eye, could they? After all, this was severely impacting the He family's interests. You're right. But without reinforcements, the He family dares not act rashly. Manager Zhao said in a low voice. You mean? The He family has reservations. Sheng was surprised. Exactly. Because among those rogue cultivators, they've spotted disciples of the Dark Blood sect. The Dark Blood sect was a second-grade demonic sect from the state of Qi. Is the Dark Blood sect coveting East Stone Valley? In an instant, many thoughts crossed Sheng's mind, and he exclaimed, or is the Qi demonic sect about to launch a full-scale invasion of our Zhao state cultivation world? That's unlikely. Although the Nine Nether sect of Qi is a third-grade sect, the Falling Feather sect of Zhao is no less formidable. They usually keep to themselves and wouldn't start a major conflict lightly. Manager Zhao shook his head. So this is a unilateral action by the Dark Blood sect? Sheng's eyes flickered. Exactly. Nodding, Manager Zhao leaned in with a mysterious air and whispered, Brother Yang, I've heard that the Dark Blood sect is planning a major assault on East Stone Valley. Unless necessary, you'd better leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. Hearing this, Sheng was greatly alarmed. The Dark Blood sect was a demonic sect of Qi, while the He family of East Stone Valley was a cultivation clan of Zhao. Such an action by the former would likely unite the cultivation clans across Zhao in opposition and even draw the attention of the Falling Feather sect. Manager, I don't doubt you, but is this source reliable? He hesitated for a moment before speaking bluntly. 9 out of 10. Manager Zhao nodded solemnly. Sheng fell silent for a moment, then cupped his hands respectfully and said seriously, Manager Zhao, I owe you a favor. Sometimes having advanced knowledge of information could even save one's life. Heh, Brother Yang, what are you saying? We're thick as thieves. Manager Zhao waved his hand dismissively, his small eyes crinkling into a smile. Wasn't his special effort to inform Sheng precisely because he valued the man's potential and worth. Then recalling something, Manager Zhao added in a low voice. Brother Yang, please don't spread this news, especially within East Stone Valley. Naturally. Sheng nodded. If this news got out, the entire East Stone Valley would likely be in turmoil. That was something the He family didn't want to see. They might even send Foundation establishment cultivators to brutally suppress any unrest. He certainly wouldn't do something so foolish. I'm off. Leaving the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, Sheng hurried straight to his shop, walking with haste. No joke, a second-rank sect was about to attack. How could he dare to linger here? Upon returning to his shop, Sheng immediately packed his belongings, ready to clear out. He moved swiftly, and half an hour later he was inside an inn in East Stone Valley. Sheng and He Bingyu sat facing each other. Fairy He, it's been a while. Sheng greeted with a smile. Brother Yang actually took the initiative to invite me. That's truly rare. He Bingyu remarked with feigned surprise. At this, Sheng felt slightly embarrassed. Over the years he had rarely sought her out. Mainly he knew of her feelings for him and wished to avoid any misunderstanding. To be honest, Fairy, I asked you here today to discuss a serious matter. Sheng said with a solemn expression. Please, Brother Yang, speak plainly. Seeing his gravity, He Bingyu also dropped her smile, her face turning serious. I plan to leave East Stone Valley immediately. I see. Although the shop lease hasn't expired, I can handle that. She offered a faint smile. Then he'll be in your debt, Fairy He. Sheng cupped his hands in thanks. Without her help, he would have had to pay a penalty for breaking the contract. By the way, Fairy He, there is another very important matter. Please don't be too shocked by what you're about to hear. Oh. He Bingyu blinked, her beautiful eyes, curiosity peaked. Please, Brother Yang, do tell. After hesitating for a moment, Sheng's expression grew grave. He half covered his mouth and whispered, I have information that the Dark Blood sect of Qi State covets your He family's East Stone Valley and will act soon. What? He Bingyi's countenance changed dramatically and she shot to her feet. Brother Yang, this is no joking matter. How certain are you? She demanded urgently. After thinking it over, Sheng spread his hands and slowly said, 9 out of 10. Fatty Zhao from the Spirit Medicine Pavilion had a vast network of informants, and there was no reason for him to lie. This? He Bingyu knitted her brows, her expression shifting between uncertainty and anxiety. So that's why Father has been so preoccupied lately, and my elder brothers are always out visiting other cultivation families. I thought. Pacing back and forth in the private room, He Bingyu murmured to herself. Sheng watched her quietly, not interrupting. I lost my composure for a moment. Please forgive me, Brother Yang. After a long while she stopped and spoke with a wry smile. It's nothing. Yang Sheng smiled gently and said, to remain so calm so quickly in the face of a demonic sex threat is truly admirable, Fairy. He then changed the subject and asked, I'm curious, Fairy, what do you plan to do now? Hearing this, He Bingyu fell into silence. Recently her father and elder brothers had clearly tried to shield her from this affair, not even letting her know. This is my home. I intend to stay here. After a long pause, He Bingyu finally spoke softly, her eyes filled with determination. Yang Sheng was slightly surprised by her resolve. As expected of the young lady of a noble family daring to stay in the face of a second-rank demonic force. A flicker of admiration arose within him. Forgive my bluntness, but the aggressor is a second-rank sect immensely powerful with a golden core master. They are far beyond what your He family can withstand. As he spoke, Yang Sheng looked directly into her eyes and said solemnly, Fairy, have you truly thought this through? Of course. He Bingyu remained unflinching, her eyelids slightly lowered as she whispered, how could I, as the eldest daughter of the He family, cower and flee in the clan's hour of peril? When she spoke the word clan, a brilliant, dazzling light shone in her clear eyes. So this was the cohesion of a cultivation family. Seeing this, Yang Sheng was deeply moved. In that case, I have spoken out of turn. He gave a slight bow and refrained from further persuasion. As he spoke, Yang Sheng reached for the pouch at his waist. In the next moment, a large handful of colorful spirit talismans appeared in his hand, which he offered to He Bingyu, saying, my cultivation is too low to be of any help. Please accept this small token of my regard. Thank you, Brother Yang. He Bingyu did not stand on ceremony, accepting them with a beaming smile. Fairy, may you stay safe. Farewell until we meet again. After chatting for a while, Yang Sheng took his leave. Brother Yang, farewell. I wonder if we will ever meet again, or if we do, how many years will have passed. Watching her depart, Yang Sheng sighed softly, then turned and walked towards the exit of East Stone Valley. 5 years and finally this man is leaving. Unbeknownst to Yang Sheng, a pair of eyes in the shadows was fixed on his retreating figure, filled with greed. Zicha, is this the fat cat you mentioned before? Another woman's voice, sweet and coquettish, chimed in. Indeed. From my observations, this man made his fortune selling spirit talismans. Over the years, he's frequently visited the spirit medicine pavilion, buying large quantities of herbs each time. He's definitely loaded. Why are you so fixated on this man? What can I say? This young master is handsome, skilled, and generous. And he's the valley's famous charitable shopkeeper. How could I, your humble servant, not take notice? Senior sister, you're getting more and more wanton. The other woman scolded lightly, her tone turning slightly serious. What's his cultivation level? Barring any surprises, after 5 years, he should be at the great perfection of chi refinement. With the two of us working together, success is all but guaranteed. Very well. Same rules as always, we split it 50-50. Agreed. But don't show yourself yet, wait for an opportunity to strike by surprise. Senior sister, you're still so cautious. After all, this man is wealthy, he might have some protective treasures. A cautious journey ensures a safe one. I have no objections. Before long, outside East Stone Valley. It seems I'm lucky no demonic cultivators lying in ambush. From behind a large boulder, Yang Sheng cautiously peered out. After scanning his surroundings, a look of relief spread across his face. Rise! He summoned his flying sword. With a flash of orange light, he soared into the sky, flying to the horizon. Damn! After a moment, Yang Sheng's face darkened. He halted midair, turned around, and spoke coldly. Who is the coward following me? Show yourself now. With his cultivation at the great perfection of chi refining, only a foundation establishment cultivator could evade his perception. After a brief stillness in the surrounding air, a series of seductive giggles suddenly echoed. A mortal hearing this would be instantly entranced, unable to resist. Then a purple figure descended from the sky. It's you. Recognizing the newcomer, Yang Sheng frowned and said nonchalantly, Purple Charm Fairy, shouldn't you be entertaining guests at the Pleasure Pavilion? Why are you following me? Young Master Yang, you're so cold. Have you forgotten our passionate times? Purple Charm's expression turned sorrowful, her voice pitiful, stirring sympathy. Her demeanor and movements were fluid and natural, appearing utterly genuine and masterful. Stop playing dumb with me. Yang Sheng's face turned icy, showing no fear. Call out your companion. Purple Charm blinked, her beautiful eyes gently stroked her hair, and looked bewildered. What is the young master talking about? This humble one doesn't understand. You don't understand? Oomph. Yang Sheng sneered. Wang Ji's disappearance. Are you involved? Saying this, he crossed his arms, his expression dripping with sarcasm. To ambush me, you waited patiently for 5 years. Truly meticulous. I salute you. 5 years ago, after Wang Ji vanished without a trace, nothing else had happened since. He thought they had given up completely, but never expected. Purple Charm's smile faded, her demeanor turning cold as she spoke slowly. Young Master Yang's keen perception is admirable. Enough. Stop the nonsense and call out your companion. Do you dare face me alone? Yang Sheng said with undisguised disdain. From what he knew, this woman was deeply scheming. Whenever she made a move, she was sure to have a solid plan. She would never have followed him alone. As he spoke, Yang Sheng's eyes were fixed on Purple Charm, but his focus was secretly on alert for the surrounding forest. The last incident at Yuyang City had left him with a lingering shadow of fear. Upon hearing this, Purple Charm's delicate brows furrowed, then relaxed. Very well, since the young master insists. She giggled and gently clapped her hands. Sister Hong, come out. As her words fell, a red figure appeared on a nearby large tree. Her toes lightly tapped in the air, and with the aid of a pink glow, she arrived beside Purple Charm in a few steps. Is this also a disciple of your blissful union sect? Yang Sheng glanced at her and said flatly. This humble one is Zi Hong, an outer disciple of the blissful union sect. Purple Charm is my senior sister. Greetings, Taoist Yang. In midair, the red figure performed a courteous bow and spoke with a smile. Have you two junior sisters come all this way just to serve me? Yang Sheng curled his lips, his eyes full of mockery. Purple Charm laughed coquettishly. Her chest heaving, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yang Sheng shimmering with allure, she said in a seductive voice, if young Master Yang willingly hands over his storage pouch, my junior sister, and I wouldn't mind spending a night of passion with you. If she could avoid a fight, she naturally wouldn't stir up trouble. Heh, the two of you probably aren't worth that much. Yang Sheng clasped his hands behind his back and chuckled. Young Master Yang, how did I never notice you had such a sharp tongue? Purple Charm's expression darkened slightly, her voice turning cold. Beside her, Zihong's face also soured. My apologies. Yang Sheng grinned. Since you're so obstinate, don't blame us for being ruthless. With that, Purple Charm's expression turned completely cold, as if ready to strike at any moment. Wait. Yang Sheng suddenly spoke. Do you have any last words to leave behind? Purple Charm sneered. Unfazed, Yang Sheng said gravely, before that I want to know, what happened to Wang Ji? Wang Ji. Purple Charm giggled, her expression mocking. Taoist Yang, you still have the energy to care about that fool. He'll tell you anyway. I killed him long ago. If you go to a certain canyon nearby, you might still find his scattered bones, if you get the chance. Back then, to lure Yang Sheng, she had schemed and seduced Wang Ji, but her efforts were in vain. In a fit of rage, she had casually tortured and killed him. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Yang Sheng sighed inwardly. He actually had a decent impression of Wang Ji, and now he couldn't help but feel regret for him. Then a fierce killing intent surged within him. In that case, I'll avenge him today. Yang Sheng's eyelids drooped slightly as he spoke slowly, his eyes suddenly blazing with a terrifying cold light. It wasn't just for Wang Ji. This woman had tried to ambush him before, and she had stalked him for 5 whole years. She deserved to die. Overreaching. Purple Charm snorted coldly. Sister Hong, let's attack together and finish him. As she spoke, both their auras shifted and 2 surges of power at the great perfection of Qi refining burst forth. Nearby flocks of birds and beasts fled in panic. With a boom, Yang Sheng activated the blood-burning art, his momentum soaring like a rainbow, causing his robes to rustle. For a moment, his aura matched that of Purple Charm and her companion. He's strong, Sister Hong. Hold nothing back. Go all out. Seeing this, Purple Charm's expression shifted, turning vicious. On each of their arms was a red bracelet, emitting a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy. The 2 women joined hands, and the spiritual artifact waves of the bracelets gradually merged, as if about to become one. Yang Sheng. With a clear shout, both pairs of beautiful eyes locked onto Yang Sheng, glowing with a strange pink light. Not good. Yang Sheng instinctively looked over and immediately felt dizzy, his heart sinking. In the moment before he lost consciousness completely, he activated the soul-devouring secret art without hesitation. Now, junior sister, I'll trap his mind for now. Quickly finish him. Seeing this, Purple Charm's face lit up with joy as she shouted. Heh, you were so calm and arrogant earlier. I thought you had some real skill. Zihong smirked triumphantly. She lightly tapped her toes and reached Yang Sheng in 2 breaths, extending her jade hand toward his forehead. Boom. At that moment, streams of eerie black flames erupted from every inch of Yang Sheng's body. Up. Zihong, caught in the blast, let out a heart-wrenching scream. She rapidly aged. In the blink of an eye, her smooth, rosy face was covered in wrinkles, a horrifying sight. Then her jet-black hair turned white as snow. Her lifespan was already meager, and with this burning, it was instantly drained. Thud! Soon a dried corpse fell from the sky. This is... Purple Charm's eyes widened, her expression grim. The heaven-grade low-rank secret art from the Storm Pavilion, soul-devouring ink flame. Oh, you recognize it. With Zihong's death, the suppression vanished, and Yang Sheng immediately regained consciousness. His expression was one of surprise. Damn it. Staring at Yang Sheng, Purple Charm felt a mix of hatred and fear. Yang Sheng, you dare kill a disciple of the Blissful Union sect. Just you wait. After uttering these venomous words, she turned to flee. Yang Sheng had unleashed the soul-devouring demon flame, a move that could lead to mutual destruction. She dared not linger, showing off and then running. Seeing this, Yang Sheng sneered and gave chase. His body was wreathed in eerie black flames as he closed in on Purple Charm. Do you have a death wish? The latter, horrified, roared in fury. But Yang Sheng ignored her, steadily drawing closer. Don't come near me. Oh. The black flames clung to her, and Purple Charm's alluring, vibrant lips quickly withered. Her beauty aged, her aura weakened like a flickering candle in the wind on the verge of extinguishing. Why go this far? On the brink of death, her eyes were filled with venom and resentment. Aren't you afraid of burning yourself to death? Sorry. I'm tough. I can take the heat. Yang Sheng replied with a faint smile. Approximately 8,000 spirit stones again. After looting the corpses, Yang Sheng casually counted, and a faint smile appeared on his face. These two bracelets, however, are a pair of complementary spiritual artifacts. When used together, they possess a powerful effect that can shake one's mind and spirit. Taking out the two red bracelets and examining them, Yang Sheng's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Just moments ago, caught off guard, he had been stunned unconscious. Had it not been for the critical moment when he unleashed the soul-devouring ink flame, his head would likely have fallen by now. The cultivation world is full of extraordinary talents and bizarre artifacts. I must be even more cautious in the future. Even now, recalling the incident sent chills down Yang Sheng's spine. What a pity. This pair of treasures must be activated by two people working together, otherwise their effect is greatly diminished. They'll have to find a chance to sell them. Shaking his head in disappointment, he put away the artifacts, transformed into a streak of orange light, and flew off into the distance. Half a day later, he arrived at the outskirts of Red Maple City. After 5 years returning to this place, he saw that the cave dwelling was overgrown with weeds, leaving no trace of its former state. With a wave of his hand, a fireball shot forth, burning away a large patch of shrubs. Nothing has changed. He entered the cave and gazed at the familiar surroundings. Suddenly, thoughts of Hu Hansan and Nie Xiaoyu filled his heart with a touch of melancholy. I wonder how Xiaoyu is doing now. Shaking his head, Yang Sheng walked into the medicine chamber. There over a dozen patterned herbs were thriving. Only 5 years have passed, and they've grown this much. After a careful inspection, Yang Sheng was pleasantly surprised. These patterned herbs were crucial for his future foundation establishment, so he naturally paid them close attention. He knew the exact height, and even the thickness of the branches of nearly every single patterned herb. The spiritual vein here is far better than I imagined. Rubbing his chin, Yang Sheng felt overjoyed. The better the spiritual vein, the faster the medicinal herbs would grow. At this rate, perhaps in a few decades I can harvest my first 4 patterned herb. But I can't just sit around and wait either. After the initial excitement, Yang Sheng pondered briefly and made a decision. His primary cultivation technique, the Chun family's true origin, art, only had the first 9 layers. He needed to find a way to obtain the mental cultivation method corresponding to the foundation establishment stage. Leaving the cave dwelling, Yang Sheng concealed it and transformed into an orange light, vanishing beyond the horizon. On this day, at Evergreen Mountain Range, 15 years have passed, and I've returned to this place. Hovering midair, Yang Sheng clasped his hands behind his back, gazing at the lush green mountains and clear waters ahead. Before coming, he had thoroughly investigated. The Evergreen Secret Realm was now jointly controlled by several cultivation families. The Evergreen Loose Cultivator world existed in name only. Furthermore, he had heard a momentous piece of news. In a month, the Evergreen Market would hold an auction, and the grand prize would be a Foundation Establishment pill. A treasure like the Foundation Establishment pill, no faction would ever think they have too many. How could someone possibly be willing to auction it off? Yang Sheng was both surprised and puzzled by this. Fellow Taoist, you are quite uninformed about this. A soft laugh came from behind. Yang Sheng turned around and saw a large white dog treading on clouds with a fair-skinned, red-lipped young man sitting atop it. A peak first-level spirit beast. The moment he saw the large dog, a hint of wariness appeared on Yang Sheng's face. Fellow Taoist, there's no need to be so guarded. I am Zhang Zheng, a disciple of the beast-taming sect. The large dog stopped 10 meters away, and the young man stood up, cupping his hands in a polite salute with a gentle smile. So you are a fellow Taoist from the beast-taming sect. I am Yang Sheng, a mere wandering cultivator. Yang Sheng's eyes flickered as he returned the greeting. Many years had passed. The Qin family had stopped their pursuit of him, and few who had seen his true face were still alive. Thus he had no concerns. I presume fellow Taoist Yang is also here for the Foundation establishment pill. Upon hearing that he was a wandering cultivator, Zhang Zheng's expression remained unchanged, and he still wore a cheerful demeanor. This slightly surprised Yang Sheng and improved his impression of the young man. In the past, whenever Yang Sheng encountered disciples from noble families or sects, they almost always acted superior towards wandering cultivators. Of course, Yang Sheng nodded. No Qi refining cultivator could resist the allure of a Foundation establishment pill. From what you said earlier, fellow Taoist, do you know the origin of this Foundation establishment pill? He continued, I would be grateful for your insight. It's nothing. Zhang Zheng waved his hand and said bluntly, over a decade ago, several great families joined forces to carve up the evergreen secret realm, causing widespread resentment among the local wandering cultivators. Many disciples of those families were attacked without warning, and some even lost their lives. Could it be the work of the evergreen wandering cultivators? Hey. Yang Sheng's eyes shifted. Exactly. Zhang Zheng nodded and remarked with some emotion. You must understand, blocking someone's path to advancement is akin to killing their parents. What those great families did was no different from severing the path of cultivation for the many wandering cultivators here. Their reaction was only natural. But those families have Foundation establishment cultivators. How dare they act so boldly? Yang Sheng was surprised. Foundation establishment cultivators can suppress them, but their energy is limited. They cannot oversee everything. You must understand, Foundation establishment cultivators aren't as common as cabbages on the street. I see. Yang Sheng finally understood. The evergreen wandering cultivators were numerous and deeply resentful, frequently ambushing the disciples of those families. The Foundation establishment cultivators were too few to manage the situation. Even making an example of someone by killing them was useless in the face of so many furious wandering cultivators. Unless those family disciples never left their homes, such incidents would not cease for a considerable time. Good thing I got away quickly back then. Just hearing these stories, Yang Sheng could imagine the bloody storm that had raged through the evergreen mountain range. In response, the great cultivation families had no choice but to compromise. They agreed to hold an auction every 10 years with at least one Foundation establishment pill on offer to appease the resentful wandering cultivators. Saying this, Zhang Zheng spoke with a hint of schadenfreude, slowly adding, these families are truly foolish. They don't understand the principle of desperation driving one to extremes. Even a powerful sect like the Falling Feather sect periodically cedes a portion of golden core stage resources to appease the various factions beneath them. In the cultivation world of Zhao State, the Falling Feather sect stood supreme alongside numerous other cultivation families and sects. As expected of a fellow Taoist from the beast-taming sect, you are truly knowledgeable. I have greatly broadened my horizons today. Yang Sheng cupped his hands, his words sincere. These were tidings he had never heard before. Haha, many people know of these matters. I am merely one among them. Zhang Zheng waved his hand dismissively, though a hint of pride flickered in his eyes. The man had no other hobby. He simply enjoyed boasting and basking in the pleasure of being admired. Woof! Woof! The large white dog beneath him, sensing its master's joy, barked happily too. Yang Sheng could only shake his head in silent amusement. Farewell, fellow Taoist Zhang. Until we meet again. At the entrance of Evergreen Market, Yang Sheng cupped his hands toward Zhang Zheng. The latter nodded in acknowledgement, then strode through the market gate, soon disappearing into the crowd. Compared to a decade ago, this evergreen market has become far livelier. Walking along the streets, gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings, Yang Sheng couldn't help but sigh. The once loose enforcement team of rogue cultivators had been replaced by well-trained disciples from noble families. With improved security and deliberate management by the major clans, numerous palaces and pavilions had arisen. The daily transaction volume here almost surpassed that of Eastern Stone Valley. I am truly not the protagonist of a novel. Clinging to a sliver of hope, Yang Sheng wandered among the various stalls. Half an hour later, he shook his head in disappointment. Esteemed senior, greetings. May I ask what you seek? Though my cultivation is humble, I have roamed these parts for decades and know them like the back of my hand. A vaguely familiar voice reached his ears. Yang Sheng turned around to see a man with a somewhat sleazy appearance. The fellow stared at him with small, expectant eyes. Isn't that Liu Benwei? The moment he laid eyes on him, a name sprang into Yang Sheng's mind. Are you Liu Benwei? He asked with some uncertainty. Does the senior know my humble name? After a moment of surprise, Liu Benwei quickly adopted a flattering expression. It is my deepest honor to be remembered by a great power like you. This man is still such a sycophant. Hearing this, Sheng couldn't help but wear a peculiar expression. Yet noticing Liu Benwei's graying hair and weathered skin, so different from his former self, Sheng felt a surge of emotion. Time is merciless. Take me to the best inn, he said plainly. Right away. Please follow me, Senior. Liu Benwei's eyes lit up and he cheerfully led the way. Senior, here it is. After a series of twists and turns, they arrived before a 3-story pavilion. You've worked hard. Handing him a small pouch of spirit stones, Sheng gave a slight nod. Thank you, Senior. May you soon ascend to higher realms, seek the Tao of immortality, bring glory to your ancestors, and leave a name in history. Liu Benwei beamed, showering him with flattery. Guiding others did not always earn him rewards, as sometimes he was even humiliated. I see you are new here and unfamiliar with many things. To be honest, I know a place you might find interesting. In high spirits, Liu Benwei suddenly spoke mysteriously. Oh, intrigued, Sheng said, do tell. Senior, within this market lies a gathering spot for demonic cultivators of the Yin path. Every one of them is as beautiful as a flower with bewitching figures. As he spoke, Liu Benwei wore an expression that all men understood. So-called Yin cultivators were female cultivators who specialized in dual cultivation techniques. What? Hearing this, Sheng's face changed and he spoke with utmost seriousness. To think that within our Zhao kingdom demonic Yin cultivators lurk in hiding. Such a decline of moral standards. Where are they? Confess at once. I shall confront them and uphold the might of Zhao's cultivators. He put on a facade of righteous indignation. Liu Benwei was taken aback. For a moment he was speechless. I never expected the senior to be so principled. I am in awe. After a pause, he expressed admiration with a cupped hand salute. When in doubt, resort to sycophancy. Ahem. Sheng coughed twice, slightly embarrassed. Eliminating demons and upholding the Tao is our duty. Such a trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning. Liu Benwei departed, and Sheng checked into the inn. Days passed with fine wine and spirit delicacies, and nights spent meeting Yin cultivators, a life of utter comfort. As days went by, rogue cultivators continued to stream into Evergreen Market. A month later, the auction deadline arrived. So many people. Early in the morning, an hour before the auction officially began, Sheng arrived at the venue. One glance revealed a sea of heads bustling with activity. A rough count showed nearly 500 people, and the number was still growing. The vast majority were there for the Foundation establishment pill, their expressions determined. With so many wolves and only one lamb, it won't be easy to share. After a brief observation, a trace of worry crept onto Sheng's brow. He had already foreseen the bloody storm this Foundation establishment pill would bring. I suppose I have to give up. After much deliberation, Sheng shook his head helplessly. He knew his wealth was considerable. Few present could match him. Winning the pill was almost certain, but leaving safely afterward might prove difficult. Oh well. He'll just consider it a learning experience. With this mindset, Sheng felt much lighter. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Thank you all for coming. I am the host of today's auction. Without further ado, let the auction begin. A stunning woman ascended the stage and announced loudly. As her words fell, a maidservant carried a tray onto the stage. The first item, 10 high-grade replenishing spirit pills. Swallowing one can instantly restore most of a latest-stage Qi refining cultivator's spiritual power. Starting bid, 300 spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 10 spirit stones. 310. 330. A few sparse bids rang out, and soon the pills changed hands. The second item, the Fire Cloud Sword. Though classified as a mid-grade magical artifact, our examination shows it can unleash power comparable to a high-grade artifact in the hands of a fire cultivator. Starting bid. This time the bidding was noticeably more active. It was eventually won by a burly man for 1,300 spirit stones. Third item, the Cloud Riding Boat. 1 longevity, turtle egg capable of growing up to the 5th rank. I vouch for it with the honor of the 4 great families. It will definitely hatch. Starting bid is 2,000 spirit stones, each increment no less than 100. The auctioneer announced loudly. Yet few responded on sight, most wore indifferent expressions. Is there something unique about this longevity turtle? Sheng wondered, his eyes flickering as he speculated. Let's see how things play out first. He muttered to himself. 2,100. Someone made the first bid. 2,200. I bid 3,000. At this price, the venue fell silent with no further bids. This Taoist friend bids 3,000. Anyone else? The auctioneer, seeing this, couldn't hide her disappointment. She emphasized again, this is a longevity turtle. With sufficient resources, it can break through to 5th rank Great Demon without bottlenecks. Opportunity knocks only once. Heh. A man in black not far from Sheng sneered coldly. The longevity turtle is indeed gifted, but it takes 200 years to reach foundation establishment, 500 for golden core, 1,000 for nascent soul, and 5,000 for divinity transformation. Let alone divinity transformation. By the time it reaches foundation establishment, my bones will have turned to dust. Oh, hearing this, Sheng's eyes flickered. No wonder few were tempted. It was because of this. Indeed, the longevity turtle's nurturing cycle was far too long. Its keeper would die of old age before it matured. It was more suited as a family heritage spirit beast. However, this beast suits me perfectly. Sheng's heart stirred with desire. Time for him was the cheapest commodity. I bid 3,100. He called out immediately, drawing curious glances. This Taoist friend bids 3,100. The auctioneer's eyes lit up as she smiled. Are there any other bidders? 3,200. The previous bidder called out again. 3,500. Sheng stated without hesitation. The man shook his head and gave up. Longevity turtle egg, 3,500 spirit stones. Going once. Twice. Thrice. Hee. Congratulations to this Taoist friend for acquiring a gifted spirit beast. The auctioneer beamed. Selling for 500 more meant a larger commission for her. Next up is the grand finale of today's auction. Clearing her throat, the auctioneer spoke in a booming voice, her expression visibly excited. A servant stepped onto the stage carrying a tray. Lifting the red cloth, revealed a small jade bottle. Many held their breath, eyes fixed on the jade bottle with burning intensity. Without the auctioneer needing to stir the atmosphere, Sheng could already feel the crowd's fervor. Without further ado, this is a foundation establishment pill. The auctioneer's face flushed as she announced loudly, starting bid is 4,000 spirit stones, each increment no less than 100. 4,100. 4,200. 4,500. Bids erupted one after another, the scene ablaze with excitement. The total number of bidders for the previous 9 items combined was less than half of those bidding now. Soon the price soared to 5,000 spirit stones. Sheng was secretly astounded. A bunch of paupers. With such meager spirit stones, you think you can achieve foundation establishment? A dark-faced man stood up, his voice like a bell as he declared boldly, I bid 6,000. At this price, the venue was filled with lamentations. Many beat their chests in regret. Clearly these people were ill-prepared, their purses too thin, leaving them to gaze helplessly. Is that all? I bid 6,500. A mere 6,500. I bid 7,000. You think 7,000 can take the foundation establishment pill, eh? They'll write my name backward. 7,500. Apologies. I bid 8,000. I hope everyone will give me Blackwind some face. A sinister-looking figure in a black cloak stood up, cupping his hands to the crowd. Many present wore wary expressions. Blackwind was among the top echelon of the evergreen loose cultivators, long renowned. What's your face worth? I bid 8,500. A voice dripping with disdain rang out. Blackwind's face stiffened. 8,600. Another bid followed. With each hefty offer, the price of the foundation establishment pill climbed steadily, soon reaching 5 digits. Many onlookers were dumbfounded. 10,000 spirit stones was an astronomical sum for 99% of chi refining cultivators. By now only a few bidders remained. 10,500. 10,600. Watching the dwindling competitors, Sheng frowned slightly. His hand reached for his storage pouch, but after a moment's thought he withdrew it. In terms of wealth, no one here could rival him, but I bid 11,000. Blackwind, his face dark, swept a cold glance around and spoke slowly. My lifespan is short. I cannot wait another decade. Today this foundation establishment pill is mine. I am determined to have it. His tone was calm, but his expression was murderous. The implication was clear. Anyone who dared outbid him would be his enemy. The venue fell silent. The auctioneer frowned briefly, then relaxed. How could a mere Blackwind suppress the hundreds of chi refining cultivators present? Apologies. My father wished to see me reach foundation establishment before his death. To fulfill my filial duty, I will take this pill today. The dark-faced man from earlier stared at Blackwind with a mocking grin. You're asking for death. Blackwind turned, his gaze turning icy. Haha, you can try. The dark-faced man chuckled, unfazed. The tension escalated instantly. Sparks seemed to fly between them. Those nearby stepped back quietly. Everyone, please remember, this is an auction jointly hosted by the 4 great families. At that moment, the auctioneer stepped forward with a smile. If you have grievances, settle them privately outside. He'll remember you. Blackwind snorted, withdrawing his cold glare. Think I'm afraid of you? The dark-faced man shot back a glare and let it go. In Evergreen Market, the four great families always stationed a foundation establishment cultivator, so they dared not cause trouble. I bid 12,000. After the minor interruption, normal bidding resumed. Ill pass. Sheng shook his head, abandoning any further bidding plans. Judging by the situation, whoever bought the foundation establishment pill would become a target. Whether they could leave safely was questionable. Unlike other cultivators who constantly struggled against fate, he didn't need to take such risks. At least I've gained a longevity turtle egg from this trip. Not bad. Sheng thought to himself. One foundation establishment, pill 14,000 spirit stones. Going once. Twice. 3 times. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Haifengzi, you have successfully obtained this treasure. Soon the auction drew to a close. With no interference from Sheng, Haifengzi, being the wealthiest present, ultimately secured the foundation establishment pill. This auction has concluded successfully. Once again, our gratitude to all fellow Taoists for your patronage. With the host's loud announcement, the decennial evergreen auction concluded for the first time. Excellent. Haifengzi's expression was agitated as he carefully accepted the foundation establishment pill, his eyes brimming with excitement, his hands trembling slightly. He was already over 80 years old. If he failed to break through to foundation establishment, he would be reduced to a handful of yellow earth in a few years. Seeing this, the dark-faced man's expression turned ashen. He stared at Haifengzi, his eyes flickering, lost in thought. There were more than a few individuals like him. But all of this had nothing to do with Sheng. He quietly left his seat and, guided by an attendant, arrived at the counter, handed over the spirit stones, and obtained the myriad-year turtle's egg. I wonder how many will die today. Sensing the oppressive atmosphere within the hall, Sheng shook his head and quickly departed from this vortex. A quarter of an hour later, a streak of orange light arced across the sky. Barring any mishaps, the pattern grass will mature in a few decades. Then I can refine the foundation establishment pill myself. Before that, I must get my hands on the foundation establishment stage mental cultivation method of the true essence art. Leaving Evergreen Market, Sheng stroked his chin, thinking thus. The true essence art was the cornerstone of the Chun family of Weishui, a secret never to be divulged. Its corresponding foundation establishment mental cultivation method was undoubtedly extraordinary, far beyond the knowledge of ordinary Chun family members. Back then, Chun Guang, an outer member, was not qualified to know it. Do I have to ambush and kill a core member of the Chun family? Sheng found himself somewhat troubled. Killing Chun Guang back then had earned him a bounty from the Chun family for over a decade. If he killed a core member like Chun Qingxue, he would likely face an endless bounty from the Chun family. This is a last resort. I won't use it unless there's no other way. Sheng shook his head. Fighting and killing were what he detested most. Whoosh. Just then a sound of tearing air came from behind. Sheng turned his head curiously. A streak of black light shot towards him, revealing a man with an eerie, sinister face. Seeing Sheng, Haifengzi's eyes rolled. He tossed out a jade bottle and hurriedly shouted, "Second brother! Second brother!" Sheng looked around, utterly bewildered. There was clearly only himself present. As he stood there dumbfounded, the jade bottle flew right beside him. Sheng caught it instinctively. He opened it to find a single qi supplementing pill inside. Keep this for now. Meet me at the usual place. Haifengzi chuckled inwardly at this. Amidst his shouts, he transformed into a streak of black light, shooting away, soon disappearing from sight. Brat, hand over the goods, and I'll spare your life. The next moment, 5 more rays of light arrived. One of them, a dark-faced man, glared coldly at Sheng, speaking arrogantly. He looked ready to strike at the slightest disagreement. Damn it! Sheng's face darkened. How could he not realize had been set up? Haifengzi, if I ever meet you again. Sheng cursed inwardly. After a moment of silence, he helplessly spread his hands and said, "This is a qi supplementing pill. You've been tricked." Pointing in the direction Haifengzi had fled, Sheng said flatly, "Haifengzi escaped that way. If you give chase now, you might still catch him." Hearing this, the dark-faced man narrowed his eyes. He wasn't a fool and quickly made a decision. He instructed the others, "Pockmarked Wang, the 4 of you go after him first." The other 4 understood the urgency and wasted no time, immediately giving chase. Soon only Sheng and the dark-faced man remained. Brat, hand over your storage pouch. If the foundation establishment pill isn't there, I'll return it immediately. Staring at Sheng with eyes like copper bells, the dark-faced man reached out his hand and said boldly, "Otherwise I'll take it myself." Sheng frowned helplessly. "I told you that Haifengzi deliberately dragged me into this. Why are you playing into his hands? Given Haifengzi's modus operandi, it's highly possible. But what if?" With that, the dark-faced man grinned, saying, "Brat, blame your bad luck. It was a sheer calamity." Sheng's brow furrowed deeper. He knew the man still harbored a sliver of doubt, but that tiny shred of doubt meant he couldn't escape easily today. No one has the right to inspect my storage pouch except me, Sheng said slowly, meeting the man's gaze. His storage pouch was filled with a large amount of spirit stones and resources that would tempt even a typical Foundation establishment cultivator. Brat, I just don't want to waste time and let that bastard Haifengzi get away. Do you really think you're someone important? Hearing this, the dark-faced man's expression twisted savagely. His muscles crackled and popped, swelling up in an instant. Enough blabbering. Die. With that, he suddenly lunged, summoning a black steel hammer half his height. Raising both arms, he smashed it down towards Sheng. This man had a fiery temper. Sigh. Sheng let out a helpless sigh, his eyelids drooping slightly. Why? Do you always force my hand? When he opened his eyes again, a cold, murderous intent burst forth. Boom. Ink-black flames erupted, and Sheng, like a black demon god, met the black hammer heat. Sizzle. The moment it touched the soul-devouring ink flame, the black hammer emitted a grating, burning sound, like a mournful wail. Soon it lost its spiritual radiance, becoming a mere piece of common iron clattering to the ground. While with the damage to his controlled spirit tool, his mind suffered a backlash. The dark-faced man's face flushed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. My high-grade magic tool. This is impossible. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. With his innate brute strength and this high-grade magic tool, he had killed many at the great perfection of chi refinement. Could this man be at Foundation establishment? Run. Without a second thought, the dark-faced man turned and fled. After just one exchange, his high-grade magic tool was destroyed. How could he possibly fight? But before he could get far, the dark-faced man suddenly froze midair, his eyes wide with terror. Splat! A silver light pierced through his brow, bringing a trail of vivid crimson that streaked across the sky. The silver light danced, twisted in midair, and finally returned to Sheng's hand. Thud! With a crooked neck, the dark-faced man fell heavily to the ground, lifeless, his eyes filled with shock and resentment. Overestimating yourself. After decapitating him for good measure, Sheng slowly approached and picked up his storage pouch. Why must you insist on delivering gifts to my doorstep? After a cursory inventory, he found over 10,000 spirit stones. Sheng felt considerably better. All right, and that Haifengzi. Elated, he gazed in the direction Haifengzi had fled, his eyes turning cold. He had initially wanted no part in the struggle for the Foundation establishment pill, but Haifengzi, with ill intent, had dragged him into it. You want to drag me down? I'll grant your wish. With that murderous intent flickered in Sheng's eyes. He stepped onto his flying sword and soared into the air. Do you four ants truly dare to pursue me? From 100 li away, Haifengzi sneered at the four figures before him. As he spoke, an aura of chi refining great perfection swept forth. Their hearts trembled with dread. Among them, the highest cultivation was Wang Matzi, merely at chi refining layer 7. Fear not, we need only delay him until Big Brother arrives, and all will be settled. Wang Matzi stepped forward, proclaiming loudly. His words steadied the other three. Overreaching. Haifengzi's brows arched sharply. I'll deal with you first, ant. He raised his hand to form a seal, and wind stirred around him without cause. As spiritual light flickered, clusters of dark cyclones materialized. Go. Whirring. With a wave of Haifengzi's hand, the cyclones surged from all directions, swiftly encircling Wang Matzi. Rocks and vegetation along the path were ground to dust, a harrowing sight. Black Sun Hurricane. The latter's expression shifted drastically. This was Haifengzi's signature technique. He dared not slack, hastily producing a talisman and activating it, summoning a golden light barrier around himself. Simultaneously, he flipped his hand to reveal a palm-sized crimson bell, spitting a mouthful of vital blood onto it. The bell instantly expanded, enveloping his entire form. As the hurricane struck, the golden barrier shattered after barely a breath. The great crimson bell, ravaged by the Black Sun Hurricane, emitted a series of crackling sounds. Yet soon the hurricane dissipated without a trace. My crimson heart bell. Gazing at the bell, now covered in cracks like a spider's web, Wang Matzi's face twisted with anguish. This artifact was nearly ruined. Oomph. Haifengzi let out a cold snort, his expression contemptuous. A mere low-grade artifact, and you dare to flaunt it so shamefully. How many times can you withstand this? With that, he summoned the Black Sun Hurricane, once more targeting Wang Matzi. Everyone formed the formation quickly. The other three now flanked Wang Matzi, and the man bellowed. They acted swiftly, soon assuming a four-cornered stance. Converged. As Wang Matzi executed hand seals, a profound fluctuation emerged, and the four's auras seemed to merge. Chi refining layer 8. Layer 9. In moments, Wang Matzi's aura surged, leaping straight to chi refining great perfection. The other three's auras plummeted to their depths. It seemed through this unknown formation their cultivation had all been lent to Wang Matzi. Excellent. With his cultivation skyrocketing, Wang Matzi showed a flicker of pain but radiated confidence. Disperse. Facing the fierce cyclones, he stepped forward alone, his hands shrouded in dazzling light, tearing them apart. The black sun hurricanes shattered and vanished. So it's a minor convergent spirit formation. Haifengzi showed slight surprise. This formation allowed 4 cultivators to temporarily stack their cultivation onto one. A curious art. Ants remain ants. How long can you endure in this state? He eyed Wang Matzi, coldly speaking with calm composure. As the formation's focal point, Wang Matzi's cultivation surged, yet he suffered constant agony from the overwhelming spiritual energy. The longer it lasted, the more dire his situation. So what? Enough to stall you for now. Wang Matzi chuckled in reply. Then the 4 moved together, encircling Haifengzi. Ignorant ants. Haifengzi's face darkened like water. Do you truly believe a shoddy formation lets you act arrogantly before me? His eyes brimmed with disdain. Yet despite his words, his actions were anything but hesitant. Whirring, black sun hurricanes materialized around him, sweeping madly toward the 4. Everyone stand back. Let me handle this. Seeing this, Wang Matzi shouted, stepping to the forefront to block the dark assault. The other 3 took cover behind him. After consecutively facing several black sun hurricanes, Heedin Wang Matzi tasted sweetness in his throat and spat a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling. Though also at Qi refining great perfection, his cultivation was not hard-earned, but borrowed, making it hollow compared to Haifengzi. He was utterly outmatched. Hep. Haifengzi sneered, turning to leave. Normally he would not let them off lightly, but today was different. He sought only a quiet place to seclude himself and break through to Foundation establishment. Where do you think you're going? Wang Matzi grew anxious, hastily consuming a few healing pills. After a brief refinement, he moved to block the way. Obstinate fool, courting death. Haifengzi's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Since you seek death, I shall grant it. His gaze was savage, his features twisted. Boom. His aura suddenly turned wild and fierce. Whoosh. Where Haifengzi stood, a 3-hang-tall black cyclone gradually took shape, with him suspended at its core, exuding an oppressive presence. Perish. With a furious roar, Haifengzi moved. He seemed to transform into the black cyclone itself, carrying a razor-sharp aura, and in an instant swept before Wang Matzi. Even before the hurricane arrived, Wang Matzi could clearly feel its piercing blade-like energy. Why hasn't Big Brother come yet? His eyes filled with terror and resentment. Then he was devoured by the black cyclone, exploding into a mist of blood. No trace remained. The black cyclone dissipated, revealing Haifengzi within. Damn, and utterly clueless. He licked the blood from his lips, a look of savage satisfaction on his face. With Wang Matzi's death, the other 3 suffered backlash from the formation, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood, their faces pale and auras plummeting. You too shall die. Haifengzi scanned them coldly, then grinned viciously. Despair seized the 3. Did you think your black master was a sick cat? Disposing of them with ease, he habitually picked up their storage pouches and examined them, sneering. A bunch of ants, both poor and weak. Big Brother. Just then a voice came from behind. It's you. Haifengzi whirled around in alert, and upon seeing the newcomer exclaimed in surprise, Where's that big, dark fellow? Him? That fellow was in a hurry to be reborn, so I obliged, and sent him off. Yang Sheng stood with his hands behind his back, hovering in midair, shaking his head helplessly. Haifengzi's pupils contracted. That man whose strength was comparable to his own had been killed by this person in such a short time. You jest, friend. I am not your big brother. A flicker of intense wariness crossed his eyes, and Haifengzi forced an awkward smile, his mind racing. This man was formidable. Best not to provoke him. Is that so? A trace of mockery curled at the corner of Yang Sheng's lips. He feigned confusion, saying bluntly, But didn't Big Brother just say you'd entrust the treasure to me? Yet when I opened it, there was only a single replenishing spirit pill. You must have misheard. I possess no such treasure. At this, Haifengzi's eyes darted, and he cupped his hands in salute. What happened earlier was a mere whim of mine, my fault entirely. I hope you won't take it to heart. His expression was natural, his tone utterly sincere. Is that so? Yang Sheng sneered, scanning him from head to toe before speaking slowly. Yet I've heard that you Haifengzi carry a Foundation establishment pill on you. This fellow cultivator must be joking. How precious is a Foundation establishment pill? I am but a humble hermit from the deep mountains, utterly impoverished. How could I possibly possess such a supreme treasure? Haifengzi's gaze flickered as he spoke with a chuckle, yet he had secretly begun to mobilize his spiritual energy. Is that so? Sheng looked down at him from above, a faint smile on his lips. Let me have a look at your storage pouch, and the truth will be clear. Sir, you go too far. Hei Feng's expression darkened as he spoke coldly. Leave some leeway in all matters so we may meet again with ease. Today I intend to bully you. Sheng's smile faded and his face turned icy. Die. With those words he unleashed his full aura, plunging straight down with undisguised murderous intent. Do you truly take me for a mud figure? Seeing this, Hei Fengzi laughed in fury, black gales howling around him. In an instant, dust and smoke filled the air, the scene awe-inspiring. Sheng remained impassive, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. Ignoring the black tornado, he struck down fiercely with his palm. Arrogant. Hei Feng's face twisted into a snarl as he launched a thunderous counterattack. A hand wreathed in black cyclones met Sheng's Hedon. The next moment they clashed. To his surprise, Sheng was sent flying like a ragdoll at the very first exchange. Is that all? Hei Fengzi was taken aback, but quickly folded his arms, his gaze dripping with contempt. A mere waste, and you dare to posture before me. Not far away, Sheng hurtled backward, crashing to the ground with a loud thud before shattering into a wisp of spiritual energy that soon dissipated without a trace. This sight left Hei Fengzi stunned, but soon every hair on his body stood on end as a lethal sense of crisis surged within him. Swish! Without a moment to think, relying on years of experience navigating the cultivation world, Hei Fengzi twisted his body, intending to dodge to the side. But it was already too late. With a flash of cold light, Hei Feng's movements froze. The next instant, a brilliant crimson flower of blood burst from his brow as a silver beam pierced through, then abruptly twisted in midair. Hei Fengzi clutched his forehead tightly as blood streamed down his face, a ghastly and terrifying sight. His gaze was locked onto the silver light. As the silver light drifted, Hei Fengzi turned with difficulty, finally watching it land in a pale palm. You? Staring at the reappeared Sheng, his eyes widened in terror and astonishment. This spirit shadow clone doesn't directly boost combat power, but when paired with the cloud-piercing needle, the two create a marvelous effect. Sheng toyed with the fine silver needle, his eyes brimming with delight. The one who had appeared first was actually his spirit shadow clone, instantly drawing Hei Feng's attention. Even a cultivator at the same level can be fooled. This secret art is truly remarkable. I wonder which senior master created it. This secret art was one he had discovered in Qingxian Old Man's storage pouch. The only flaw is that it must be recondensed after each use. Recalling the events just past, Sheng couldn't help but sigh. He turned his gaze to Hei Fengzi. Whether from unwillingness or sheer tenacity, despite having his brow pierced through, the man stubbornly clung to life with a final breath. But even walking seemed a struggle for him. Death was surely near. With a faint smile, Sheng stepped forward. Calling me kin, will you? Under Hei Feng's venomous and resentful stare, Sheng brought his palm down with force. Thud! Hei Feng's eyes rolled back. He could hold on no longer. His neck twisted, and he collapsed lifeless. After disposing of the body, Sheng retrieved a delicate jade bottle from the man's storage pouch. Opening it, his breath quickened. Inside lay a perfectly round, translucent pill, exuding a faint fragrance with spiritual energy coalescing on its surface. It was clearly extraordinary. This was none other than a Foundation Establishment pill. He hadn't expected to obtain a Foundation Establishment pill so soon. For a moment, Sheng felt dazed. He had heard countless tales of the pill's preciousness. It was the ultimate treasure dreamed of by countless qi-refining cultivators. Delightful. After a long moment of excitement, Sheng finally calmed down slightly. He gently placed the jade bottle into a box, handling it with extreme care, fearful of breaking it. Time to leave. He scanned his surroundings, and only after confirming no one was watching in secret did he summon his flying sword, soaring to the horizon. The news of the Foundation Establishment pill appearing at the Evergreen auction spread like wildfire, causing quite a stir in the nearby cultivation world. The name Hei Fengzi also spread overnight. Kill Hei Feng, seize the Foundation Establishment pill. In an instant, undercurrents surged. Many cultivators began searching for Hei Feng's whereabouts, and some even put a bounty on his head. Truly madness. I'm out of here. Sheng watched with a racing heart. Without hesitation, he returned directly to his cave dwelling near Red Maple City. Haste makes waste. Inside the cave, Sheng sat on the ground, staring at the Foundation Establishment pill in his hand. He hesitated for a long time, but ultimately resisted the temptation. The Foundation Establishment realm has been the first major hurdle cultivators face since ancient times. Unlike the minor realms before, failure in breaking through can be fatal. Moreover, breaking through to Foundation establishment using the Azure Sun bone-setting art is far inferior to the primordial true art in strength. I'm immortal anyway, awaiting a few more decades won't hurt. He shook his head, put away the pill, and took out an egg the size of a human head modeled in white and gray. This was the egg of a 10,000-year turtle. Drip. Following the instructions, Sheng cut his wrist, letting his essence blood drip onto the shell while infusing it with spiritual energy. Soon the essence blood merged into the shell, as if devoured, leaving no trace. At this moment, the life force within the egg grew more intense, as if it had developed somewhat. At the same time, Sheng could faintly sense a weak connection forming between them. Raising a spirit pet might not be so bad. Gazing at the spirit egg, Sheng smiled faintly. He believed that over time this connection would deepen, eventually becoming inseparable. In the days that followed, Sheng nourished the 10,000-year turtle's egg daily with his essence blood. A month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day inside the cave, Sheng watched intently as the egg rolled back and forth, his expression full of anticipation. After a month of unbroken cultivation, it had finally stirred. Should I give it a hand? After an hour of watching the egg still tumbling, Sheng felt quite speechless. Would this turtle suffocate inside? Just as his worry grew, a crisp cracking sound rang out. The white shell finally split open, and a tender pink turtle head poked out. Under Sheng's watchful gaze, the little turtle crept stealthily out of its shell, rolling its round cyan-colored eyes as it curiously surveyed its surroundings. When its gaze finally fell on Sheng, it paused, then uttered a childish voice, "Dad." Sheng's smile instantly froze. "I'm your master, not your dad." He gently tapped the little turtle's head, speechless. "Master." The little turtle tilted its head, its large eyes filled with confusion. "Yes." Sheng nodded solemnly. This had to be corrected, or else being called the dad of a little turtle would make him an old turtle. How could he face anyone after that? "Okay, master." The little turtle looked as if it was trying hard to understand, making Sheng chuckle in spite of himself. "Do you have a name?" He thought for a moment and asked. "What's a name? Can you eat it?" The little turtle's innocent big eyes widened in confusion. Sheng's face stiffened again. Damn, this little turtle didn't even know its own name. Was it brain damaged? Sheng examined the little turtle from head to toe, a hint of worry creeping into his heart. Unlike cultivator, spirit beasts relied on bloodline power and usually possessed inherited memories. From birth, they had names and such. Sigh. Sheng put his hands on his hips and let out a long sigh. He stroked his chin and said, "Since you don't remember your name, how about I, as your master, give you one?" "Whatever. Just feed me." The little turtle nodded nonchalantly. This little bastard only knew how to eat. Sheng couldn't help but rub his forehead, looking up at the sky in exasperation. At that moment, he suddenly regretted hatching it. Coming back to his senses, Sheng noticed the little turtle had already devoured the entire eggshell and let out a satisfied burp. It then lay down, its eyes half-closed, looking drowsy. Soon a series of snores emerged. Eat, and then sleep. Had he taken in a little ancestor? Sheng was dumbfounded. Was it too late to return it now? A month later. Inside the cave dwelling, Sheng sat cross-legged on the ground, a blazing fire burning beneath the furnace in front of him. "Master hungry?" The 10,000-year turtle beside him pointed at its mouth, speaking in a childlike voice. "You're a grown turtle now. You need to learn to find food yourself." Sheng glanced at it and said irritably, "For the past month, this little turtle had been sleeping after every meal and crying out for food upon waking, just like a pig. Master, little turtle can't find any." Little Turtle was the name of the 10,000-year turtle. Sheng had originally planned to name it Little Pig, but met with strong opposition. "Can't find any. Then just wait here to starve." Sheng rolled his eyes. "Master, you're all alone. If Little Turtle starves to death, who will see you off in the future?" The little turtle stared with its innocent cyan-colored eyes, saying this in utter astonishment. Sheng's mouth twitched uncontrollably. If anyone else had said that, he would have thought they were being sarcastic, but Little Turtle was different. It probably meant it literally. After all, the 10,000-year turtle could live for 10,000 years, living up to its name. Even a nascent soul cultivator's lifespan was only a little over 2,000 years. "Here, take this and get lost." Lifting the furnace lid, Sheng took out a few slightly burnt pills and threw them to Little Turtle with a curse. "Thank you, Master. Master is so kind." Little Turtle's eyes lit up, and it scurried over to gobble them all down in one go. Then it rolled over contentedly, and soon intermittent snores filled the air. "Damn, good thing I learned alchemy before, or I'd never be able to afford this glutton." Seeing this, Sheng shook his head helplessly. Seasons passed, flowers bloomed and withered. In the blink of an eye, half a year had gone by. One day a beam of morning light shone into the cave dwelling. I'm going out for a while. The outside world is dangerous, so you'd better stay put in the cave, understand? Before leaving, Sheng instructed. Okay, master. Little turtle nodded seriously. At this moment, compared to half a year ago, its appearance had barely changed. But it suddenly changed the subject, cautiously poking out its head, and asked bluntly, after you leave, what about food? I knew you'd be worried about that. Sheng's face darkened, and he said irritably, it's in the usual place. I've left quite a bit this time, but it should last you 10 days or half a month. Thank you, master. You're a good person. Little turtle's eyes sparkled with excitement. It crawled over to Sheng's feet and licked him affectionately. Get lost. Covered in saliva, Sheng looked disgusted and quickly pushed it away. Oh, and one more thing. Before leaving, Sheng suddenly thought of something and said expressionlessly, the medicinal herbs in the planting room are for important use later. If you dare to sneak a bite, even a single leaf, I'll have to personally make some turtle soup. Don't worry, master. The little turtle raised itself up slightly, patted its belly in a very human-like manner, and replied loudly, I swear on my turtle honor, I absolutely won't. What turtle honor do you have? Sheng rolled his eyes at that. Still, this little turtle was sometimes mischievous and greedy, but it was quite obedient to his words. Sheng felt reassured, turned around, and left the cave dwelling. Now if I can just get the foundation establishment technique of the true origin art, I can attempt to establish my foundation. Leaving his cave dwelling, Sheng's heart brimmed with anticipation. Whoosh! He transformed into a streak of orange light shooting across the sky. Splash! Half a day later, a great river appeared before Sheng's eyes. As far as the eye could see, the river surged with mighty currents, abundant with water plants and teeming with fish and shrimp. Even though it was high noon, many fishermen lingered on the river's surface. This river was called the Wei River, the largest waterway in the Zhao Kingdom, its tributaries spreading across the entire land, nurturing generations. The Wei River was renowned throughout Zhao, and the Chun family stationed along its upper reaches had earned considerable fame as a result. Yet few mortals knew that the Chun family was not only famous in the secular world, but also held a notable reputation in the realm of cultivation. Wei River Town lay beside the Wei River. Although called a town, its scale rivaled that of large cities like Yiyang City. Even before drawing near, Sheng could faintly hear the clamor of various vendors hawking there, where's a scene of bustling activity. I heard the Qin family sends people here every year to recruit talented mortals into their clan. This could be my chance. Holding this thought, Sheng dressed, simply strolled leisurely toward Wei River Town. He disliked violence and conflict, and the risks were too high. Therefore, Sheng chose a relatively safe approach, slowly integrating into the Chun family from the bottom, and then obtaining the subsequent techniques of the true origin art. This method was time-consuming, but he didn't mind. A month from now, the celestial master of the Qin family will come to the town's market center to select disciples with potential. As soon as he arrived in town, Sheng saw from afar a large crowd gathered before a notice board, buzzing with discussion, many with excited expressions. It seems I haven't arrived too late, Sheng said with a faint smile upon hearing this. Good sir, you seem quite familiar with this matter. I am new here and not well informed. Could you enlighten me? After a moment's thought, he walked over and casually asked a local. The man was initially impatient, but upon seeing Sheng produce a tale of silver, his demeanor instantly became amiable. It's nothing, young friend, why be so polite? Snatching the silver quickly, the man said with a beaming smile. Every year at this time, the celestial masters of the Qin family. With the aid of silver, the man answered almost every question. Thank you. After inquiring about the details, Sheng smiled and nodded. Next, he checked into the best inn in town, spending his days eating, drinking, and enjoying himself, fishing by the river or listening to music in the pleasure quarters, utterly at ease. As days passed, more and more people arrived in Wei River Town upon hearing the news, each with different motives. Some harbored hopes of being noticed by the immortal masters and leaping over the dragon's gate. Others simply wished to witness the splendor of the immortals. A month passed quickly. On that day, a large crowd gathered at the town's market center from early morning. As far as the eye could see, a sea of heads packed the market, nearly overflowing with murmurs of immortal master and eternal life echoing everywhere. Only a high platform at the center stood empty, strikingly conspicuous. Amid the crowd, Sheng held a meat bun leaning against a wall, munching calmly. Is he here? At a certain moment, he suddenly looked up toward the horizon. In that direction, a streak of light pierced through the clouds, flew over, and landed steadily on the platform. It was a composed, middle-aged man wearing a scholar's cap and a green robe with black trim, holding a horsetail whisk, exuding an extraordinary aura. The immortal master has arrived. Wow! A group of mortals immediately grew ecstatic, exclaiming incessantly, "Silence!" The middle-aged man raised his hand slightly and commanded in a deep voice. His voice was not loud, but amplified by spiritual energy. It reached everyone present clearly. The scene instantly fell silent. Gazing at his figure, many mortals showed expressions of awe, curiosity, or longing. The middle-aged man nodded slightly to himself. With an impassive face, he stood with his hands behind his back and stated plainly, "I am Chun Huan of the Chun family, sent by the clan leader to select disciples. Enter my Chun family, bind your hair, and attain eternal life. Enough idle talk. All who are willing step forward for the test." As he spoke, he produced a translucent palm-sized orb. Infused with his spiritual energy, the orb glowed brightly and floated in midair, drawing amazed murmurs from the mortals. "He'll go first." A young man stepped onto the platform and said with a bow, "Great Immortal Master, this humble one is Hanli. May I ask what exactly I should do?" "Place your hand on it." Hanli took a deep breath and extended his thin arm. Buzz. The orb suddenly blazed with intense light. "Oh, off to a good start." Chun Huan was surprised, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. Their Chun family recruited disciples every year, but how many possessed spiritual roots? Being able to find 2 or 3 a year was already considered fortunate. The young man named Hanli trembled with excitement. This meant he had spiritual roots and a chance to enter the immortal path. But before his joy could last long, 5 streams of spiritual energy of different colors appeared on the orb's surface. 5-element mixed spiritual root. What a pity. Seeing this, Chun Huan shook his head slightly. Han Li's expression tightened, and he asked cautiously, "Immortal Master, am I qualified?" "No." Chun Huan gave him a cold glance and stated bluntly, "Your talent is too poor. Even if you enter the path of cultivation, you will only stop at the chi refining stage. You do not meet the Chun family's entry requirements." This? Han Li's face turned pale, and he nearly staggered. "Immortal Master, is there truly no chance for me?" he asked, unwilling to give up. Next. Chun Huan remained unmoved, his expression blank. Taking in an outsider of such mediocre talent would only waste resources. Damn it. Seeing this from below, Yang Sheng's face darkened. He had overlooked that the Chun family had requirements for outsiders. What to do? Yang Sheng's expression shifted uncertainly, his thoughts racing like lightning. The young man, named Han Li, walked off the platform in dejection, disappearing into the crowd. On the platform, the tests proceeded orderly. The vast majority had no spiritual roots and were destined to miss out on cultivation. But occasionally a burst of ecstatic joy would erupt. Half a day passed quickly. No one else. Seeing no one step forward for the test, Chun Huan scanned the surroundings. Seeing this, Yang Sheng hesitated for a moment, but eventually stepped forward and placed his hand on the orb. As expected, 5 streams of spiritual energy of different colors soon appeared on its surface. 5-element mixed spiritual root, what a pity. As before, Chun Huan shook his head with slight regret. "Esteemed senior, I have long admired the Chun family. Could you make an exception?" Saying this, Yang Sheng stepped forward, handed over a storage pouch, and said with a smile, "Rules were dead, but people were flexible." He didn't believe that this mere chi refining 4th layer cultivator wouldn't be tempted by this pouch. My. Chun Huan frowned. He took it and examined it, immediately taken aback. Inside were a full 1,000 spirit stones. That was equivalent to several years of his salary. Amid his surprise, Chun Huan discreetly put away the storage pouch, sized up Yang Sheng carefully, cleared his throat, and stated flatly, "Your talent is lacking, but your mind is sharp. Very well, since you show such sincerity, I'll make an exception for you this once." This scene left the surrounding mortals with peculiar expressions. Do immortals also practice this? "Thank you, senior." Yang Sheng's eyes lit up, and he cupped his hands in gratitude. "Don't be too happy just yet. I want to know." Chun Huan waved his hand, and suddenly said sternly, "As a cultivator, what is your true purpose in joining my Chun family?" "I have heard that the Chun family's true origin art is formidable and powerful, and I am truly in awe, thus I yearn for it." To this, Yang Sheng smiled calmly, neither humble nor arrogant. He had long anticipated the other's suspicion. "Is that so?" Chun Huan's expression was skeptical, yet a hint of pride appeared on his face. The Chun family's true origin art was somewhat renowned throughout the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation world. "Senior is also aware of my poor aptitude in this life. I fear I will never achieve foundation establishment. I only wish to learn some powerful techniques to protect myself." Yang Sheng sighed helplessly. "I see." Hearing this, Chun Huan nodded slightly. There was some truth to these words. "Very well, from today onward you are an outer disciple of my Chun family." Chun Huan said this and asked no further questions. After all, in his eyes, Yang Sheng was merely a chi refining 1st layer cultivator. Even if he harbored ill intentions, what trouble could he possibly cause? All of you come aboard. Seeing no one else to test, Chun Huan produced a flying boat and summoned the group. Apart from Yang Sheng, 3 others had passed the test. This year's harvest is acceptable. Chun Huan nodded inwardly. Spiritual roots were the foundation of one's innate talent, roughly only 1 in 100 possessed them. The Chun family was a cultivation clan, so the likelihood of their descendants bearing spiritual roots was higher, yet they still faced a shortage of successors. Thus, each year they were compelled to recruit outsiders here to infuse fresh blood. Not only the Qin family, but throughout the entire Zhao kingdom, most cultivation aristocratic clans followed the same practice. The group stepped onto the flying boat, and under the envious gaze of the mortals ascended into the sky, flying toward the horizon. Before long, the flying boat arrived deep within the Wei River. It was an island surrounded by water where spiritual energy surged and cranes danced, resembling a celestial realm spanning about 10 li in circumference. Occasionally, flashes of light streaked across the sky. Numerous enforcement patrols guarded the island's perimeter with tight security. This place is not bad. On the flying boat, Yang Sheng savored the atmosphere for a moment, his eyes flickering with insight. Compared to the cave dwelling at Red Maple City, the spiritual energy here was far richer. Perhaps I could transplant the pattern grass here, and its growth cycle would be greatly shortened. He mused silently. Elder, these are the outsider disciples recruited this year. Descending from the flying boat under Chun Huan's guidance, the group arrived at a grand hall. An elderly man with a kind countenance stood guard there. Name, age, aptitude. He swept his gaze over them, speaking tersely. Lu Yiting, 16, 4 spiritual roots. The only young woman among them stepped forward and declared in a crisp voice. The old man nodded impassively, took out a brush, carved briefly onto a jade slip, and said, next. Luo Zhong, 17, 4 spiritual roots. Another lanky youth stepped forward, speaking with a smile. Zhang Kai, 16, 3 spiritual roots. Oh. The old man glanced at him with surprise, offering a slight compliment. You're not bad, kid. 3 spiritual roots were already considered decent. Upon hearing this, the chubby youth named Zhang Kai puffed up with pride. Li Feiyu, 16, 5 spiritual roots. Yang Sheng pondered for a moment, stepped forward, and stated bluntly. How could he dare use his real name, which had been on the Chun family's wanted list? Moi. The old man frowned, his gaze falling on Chun Huan beside him, filled with reproach. The latter chuckled and said, Uncle Yang, this lad is a descendant of an old friend of mine. I hope you can make an exception. You rascal. The old man shook his head helplessly, said no more, and inscribed Yang Sheng's name into the Chun family register. Thankfully, this man isn't a Foundation establishment cultivator. Upon witnessing this, Yang Sheng breathed a long sigh of relief. Otherwise, his cultivation level would have been exposed. Thank you, Uncle Yang. Chun Huan beamed with delight. The two were evidently well acquainted. After completing the initiation procedures, the group left the hall. These are your residences. Choose as you see fit. All clan regulations, cultivation techniques, and so forth are recorded in your identity jade tokens. Arriving at a picturesque location with clear waters and green mountains, Chun Huan gestured at the pavilions perched on various peaks, spoke indifferently, and then turned to leave. The group exchanged bewildered glances for a while. The lanky youth Luo Zhong spoke first with a smile. Fellow Taoists, from now on we are considered kin. If we encounter any difficulties in the future, we must stand together. Brother Luo speaks the truth. Lu Yiting nodded earnestly and said, the 4 of us are newcomers with shallow foundations. We must help each other in all matters. These 2 have some sense. Yang Sheng cast them an appreciative glance. The Chen family wouldn't keep them idly. There would undoubtedly be many tasks ahead. Not so. At this moment, Zhang Kai shook his head and stated bluntly, the 3 of us might be acceptable, but this man's talent is inferior. He is unworthy of associating with us. As he spoke, he shot Yang Sheng a contemptuous glance, his disdain undisguised. Among the 4, Yang Sheng had the worst aptitude, and even his entry had required a bribe. Having risen from poverty, Zhang Kai despised such favoritism and corruption most of all. What irked him further was that Yang Sheng was also so handsome. He dared not voice his complaints before Chun Huan, but he felt no restraint in front of Yang Sheng. With the best talent among them, Zhang Kai received double the monthly stipend compared to the other 3. His words carried weight, and Luo Zhong and Lu Yiting fell silent upon hearing them. In their hearts, they too held a measure of contempt for Yang Sheng. What a naive fool. They'll go select my cave dwelling first. I won't disturb the 3 of you. Yang Sheng cast him a cold glance and turned to leave. To be honest, he had little interest in forming ties with these newcomers. This spot will do. After observing for a while, Yang Sheng finally chose his cave dwelling. It was a steep, solitary peak with a small footprint, but its remote tranquility made it ideal for lying low. Apparently unoccupied for a long time, the cave floor was covered in thick dust and overgrown with weeds. It took considerable effort before Sheng finished cleaning it. From this day forth this shall be the cave dwelling of Li Feiyu. Gazing at the renewed abode, Sheng clapped his hands and smiled. Master, you're finally back. Little Turtle is starving to death. Boo-hoo. As soon as he returned to the cave dwelling in Red Maple City, the little turtle waddled up and wept pitifully. Starved to death then? Sheng rolled his eyes and said testily, one less burden to worry about. This little wretch was a spirit beast that could thrive by merely absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. How could it possibly starve? Master. The little turtle stared at him with two big green eyes looking utterly pathetic. Take these and scram. Unable to bear its gaze, Sheng tossed out a handful of pills and scolded with a laugh. All you do all day is eat. You'll burst one day. Thank you. Thank you, master. The little turtle dashed over, wolfing down the pills while mumbling like a starving ghost. A bliss. Soon it finished its meal, stretched out all four legs, and looked utterly content, about to start snoring. Get up now. Sheng gave it a swift kick. Master, I'm too full. I need to digest properly. The little turtle protested in a pitiful tone. You can digest on the way. Sheng's face darkened. On the way? Master, are we moving? Exactly. With that he began packing his belongings. That bastard is quite sensible. Scanning the cultivation chamber, Sheng nodded in approval. Soon he finished packing and left the cave dwelling, followed by a green turtle. Master, where are we going? Hanging from Sheng's back, the little turtle asked curiously. Too many questions. Just follow me. Is there lots of good food at the new home? Too many questions. Just follow me. A day later. Wow, this place must have plenty of delicious things. Before even setting foot on the Chun family island, the little turtle widened its eyes and exclaimed with excitement. As a spirit beast, it naturally sensed the abundance of spiritual energy here. Shut up. Sheng's face darkened as he quickly pinched its head. Woo-woo. The little turtle immediately stared back with a pair of innocent white eyes. There are Foundation establishment cultivators stationed here permanently. Do you understand Foundation establishment? One sword strike can shatter your shell, so behave yourself. Sheng said fiercely. Seeing this, the little turtle grasped the gravity of the situation and nodded heavily. Glad you understand. Releasing his grip, Sheng steered his flying sword and landed steadily on the island. Who goes there? The moment he steadied himself, a streak of cyan light shot over. The man looked Sheng up and down, then frowned. Who are you? I don't recall seeing you. Esteemed senior, I only joined the Chun clan yesterday. Sheng wasted no words and quickly produced his identity jade token. Li Feiyu 5 elements miscellaneous spirit root. The man took it and examined it, then a look of disdain crossed his face. Control your spirit, pet. Glancing at the little turtle, he said coldly and bluntly. Clearly he had heard every word the little turtle had said. Certainly. Sheng cupped his hand solemnly. Seeing this, the man gave a slight nod and turned to leave. Did you hear that? From now on, behave yourself. Tapping the turtle's head lightly, Sheng glared. Before long, he returned to the cave dwelling on the peak. That puddle is your home from now on. Pointing to a large rain puddle in front of the cave, Sheng declared. Master, how can you bear to let little turtle endure wind and rain day and night? The little turtle said pitifully. Are you afraid of that with your turtle shell? Sheng rolled his eyes, utterly unmoved. The main reason was that the last time he left for a month, this little bastard had filled the entire cave with its droppings. It nearly drove him insane, so he would never allow it into the cave again. Without my permission, you are not to step into the cave or leave this peak, understand? Staring at the little turtle, Sheng said with utmost seriousness. Woo-woo. The little turtle's eyes were filled with grievance as it whispered back, Turtle knows. Good that you know. Sheng nodded in satisfaction. There were many spirit fields on this island planted with countless spiritual herbs. If this little bastard ever sneaked a bite and got caught, things would get serious. Time to get down to business. Back in the cave, Sheng sat down, took out his identity jade token, and pressed it to his forehead. Boom. In an instant, a flood of information poured into his mind. After a moment, Sheng opened his eyes, stroked his chin, and fell into thought. My current status is an outsider of the Chun clan. I only have the most basic longevity art and a monthly stipend of 1 spirit stone. To obtain cultivation resources and better techniques, I must complete various tasks to accumulate merit points and exchange them. The clan rules are relatively lenient. As long as I don't betray the clan or harm fellow members, there shouldn't be major issues. He sorted through the key information in his mind. The real trouble is that as an outsider, I must obey unconditionally when summoned or be treated as a traitor. Yang Sheng sighed helplessly. Before, as a rogue cultivator, he had to rely on himself for every difficulty, but at least he had freedom. After joining the Chun clan, everything was reversed, and he felt a bit unaccustomed. Every gain comes with a loss, take things as they come. Soon Yang Sheng regained his composure. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished, so he could barely accept these regulations. After all, on the surface, Yang Sheng was just a measly chi refining first-layer cultivator. How difficult could the tasks the Chun clan assigned him be? To exchange for the complete true origin art, an outsider needs 2,000 merit points. Thinking of this, Yang Sheng felt a headache coming on. Outsiders referred to those not born into the Chun clan, like himself. Upon joining the clan, had given him a free 100 merit points. But don't think merit points are easy to come by. Guarding and tending spirit fields for a month only earned 10 merit points. Poor performance like stunted or withered spiritual plants could even result in deductions. What surprises me, though, is that merit points can also be exchanged for foundation establishment pills. Yang Sheng's eyes widened slightly in disbelief. In the Chun clan, exchanging for a foundation establishment pill required a uniform 100,000 merit points regardless of clan or outsider status. This was undoubtedly an astronomical figure. But still, the foundation establishment pill, a treasure that countless chi refining cultivators would fight to the death over, something 99% of rogue cultivators would never even glimpse in their lifetimes, could be directly exchanged in the Chun clan with merit points. So this is a cultivation clan. Truly incomparable to rogue cultivators who wander without a fixed abode and act carelessly. Yang Sheng couldn't help but sigh with deep emotion. Many hands make light work. This principle applied even in the cultivation world. The next day, a ray of morning light rose from the east. Yang Sheng left his cave, turned into a streak of cyan light, and flew into the distance. Right now, I am Li Feiyu, a worthless chi-refining first-layer cultivator who only knows the most basic longevity art. I need to be careful. Thinking this, he arrived at the Chun clan's affairs hall. Early in the morning, many people had already gathered there. Inside the hall, numerous notices were posted listing various tasks. Yang Sheng moved through the crowd, examining each notice. The tasks were diverse, such as eliminating rogue beasts causing havoc in the mortal world or searching for specific spiritual herbs. Most required combat and carried risks, so Yang Sheng wasn't interested and merely glanced over them. This one it is. Soon his eyes lit up as he locked onto a target. It was a notice hung in the center of the hall, highly conspicuous, yet ignored by everyone. The moment Yang Sheng saw it, he felt drawn to it. Rip! He strode forward and tore down the notice. Instantly, dozens of suspicious and questioning gazes shot toward him. This is a task issued by alchemist Chen Feng himself. Does this fellow dare to take it? He looks young, doesn't seem like someone who knows alchemy. Alchemist Chun is meticulous and strict with no tolerance for the slightest mistake. This kid is likely in for a scolding. Who knows, maybe he's confident in his skills. In an instant, some sighed, some sympathized, and others gloated. Li Feiyu, Lu Yiting, and her two companions were also present. Seeing this, Luo Zhong quickly called out to him. It's you all. Yang Sheng turned back and said calmly, is something the matter? Lu Yiting's expression turned serious as she leaned in and whispered, brotherly elder Chen Feng is not easy to deal with. You should switch tasks. Exactly. Luo Zhong nodded in agreement. Only Zhang Kai remained expressionless, unwilling to engage with him. Hep. I have my own plans for this, but thank you both for the reminder. With that, Yang Sheng smiled faintly. After speaking, he turned and walked out of the hall, his silhouette carefree. This Li Feiyu doesn't know what's good for him. Sister Lu kindly warned him, and he's ungrateful. Zhang Kai crossed his arms and grumbled. In my opinion, just let him be. Why bother? Lu Yiting and Luo Zhong frowned at this, then relaxed. They had only met Yang Sheng by chance, and their reminder was merely out of the bond of joining the Chun clan together. With his talent, he'll probably never surpass the mid-chi refining stage. He's ultimately not on the same path as us. Lu Yiting shook her head, watching Yang Sheng's retreating figure, and said coldly, Brother Zhang is right. Let him be. Are you the disciple who accepted the task? Yang Sheng arrived at alchemist Chen Feng's quarters. The latter glanced at him, without a word, his face stern. I need an assistant proficient in handling various basic medicinal herbs. If you deem yourself inadequate, leave now while you still can. I have come precisely for this task, Yang Sheng declared confidently. Is that so? Chen Feng cast him a surprised look. The generous contribution points he offered had attracted many helpers before, but their performance had been disappointing, leaving him increasingly frustrated. This young lad looks so inexperienced, hardly reliable. Muttering inwardly, Chen Feng immediately produced a handful of spirit herbs and said gravely, let's begin now. Without a word, Yang Sheng set to work processing the various spirit herbs, his movements swift and skilled. Half an hour later, piles of herbs lay before him, and Chen Feng was astonished. "What is your name?" he asked, his eyes full of appreciation. "Disciple Li Feiyup. Have you worked in this field before?" "To be honest, Master Chun, I once had the fortune to assist an elder alchemist." Yang Sheng lied. He naturally wouldn't reveal that he himself was a qualified alchemist. That would be too conspicuous. "I see." Chen Feng, unsuspecting, smiled and said, "Li Feiyu, is it? He'll remember you. If I need you again, I'll call on you directly. I hope it won't be an inconvenience." "How could it be? I would be honored," Yang Sheng replied cheerfully. This trip, taking barely an hour, earned him 50 contribution points. He wished he could come every day. Disciple takes his leave. After receiving the contribution points, Yang Sheng bid farewell. Time to exchange for some pills. After a moment's thought, he headed to the affairs hall. After exchanging for 2 low-grade, chi-gathering pills, Yang Sheng returned to his cave dwelling. "A treat for you." He casually tossed the pills to the little turtle, dozing groggily before the cave. "Food." The turtle instantly opened its eyes, swallowed the pills in one gulp, then lay contentedly in a puddle, gradually becoming motionless. Yang Sheng's mouth twitched at the sight. Low-grade chi-gathering pills, 25 contribution points each. Not too expensive. Today's task had been for naught, yet he felt no regret. He planned to stay with the Chun family for a long time. It would be too suspicious if his cultivation remained unchanged. Thus, it was necessary to occasionally exchange for cultivation-enhancing pills as a cover. The next day, he appeared before others with a cultivation base at the second layer of chi refining. However, no one paid attention to his cultivation. Second-layer chi refining cultivators were as common as dogs in the Chun family, utterly unremarkable. Yet Yang Sheng's completion of Chen Feng's task caused a slight stir among the lower-level Chen disciples. To think he could meet senior Chen Feng's standards. Hard to believe this outsider is so capable. Indeed, we must befriend him when we have the chance. Li Feiyu, is it? He'll remember that. Yang Sheng paid no heed to such remarks. As long as he didn't attract the attention of the Chun family's foundation establishment cultivators, he was unconcerned. Perhaps due to the Chun Feng incident, he gained a minor reputation among the Chun family's alchemist circle. Some elderly alchemists with limited energy would specifically request his help when dealing with cumbersome herbs. Yang Sheng was happy to oblige. After all, there were contribution points to be earned. In just a month, his contribution points had exceeded 500, earning the envy of many disciples. So young and so skilled. He'll likely become an alchemist in the future. Some Chun disciples even took the initiative to visit him, hoping to forge an early friendship. When Lu Yiting and her 2 companions heard of this, they felt a deep mixed emotion. Thus time passed swiftly, year after year. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had gone by. One day, inside his cave dwelling on a solitary peak. After lying low for 10 years, even if I reveal some alchemy skills now, it won't raise suspicion. Rubbing his chin, Yang Sheng mused. I can register as an alchemist now and quickly earn contribution points. With that thought, he rose immediately and left the cave. "Good morning, master." Seeing him, the little turtle crawled over, demanding a hug. "Get lost," Yang Sheng said with disgust, quickly stepping aside. 10 years on, the turtle had grown a size larger, no different from a 200 sow. "Boo-hoo. Master dislikes me, boo-hoo." The turtle was heartbroken, tears welling in its eyes. Expressionless, Yang Sheng casually tossed it a few pills. "Boo-hoo. Master is so good to me." Little turtle is so moved. It immediately wept with joy, gobbling down the pills noisily. Rolling his eyes, Yang Sheng kicked off the ground, transforming into an orange streak of light, flying into the distance. Good thing I didn't rashly attempt to break through to foundation establishment back then. In midair, Yang Sheng's eyes flickered, his tone filled with relief. 3 years ago, he had successfully exchanged for the foundation establishment stage cultivation method of the true essence art. It was then that Yang Sheng learned that breaking through to foundation establishment was an extremely perilous endeavor. Success would be fine, but failure could result in damaged foundation's cultivation reset to 0 or even instant death. The Chun family's Sutra Pavilion holds a foundation establishment secret technique that can greatly mitigate the consequences of failure. I must obtain it. Yang Sheng's gaze was resolute. Such a technique aiding foundation establishment was considered a treasure within the Chun family. Under normal circumstances, as an outsider, he had no right even to know of its existence. Yang Sheng had learned this news by chance from Chen Feng. With my current alchemy skills, I can qualify as a full-fledged alchemist in the Chun family. Yang Sheng looked forward to it eagerly. Alchemists held a special status in the Chun family, enjoying unique privileges. Even as an outsider, if he became a formal alchemist and accumulated enough merit points, he could exchange for the foundation establishment secret technique. I wish to register as an alchemist. Soon Yang Sheng arrived at the Chen family's alchemy hall and stated his purpose. "Oh, it's brotherly." The steward, recognizing his face, immediately broke into a smile. Over the years, Yang Sheng had gained some renown among the lower and middle echelons of the Chen family. "I thought you would need a few more years of honing before coming for the alchemist assessment," he remarked with surprise. In the eyes of most Chen disciples, Yang Sheng was merely a promising alchemist in training. "Steward Chen, let's begin." Yang Sheng smiled slightly. "Right away." The steward wasted no time and immediately made the necessary arrangements. Hearing the news, Chen Feng rushed over without delay. "Brotherly, do you know how long I have awaited this day?" He laughed heartily. "I won't disappoint you," Yang Sheng replied cheerfully. In the Chen family, the official alchemist assessment was straightforward. Under the witness of at least one formal alchemist, refine a qi restoration pill within an hour. Yang Sheng had mastered the refining technique for the qi restoration pill years ago. Soon he passed the assessment. "Congratulations, Brother Leon," entering the Hall of Mastery. Chen Feng stepped forward, cupping his hands in congratulations, his expression complex, yet tinged with relief. In his eyes, Yang Sheng had grown step by step under his watch over the years. "It's all thanks to Senior Chen Feng's guidance." Yang Sheng returned the gesture with polite words. He wasn't being modest. Over the years, assisting the elder had indeed taught him a great deal. The news that Li Feiyu had passed the assessment and become a full-fledged alchemist spread like wildfire, soon reaching every corner of the Qin clan. "I said it from the start, Brother Li's talent is extraordinary. It was only a matter of time before he became a master alchemist." "What the hell are you talking about? You were the one who doubted him the most back then." "Damn." This incident stirred up quite a commotion, with many disciples gossiping, some envious, some jealous. Master Li, as he walked along the path, most of the Chun clan disciples he encountered took the initiative to greet him with a bow, their attitudes exceedingly respectful. No one wished to offend a fully fledged alchemist. In response, Yang Sheng returned every greeting with a slight smile, showing no arrogance whatsoever. "Master Li." Upon returning to his cave dwelling, he found someone waiting for him there. Yang Sheng took a look and recognized Chen Huan. "So it's fellow Taoist Huan. What brings you here?" he said calmly. "Master Li, I heard you have been elevated to the rank of alchemist. This is a small token of my esteem, and I hope you won't refuse it," Chen Huan said with a fawning expression, handing over a brocade box. "Much obliged." Yang Sheng took it, glanced at it casually, and nodded with a smile. 10 years had passed, and the other party was still only at the 6th layer of qi refining. What good thing could he possibly offer? "This is a congratulatory gift prepared for you by the clan leader." As he spoke, Chen Huan produced another jade bottle. "Oh." Yang Sheng opened it and found 10 top-grade qi-gathering pills inside. His eyes flickered with interest. At this moment, his outward appearance was that of a 7th-layer qi refining cultivator. In 10 years, rising from the 1st layer to the 7th was considered remarkably fast progress. Although his talent was poor, his possession of abundant resources had not aroused any suspicion, and these pills clearly showed that the other party had put some thought into it. "Please convey my words. The clan leader has been most thoughtful. I am deeply grateful," Yang Sheng said with a slightly more solemn cupped fist salute. Of course. Of course." Having said that, Chen Huan took his leave. Who would have thought that the clever boy from 10 years ago would have risen to such heights? How unpredictable life is. As he left the mountain peak, Chen Huan sighed with emotion, which was soon replaced by excitement. Yang Sheng was someone he had brought into the clan, which counted as a meritorious service for recruiting talent. Because of this, Chen Huan also received a substantial reward. "With this opportunity, I can break through again soon and become a later-stage qi refining cultivator." Thinking of this, he was overjoyed. The late stage of qi refining was considered a core strength within the Chen clan, and it came with many better benefits. Starting tomorrow, the daily routine of alchemy begins. Inside the cave dwelling, Yang Sheng sighed softly. As an alchemist, he held an honored status and enjoyed many privileges. He even had the right to refuse summons from the foundation establishment cultivators of the Qin clan. However, every month he was required to refine a certain quota of pills, otherwise he would not receive his salary. If this continued for too long, he might even be summoned for a talk. "Once I get my hands on the foundation establishment's secret art, I'll quietly slip away from the Qin clan," Yang Sheng planned in his heart. Joining a cultivation clan certainly made many things more convenient, but it came at the cost of freedom. And he by nature was a man who cherished his liberty above all else. The next morning, Yang Sheng left his cave dwelling at dawn. As soon as he stepped outside, a familiar face flew towards him. "Brotherly. Know this humble one, Lu Yiting pays respects to Master Li." Her expression was complicated as she bowed. "It's you. What is it?" 10 years had passed, and she had matured considerably with curves in all the right places, yet Yang Sheng's heart remained utterly unmoved. Upon hearing this, Lu Yiting looked hesitant, unsure where to begin. My time is limited. Speak your mind directly, Yang Sheng said flatly, standing with his hands behind his back. Lu Yiting took a deep breath, stepped forward, and said in a low voice, Master Li, do you still remember fellow Taoist Luo Zhong? Some days ago we went out together to hunt demon beasts. In a moment of carelessness, fellow Taoist Luo was struck by a potent poison and has been unconscious ever since. She paused, then bowed deeply to Yang Sheng, her face filled with shame and supplication. I beg you, Master Li, for the sake of our past friendship, to lend us your aid. If she hadn't been utterly desperate, she truly wouldn't have wanted to come seeking Yang Sheng's help. Luo Zhong. A lean young face gradually surfaced in Yang Sheng's mind. After a moment's thought, he took out an emerald green pill and said directly, This is a clarity spirit pill. It can neutralize any first-tier demon beast's venom. Thank you, Master Li. Lu Yiting's face lit up with joy as she repeatedly expressed her gratitude, overwhelmed with emotion. This single clarity spirit pill was sold in the market for as much as 500 spirit stones, an amount utterly unaffordable for a third-layer qi refining cultivator like her. Think nothing of it. Yang Sheng waved his hand, his expression as calm as still water. From now on, unless it's something of utmost importance, do not come bothering me. Hearing this, Lu Yiting fell silent. Master Li, I have other matters to attend to. I shall not disturb you any longer. After a moment, she let out a desolate sigh and took her leave. Lu Yiting understood that from this day forward they would have no further ties with Yang Sheng. The path of cultivation is hard. One wrong step and you end up in the Yellow Springs. Watching her retreating figure, Yang Sheng murmured with a touch of emotion. He had a decent impression of Luo Zhong and didn't mind lending a helping hand. After all, a single clarity spirit pill was nothing more than a drop in the ocean to him. If it had been Zhang Kai who was poisoned, the situation would have been entirely different. Greetings, Master Li. Upon arriving at the alchemy hall, the steward in charge immediately rose to greet him as soon as he saw his figure. After exchanging pleasantries, the steward handed him a list with a smile. This is your target for the month. Taking the list, Yang Sheng saw items such as a quantity of spirit restoration pills, 10 bottles of qi return pills, and so on. About a dozen types of pills in total, adding up to over 100. I understand. After a moment's thought, Yang Sheng nodded slightly. The workload wasn't too high. In reality, the Chen clan had hundreds of disciples, and their monthly consumption of pills was immeasurable. Most of their needs were met through external purchases. The pills provided by their few resident alchemists accounted for only a small fraction. Yet even so, it saved the Chen clan a considerable number of spirit stones. This was precisely why alchemists were held in such high regard. Thank you for your trouble. The steward bowed respectfully. Back in his cave dwelling, Yang Sheng set about refining pills. Soon a fragrant aroma wafted out of the cave. Something smells good. The little turtle who had been dozing perked up at the scent. Master, what are you doing in there? It came to the cave entrance, staring with its large cyan eyes, and called out curiously. I'm taking a dump. Yang Sheng replied, exasperated. The little turtle's eyes rolled, and it immediately responded, Master, I want to eat your poop. Uffed. Yang Sheng's eyes rolled back, and he nearly choked on the spot. 2 years had passed since Yang Sheng became the Chen family's alchemist. During this time, he typically spent half a month completing his pill tasks, while the remaining days were mostly devoted to fishing, farming, and occasionally exchanging insights with cultivators, leading a life of utter contentment. At the start of the month, Yang Sheng stepped out as usual. Why does the atmosphere feel so off? Walking along the path, he noticed the Chen family disciples rushing about with troubled expressions, and a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and headed straight to the alchemy hall. Master Li. The steward of the hall rose to greet him, wasting no time on pleasantries as he handed over a list with a genial smile. My. A casual glance revealed something amiss. Frowning, Yang Sheng said, compared to last month, why is the workload nearly 20% heavier? Master Li, please calm down. Seeing this, the steward hastily explained, it's not that I'm deliberately making things difficult for you. In truth, the family's consumption of pills has surged recently, and it's the same for all other masters. Oh. Yang Sheng's eyes widened with surprise. Has something happened recently? You've guessed correctly, Master. The steward nodded solemnly. A few days ago, our clan's disciples discovered a spirit vein mine on the border of Tainan Mountain. News leaked, and the Zhang family of Tainan Mountain got wind of it, leading to conflict. The Zhang family of Tainan Mountain was a first-rank cultivation clan like the Chen family. The two clans were neighbors with open trade but constant covert friction. Hearing this, Yang Sheng immediately understood. So the Chen and Zhang families are locked in battle over the spirit vein mine. Exactly. The steward nodded with a wry smile. Because of this, our Chen family has suffered considerable casualties, and pills like the revival pill are in short supply. With that he bowed deeply to Yang Sheng, his tone carrying a hint of entreaty. "We'll be relying on you masterly during this time." Yang Sheng furrowed his brow briefly, then relaxed it with a slight nod. "Since this has happened, how can I, as the Chun family's alchemist, stand idly by?" As an alchemist, he could simply stay in the rear and refine pills. Most other Qin family disciples would likely be sent to the front lines to clash with the Zhang family, risking their lives at any moment. Being treated as a workhorse irked him, but with that thought Yang Sheng's heart found some solace. "Thank you for your understanding, masterly." The steward clasped his hands in gratitude. After a moment's thought he added, "Rest assured, master. All pills you refine during this period will be converted into contribution points proportionally. The family will not shortchange you." Hearing this, Yang Sheng naturally had no further objections. With a straight face he declared, "Steward, what are you saying? Serving the family is our duty without hesitation." Back at his cave dwelling, Yang Sheng lit the furnace and began refining pills. "Master, remember to leave some scraps for Little Turtle." Outside, upon hearing the roar of the alchemy fire, the little turtle opened its big green eyes and shouted loudly. "Fine, fine. He'll set aside a pot of slop for you," Yang Sheng replied with exasperation. This little turtle was not only gluttonous, but also had an iron stomach, devouring even half-finished pills with relish and suffering no ill effects. Every time he finished refining pills, the water used to clean the furnace would end up in its belly. One day Yang Sheng suddenly opened his eyes before the furnace, astonishment written all over his face. Who could it be? He pulled out a sound transmission jade talisman and pressed it to his forehead. "It's her." The next moment Yang Sheng stroked his chin and murmured softly, "It's been 12 years since our last parting. I wonder how she's faring now." 3 days later, in an inn at Weishui town. "Fairy He, it's been years. I trust you're well." In the private room, Yang Sheng raised his wine glass with a warm smile. "Brother Yang, I trust you're well too." He Bingyu sat across from him, returning a faint smile. 12 years had passed, yet her appearance remained unchanged, stunningly beautiful. But a chill and weariness lingered in her brows, a stark contrast to her former gentle demeanor. Seeing this, Yang Sheng sighed deeply. Over the years, he had heard whispers of the demon sex invasion of East Stone Valley. 10 years ago, the Dark Blood Gate launched a massive assault on East Stone Valley. Relying on their defensive formation, the He family held out for 3 grueling days. Until the Dark Blood Gate's Golden Core Patriarch appeared in person, shattering the East Stone Valley's defensive formation in an instant. From that day on, the He family of East Stone Valley existed in name only. "Brother Yang, to be honest," He Bingyu blinked and said with a smile, "I'm truly glad you came to see me." "As am I," Yang Sheng replied with a gentle smile. Seeing this, He Bingyu felt a surge of warmth in her heart. In recent years, hunted by the Dark Blood Gate's kill order, she had been on the run seeking help from former friends and relatives. But they all avoided her like a plague, repeatedly refusing her pleas, and some even tipped off the Dark Blood Gate about her whereabouts. If not for her quick wits, she would have long since met her end. "Brother Yang, thank you." Thinking of all that had happened, and looking at the handsome young man before her, He Bingius' nose suddenly stung with emotion. Her father and brothers had all perished in the Battle of East Stone Valley, and most of the He family had scattered, each struggling to survive. Former friends had either distanced themselves or betrayed her. Once a pampered young lady of a great clan, she now found herself utterly alone. How desolate. Yang Sheng fell silent for a moment, then reached out to gently stroke her head. "Let it out if you need to cry." He could see she had been holding back for far too long. Wah! Feeling the warmth on her head, He Bingius' eyes reddened instantly as tears streamed down her face. She threw herself into Yang Sheng's arms, sobbing for a good while before finally stopping. "I've embarrassed you, Brother Yang," she said, wiping away her tears with a faint smile. "It's nothing." Seeing her spirits lift a little, Yang Sheng shook his head and teased, "Being relied upon by a fairy like you is something I'd gladly welcome." "Brother Yang, you're still as witty and charming as ever." He Bingyu couldn't help but laugh, her face blooming like a flower. After a burst of laughter, silence settled over the room again. Hesitating for a moment, Yang Sheng finally asked, "Fairy He, what are your plans for the future?" Hearing this, He Bingius' eyelids drooped and her fists clenched tightly. Her voice was low and heavy. "I will avenge my father and the others." At those words, Yang Sheng fell into silence. "Fairy He, this matter cannot be rushed. We must plan carefully," he said, his expression turning serious. The Dark Blood Gate was powerful, and Yang Sheng longed to persuade her to give up, but how could the vengeance for slain loved ones be easily set aside? "Brother Yang, I understand what you mean." He Bingius' face was bitter defeat, and exhaustion etched into her features. Seeing this, Yang Sheng found himself at a loss for words of comfort, sighing inwardly. "I have things to attend to, so I won't keep you, Brother Yang." Soon after, He Bingyu forced a smile and took her leave. She dared not stay too long in one place lest the dark blood gate track her down. With that He Bing Yu turned to leave. Wait! Yang Sheng stepped forward to stop her. Brother Yang. Under her puzzled gaze he produced a storage pouch and placed it in her hands. Yang Sheng smiled gently. Fairy He may your journey be smooth. Over a decade had passed, yet He Bing Yu's cultivation had not advanced at all, a clear testament to her hardships. Glancing into the storage pouch, He Bing Yu's eyes widened in shock. Inside were a large pile of spirit stones along with various pills, talismans, and other treasures. A rough estimate placed its value at no less than 20,000 spirit stones. She took a deep breath, raising her beautiful eyes to lock onto Yang Sheng. Brother Yang, I knew I wasn't wrong about you back then. With that she leaned in unbidden, wrapping her arms around his neck and whispered softly into his ear, Brother Yang, love me. With that she leaned in unbidden, wrapping her arms around his neck and whispered softly into his ear, Brother Yang, love me. All this. Yang Sheng's eyes widened in astonishment. He Bing Yu's reaction caught him completely off guard. Feeling the moist and fragrant touch on his lips, he shuddered and quickly pushed her away. Fairy He, am afraid I cannot give you what you desire. Yang Sheng said, his expression turning solemn as he met her gaze. She was not like those mortal seductresses, so he would not treat her lightly. He Bing Yu chuckled, covering her mouth, her eyes glistening with emotion as she said, no matter, this is my own wish. And, as she spoke she caressed Yang Sheng's cheek, her gaze filled with affection. Young master is so candid and unaffected. I find you truly endearing. As she spoke the following 100,000 words are omitted. The next day a ray of dawn light streamed in, illuminating Yang Sheng's face. He slowly awoke. By now the graceful figure beside him was long gone. Only a trace of crimson remained on the edge of the bed. Besides this a note lay on the table reading, Young Master Yang, fate may bring us together again. Sigh. Yang Sheng gazed at the message for a long time, then let out a wistful sigh. With a flicker of thought the note ignited spontaneously, instantly turning to ashes. Fairy He, what a pity. Destiny granted us a meeting, but no union. Had he not possessed the immortal longevity body, he might have wedded her and lived a simple, peaceful life together. Soon under the innkeeper's meaningful gaze Yang Sheng departed from the tavern. Then amidst gasps of astonishment he transformed into a streak of orange light shooting toward the horizon. As he set foot on the Chun family island, 3 familiar figures came into view. Masterly. The moment they saw his face, Luo Zhong and his companions immediately bowed in salute, their expressions profoundly complex. Zhang Kai in particular kept his head deeply bowed, not daring to meet Yang Sheng's eyes. In response Yang Sheng gave a slight nod, his demeanor cold. Has the conflict between us escalated to this extent? Glancing at Zhang Kai, Yang Sheng mused inwardly. At present Zhang Kai was missing limbs and limping as he walked. Joining a cultivation clan came with many benefits. But when peace reigned, all was well. Once trouble arose, they as non-bloodline disciples were the first to bear the brunt. Fortunately, I'm an alchemist. No need to fight on the front lines. Yang Sheng felt a wave of relief at the thought. Fighting and killing were what he detested most. Before long, back at the Lone Peak cave mansion, Yang Sheng began his daily alchemy. Meanwhile, at the border of Mount Tainan, disciples of the Chun and Zhang families clashed fiercely over spirit mines, the conflict escalating with no sign of abating. As time passed, countless disciples from both sides fell, their enmity deepening as fury ignited. Gradually, even Foundation establishment cultivators entered the fray. This only made matters worse. Days went by, and the number of disciples active on the Chun family island dwindled. The once bustling mission hall fell into an unusual silence. Yang Sheng observed all this, feeling a shiver run down his spine. He could fully imagine the brutal carnage on the front lines. Thankfully, none of this concerns me. Soon Yang Sheng calmed down, sipping his tea with a composed expression. Unless the Chun family elders had lost their minds, they would never send an alchemist like him to fight. The high-ranking cultivators of the Chun and Zhang families were evenly matched, so the battle raged back and forth with neither side gaining an advantage. This stalemate dragged on for 2 months. Until a certain rumor spread. The Zhang family voluntarily abandoned the spirit mine and offered substantial compensation, finally putting an end to the conflict. The Chun family's prodigal young lady, Chun Qingxue, has broken through to Foundation establishment grand completion, consecutively slaying 2 Zhang family cultivators at the Foundation establishment late stage. Upon hearing this news, Yang Sheng was stunned for a long while. If I recall, it's only been a little over 20 years, and that woman has leaped from Qi refining grand completion to Foundation establishment grand completion. Suddenly Yang Sheng felt a surge of envy. Damn, so this is a heavenly spiritual root. The spiritual tea before him suddenly lost its fragrance. He had toiled for over 100 years just to reach Qi refining grand completion. Yet she, barely half a century old, had already surpassed him by an entire major realm. Sometimes comparing oneself to others was truly infuriating. No matter. I'm immortal anyway, I'll let them do as they please. At this thought, Yang Sheng's mood instantly lifted. Master, have you had too much tea and gone tipsy? You're not a true immortal. How can you be immortal? The little turtle beside him, upon hearing this, showed a worried expression. A mere Qi refining novice daring to claim immortality. Could the master have lost his mind? You wouldn't understand, so I won't blame you. Yang Sheng gave it a slight glance, putting on an air of profound mystery. One day in the future, I might even have to see you off to the afterlife. It's over. The master is beyond cure, terminally ill. Hearing this, the little turtle was filled with sorrow, starting to worry about its own future. Get lost. Yang Sheng kicked it, sending it flying several meters, then tossed out a handful of pitch-black charred waste pills. The master is back to normal. The little turtle wept with joy, scrambled up, and began gulping down the pills. Seeing this, Yang Sheng's face twitched in utter speechlessness. Just then his gaze shifted, and with a flick of his hand, a jade talisman appeared. This was his identity talisman in the Chun family, capable of multiple functions, including clan communication. Soon Yang Sheng looked puzzled, muttering to himself, Chun Qingxue is summoning all the Chun family alchemists. What does she want? On the second day, over a dozen individuals gathered in the Chun clan's grand hall, Yang Sheng among them. Those present were either foundation establishment elites of the Chun clan or formal alchemists. The maids and servants had been dismissed, signaling a momentous event. At the center of the hall lay a slab of cold jade, upon which rested a beautiful woman, motionless as a sleeping beauty. What happened to her? Yang Sheng stared at the woman, utterly bewildered. Over 2 decades had passed, yet her youthful visage remained unchanged save for her pallid, bloodless complexion. It was Qin Qingxue. But had she not just broken through to the great perfection of foundation establishment, basking in glory? Now she seemed on the verge of death. The other alchemists were equally perplexed. Schwerd, a middle-aged man in opulent robes, stood before the jade slab, gazing at Qin Qingxue, with eyes full of anguish, red-rimmed and glistening. He was the current patriarch of the Chun clan, a man of unshakable composure in the face of any adversity, who had once confronted the Zhang clan's patriarch without flinching. Yet now he was so utterly distraught. Patriarch, the clan's alchemists have arrived. This is no time for grief, whispered an attendant. The patriarch snapped back to reality with effort. He swept his gaze across the assembly, cupped his hands, and said in a deep voice, Forgive my lapse in composure. I must seem a fool to you all. Not at all, patriarch. A father's love for his daughter is universal. The others returned the courtesy with polite words. May we ask why the patriarch has summoned us here? Chun Feng, the most senior among them, stepped forward to inquire directly. Yang Sheng, however, kept his eyes fixed on the motionless Chun Qingxue, a suspicion forming in his mind. Seeing this, the patriarch wasted no time. He declared in a solemn voice, My daughter's primordial energy is severely depleted, and her life hangs by a thread. That is why I have invited you, esteemed masters, today, to seek a solution together. What? The alchemists were stunned into silence. Patriarch, could you be more specific? Chun Feng asked, his voice grave. After a moment of silence, the patriarch spoke, his voice laden with sorrow. My daughter recently used a secret technique to forcibly break through her cultivation realm, causing a massive loss of life essence. She was forced into a deep slumber. His eyes reddened again as he caressed Qin Qingxue's icy hand, murmuring in anguish, Swear with your father here, why did you have to do this? During the struggle for the Mount Tainan spirit mine, many Qin clan disciples had been injured or killed. Unable to bear the sight, Qin Qingxue had resorted to an extreme method to break through her cultivation and end the conflict swiftly. Now the backlash had struck, nearly claiming her life. As her father, how could his heart not ache? Moreover, Qin Qingxue possessed a heavenly spirit root, a rarity seen but once in a century in the cultivation world, with the potential to form a golden core in the future. Hearing this, Yang Sheng and the others fell silent. Everyone present understood the patriarch's feelings, and no one dared to disturb him. The reason I have invited you all here today is simple. After grieving for a while, the patriarch lifted his head and gestured to an attendant. The attendant immediately produced a stack of papers and began distributing them. Soon Yang Sheng and the others each held a sheet. My daughter's vitality is severely damaged and requires a life essence pill to heal. What are your thoughts on this? The patriarch swept his eyes across the assembly, his tone remarkably courteous. Yang Sheng felt for some reason that the patriarch's gaze lingered on him for a moment. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes as his gaze fell upon the pill formula. Soon Yang Sheng's brows lifted. This The other alchemists, having read the formula, wore similarly furrowed brows. The paper recorded the formula for the life essence pill, a pill recipe that was extremely obscure, even sinister. This pill could restore some vitality to those who had suffered a massive loss of life essence. The required herbs were common, and the refining process was simple. Almost any formal alchemist could produce it with ease. However, the one unsettling aspect was that at the moment the pill coalesced, the alchemist had to infuse it with their own life essence. In plain terms, it meant refining the pill with one's own life. I am in your debt. The patriarch bowed deeply with cupped hands, his expression earnest, his tone even pleading. For him, such a gesture was rare, but this? The alchemists exchanged uneasy glances. Who would dare take on such a task? Patriarch, I deeply admire the young lad's sacrifice for the clan, but this matter, I am afraid I cannot help. Chen Feng stepped forward, his face full of shame. At 90 years old, with no hope of reaching foundation establishment, he had only a few years left. If he were to refine the life essence pill, he would likely drop dead on the very day. Patriarch, please forgive me, but I am at a loss. I truly cannot do it. I am the same. With someone taking the lead, the alchemists all politely declined in turn. To prolong another's life at the cost of one's own, who would willingly do that? Watching this, the patriarch's face remained impassive, but disappointment gnawed at his heart. Deep down, he understood their reasoning yet. At this moment, among the alchemists present, only Sheng had not spoken. Master Li. The patriarch looked at him with hope. In truth, no one present was more suitable for this task than Sheng. The other alchemists were mostly gray-haired and wrinkled, while he alone had rosy lips, fair skin, and flowing hair, a vitality burning bright. Sheng fell silent. If Master Li will lend a hand, any request you make, as long as I Chen Xian can fulfill it, I will not hesitate. The patriarch's expression was solemn. Sheng remained silent. Seeing this, Chen Xian grew anxious. He had only one daughter, and she possessed a heavenly spirit root. Watching Chen Qingsu's vitality wane day by day, Chen Xian could neither eat nor sleep, his heart burning with worry. I have words to speak with Master Li. If the rest of you have no further business, you may take your leave. A shadow of gloom passed over his eyes as he surveyed the other alchemists. And one more thing. Let today's matter remain confidential. Chen Feng and the others exchanged glances. In that case, we shall take our leave, patriarch. Chen Feng cupped his hands and cast a helpless, sympathetic look at Sheng before turning to leave. Soon the other alchemists also bid their farewells. Master Li, if you agree to help regardless of the outcome, the Chen clan will not treat you unfairly. Chen Xian said, his voice steady as he fixed his gaze on Sheng. Not only he, but the other Foundation establishment elites also stared intently at Sheng, their presence carrying an unspoken pressure. An ordinary qi condensation cultivator would likely have their spirit shattered by now. It seemed that refusing meant he wouldn't leave this hall alive. Sheng's heart sank as his mind raced. These Qin clan elites wore benevolent expressions, yet their stance was unmistakable. Soon Sheng abandoned his thoughts. Against a group of Foundation establishment cultivators, no matter what tricks he had, any rash move would only lead to certain death. Merely being under their gaze, Sheng felt a powerful, lethal crisis, every cell in his body screaming in alarm. He sighed inwardly, then gave a cold smirk. Do I have any other choice? Ahem. Chen Xian's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment. He then broke into a pleased smile and cupped his hands. Then I am grateful for Master Li's help. But rest assured, Master Li, I swear by my Tao heart that my earlier promise holds true. Once the pill is refined, regardless of the outcome, the Chen clan will do its utmost to grant you one condition. Sheng nodded impassively and turned to leave the hall. Patriarch, should we send someone to watch him? A Foundation establishment elite suggested, fearing Sheng might flee. No need. From his behavior just now, this Master Li is clearly a wise man. He won't do anything so foolish. Chen Xian waved his hand. Patriarch, if I may speak frankly, this Master Li is not only exceptionally gifted in alchemy, but also still so young. Over the years, he has contributed greatly to the clan and never once violated its rules. Another person suddenly spoke up. Are we not being somewhat? His words plunged the room into a heavy silence. This is indeed my fault. Chen Xian's eyelids drooped, but then his gaze hardened with resolve. Yet you must understand Shuer's importance. The Chen clan has not produced a golden core cultivator in centuries. Her safety outweighs everything. I am left with no choice but to wrong Master Li. After leaving the assembly hall, compared to his earlier anxiety, Sheng's heart was now utterly calm, almost to the point of amusement. Chen Xian, since you show no mercy, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Recalling the earlier scene, Sheng sneered coldly. Refining the life origin pill required a vast amount of life essence, but that was something he had in abundance. Moreover, he was someone who yielded to softness, but not to hardness. If Chen Xian had spoken politely, Yang Sheng naturally wouldn't have refused to lend a hand. Yet this man had insinuated a threat. That person promised as long as the Chen clan can deliver any condition will be met. Perfect timing. Him on the verge of foundation establishment and lack many resources. He'll take the Chen clan as my target. Rubbing his chin, Yang Sheng pondered how to extract as many benefits as possible from this incident. As soon as he returned to his cave dwelling, he found someone waiting there. Master Li, this is from the clan leader for you. Upon seeing Yang Sheng, the man immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle, presenting a storage pouch, with both hands, his demeanor extremely reverent. Quick to act. Muttering inwardly, Yang Sheng reached out to take it, and immediately waved him off. You may leave. Master Li, the clan leader, instructed me to tell you to begin refining as soon as possible. If you encounter any difficulties, you may go directly to him. Upon hearing this, the man finished speaking quickly and took his leave. Yang Sheng snorted in displeasure and entered the cave dwelling, borrowing another's life essence to replenish one's own deficiency. This pill is truly sinister. He wondered how Chen Xian had gotten his hands on it. After perusing the pill formula several more times, he couldn't help but marvel. Good heavens, there's some sincerity after all. Opening the storage pouch, Yang Sheng was slightly surprised. It was packed with various medicinal herbs, enough to refine over 100 batches of the life origin pill with plenty to spare. He definitely wouldn't need that many. The surplus was clearly a gift. Let's begin. After making some minor adjustments, Yang Sheng took a deep breath, raised his hand to form a hand seal, and a wisp of flame rose and flickered beneath the cauldron. Speaking of which, these herbs smell like dung. As he was about to add the ingredients, a cold, pungent, and decayed odor invaded his nostrils. Yang Sheng frowned. Who on earth developed this pill? An absolute madman. He lightly covered his nose, looking exasperated as he added the herbs. Damn, can this smell get any more intense? As time passed, several herbs gradually fused, and the odor intensified, causing Yang Sheng's eyes to water uncontrollably. Master, so stinky. You're not taking a dump in the cave, are you? At that moment, the little turtle's voice, filled with concern, came from outside. Get lost. Yang Sheng turned and cursed. Do you think I'm like you, a little bastard, eating and shitting at the same time? There was silence from outside. Damn. Failed. Shortly after, just as the pill was about to take shape, it shattered with a bang, collapsing into a stinking muddy paste. Yang Sheng pinched his nose tightly, his eyes stinging, on the verge of losing his composure. The refining method wasn't difficult, but unable to bear the stench, he lost focus and mishandled the heat, causing the failure. What a stench. He waited outside for a while until the foul odor dissipated from the cave. This won't do. Chin in hand, Yang Sheng fell into deep thought. Clan leader, the life origin pill is unbearably foul, severely hindering my alchemy progress. The next day, arriving at the Chen clan's hall, Yang Sheng wore a stern expression and cut straight to the point. I need a toxin-proof artifact, preferably one that can isolate the air. Hearing this, Chen Xian frowned instinctively, suspecting he was trying to extort resources. Hiss. But the next moment, catching the stench on Yang Sheng's body, his expression shifted drastically, and he drew in a sharp breath. Chen Xian's expression turned deeply solemn, and he cupped his hands. Master Li, you have my gratitude for your hard work. With that, he immediately gave orders, and soon someone brought a veil-like artifact. Not bad. After inspecting it, Yang Sheng nodded in satisfaction and returned to his cave to continue refining the life origin pill. 3 days later, early in the morning. Master, good morning. The little turtle greeted him as usual, but compared to before, it now kept its distance, its large cyan eyes filled with fear. Yang Sheng gave it a brief glance, summoned his flying sword, and rode the wind away. Soon at the Chen clan's assembly hall. Master Li, you. Cough, cough. As he appeared, Chen Xian's face lit up with anticipation as he rose to greet him. Then he stopped abruptly, a zhang away, his smile freezing. The smell was truly overwhelming. I have not failed your trust. Yang Sheng wasted no words, directly producing a jade bottle. Excellent. 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 After verifying the goods, Chen Xian was ecstatic, exclaiming 3 words of praise. Master Li, you have worked hard. He bowed deeply to Yang Sheng, his words sincere. Clan leader Chen, there is no need for this. This is merely a transaction. Yang Sheng replied, looking utterly exhausted and speaking weakly. At this moment, his hair was slightly gray, his complexion sallow, as if he had aged a dozen years in just a few days. Hep. Chen Xian was not angered by this, but instead responded with a smile. Yang Sheng stated bluntly, I require the Chen clan's foundation establishment secret technique. That is simple. Chen Xian immediately waved his hand and gave the order. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Shortly after having obtained the foundation establishment technique, Yang Sheng departed satisfied. Schwered. Approaching the stone bed, Chen Xian's hands holding the pill trembled with excitement. He gently and slowly placed the pill into Chen Qingsu's mouth, handling it with utmost care. Soon other high-ranking members of the Chen clan heard the news and arrived one after another. Concerned for Chen Qingsu's life, they had been closely following this matter. Under the eager gazes of the Chen clan's elite, Chen Qingsu's complexion gradually regained its rosy hue. At one moment her eyelids flickered. The movement was slight, but it did not escape the Foundation establishment cultivators present. It works. Chen Xian clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with excitement, his breathing quickening. But soon his smile froze. Chen Qingxue showed no signs of waking. What's going on? Chen Xian's forehead bulged with veins as he growled, his fierce aura leaking out, causing the numerous lanterns in the hall to rattle loudly, a terrifying presence. Clan leader, do not be alarmed. Upon my examination, the young lattice vitality has recovered considerably. Though insufficient for her to awaken, she is no longer in danger. An elderly man stepped forward to take her pulse, his eyes lighting up. With a few more life origin pills, the young lady will surely recover completely. Is that so? Hearing this, Chen Xian personally examined her before calming down, his eyes flickering with thought. After a long deliberation, he suddenly waved his hand. I will visit Master Li in person. I trust it won't be long before Chen Xian sends someone. Heh. Meanwhile, back in his cave, Sheng, who had appeared as if suffering from kidney deficiency for years, instantly transformed into a spirited young man. His previous appearance was of course all an act. How else could he demonstrate his hard work? As for the life origin pill he had given Chen Xian, it was genuine, but not entirely so. Compared to the complete pill, its efficacy was just a tiny bit off. What should I ask for next? Chin in hand, Sheng fell into contemplation. Soon he clapped his hands together, revealing an innocent smile. I'll ask for a Foundation establishment pill. As expected, early the next morning someone came to visit. He actually came in person. Seeing the visitor, Sheng was slightly surprised. May I ask why the clan leader has graced me with his presence? He immediately put on a look of exhaustion, speaking feebly. I appreciate your hard work on the previous matter, Master Li. Chen Xian cupped his hands solemnly and said in a deep voice. I mentioned yesterday that this was merely a transaction. There is no need for the clan leader to dwell on it. Sheng stated flatly. This seemingly complaining remark brought a hint of embarrassment to Chen Xian's face, but he was not angered. After all, such a reaction was only normal. If Sheng had smiled warmly and acted indifferent, it would have made him suspect ulterior motives. To be honest, Master Li, after my daughter took the fate pill yesterday, her condition improved, and she is no longer in danger of death. Chen Xian said with a kind smile, but his eyes were fixed intently on Sheng. Is that so? Congratulations, clan leader Chen. Sheng remained impassive, lightly cupping his hands. With the talents of the young lady, I am sure it won't be long before she breaks through to the golden core stage and strengthens the clan. May your words prove true. Hearing this, Chen Xian sighed deeply. It's just that while my daughter's life is saved, she remains unconscious. The diagnosis shows her vitality is still insufficient, so. He rubbed his hands together, looking at Sheng with hopeful eyes, his meaning unmistakable. Sheng's expression turned grim. Clan leader, yesterday I sacrificed a full 15 years of my lifespan to refine that fate pill. I fully understand your sacrifice, Master Li. Chen Xian said with the utmost seriousness and sincerity. If you are willing to help again, I can grant you access to the clan's treasure vault, where you may choose one treasure. The Chen clan had accumulated countless treasures over centuries of recuperation, enough to tempt any Foundation establishment cultivator. Well, Sheng's eyes flickered as he fell into hesitation. Master Li, there are still a few Foundation establishment pills in our clan's vault. Seeing this, Chen Xian pressed on while the iron was hot. There was no chi-refining cultivator in the world who could resist a Foundation establishment pill. Huff! Sheng's breath quickened slightly. Since clan leader Chen puts it that way, it would be discourteous of me to refuse. He gritted his teeth, exhaled deeply, and said in a low voice, the pill will be delivered tomorrow. Excellent. Chen Xian beamed with joy, patting his chest in assurance. Rest assured in your refining, Master Li. I shall fetch the Foundation establishment pill immediately. With that he departed, thoroughly pleased. Watching him leave, a faint smile curled at the corners of Sheng's mouth. He had actually intended to ask for the Foundation establishment pill, but the other party had offered it unprompted, saving him the trouble. Moreover, based on his judgment, a single complete fate pill would suffice to awaken Chen Qingxue and allow her to live a normal life. A second would restore her to full health. But now, at least one Foundation establishment pill is secured. At this thought, Sheng felt immense satisfaction. Breaking through to foundation establishment required the pill, and with his 5-element mixed spiritual root the chances of failure were not low. Preparing several in advance was a wise precaution. Master, what are you smiling about? The little turtle poked its head out, inquiring curiously. I am thinking of something happy. With that, Sheng turned and returned to his cave dwelling to begin refining another fate pill. Seeing this, the little turtle was terrified and quickly submerged into the pool, not surfacing for a long time. The small puddle had long since been dug into a proper pool by the turtle. The next day, Sheng, his face covered in wrinkles and stubble, emerged unsteadily from the cave. Overnight, he had transformed from a fair-faced youth into a mid-aged, unkempt man. Master, are you all right? The little turtle was startled, its large cyan eyes filled with concern. If it hadn't pointed its claw at its own head while speaking, Sheng might have felt a shred of gratitude. Scram! Cursing, Sheng soared into the sky on his flying sword. What is Master doing? The little turtle watched his departing figure, utterly confused. As his spirit beast, it could clearly sense that Sheng's life force was vigorous and strong in the prime of his life. Soon in the Chen clan's main hall, a group of Foundation establishment elders were waiting. You have worked hard, Masterly. Seeing Sheng in this state, even Chen Xian was startled, barely recognizing him. The other elders were also taken aback. Clan leader, Chen, we both know the truth. Spare me the pleasantries. Where is the Foundation establishment pill? Sheng was blunt. It has been prepared for you. Chen Xian wasted no time producing a jade bottle and handing it over. The real deal. Opening it, Sheng nodded in satisfaction and handed over the fate pill. As soon as he received the pill, Chen Xian hurried to the stone bed and administered it to Chen Qingxue. Before long, under the watchful eyes of the Foundation establishment cultivators, her complexion gradually reddened, her eyelids fluttered, and finally, she slowly opened her eyes. Father, uncle, what is going on? Finding a group of elders staring at her with excitement, Chen Qingxue was bewildered. Swear you are finally awake. Chen Xian rushed forward, embracing her tightly, nearly shedding tears. During her coma, his hair had turned significantly whiter. The young lady is finally awake. Huh. I always said the young lady is blessed by heaven, and how could anything happen to her? The Chen clan elders were all smiles. I was unconscious for half a month, and I nearly perished. Chen Qingxue quickly pieced together the situation, a look of lingering fear on her face. Swear you must never act recklessly again. Chen Xian spoke with rare severity. Do you have any idea how worried everyone was because of your actions? I understand. Chen Qingxue lowered her head, somewhat dejected. Seeing this, Chen Xian's heart softened. He stroked her head and said gently, Child, from now on please discuss things with your father before acting, all right? I know, father. Chen Qingxue playfully stuck out her tongue. Chen Xian could only sigh in resignation. His daughter was already over 40, but having been doted on all her life, she still behaved like a little girl. That day, to celebrate, the Chen clan held a grand banquet inviting all clan members, including those of other surnames. Sheng was a key invitee, but he declined, citing poor health. Chen Xian was not offended and instead sent him a generous gift of spiritual fruits and fine wine. On the solitary peak under the warm sun, this Chen clan's wine is not bad. Sheng reclined on a lounge chair, legs crossed, sipping the newly delivered spiritual wine, his eyes half closed in utter contentment. He still looked like a greasy middle-aged man, but his aura was now completely different. What is the master up to? The little turtle blinked its dazed eyes, muttering to itself. What did you say? Swear has fallen into a coma again due to her frail health. A few days later, in the Grand Council Hall, Chen Xian's brow was as dark as a storm cloud. What exactly is going on? His voice carried a bone-chilling coldness, as if it could freeze anyone who heard it. The Chen clan member who came to report couldn't help but shiver as he hastily explained, according to the elder's observations, the eldest young lad's vitality is insufficient and requires further replenishment. Chen Xian's brow furrowed tightly upon hearing this. The so-called replenishment naturally referred to the life origin pill. But how could such a thing be easily obtained? Within the vast Chen clan, there were only 7 or 8 official alchemists, most of whom were well past their 60s. Getting them to refine pills would be impossible, even if a blade were held to their throats. If it was like this with their own people, seeking help from outside alchemists was even more out of the question. Must I go and visit Master Li again? At the thought, Chen Xian pressed a hand to his forehead, feeling an immense headache. After a moment's deliberation, he made his way to his daughter's chamber. Many of the Chen clan's high-ranking members had already gathered there. How is Shuer? Gazing at his sleeping daughter, Chen Xian inquired in a low voice. Patriarch, after my examination, the eldest young lady is physically weak. Though she can cultivate and live as normal, her lifespan has been greatly shortened. An elder of the Chen clan spoke with a grave expression, replying, "Barring any unforeseen events in 10 years she might." He trailed off, his face filled with regret. Crack! Chen Xian's fists clenched tightly, the knuckles popping audibly. A mere 10 years. Even with Chun Kingsu's heavenly spirit root aptitude, there was little hope of her breaking through to the golden core stage by then. Staring at his daughter's visage for a long while, he abruptly turned and left the room, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "Masterly, for my daughter's sake, I must do you wrong." Before long, atop a solitary peak, Masterly Chen Xian seeks an audience. Chen Xian stood tall, his voice ringing out clearly. "The fat sheep has arrived." Inside the cave dwelling, Yang Sheng heard the call, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. "So it's the patriarch himself who graces me with his presence. Forgive me for not coming out to welcome you." He emerged from the cave, giving a slight bow, and asked with feigned ignorance, "May I ask what business brings the patriarch here?" "Masterly, I shall not beat around the bush. Schwer has still not fully recovered and requires another life origin pill." Chen Xian spoke calmly, his expression unreadable. Good heavens! He's not even bothering with pleasantries. Seeing this, Yang Sheng was speechless. His face darkened as he growled, "Patriarch Chun, can you not see my condition? I truly cannot endure any more." Yet Chen Xian remained unmoved, staring at him in silence. "Patriarch Chen, everything has its limits. Are you forcing my hand?" Yang Sheng's voice turned harsh. "Think what you will." Chen Xian's eyelids drooped slightly, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. "As long as Master Li is willing to lend a hand, treasures such as Foundation establishment pills are yours for the taking." His voice dropped to a low, grave note. "I will give you 3 days to consider." With that, Chen Xian turned and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Damn it! That old scoundrel. If I didn't have the longevity body, he'd probably have drained me dry. Watching his retreating figure, Yang Sheng couldn't help but curse aloud. He said to let me consider, but judging by his expression, if I don't agree in 3 days, my fate won't be pleasant. Your daughter's life is precious, but is mine not. At that moment, Yang Sheng was filled with extreme displeasure. He wished he could shatter the man's skull with a single slap. Oh well, since this old fox is so heartless, he'll have no qualms about fleecing him. Soon Yang Sheng regained his composure. Most people would be planning an escape by now, but he was different. 3 days passed. This Master Li is not only gifted but also quite sharp. What a pity! What a pity! Upon learning that Yang Sheng was still obediently staying in his cave, Chen Xian stroked his beard with a sigh. In truth, he had already laid an inescapable net around Yang Sheng's dwelling. Any suspicious move would lead to immediate arrest. This man knows when to yield, which makes things easier for us. Otherwise, if we had to resort to force, it would hardly look good. A nearby Qin clan elder remarked. Well said. I quite admire this Master Li. If it weren't necessary, I truly wouldn't want to use force. A chorus of agreement arose from all around. Let's go. I'm sure Master Li has made his decision by now. Finally, Chen Xian waved his hand and took the lead, riding the wind. Several Foundation establishment elders followed suit. Before long, atop the solitary peak, Master Li, have you reached a decision? Chen Xian stepped forward, his expression amiable. I've made a decision, all right. Like hell I have. Looking at the group of Foundation establishment cultivators behind him, Yang Sheng's face twitched, a herd of 10,000 wild horses stampeding through his heart. At this point, words were useless. I can continue refining the life origin pill. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Sheng blurted out, I want 5 Foundation establishment pills. Chen Xian's smile instantly froze. 5 Foundation establishment pills. That was the Chun clan's entire stock. Master Li, could you perhaps be a bit more lenient? He pondered briefly before replying, 5 Foundation establishment pills. Not only does our Chun clan currently lack them, but even if we had them, it would be far too. Yang Sheng was not surprised. It would have been strange if the other party had agreed. However, people tend to prefer compromise. His outrageous demand was merely to facilitate the ensuing bargaining. 3. That's my bottom line. Raising 3 fingers, Yang Sheng's tone was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. This? Chen Xian's eyebrow arched. The group of Foundation establishment elders behind him exchanged glances. 3 Foundation establishment pills could, under normal circumstances, help the clan gain 1 more Foundation establishment cultivator. Master Li, could you perhaps consider another condition? An aged elder stepped forward, a sharp glint in his eyes. Yang Sheng could tell at a glance that this was a cunning old fox. No, but he remained unmoved, shaking his head with a forceful and impassioned tone. The previous 2 refinements of the life origin pill have already cost me nearly 30 years of my lifespan. If I do it again, I'll have 1 foot in the grave. If I cannot break through to the Foundation establishment stage soon after, I will have no choice but to face my final transcendence. If you won't agree to this condition, you might as well kill me now. Either way, death is inevitable. Sooner or later, it's just 2 or 3 years difference, and it doesn't matter. Having said that, Sheng planted his hands on his hips and craned his neck high, looking utterly defiant like a dead pig unafraid of scalding water. This left Xian and the others completely dumbfounded. Many felt a flicker of displeasure, believing that the dignity of a Foundation establishment cultivator had been challenged. Yet they also knew that Sheng's words carried great weight. If their positions were reversed, they would likely do the same. In the end, after some deliberation, Xian and the others agreed to Sheng's terms. They were highly efficient, and that very night someone delivered 3 Foundation establishment pills. Satisfied, Sheng proceeded to refine the life origin pill once more. A day later. With this life origin pill, Qinqingxue will undoubtedly recover completely. Sheng lifted the lid of the alchemy furnace, carefully examining the pill's quality, and nodded to himself. This time he did not cut corners, but produced a fully refined life origin pill. After all, one must know when to quit while ahead. One cannot shear the sheep too closely, or the other party might turn hostile out of desperation. As a mere qi condensation practitioner, he would be utterly helpless then. The following day, just as Sheng had anticipated, Qinqingxue had completely recovered. Masterly, the family head has sent word that you need not refine any pills for now. Focus solely on your cultivation. A young disciple from the Chun family came to report. Convey my thanks to him. Sheng nodded lightly in response. How could elderly look so close to the grave after just half a month? Was alchemy truly that terrifying? The Chun family disciple was secretly alarmed, resolving never to tread the path of alchemy in this lifetime. Regarding Qinqingxue's unconsciousness, the Chun family's higher-ups had sealed the news, and few knew the truth. At least they have some conscience. After the disciple left, Sheng snorted softly and returned to his cave dwelling. Currently, I have 5 Foundation establishment pills on me. Entering his cultivation chamber, he sat down cross-legged, his expression brimming with excitement. According to past records, for a heaven-grade spiritual root, Foundation establishment is practically guaranteed unless one courts disaster. Earth-grade spiritual roots are slightly inferior, but still have a 70 to 80% chance of success. 3-grade roots are far less promising. As for me, a 5-element miscellaneous spiritual root. If one attempt fails, can I just break through the bottleneck 5 times in a row? Surely they can't all end in failure. Sheng murmured, resting his chin on his hand. Breaking through to Foundation establishment is of utmost importance. Oh, I must prepare thoroughly beforehand. With this thought, he went to the alchemy chamber and began refining pills. I can almost envision my failure in the breakthrough cell. As he spoke, Sheng brought out a large quantity of medicinal herbs, formed hand seals, and a flame ignited beneath the cauldron, blazing fiercely. Even with the Chun family's secret Foundation establishment technique to protect me, while failure won't cost me my life, it will inevitably lead to a severe drop in cultivation. He planned to refine a large stock of Kigathering pills in advance, so that if the breakthrough failed, he could swiftly restore his cultivation. Master, remember to save some for Little Turtle. Outside, the small turtle, catching the fragrant scent, immediately piped up. Little Turtle, I have something very important to do. You must not disturb me during this time. Sheng's tone was unusually stern. Yes, master. Sensing his master's seriousness, the small turtle also responded with rare gravity. With that, it left the pool and crouched before the cave dwelling's entrance. Its 2 drowsy azure eyes opened wide, vigilantly monitoring every rustle and movement around, utterly focused, perfectly fulfilling the role of a guard. Not raised in vain. Noticing this, Sheng nodded inwardly with a touch of satisfaction. The little turtle was greedy, glib, and as lazy as a pig, but at least it was obedient. He set to work refining Kigathering pills. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. One day at dawn, a streak of black and white light descended upon the solitary peak, revealing a graceful silhouette. Who are you? The small turtle immediately became alert and stepped forward to question. Are you Master Li's spirit beast? A pair of beautiful eyes scanned it briefly, and Qinqingxue spoke with a smile. That's right. I am Master's most beloved little turtle. The small turtle raised its head high, even patting its belly with a claw brimming with pride. Qinqingxue couldn't help but laugh, her eyes full of mirth. Little turtle, you're so adorable. Woman, don't try that on me. The little turtle sneered disdainfully and said bluntly, state your purpose. I wish to see Master Li. At this, Qinqingxue's expression turned serious and she spoke firmly. Master is busy and refuses to see anyone. Is that so? She furrowed her delicate brows and instinctively extended her spiritual sense. Compared to Qi refining cultivators, Foundation establishment cultivators not only saw a massive increase in spiritual power, but also a manifold growth in spiritual sense, which could now leave the body. The next moment, the scene of Sheng refining pills inside the cave dwelling appeared in her mind. When she saw his aged visage, Chun Kingsu's mind and spirit trembled, and she couldn't help but take a deep breath. Even though the Chun family's higher-ups had suppressed the news, she had vaguely pieced together what had transpired during this time. After a moment's thought, Chun Qingxue closed her eyes and stood still. Though puzzled, the small turtle couldn't be bothered with her and lay motionless on the ground. About an hour later, Sheng ceased the flame, concluding this batch of alchemy. Master Li Chun Qingxue requests an audience. Sensing this, she stepped forward and spoke clearly. Seeing her disturb his master, the small turtle immediately barked fiercely. "Woman, don't think just because your chest muscles are big, this little turtle am afraid of you." As it spoke, it twisted its arms, flexing its muscles. Uffed. Inside the cave, dwelling Sheng, who had just risen, stumbled upon hearing this, nearly falling to the ground. "You blabbermouthed little." Chun Kingsu's face flushed crimson, her jade finger pointing at the turtle as she barely held back a curse. "You big-chested woman, what do you?" The little turtle, not one to back down, was about to retort when Sheng appeared and stopped it. "Little turtle, this Senior Chun is a Foundation establishment cultivator. Mind your words." He stroked its head, his expression severe. "Apologize to this senior immediately." "What? A Foundation establishment cultivator?" The little turtle was startled. By the age reckoning of the Longevity Turtle clan, it was still a child weighing over 200 caddies, but it wasn't entirely ignorant. "So you're a Foundation establishment senior. What an honor, what an honor." Like a cultivator, the little turtle clasped its claws together, its face ingratiating. "Damn." Seeing this, Sheng's face darkened. Chun Qingxue was taken aback. "I was wondering why this senior's chest muscles were so impressive. Turns out she's a Foundation establishment cultivator. That explains it." The little turtle said with admiration and emotion. The Longevity Turtle clan was fond of boasting about muscles. Why did I raise such a disgraceful creature? Sheng's face grew even darker. Meanwhile, Chun Kingsu's pretty face alternated between pale and red. She instinctively covered her prominent chest, her eyes filled with shame and indignation. "Shut up." Seeing it about to speak again, Sheng's expression changed, and he quickly covered its mouth, snarling, "If you say one more word, I'll deduct a year's worth of your pill allowance." Hearing this, the little turtle's pupils contracted sharply, and its limbs and head instantly retracted into its shell, utterly, still genuinely frightened. "My spirit beast is naughty and ignorant, speaking without restraint. Please forgive it, miss." Sheng finally rose, helplessly cupping his hands in apology. After all, she was a peak Foundation establishment cultivator. If she took offense, things could become troublesome. "No matter." Chun Qingxue waved her hand dismissively, her face still flushed with embarrassment. Naturally, she wouldn't hold a grudge against a spirit beast. "May I ask what brings the young lady here?" Sheng hesitated for a moment before speaking directly. "I have come primarily to thank you, friend." Turning to the matter at hand, Chun Kingsu's expression became earnest. "I am deeply grateful for your efforts, Master Li." She bowed deeply, her gaze shadowed with hidden sorrow. Upon learning that under the veiled coercion of her elders, Sheng had refined the life fate pill for her and was now nearing death, she had even had a fierce argument with Qin Xian. After all, she was kind-hearted by nature and couldn't bear others sacrificing themselves for her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have risked her life to break through for her clan not long ago. "It's nothing." Sheng smiled faintly. "It was merely a transaction. You needn't dwell on it, miss." He had a favorable impression of Chun Qingxue. Business is business. Chun Qingxue produced a jade slip and said solemnly, "Inside this is a strand of my spiritual power. If you crush it, I will sense it immediately. Master Li, I wish you a successful breakthrough." After offering her congratulations, she cast a deep glance at Sheng, turned, and left, leaving a jade talisman floating in midair. Watching her depart, Sheng reached out and caught the jade talisman, which still retained the lingering warmth of Chun Kingsu's touch. "This is a fine thing." After a moment of silence, he grinned and carefully stored the jade slip as if it were a treasure. This was equivalent to gaining an opportunity for assistance from a peak Foundation establishment cultivator, an invaluable asset. Moreover, if Chun Qingxue were to become a golden core true person in the future, its value would skyrocket beyond measure. A huge profit. Elated, Sheng couldn't help but laugh heartily. He knew she had given it out of guilt, seeking peace of mind, so it was hard to refuse. "This makes me feel a bit embarrassed." A hint of awkwardness appeared on Sheng's face. At this moment, in the eyes of many Qin family higher-ups, he was not far from death. Everyone knew he had a 5-element miscellaneous spiritual root, and his chances of breaking through were slim. But how delightful. Soon Sheng regained his composure, laughing with a hint of carefree shamelessness. After all, it's a fool who passes up a good deal. Half a month had passed since Chun Kingsu's departure. After a month of alchemy, Yang Sheng now possessed over 100 chi-gathering pills. In addition, there were dozens of healing pills and other elixirs. The pills are ready. Extinguishing the flame, Yang Sheng let out a long sigh of relief, his brow etched with exhaustion. After regulating his breathing, he went to the cultivation chamber. It was filled with pattern grass, among which one stalk bore 3 patterns, faintly hinting at a fourth standing out like a crane among chickens. Yet Yang Sheng's expression soured. Compared to 3 years ago, this pattern grass hasn't changed at all. After a meticulous inspection, his face darkened. The spiritual energy here is insufficient to support its fourth pattern. After a long silence, Yang Sheng suddenly sighed deeply. Indeed, plans never keep pace with change. I was still too young, too naive. If 4 pattern grass were so easy to cultivate, foundation establishment pills wouldn't be so precious. I've obtained both the foundation establishment pill and the foundation establishment secret art, and the pattern grass has reached its bottleneck. There's no need to stay in the Chun family any longer. After deep deliberation, Yang Sheng's gaze hardened as he formed a plan. After all, the Chun family's high-ranking members were well aware that he possessed 4 foundation establishment pills. If they suddenly changed their minds one day, he would be almost completely defenseless. Moreover, with my mixed spiritual roots, my first breakthrough to foundation establishment will likely fail 9 times out of 10. If I fail yet don't pass away on the spot, it will certainly arouse suspicion from Chen Xian and the others, leaving me unable to explain myself. Yang Sheng's thoughts were crystal clear, envisioning many scenarios in an instant. They'll leave in a few days. With that, he immediately set about packing his belongings. Little Turtle, leave first, and wait for me on the mountaintop outside Red Maple City. After packing, Yang Sheng stepped outside and spoke. Yes, master. Seeing his grave expression, Little Turtle said nothing more, nodded, and descended the mountain. Watching until it vanished from sight, Yang Sheng nodded in relief. Over a decade had passed, and Little Turtle was only at the early stage of a first-level demon beast equivalent to a chi-refining cultivator of the first 3 layers. The Qin family would likely not pay it much heed. A few days passed swiftly. One evening, an orange light soared from the solitary peak. Patriarch Master Li has left. Soon this news reached Chen Xian's ears. With his talent, Li Feiyu will fail 9 times out of 10 in breaking through to foundation establishment, and he has only one chance. If he fails, he'll likely pass away on the spot. Using a foundation establishment pill on him is a sheer waste. It would be better used to add a new foundation establishment cultivator to the Chen family. After some contemplation, Chen Xian's eyelids drooped slightly as he gave a faint order, Chen Pai, go. As the head of the family, clan interests came above all else. Personal favors had to be set aside. As his words fell, a figure emerged from the shadows. Remember, avoid force if possible. Perhaps driven by a trace of guilt from past events, Chen Xian couldn't help but add a caution. Patriarch, that depends entirely on Master Li's attitude. Chen Pai chuckled in response. With a flicker, he was already outside the hall. His speed was enough to astound any chi-refining cultivator. But as Chen Pai stepped outside, his smile froze. A beam of black and white divine light shot straight toward him, tearing through the air in an instant with a terrifying momentum. Without time to think, he quickly offered up a golden token, which shimmered brightly as it blocked the way. Bang! The next moment, under the impact of the black and white divine light, the golden token dimmed after barely a breath and was flung far away. Caught in the powerful shockwave, Chen Pai was sent flying back, crashing heavily into the hall. Puffed. His face pale, he spat a mouthful of blood, his aura instantly wilting. Schwered. Chen Xian rose abruptly, staring at the figure at the hall's entrance with a furrowed brow. Do you know what you're doing? Of course I do, my dear father. Chen Qingxue stepped slowly into the hall, her face icy cold, her powerful aura as a great perfection foundation establishment cultivator surging without restraint. Under this spiritual pressure, Chen Pai, at the early foundation establishment stage, turned even paler. Perhaps due to Chen Qingxue's deliberate targeting, he could barely even rise. Chen Xian raised an eyebrow at this and released his own aura, easing Chen Pai's discomfort. Regaining his strength, Chen Pai quickly stood and retreated behind Chen Xian, looking helplessly at Chen Qingxue. Patriarch, what's happening? The commotion soon drew the attention of a group of Chen family high-ranking members who all hurried over. Seeing the scene before them, they were utterly bewildered. Father Master Li made such sacrifices for me, and you still want to take his foundation establishment pills? Before the gathered Chen family elites, Chen Qingxu's pretty face was cold as she spoke bluntly. You should know his talent is limited. Taking the foundation establishment pill would be a waste. Rather than benefiting someone else, it's better to use it to add a new foundation establishment cultivator to our Chen family. After a moment of silence, Chen Xian said flatly. This exchange instantly enlightened everyone present. Some among them exchanged glances, their thoughts unknown. So what? No matter how poor Master Li's talent is, it's his own business. The Foundation establishment pills on him should be handled by himself. With that, Chen Qingxue stepped forward, her beautiful eyes fixed on Chen Xian as she demanded loudly, Father, are you going to become a cold-blooded, faithless villain? These words shocked everyone present. Only the eldest daughter would dare speak to the patriarch like that, wouldn't she? The group of Foundation establishment high-ranking members held their breath, their faces stern, but their minds buzzing with gossip. Chen Xian's face turned extremely ugly, his hands gripping the armrests until they creaked. She wasn't giving him any face at all. He took a deep breath, his expression resigned, and explained patiently, Swear, I hope you can understand. I'm doing this for the family's sake. A fine excuse for the family's sake. Chen Qingxue sneered. She could be as innocent and carefree as a young girl at times, but that didn't mean she was foolish, knowing that sometimes mere persuasion was futile. Father will be direct with you. Chen Qingxue said expressionlessly, My life was given by Master Li. If anything happens to him, my Dao heart will be tarnished, and he'll never reach the golden core stage in this lifetime. With that, she turned and left without looking back, leaving the Chen family high-ranking members exchanging bewildered glances. Sigh. Chen Xian's face darkened, and after a long silence he held his forehead and sighed deeply. With his daughter threatening him with her Dao heart, what else could he do? For the sake of both the family's future and his beloved daughter, he could no longer harbor any designs on Sheng. Moreover, scanning the crowd, Chen Xian's eyelids drooped, his voice icy and murderous. From this day forward, no one is to make a move against Master Li directly or indirectly. Otherwise, they will have their cultivation crippled and be expelled from the family. In that moment, he displayed the full authority of a patriarch. The Chen family high-ranking members felt a chill, instantly abandoning any hidden schemes, and bowed in acknowledgement. No rats tailing me. Approximately 100 miles from the Chen family island, Sheng halted. That Chen Xian didn't even send anyone. Turning around, Sheng felt a slight surprise. In truth, during this entire time, he had been aware of the covert gazes surrounding Lone Peak. This is just as well. Saves me a great deal of trouble. Securing the jade talisman, Sheng breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Had Chen Xian harbored ill intentions and dispatched pursuers, they would most likely be Foundation establishment cultivators. Without the jade talisman gifted by Chen Qingxue, he would never have dared to leave the Chen family so casually. Moreover, during his stay with the Chen family, despite the favorable outcome, Sheng always felt ill at ease. After all, having a host of Foundation establishment cultivators looming overhead. The sea is vast for fish to leap, the sky is high for birds to fly. At this moment, gazing at the lush green mountains and clear waters before him, he felt an exhilarating release, a sense of unbridled freedom. The life of a rogue cultivator is truly refreshing. So few rules, so unbound and carefree. Astride his flying sword, Sheng spread his arms wide, embracing the fresh air, lost in his musings. A day later, upon a certain mountaintop outside Maple Red City, a streak of orange light descended. Master, you finally appeared. Little Turtle is starving to death. The moment his feet touched the ground, the little turtle scurried over on all fours with astonishing speed, its large cyan eyes wide and pitiful. Is that so? Then why do you run faster than a dog? Seeing this, Sheng couldn't help but roll his eyes, his expression one of speechless exasperation. Master, this is the little turtle's final burst of life. The little turtle's eyes darted around as it spoke in a suddenly feeble tone. In just a few days you've gotten quite good at spinning tales, haven't you? Sheng's face involuntarily twitched. Take it and get lost. With that, he waved his hand, scattering a large handful of semi-refined pills. Thank you, Master. The little turtle's eyes lit up, and like a ravenous dog pouncing on food, it lunged forward. Why does this feel like feeding a dog? Seeing its gluttonous display, Sheng silently grumbled to himself. The next main task is to find a place with sufficient spiritual energy to go into secluded meditation and break through to Foundation establishment. Returning to his long-visited cave dwelling, Sheng sat down heavily, lost in thought. Though the spiritual energy on the Chen family island was relatively rich, the incident with the life origin pill had created a rift with the Chen family's upper echelons. How could he dare to remain there? Breaking through to Foundation establishment is the top priority, and the higher the concentration of spiritual energy, the greater the chance of success. The spiritual vein here is mediocre, adequate for breaking through the qi refining stage, but far from sufficient for Foundation establishment. Sheng propped his chin on his hand, his brow furrowed. Within the borders of Zhao State, every place of spiritual beauty and divine grace is almost entirely occupied by aristocratic families and sects. At the thought of this, he felt a throbbing ache in his head. To ascend to a higher realm without interacting with these powers was virtually impossible. However, the Chun family incident has served as a wake-up call for me. Yang Sheng's eyes flickered as he murmured to himself. This time I need to find a weaker cultivation force, preferably one that is utterly insignificant. That way I can lie low with comfort and ease. With my current strength, unless a foundation establishment cultivator takes personal action, I can leave whenever I wish and no one can stop me. By utterly insignificant, he meant a cultivation force without a single foundation establishment cultivator. It's a pity that foundation establishment pills are limited and precious, otherwise I could just endure here for hundreds or thousands of years and still achieve foundation establishment. At this thought, Yang Sheng couldn't help but sigh softly. He currently had only 5 chances to attempt foundation establishment. If all failed, he would have to procure more foundation establishment pills, an extremely troublesome affair. Thus Yang Sheng treasured each opportunity, striving to ensure the breakthrough conditions were as favorable as possible. Before that, I need to buy something. Thinking of the little turtle outside which resembled a clumsy, so Yang Sheng rose and left the cave dwelling. He fixed his bearings, soared into the sky, and soon vanished beyond the horizon. The sun hung high in the sky. It was exactly noon. Before East Stone Valley. Do you have a pass? If not, the entrance fee is 1 spirit stone. A man in blood-colored robes stated flatly. Without a word, Yang Sheng immediately handed over a spirit stone. Taking the spirit stone, the blood-robed man turned slightly, making way. Over a decade has passed, and this place is still bustling with activity. Stepping inside, he found little had changed, and Yang Sheng sighed, softly adding in his heart. It has merely changed masters. At this moment, East Stone Valley was under the control of the Dark Blood sect. Though it was a demonic sect, after seizing the place, they did not engage in slaughter and plunder. Instead, they established numerous rules and actively managed it. Thus, East Stone Valley remained lively, serving as the trading hub for the surrounding region. As for the Dark Blood sect's motives for attacking East Stone Valley, he had heard vague rumors over the years. It involved a grudge between the previous sect master of the Dark Blood sect and the older generation of the He family, an old, dusty affair. Yang Sheng wasn't particularly interested. The Beast Taming Pavilion. After wandering around the valley for a while, he finally arrived at a shop. This was a newly established shop in East Stone Valley in recent years, specializing in the sale of spirit beasts. It was rumored to have ties to the second-rank beast taming sect. Ice Spirit Rabbit, an Ice Element Spirit Beast. Feed it a certain amount of spirit grass daily. It can grow to the peak of the first rank, priced at 300 spirit stones. Gale Wolf possesses a decent bloodline power of the Wind Spirit Root, suitable as a mount or companion, priced at 500 spirit stones. Fire Lizard. His gaze swept over the various spirit beasts, but Yang Sheng quickly lost interest. Shopkeeper, I want a spirit beast pouch. He stated his purpose directly. You've come to the right place, sir. When it comes to spirit beast pouches within the borders of Zhao State, none offer better value than our beast taming pavilion. After a round of boasts, the shopkeeper said cheerfully, Do you have any specific requirements for the spirit beast pouch, sir? We have a wide variety of pouches with different attributes and spatial sizes suitable for storing all kinds of spirit beasts. If you're unsure, just tell me the attributes of your spirit beast. The little turtle's attributes. Aside from its gluttonous nature, what else could there be? After a moment's thought, Yang Sheng replied, Just give me one with a larger internal space. Coming right up. Before long, Yang Sheng walked out of the beast taming pavilion, holding an exquisite pouch the size of a palm. The little turtle had low cultivation and couldn't control flying artifacts, making travel extremely inconvenient. He couldn't exactly carry it on his shoulders while fleeing, could he? With this spirit beast pouch, that problem would be easily resolved. Lost in thought, Yang Sheng's figure weaved through the crowd. As he passed a desolate shop, his peripheral vision caught a vaguely familiar face. Like a fleeting glimpse, Yang Sheng couldn't help but stop in his tracks. A cultivator's memory was extraordinary. Things once seen were rarely forgotten naturally. Standing still for a moment in contemplation, Yang Sheng eventually stepped into the shop. Honored guest, what may I help you with? A young girl stepped forward to greet him with a smile. Her features were delicate and youthful, her stature short, making her seem like a little girl. Yet in her large eyes a glimmer of shrewdness occasionally flickered. Our selection of talismans may not be vast, but most are of excellent quality. She patted her flat chest proudly. Yang Sheng stared at her blankly for a moment until she began to look frightened. Only then did he clear his throat and ask, What is your name? Guess this shop only sells talismans. We do not provide any other services. The girl immediately stepped back a few paces, clutching her chest, staring at him with a tense expression. Seeing this, Sheng chuckled softly. All right. I'll buy this bundle of talismans. Are you satisfied now? He pointed at a nearby shelf and smiled. You're a decisive buyer, sir. Her fearful expression vanished, instantly replaced by a beaming smile. Now can you tell me your name? After paying, Sheng asked curiously. My name is Lin Yingying. The girl hesitated for a moment before finally nodding softly. What relation is Yang Menglin to you? Hearing this, Lin Yingying blinked in astonishment. Honored guest, do you know my grandmother? Grandmother? At these words, Sheng felt a sudden day's memories surfacing in his eyes. Back then in Clearwater City within the Yang Mansion, that girl who once shouted that she would one day address him as a fellow Taoist. Unknowingly, more than 50 years had passed. Reigning in his memories, Sheng felt a deep surge of emotion. Then under Lin Yingying's puzzled gaze, he turned and left the shop. Guess you dropped your storage pouch. Seeing the extra pouch in the shop, Lin Yingying couldn't help but call out loudly. Yet Sheng acted as if he hadn't heard, walking further and further away. Could I be mistaken? Bewildered, she instinctively opened the storage pouch and gasped sharply. Inside lay a full 1,000 spirit stones, equivalent to several years of her income. This must belong to that guest just now. Should I return it to him? For a moment, Lin Yingying clutched the storage pouch tightly, her face shifting between indecision, her heart locked in a fierce internal struggle. But soon she discovered a note nestled among the spirit stones. Meeting is fate. Accept it. This? Lin Yingying was stunned. Is it Senior Yang? Snapping back to reality, she rushed out the door, looking wildly around, her expression both anxious and hopeful. But where was Sheng to be seen? Senior Yang. Lin Yingying's face fell with disappointment as she dejectedly returned to the shop. By now, Sheng had already left East Stone Valley. The word fate is truly ineffable. Sighing with emotion, he summoned his flying sword and soared into the sky. Little turtle, your master just bought you a treasure. Returning to his cave dwelling in Red Maple City, Sheng smiled as he looked at the tortoise dozing on the ground. Where is it? Is it something to eat? Does it taste good? Will it last me a few years? The little turtle perked up instantly at the sound, flipping over with a swift motion, its two cyan eyes wide and round. Sheng's smile froze. You wish, he said coldly. With that, he pulled out a delicate bag the size of a palm. What's this? A spirit beast pouch. Master, why did you buy this? The little turtle fell silent for a moment before speaking cautiously. Do you even need to ask? It's for storing a certain turtle. Sheng shot at a sidelong glance. Whoosh. The next moment, the little turtle's expression shifted drastically, and it turned to flee. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this, Sheng revealed a maniacal grin and suddenly reached out his hand. Get back here. In an instant, a hand formed from spiritual energy grabbed the little turtle by the neck from afar. Sheng pulled it close, lifting it before him. Master, please, I don't want to go into that bag. The little turtle's eyes brimmed with tears as it begged pitifully. And why not? Sheng smiled faintly. I am weak, I'm afraid I can't handle the environment inside. It rolled its eyes and spoke feebly. Is that so? Glancing at its sow-like physique, Sheng's mouth twitched, and he said expressionlessly, if you're weak, then you should stay inside to recuperate. I'm doing this for your own good. With that, he infused spiritual power into the pouch, causing it to swell abruptly and reveal a dark, gaping opening. No. The little turtle immediately let out a piercing shriek, its limbs thrashing wildly like propellers. Shut up. Annoyed by the noise, Sheng directly shoved a handful of fragrant medicinal pills into its mouth. In an instant, the little turtle fell silent, even forgetting to struggle. Seizing the opportunity, Sheng shoved it forcefully into the spirit beast pouch. Tying the pouch to his waist, he clapped his hands, stepped onto his flying sword, and shot off into the horizon. Li Family Gully, a rather cliché name. Names like this were countless throughout the entire Zhao Kingdom. The Li family of Li Family Gully, a low-tier cultivation clan, whose high-ranking members are merely a few Qi refinement Great Circle cultivators. Standing atop a rocky peak, Sheng clasped his hands behind his back as upright as a green pine, gazing at the sprawling palaces and pavilions amidst the forest ahead, murmuring to himself, the spiritual energy here is fairly abundant, suitable for my breakthrough to foundation establishment. I am Sheng, who has long admired the Li family. Today I come specifically to request entry. Arriving at the Li family's main gate, Sheng directly handed over a letter of introduction. For minor unorthodox factions like the Li family, joining was not difficult, and the entry procedures were far less strict and troublesome than those of the Qin family. Sheng Qi refinement, first layer, 5-element mixed spiritual root. familiar with various basic spiritual herbs, and wishes to obtain the position of tending the spiritual fields. Wait a moment. After reading the letter, the guard at the gate gave him a few strange looks before turning to report inside. The second elder wishes to see you. Not long after he reappeared. Many thanks. Nodding, Yang Sheng strode through the gate. Passing through several courtyards, he arrived at a grand hall. Seated in the main chair was an old man with white hair, various spiritual herbs laid out before him. This old man is unworthy, merely the second elder of the Li family. Are you Yang Sheng? Though aged, his voice was full and strong. Indeed. Yang Sheng cupped his fists in salute. Very well. This old man won't mince words. Since you wish to join my Li family, you must demonstrate your value. With that, the second elder picked up a leaf with hues of red and green and said sternly, what kind of spiritual herb is this? Its effects: growing environment, growth cycle, contraindications. He launched into a rapid-fire series of questions. This is... Yang Sheng remained composed, answering each query one by one. A quarter of an hour later. You are Yang Sheng, correct? Congratulations, you've passed the assessment. From this day forth, you are a member of my Li family. The second elder stroked his beard and laughed heartily, his eyes full of admiration. I never expected someone so young to possess such extensive knowledge. Remarkable. You flatter me, elder. Yang Sheng smiled faintly and waved his hand, saying, I was merely fortunate enough to have followed an alchemist and served as an assistant for a few years. That is still quite impressive. If my granddaughter had such accomplishments, this old man would have far fewer white hairs. The second elder shook his head, a look of helplessness on his face. Someone take young friend Yang to complete the clan entry procedures. At his call, a Li family disciple immediately entered and said politely, Taoist Yang, please follow me. Soon, with this person's assistance, Yang Sheng completed the entry procedures. Before long, they arrived at the Li family's back mountain. What met his eyes was a vast expanse of fields planted with all kinds of spiritual flowers and herbs. Between the fields, wisps of spiritual energy swirled, faintly visible like a celestial realm. Brother Yang, this is the area you will be responsible for from now on. The Li family disciple said with a smile. Oh, and given your outstanding performance in the entry assessment, the second elder has taken the liberty to raise your monthly salary to 3 spirit stones. Yang Sheng's heart remained utterly calm, but outwardly he feigned great joy, saying, I would trouble you, my friend, to convey my thanks to him when you have the chance. After the man left, Yang Sheng looked around at the fields and gradually broke into a smile. In most factions, the location of the spiritual fields was among the areas with the richest spiritual energy. He took a deep breath. The thick spiritual energy mixed with the scent of herbs filled his nostrils, refreshing his mind and heart. This place truly delights me. Yang Sheng nodded in satisfaction, then untied the spirit beast pouch. Master, you're so mean. The little turtle's complaining voice immediately reached his ears. But the next moment its eyes lit up, staring at the patches of spiritual fields, drooling, This is paradise. In response, Yang Sheng said nothing, kicked it flying 10 yards away, and said coldly, if even a single leaf goes missing from here from now on, it'll break your tortoise head. Time to clock out. In yielding the last weed, Yang Sheng stretched languidly and stepped out of the field. In having joined the Li clan, he was assigned several spirit fields nearby. His daily duties included weeding, fertilizing, and driving away wild beasts. Occasionally, he would spot spirit herbs growing poorly and promptly devise remedies. Not a full month had already passed. During this time, he performed diligently, meticulous, reliable, and utterly professional, leaving a deeply favorable impression upon the Li family. The covert gazes of surveillance gradually faded away. And it is time to attempt foundation establishment. And with that thought, Yang Sheng returned to his thatched hut nearby. Beside it lay a large water pit where a small turtle lounged lazily. Master, may I have just a bite? Its 2 emerald eyes gleamed hungrily as it gazed upon the lush array of spirit herbs strewn across the ground. How many times must I tell you? These spirit herbs belong to the Li clan collectively. You may not consume them at will. Yang Sheng refused without hesitation. But, staring at them all day without tasting even one, I simply cannot bear it. The little turtle blinked innocently, its voice thick with grievance. Yang Sheng arched an eyebrow. From his sleeve he withdrew an exquisitely crafted pouch and pointed toward a dark yawning aperture, his voice icy. If you truly cannot bear it, then enter this. The entrance shall remain open for you forever. Gurgle, gurgle. And the turtle instantly submerged itself beneath the water's surface, silent, motionless, utterly cowed. Humph. With a soft snort, Yang Sheng strode into the thatched hut and activated its defensive formation before settling down heavily. Foundation establishment. I am coming for you. After centering his breath, he produced a translucent pill shimmering with abundant spiritual energy, the Foundation Establishment Pill. After a moment's quiet contemplation, he tilted his head back and swallowed it whole. In the moment the pill touched his stomach, it detonated, releasing torrents of dense, roiling spiritual energy. And simultaneously his mind cleared, and the foundational cultivation verse of the Zhengyuan art surfaced vividly within his consciousness. As the art coursed through his meridians, the pill's potency surged forth. And within Yang Sheng's Dantian 9 primordial qi streams trembled violently, then abruptly began swirling, converging, and fusing into one. Spiritual energy from the surrounding realm rushed inward like a tide, and his aura swelled dramatically, drawing ever closer to the threshold of Foundation establishment. Wave after wave of excruciating pain assaulted him, like fists churning wildly within his gut. His face paled, cold sweat beaded across his brow. Pooh! In an instant a metallic tang flooded his mouth. He vomited a torrent of crimson blood, his vitality collapsing as his aura plummeted. Yang Sheng's expression hardened. Without delay, he formed intricate hand seals and activated the secret Foundation establishment technique. He had mastered the technique thoroughly over the past month. Nance invoked the raging spiritual energy in his Dantian calmed instantly, its fury subsiding into placid stillness. The breakthrough had failed. My spirit roots are too heterogeneous. My absorption efficiency is low, my endurance insufficient to coalesce the primordial qi vortex. Wiping the blood from his lips, Yang Sheng stroked his chin, reflecting quietly on the causes of failure. This first failure was entirely expected. No flicker of dismay stirred within him. So my cultivation has regressed directly to qi refinement level 5. After careful internal inspection, he let out a wry smile. Within his Dantian now remained only 5 primordial qi streams. The other 4 had dissipated entirely during the violent fusion attempt. Such was the price of a failed Foundation establishment, even with the Chun family's secret technique safeguarding him. 4 others, even armed with such protective arts, such a collapse could devastate their vital essence, perhaps even trigger immediate corporeal dissolution. Defying heaven's decree. How profoundly arduous it is. At this thought, Yang Sheng sighed deeply. Master, what ails you? At that very moment, the little turtle's voice, laced with genuine concern, floated over. Just moments earlier, through their master-servant bond, it had sensed Yang Sheng's aura plummet catastrophically. Merely a failed breakthrough, some regression in cultivation. A trivial matter. There is no need for concern. Yang Sheng replied with unruffled composure. Really? The turtle froze stunned. For cultivators, a failed breakthrough, and the ensuing decline in cultivation, ranked among the gravest misfortunes, second only to inner demon possession. Yet his master remained utterly serene. Ignoring its bewilderment, Yang Sheng pulled out a vial of rejuvenating elixir and drank deeply. By dawn the next day, his injuries had healed completely. He rose to his feet, restored and renewed. As per routine, Yang Sheng moved methodically from one spirit field to the next, ensuring every herb thrived. Only then did he nod in quiet satisfaction. All local beasts had been driven off, not a single insect or ant disturbed the peace. Save for the turtle's gentle snores, silence reigned absolute. This tranquil life, truly exquisite. Reclining upon a cool bamboo lounge, legs crossed, Yang Sheng gazed eastward toward the horizon where the sun's golden rim began to rise. His eyes narrowed slightly as he sipped sweet and tart spirit tea, utterly at ease. Here there were no mundane entanglements, no deceitful machinations, nor the brutal clashes of the cultivation world. Only serenity, harmony, and profound stillness. A peace so deep it drew one irresistibly into its embrace. Yang Sheng, na clear melodious voice shattered the calm. At its sound, Yang Sheng instinctively pressed a hand to his forehead, his expression tinged with weary resignation. He turned and saw a petite young woman approaching with purpose, her long black hair cascading down her back. Xianziyu, what brings you here so early? Yang Sheng rose and spoke calmly. She was Li Xinyu, granddaughter of the second elder, possessing modest spirit roots and thus rigorously trained in alchemical theory since childhood under her grandfather's strict instruction. Today the clan's alchemy hall hosts a foundational spirit herb knowledge contest. Dare you compete against me? Li Xinyu wasted no words. Hands on hips, her bright piercing gaze locked unflinchingly upon him. Xianziyu, I am but a humble field tender. Why persist so relentlessly? In seeing her stance, tense, combative, Yang Sheng shook his head in silent exasperation. Are you afraid? Her gaze sharpened, unwavering. Yang Sheng felt a dull throb behind his temples. And since joining the clan, she had challenged him repeatedly, almost as if bound by some ancient grudge. It stemmed solely from the second elder's constant praise of him, spoken often in her presence, of how exceptionally gifted he was for one so young. And to Sheng, she was in truth rather pitiable. In his previous life, he too had endured elders droning endlessly about how others' children excelled, while casting sidelong glances his way. And given the circumstances, unless he decisively subdued her, this ordeal would surely never end. His eyelids lowered slightly, his voice softened, almost deferential, since Xianzi insists so earnestly. I shall of course comply and participate. Excellent. Li Sinyu's eyes lit up with triumph. The contest begins at noon. Do not dare flee at the last moment. With that, she tossed her silken tresses and strode away, leaving behind only the faint lingering fragrance of plum blossoms. After a month, I have returned to the late qi refining stage. Inside the thatched hut, Sheng opened his eyes, a spiritual light gleaming within them, as if he were an immortal being. A month had passed since Li Sinyu's departure. Relying on his solid foundation from before and abundant resources, his cultivation had broken through repeatedly in this short time, reaching the 7th layer of qi refining. As for Li Sinyu, during that day's competition, Sheng had displayed a fraction of his skill, causing her to lose utterly, and even shed unwilling tears on the spot, much to his embarrassment. However, afterward, Li Sinyu began striving diligently, spending all her days in the alchemy hall, staying out of sight, much to the second elder's relief. The latter even sent Sheng generous gifts to express gratitude. At least that woman won't bother me for a while. Knowing this, Sheng felt slightly relieved. Master, your cultivation has advanced so swiftly. Do you possess some unique technique? The little turtle nearby sensed this and scurried over quickly, gazing up with anticipation. Teach me, little turtle. It's purely because I am extraordinarily handsome, stunningly so. Ordinary people can't learn it. Give up. Sheng casted a sidelong glance and ignored it outright. Little turtle. Time in cultivation passes like a rushing torrent. Spring gave way to autumn and winter arrived as promised. Across the mountains and fields, greenery faded as fine snow danced. After nearly a year, I have finally returned to my peak. Inside the thatched hut, Sheng sat cross-legged. At a certain moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, and an aura of qi refining perfection surged forth, blowing up large patches of snow outside. My spiritual power seems even more condensed by 3 parts. Sensing carefully, Sheng's eyes lit up with delight. A cultivator's perception is never lacking, especially regarding their own condition. At this moment, Sheng could clearly feel that compared to a year ago, his internal spiritual power had not increased, but had grown much denser. Simply put, his foundation was more solid. Could this be the result of my recultivation? Stroking his chin, Sheng fell into thought. A cultivation foundation is extremely important. The more solid it is, the easier it is to break through bottlenecks. This is common knowledge in the cultivation world. They'll figure out the specifics soon. After half a day of pondering without reaching a conclusion, Sheng shook his head, stood up, and walked out of the thatched hut. Congratulations, Master, on restoring your cultivation. The nascent soul is within reach. Seeing this, the little turtle rolling in the snow immediately approached, raised its head high, clasped its paws together, and declared loudly, full of anticipation. Having been by Sheng's side for years, it had picked up some cultivator habits. Even if you say that I have no spare pills. Glancing at it, Sheng's lips curled slightly. The little turtle's expression instantly fell, and it lay on the ground looking utterly listless. You little rascal. Sheng couldn't help but laugh at the sight, scattering a handful of pills with a wave. Thank you, Master. The little turtle immediately revived, dashing forward to devour them greedily. Has anything happened within the Li family during my seclusion? Gazing at the flurrying snow, Sheng inquired. After licking the last patch of ground clean, the little turtle patted its belly contentedly and said in a muffled voice, nothing major. A few days ago, there was a minor conflict with the neighboring Zhuang family. After a bit of skirmishing, it fizzled out. The Zhuang family, neighboring the Li family, was also an unranked cultivation clan. That's good. Sheng nodded slightly. On the verge of foundation establishment, he didn't want any trouble to arise in the Li family. Keep an eye on the Li family situation. If anything major happens, inform me immediately. After giving these instructions, Sheng returned to the hut and went into seclusion again. After a brief period of adjusting his breathing, he took out a foundation establishment pill and swallowed it, looking up. Half an hour later. Lucky this time. I only dropped 2 layers of cultivation. Sheng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His aura was extremely weak, yet his demeanor remained calm. Master, what happened to you? You can't die? Wah. A wailing like ghosts and howling wolves came from outside. Shut up. Yang Sheng's face darkened as he growled, such a trivial matter, crying and making a scene. What kind of behavior is that? Saying this, he walked out the door with a displeased expression. Little turtle, you. Seeing the anxious, tearful little turtle, Yang Sheng's expression softened. His tone gentled as he lightly stroked its head, speaking softly. I've been trying to break through to Foundation establishment recently. A drop in cultivation is normal. Don't make a fuss. Really? The little turtle blinked, then let out a long sigh of relief, grinning. I see. I thought you had made a mistake in your cultivation and were about to die. I was so worried. Good. They'll still get to eat delicious spirit pills, it muttered under its breath. That was probably the real point, wasn't it? Hearing this, Yang Sheng's smile froze, and he couldn't help but glare at it fiercely. You little bastard, can't you let your master feel touched for a few seconds longer? The latter shrank its neck at the sight, curling into a ball and staying motionless. Oomph. Feeling annoyed, Yang Sheng turned to look at the surrounding spirit fields. It was the dead of winter with cold snow drifting, but under his careful tending the plants in these spirit fields remained lush. Haha. Thanks for your hard work, young Master Yang. A few days later, the Li family steward who came to harvest saw this and beamed with satisfaction. If everyone were as diligent and responsible as you, how could our Li family not prosper? The harvests in other areas were passable, but paled in comparison to this spirit field. It's all within my duties. You're too kind, steward. Yang Sheng smiled modestly. As a formal alchemist, cultivating some basic spirit herbs was a breeze. After the steward left, Yang Sheng prepared to return to the hut for cultivation. At that moment, a graceful figure caught his eye. Why is this woman here again? Yang Sheng's brow furrowed slightly, forcing him to stop. After all, on the surface, he was just an outsider tending the spirit fields of low status. Miss Rain, is there something? Can't I come if there's nothing? Li Xinyu blinked, her beautiful eyes, hands on her hips, glaring at him angrily. Still so childish. Yang Sheng sighed. Miss, please speak plainly. I have things to attend to. After a moment of silence, Li Xinyu spoke softly. Will you take a walk with me? Miss, I really have things to. Mid-sentence, Yang Sheng caught her gaze and turned to meet her pleading eyes. She has something on her mind. After a moment's hesitation, thinking it would only take an hour at most, Yang Sheng slowly nodded. Then together they left the Li family and arrived at a lakeside pavilion a few miles away. As if sensing her arrival, the previously calm lake surface rippled, and many fish poked their heads out, mouths wide open, eagerly waiting to be fed. Haha. Li Xinyu's eyes lit up at the sight, and she quickly took out a bag of spirit food and scattered it. A group of fish swayed their bodies, scrambling for the food, splashing up large amounts of water. Don't rush, there's enough for everyone. Even though the hem of her skirt got wet, Li Xinyu ignored it and kept tossing bags of spirit food into the lake. Watching the lively fish, her face was adorned with a joyful, pure smile throughout, like an innocent child. Yang Sheng stood aside, silently observing this scene. Unbeknownst to them, dusk fell. The fish submerged into the depths, the lake grew still, and Li Xinyu's smile faded as well. I'm getting married. It's the eldest young master of the Wang family. She put away the bags, gazing at the calm lake, and spoke softly. Yang Sheng pondered for a moment, then asked, You don't like him? He's a lecherous, dissolute rake, utterly despicable. Li Xinyu shook her head firmly, a clear disgust evident in her eyes. But recently the Zhuang family has been restless, eyeing our Li family's spirit vein. To resist them, our main family must seek external help. For the future of the family, I have no choice but to marry him. Saying this, she let out a long sigh, her expression infinitely melancholic, pitifully endearing. In just a few sentences, Yang Sheng grasped the gist of the matter and saw Li Xinyu's deep reluctance. To this, he remained silent. Sacrificing oneself for the family was a duty for many children of cultivation clans. Yang Sheng, thank you for accompanying me today and listening to my complaints. Li Xinyu forced a smile. As the eldest daughter of the Li family, her father was the patriarch and her grandfather was the second elder. Among all the younger generation in the Li family, only Yang Sheng was at ease with her. She didn't know why, but it made her happy. Goodbye. After some idle chat, Li Xinyu waved farewell. In the world of men, one is often not one's own master. The same goes for the cultivation world. Watching her desolate, lonely figure, Yang Sheng couldn't help but sigh. Ultimately, it's a lack of strength. In an instant, he realized this point. If Li Xinyu were a Foundation establishment cultivator, not to mention whether the Zhuang family would dare to act rashly, who in the entire Li family could force her to roam freely under heaven and live an unrestrained life? Profound cultivation is a prerequisite. Foundation establishment. I must achieve Foundation establishment. At this moment, Yang Sheng's longing for advancement grew ever more intense.